a mobile phone that connects to a post-apocalyptic world. Two grand trees planted at the entrance can nurture exquisite sprites. Behind Chen Dong looms a towering shadow of a death god, while before him, calamities descend from the heavens. All beings are equal, only I am supreme. Chapter 1. Logging into the Apocalypse. Young man, please believe me. I'm in dire need of money. He'll sell you this phone for just 200 yuan. I beg you. An elderly man clutched Chen Dong's leg, while passers-by pointed and murmured. Please, don't bother me, I have no money, Chen Dong replied, one hand holding up his trousers while the other turned his pocket inside out. It's alright, I have a QR code. It's not alright, for I have lost my job due to unforeseen circumstances. My account balance is merely 23.6 yuan, of which 0.6 is just interest accumulated from a savings app, Chen Dong said earnestly. Are you serious? Look into my eyes, do you think I am deceiving you? Chen Dong gazed sincerely at the old man. Ah, well fine, take the phone. I've just lost my job too, but recently I landed a gig some wealthy benefactor asked me to distribute phones. I didn't want any money, but I thought this phone seemed decent, so The old man chuckled as he pulled a phone from his pocket and handed it to Chen Dong. Upon receiving it, Chen Dong inspected the device. It appeared to be in good condition, the kind that wouldn't float if tossed into water. Chen Dong suddenly smiled, a hint of embarrassment in his posture as he leaned closer to the old man. Don't ask, don't even think about it. I've introduced you young folks. What else can an old man do to survive? I must get back to work now. Without sparing Chen Dong another glance, the old man turned to search for his next target in the crowd. Chen Dong sighed, given the peculiar circumstances. Finding a job was challenging. He slipped the phone into his pocket. Having acquired a phone for free, he felt quite pleased, despite not knowing which fool had engaged in such altruistic behavior. However, he could not resist taking advantage of the opportunity. The phone seemed to be in good shape, equipped with a Tianlong 990 processor, far superior to the device he had been using for the past 2 years. Upon returning to his rented room, it was already past 6 in the evening, and darkness began to settle in. He prepared some instant noodles, indulgently adding an egg, treating himself to a modest feast. With the phone in hand, he lay on his bed and began to explore its features. The phone appeared to function properly, though its initial applications were scant, consisting only of settings, login, mall, and bag, with Chen Dong utterly baffled by their purposes. Wasn't it capable of taking photos? It was no wonder such an unremarkable phone was given away. Chen Dong tapped on mall, expecting an app store, but to his surprise, nothing happened. He tried again, settings worked fine, just like any ordinary phone. However, when he clicked on bag, it also remained unresponsive. Finally, he selected login, and a prompt appeared, indicating that access would begin at 10 o'clock that evening. What is happening? Chen Dong began to comprehend the reason behind the gift of this mobile phone, the crucial aspect being that it required a recipient. With a sense of resignation, he cast the phone aside and resumed playing with his beloved patriotic device. As the night deepened, he set down his patriotic phone and picked up the one gifted by the elderly man. The time displayed was 9:57 p.m. To be candid, he was quite intrigued by this phone. Although engrossed in a novel, he occasionally glanced at the time, curious to discern what changes might occur at 10 o'clock. At precisely 10 o'clock, Chen Dong tapped to log into the application, only to be confronted by a prompt. Warning: confirming login will result in permanent binding. Do you wish to proceed? What? Are you instructing me on what to do? Chen Dong decisively clicked confirm. Then, he was bewildered as a small black suddenly emerged at the center of the phone screen, rapidly expanding into a black hole with a diameter exceeding 2 meters. A tremendous force of suction enveloped him before he could react. In an instant, the phone he had been holding vanished from his grasp. Who am I? Where am I? Please enter your character name. Chen Dong surveyed his surroundings, a pure, white space devoid of boundaries. Before him stood a transparent virtual window. What the hell? What are you? Panic set in as he realized he had ventured too far. No one responded to him. After wandering about for a while and attempting to call out without receiving any feedback, he resigned himself to the peculiar situation at hand. Regardless of the circumstances, since there is no clear direction, I might as well proceed with what lies ahead, he thought. After some contemplation, he entered his nickname. Your character name, Thunder Gaba, is already in use. Please re-enter. Indeed, it seems I'm not the only one in this predicament. That old man who sold the phone must have encountered something similar. After venting his frustrations, he inputted again. Do you confirm Feng Lang Ju Su as your character name? Yes, no. Chen Dong clicked confirm. With his decision, the surrounding pure white space began to collapse, and he found himself inside a dilapidated hut. Mission 1. Please scavenge resources from the room within 10 minutes. The front door will be breached after 10 minutes. Mission reward. Officially become a game player with a random selection of 1 talent and 1 initial skill. Alert! The nails and teeth of ashen zombies secrete ashen virus. If scratched or bitten, there's an 85 chance of mutation into an ashen zombie, a 10 chance of immediate death, and a 5 chance of awakening a special ability. Bang! As Chen Dong was just beginning to absorb the information on the prompt, the door emitted a crashing sound that startled him. He could faintly hear a low, beast-like growl emanating from outside. His mind raced, and he immediately began to search the entire room. His eyes fell on a backpack in the corner of the living room, and he seized it, then scoured the area for potential weapons. He dashed into the kitchen and grabbed a willow leaf knife before sprinting into the bedroom. He opened the bedside drawer, and his eyes lit up at what he found. He reached in and grasped a dark handgun, the weight of it grounding him with a sense of reassurance. He ejected the magazine to check, discovering it contained only 7 bullets. Gripping the gun, he returned to the living room, uncertain of how much time remained, but it surely was not much. He unlocked the safe, mimicking the scenes from films, cradling the gun with both hands, its muzzle aimed at the door. Bang! Bang! The door gradually contorted under the relentless blows through the gaps of the deformed iron. Chen Dong beheld the monstrosity outside. A humanoid figure, with ashen skin and a pulsating blue heart nestled in its chest, half of its face already decayed. An ashen zombie, indeed a true zombie. Chen Dong's throat tightened, cold sweat trickling down to the corners of his eyes, a slight sting coursing through them, yet he dared not blink. Thud! With one final impact, the iron door, unable to withstand the onslaught, was flung open, and an ashen zombie lunged into the room, crashing to the ground. Roar! Cough, cough, it growled lowly, its teeth chattering violently, emitting a chilling sound while its body writhed in a desperate attempt to rise. Bang! Chen Dong fired. The bullet erupted from the chamber, striking the ashen zombie, a mere 3 meters away, but such an assault merely blasted a gaping hole in its back. It remained undeterred, rising once more. Gasping for breath, Chen Dong watched as the ashen zombie closed the distance in an instant, and in the next moment, he pulled the trigger again. Bang! Thud! Accompanied by the gunfire, half of the zombie's head was obliterated, its body colliding into Chen Dong due to sheer inertia. He fell to the ground, fear prompting him to shove the ashen zombie off him, his face smeared with blood. Gag! Gag, cough, cough! Gag. Chen Dong spewed forth a torrent of filth, continuing until only clear liquid emerged, feeling as though his entire stomach would heave out. He fought against the nausea, his body trembling. How could this happen? Why? Why? Chen Dong muttered, an overwhelming terror engulfing him. The creature before him rendered this modern man, who had thrived in civilized society for 21 years, utterly foreign. Such a scene he had only witnessed in cinematic portrayals. As a mere observer now, as the protagonist, he felt an unprecedented dread. He remained seated on the ground for nearly half an hour, gradually regaining his scattered composure, his limbs weak as he rose, utterly fatigued, retrieving the gun from the floor. Task completed. Reward. Random talent acquired. Mythical talent undying obtained, along with a random initial skill stellar level bone resurrection. The system had long since provided notifications, yet only now did Chen Dong slowly peruse them, promptly closing the prompt window, attempting to recite his attributes in his mind. As he focused, a semi-transparent window, 30 centimeters in diameter, appeared before him. The left side of the window displayed a 3-dimensional figure of himself, while the right revealed his so-called attributes. Name: Fong Wolf. Jushu level 125. Profession: none. Physique: 6 strength, 7 agility, 5 spirit, 8 points, 1 talent. Undying: upon receiving a fatal blow, instantly recover from the mortal wound, can be triggered once every 24 hours. Skills: reanimation of the fallen LV1, capable of reviving monster skeletons with a level not exceeding its own, forming skeletal soldiers. This ability can be utilized thrice daily, with a maximum of 10 skeletal soldiers. As Chen Dong gazed upon his attributes, he felt a mixture of excitement and relief, for both abilities appeared formidable, and the talent granted him an additional life each day. Chen Dong's eyes fell upon the ash zombie on the ground. The points reflected in the attributes were presumably acquired from vanquishing it. An ash zombie could yield a mere point of score. Ash zombie LV1 status: deceased. Chen Dong extended his hand, gathering a swirling mass of black mist, speckled with faintly colored lights. Reanimation of the fallen. He intoned silently, as the black mist coalesced and enveloped the entire ash zombie. Stepping back, Chen Dong watched as flesh tore apart, revealing a skeletal soldier emerging from the ash zombie's remains. The stark white bones were stained with dark green blood, and within the hollow eye sockets flickered the ominous flame of the soul. Name: unnamed level, 147 class, skeletal soldier constitution, 4 strength, 5 agility, 3 spirit, 2 talent, soul devour, capable of self-enhancement by consuming the souls of living beings. Skill: self-repair. As long as the soul flame remains alight, it can repair itself by consuming bones. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse and the Players. The skeletal soldier, freed from its fleshly confines, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, merely half a head shorter than Chen Dong. Its pale bones possessed an unsettling appearance. In Chen Dong's consciousness, a connection was established, though the skeletal soldier's awareness was somewhat chaotic. He handed it the willow leaf knife he had found in the kitchen, and the skeletal soldier grasped it firmly. Afterward, Chen Dong scoured the room, but found no edible provisions, only spoiled and moldy remnants, with even bottled water rendered murky. It was unclear how long this world had languished in the apocalypse. "It's time to venture outside," Chen Dong murmured, gripping a firearm in his right hand and a watermelon knife, salvaged from beneath the bed, in his left, indicative of the previous occupant's societal inclinations. Chen Dong named the skeletal soldier Skeleton Number 1, instructing it to lead the way while he trailed behind as they exited the small dwelling. The premises were situated on the second floor of a residential building, overlooking a modern city that appeared to have been long abandoned, with crumbling structures ensnared by verdant foliage. Lush vegetation had breached the concrete pathways, rendering the city, viewed from above, reminiscent of an ancient relic concealed within a primeval forest. Not far from the small house, 2 ash zombies staggered aimlessly. Bang! With a gunshot, one ash zombie was struck in the thigh by Chen Dong's aim, originally directed at its chest. Although slightly off target, the shot rendered it immobile. Chen Dong commanded the skeletal soldier to ensnare the other. Creak, creak. The skeletal soldier, undeterred, charged towards the remaining ash zombie, its teeth chattering in anticipation. The ash zombie charged forth with even greater speed. Chen Dong also surged forward, trailing behind the skeletal soldier, and as he approached within 10 meters, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A hole opened in its chest, causing it to falter, only to be immediately seized by the skeletal soldier. "Stab its head!" Chen Dong shouted, unable to restrain himself. Responding to the command, the skeletal soldier brandished its leaf-shaped blade, repeatedly thrusting it into the ash zombie's occiput. Moments later, the ash zombie collapsed, and within Chen Dong's line of sight, a wisp of gray thread emerged from its brow, merging with the flame of souls within the skeletal soldier's eye sockets. Chen Dong approached slowly, gazing at the mangled remains of the ash zombie, and diverted his gaze, feeling a lingering discomfort. This state required time for gradual improvement. Subsequently, Chen Dong directed the skeletal soldier to eliminate another ash zombie. After dispatching these 2 ash zombies, Chen Dong was able to fulfill the summoning conditions for the day, directly utilizing his skills on the corpses of the 2 ash zombies. Name: Skeletal Soldier Number 2 Level, 119 Class, Skeletal Soldier Constitution, 5 Strength, 6 Agility, 2 Spirit, 1 Talent, Soul Devourer, capable of self-enhancement through the consumption of living souls. Skill: self-repair. As long as the flame of souls remains alight, it can repair itself by devouring bones. Name: Skeletal Soldier Number 3 Level, 127 Class, Skeletal Soldier Constitution, 3 Strength, 4 Agility, 5 Spirit, 2 Talent, Soul Devourer, capable of self-enhancement through the consumption of living souls. Skill: self-repair. As long as the flame of souls remains alight, it can repair itself by devouring bones. The newly summoned skeletal soldiers possessed identical talents and innate skills, yet there were notable discrepancies in their attributes. The skeletal soldier, summoned from the ash zombie that Chen Dong had struck in the thigh, exhibited significantly lower agility. Observing his surroundings, the 3 skeletal soldiers, each standing around 1.7 meters tall, formed a protective barrier around Chen Dong, while numerous shadows flitted in the distance. His summoned minions could vanquish foes, allowing him to gain experience without engaging in combat himself, greatly enhancing his survival capabilities. Thus, Chen Dong, accompanied by 3 skeletal soldiers, cautiously explored this unfamiliar world. He first sought out a large shopping mall, hoping to find ample food supplies. However, this endeavor proved to be far from easy. Inside the mall, the cacophony of roaring ash zombies echoed throughout. A glance revealed that in the expansive central area alone, there were over 10 ash zombies, not to mention the staggering number lurking within the shops. Ding! Level 5 Bronze Dungeon Ashen Mall triggered. Ding! Temporary quest issued. Clear the Ashen Mall. Player's current level detected to be below level 5. The difficulty of clearance is exceedingly high. Upon successful completion, a random item of at least silver quality will be awarded, and character level will increase by 1. The allure of the quest rewards was undeniable, prompting Chen Dong to act decisively, leading his 3 skeletal soldiers in a hasty retreat. What nonsense is this? You expect me, a novice player, to endure the prowess of a master? Is this not a death sentence? Chen Dong grumbled irritably, his feet dancing frantically. Glancing back, he found no ash zombies in pursuit. Instead, he inadvertently drew out a creature from a nearby shop. It resembled a rat, roughly the size of an ordinary wild dog, its tail bristling with sharp barbs. Demonized Rat LV-3 No. 1. Chen Dong shouted, and in the next instant, skeleton No. 1 positioned itself protectively before him. The demonized rat moved with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed the 10-meter distance and was upon him within mere seconds. Chen Dong came to an abrupt halt, his thoughts racing as the 2 skeleton soldiers beside him surged forward. Bang! Squeak! Skeleton No. 1 was struck by the rat's robust tail, nearly shattering under the force, the sole flame in its eye sockets flickering wildly. The impact left fine, intricate marks on its bones, and had it possessed flesh, it would surely have been left bloodied. Skeleton No. 2 charged ahead, unarmed, attempting to grapple with the demonized rat. However, the creature's speed and agility allowed it to effortlessly evade the attack, pivoting to send skeleton No. 3 flying with a swift swipe. Cold sweat began to bead on Chen Dong's forehead. He hadn't anticipated such a vast disparity despite only a 2-level difference. His hand trembled around the gun, his aim faltering as the giant rodent darted about, making him hesitant to fire. With 3 bullets remaining, he could manage to kill a stationary target at close range, but shooting at the rapidly moving demonized rat would only waste ammunition. He waited for an opportunity, hoping his 3 skeleton soldiers would create one for him. Yet, disappointment washed over him as the skirmish lasted less than 3 minutes, with skeleton No. 2's leg bone shattered, leaving it sprawled helplessly on the ground. Chen Dong dropped his knife and gun. Gripping the knife with his right hand, he realized he had to take action. If the remaining 2 skeleton soldiers succumbed, his own meager strength would likely lead to swift demise. Damn it! Chen Dong roared, rallying his courage, and charged into the fray. The demonized rat, toying with the 2 skeletons, squeaked twice upon seeing Chen Dong rush towards it and leaped over skeleton No. 1's head, heading straight for him. Chen Dong hesitated for a brief moment, fear gripping him, but in the next instant, he steeled himself, an inexplicable fury igniting within him, diminishing his terror to its lowest ebb. This was a rage born of desperation, a primal response when fear reaches its zenith. It was akin to a person terrified of insects who, upon encountering a grotesque bug in their bedroom before sleep, despite their dread, feels compelled to eliminate it for the sake of a peaceful slumber. Chen Dong found himself in a similar predicament, yet he possessed a safety needs still had 1 life to spare. He used himself as bait while commanding Skeleton 1 and Skeleton 2 to block the retreat of the mutated rat. The howling wind whistled in his ears as Chen Dong instinctively crouched down quickly. The barbed tail of the rat whipped over his head like a steel whip. Had he been any slower, his head would have burst. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dong swung his watermelon knife upwards. The mutated rat twisted its body midair to evade, but a pair of pale skeletal hands seized it instead. It struggled fiercely, nearly breaking free from its restraints, but Chen Dong acted decisively, extending his left hand with the gun barrel pressed firmly against its head. Bang! Accompanied by the gunshot, a warmth surged through Chen Dong's body, and simultaneously, the 3 skeletal warriors exhibited slight changes, each randomly gaining a point in their attributes. Chen Dong leveled up to level 215 and received 1 attribute point. Contemplating his attributes for a moment, Chen Dong ultimately decided to allocate the point to agility. His highest attribute, spirit, remained unclear in terms of its specific enhancement, as the system provided no explanation. It seemed he would need to explore this on his own thus. It was wiser to first address his shortcomings. Meanwhile, Skeleton 2 had not perished. Its soul flame still flickered as it began to excavate the corpse of the mutated rat, gnawing on its bones. Chen Dong furrowed his brow, moving closer to discover a gray crystal at the site where Skeleton 2 had torn apart the rat. Is this a magic core? Chen Dong observed with curiosity. The grayish-white crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail, presented a rhombohedral crystalline form. This crystal was embedded within the heart of the mutated rat, with special blood vessels resembling sticky tissue attached to its surface. With a thought, Skeleton 2 extracted the crystal, severing several of the special blood vessels. However, once detached from the heart, these vessels rapidly disintegrated into gray smoke, leaving only the pristine crystal behind. Energy Core Crystal LV3 Quality. Ordinary attributes. Upon consumption, there is a 70 chance of becoming an ash zombie, a 20 chance of gaining a special ability, and a 10 chance of death. Can be used as currency in this world. The effects of this item are akin to an enhanced version of the ash virus. Chen Dong murmured to himself, recalling the eerie blue heart exposed on the chest of an ash zombie, wondering if it too would have similar properties. Somewhat impractical, but the fact that it can serve as currency in this world indicates the presence of indigenous inhabitants, rather than mere players. Don't come any closer. While Chen Dong was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a cry from behind him, prompting him to issue a halt command to Skeleton 1, which was about to strike. He stood up and glanced at Skeleton 2, which was still gnawing and had already restored a portion of its lower leg bone. He felt a twinge of envy for its ability, akin to regeneration from severed limbs. Shifting his gaze behind him, he noticed a pair of individuals, one in pajamas and the other in shorts and a tank top, a man and a woman who appeared to be a couple. The man stood protectively behind the girl, both looking only slightly older than Chen Dong. Player? Chen Dong approached the two. The man leaning against the wall instinctively shielded his girlfriend behind him, swallowing hard, and nodded nervously. Observing their casual attire, Chen Dong could not help but remark, "It is truly remarkable that you both managed to survive the novice quest. Are you also a player?" The man's confidence grew slightly as he noticed Chen Dong's lack of hostility, although the presence of the skeletal soldier still loomed ominously over him. "Indeed. Let us find a safe place to exchange information," Chen Dong suggested, as he felt woefully ignorant about this world. The system appeared to possess a remarkable intelligence, yet it offered no services whatsoever. The man hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Despite his apprehension towards the skeletal soldier, their survival of the novice quest indicated that they were not as helpless as they first appeared. Chapter 3. Dungeon raiding. The three of them soon found an apartment building near the mall. By now, the sky had darkened, and uncertain of any other dangers lurking at night, they dared not venture far in search of a safe place, so they casually chose this location. As they entered the community, low growls could be heard from the security room. Chen Dong immediately issued commands to Skeleton 1 and Skeleton 3. The two skeleton soldiers charged straight through the security room's door. Skeleton 2's leg bones had mostly healed, allowing it to move, albeit with significantly reduced mobility. Chen Dong ordered it to follow them inside, and turned to consume the bones of the ash zombie, continuing its recovery while checking if there was a crystal core in its heart. Of course, the skeleton soldiers had almost no intelligence, and their consciousness was a chaotic mess. Chen Dong needed to issue precise mental commands for them to act effectively. Roar. Grr. Hearing the beast-like growls from the security room, Li Jie tensed up and asked worriedly, "Do you need help?" "No need." Chen Dong looked toward the security room, where the outside glass windows were covered in a thick layer of dust, barely allowing a glimpse of shadowy figures moving inside. About 5 minutes later, the three skeleton soldiers emerged from the security room, covered in dark green, putrid blood. Skeleton 2's leg had fully healed, and alongside it, the wounds inflicted by the demonized rats on Skeleton 1 and 3 had also healed. In Skeleton 2's hand was a crushed blue heart. It walked up to Chen Dong and offered the heart to him. Chen Dong took a glance. Unfortunately, this crushed heart did not contain a crystal core. "Let's go," Chen Dong said lightly. The three of them proceeded to a neighboring building and entered the stairwell. They chose a room on the second floor. The front door was open, and the interior looked like it had been ransacked. They tried to close the security door, and the lock posed no issue. The owner of this room had probably left a long time ago. "I'll tidy up a bit. You two chat," Li Jie's girlfriend, Chen Kursen, said as she looked at the dusty floor. She went to the side, picked up a broom, and began cleaning the living room. Chen Dong didn't mind and wiped the coffee table before sitting down. Li Jie followed suit and sat on the sofa opposite him. Chen Dong observed him. Li Jie was about 1.7 meters tall, not short, and his build looked quite sturdy without being dark, indicating he likely exercised regularly. After they sat down, they began to converse, although the content was quite limited, as they largely avoided discussing personal information. Li Jie and Chen Dong were indeed a couple. Among them, Li Jie had obtained a mobile phone and entered the game while Chen Dong was lying in his arms. When Li Jie entered, he also brought Chen Dong with him. But only Li Jie became a player. Chen Dong did not. When Chen Dong inquired about his skills, Li Jie mentioned they were bronze-level skills. He did not elaborate on the specifics of the skills, and Chen Dong did not press further. As night began to fall, Chen Dong stood on the balcony, looking outside. The community was dotted with many faint blue lights, and occasionally, various growls could be heard from afar. Among the three, only Chen Dong fell asleep in Li Jie's arms. The other two simply closed their eyes, relaxing and relieving the day's mental stress. The next morning, Li Jie and Chen Dong prepared to leave, stating they intended to find a safe place and gather some food to survive the coming days. Chen Dong did not stop them, although he hoped for a teammate. This couple clearly did not trust him, the one with skeletons, so he could only continue exploring alone. Li Jie and Chen Dong planned to head toward the city outskirts, while Chen Dong decided to stay behind. He was constantly thinking about that mall dungeon. Since this was a game, there would surely be competition among players in the future. He also believed this game might be an opportunity, and he did not intend to hide until the mission was over. Chen Dong wandered the streets. He had observed the ash zombies at night, and these monsters seemed to have a habit of being active at night, although they did not need sleep. The ash zombies were clearly more active at night than during the day. Chen Dong spent a day eliminating all the ash zombies in the building he was in. There were a total of 16 floors, and he killed 21 ash zombies. His level increased to 311, and the number of skeleton soldiers under his command expanded to 6. Skeletons 4 to 6 were specifically chosen from larger ash zombies, and he equipped them with weapons, significantly boosting their combat power. Among them, skeletons 1 to 3 leveled up to level 3, while 4 to 6 had only 6 still needing some experience to break through to level 2. On the 6th day, Chen Dong's level rose to level 436, and skeletons 1 to 4 reached level 4, while 5 and 6 also achieved level 3. The newly summoned skeletons 7 to 10 reached level 2. Each skeleton soldier wielded a long knife. On that day, Chen Dong found a store filled with canned food, but there was also a formidable obstacle blocking his way. A bull-sized, hairless, red-skinned, snarling beast dog stood in his path. Bloodthirsty, demonized dog. Level 5 Chen Dong looked at this large dog, which was almost chest-high to him on all fours, and directly commanded skeletons 1 and 2 to move forward to restrain it. He then pulled out his long-preserved handgun, which still had 1 bullet left. After hesitating for a moment, he put it away, grabbing a large cleaver in his right hand and a heavy shield made from a large cutting board in his left. Roar! The demonized dog howled and leaped, easily jumping 2 meters high without a running start, landing right on Skeleton 1's head while reaching out to bite Skeleton 2. Chen Dong immediately ordered all the skeleton soldiers to surround the demonized dog. He then stepped forward, his body rushing forward at high speed. With 2 attribute points from leveling up to level 4, Chen Dong allocated them all to agility, making his burst speed comparable to that of a sprinter. As he dashed forward, the demonized dog landed, still holding Skeleton 1's arm in its mouth. Chen Dong swung his knife, and the demonized dog dodged slightly. But at the same time, it faced an attack from Skeleton 4. Although it was difficult for 10 skeleton soldiers, along with Chen Dong, to take down the demonized dog, it did not take too long. Eventually, Skeleton 1 thrust a knife into its neck, severing its carotid artery, causing blood to spray wildly. Chen Dong panted slightly as his experience progress increased by 12. The demonized dog died, and a noticeably thicker strand of soul energy merged into the soul flames of Skeletons 1, 2, and 3, with the remaining skeleton soldiers each receiving a fraction. Entering the store, he filled his backpack with food, enough for the next few days. Checking the time, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. 1 person and 10 skeletons returned to the community. On the 9th day, Chen Dong stood at the entrance of the mall with 10 skeleton soldiers behind him. Skeletons 1 to 6 had reached level 4, while 7 to 10 also achieved level 3. They each held a cleaver in one hand and a shield made by Chen Dong from various materials in the other as they stepped into the mall. Chen Dong's level was just 11 away from leveling up, and he intentionally did not raise it to level 5 in order to gain a reward bonus. Roar. Grr. The alternating roars sounded the moment Chen Dong entered, as a dozen ash zombies in the mall's center quickly charged toward him. Chen Dong did not move, simply issuing commands to the skeleton soldiers beside him. Skeletons 1 to 3 stayed by his side, while the remaining 7 skeleton soldiers charged ahead at high speed. Boom. An ash zombie was knocked away by the shield of skeleton number 4, and at the same time, a knife slashed down, cutting into its neck. Chen Dong waited for a moment, and gradually, ash zombies began to pour out from all directions, from shops and hallways. Soon, more than 30 ash zombies had gathered. Even if half of them were only level 1, their sheer number was overwhelming. Chen Dong rushed forward, with 3 skeleton soldiers protecting him, and began to slash. Thud! Chen Dong's knife struck directly into the neck of an ash zombie. Over time, he had learned to face the bloodshed calmly, as dark green blood gushed out. And the zombie continued to roar, reaching out its hand toward him. Thud! Chen Dong pulled out his knife, while his left hand held the shield. And with a powerful slap, he crushed its skull. Half an hour later, Chen Dong was panting, surrounded by over 40 fallen ash zombies. While 2 of his skeleton soldiers had died, their soul flames extinguished. Chen Dong did not rush to summon new skeleton soldiers, as level 1 humanoid skeleton soldiers had very limited combat power. Bang! The sound of shattering glass erupted, and Chen Dong quickly turned around, only to see a huge dark shadow flicker past, as skeleton number 7 was bitten and taken away by the shadow. Chen Dong quickly followed its gaze, and the shadow stopped at the edge of the shopping center, about 20 meters away from him. This monster resembled a centipede, 2 meters wide and nearly 10 meters long. Its back and belly were densely packed with pale dead faces. On both sides of its fleshy, long abdomen, pairs of arms formed its prolegs. Its massive mouth opened wide, capable of swallowing an adult whole, with dense, sharp teeth like those of a meat grinder. Human-faced centipede, level 7 quality, bronze. This was the first time Chen Dong had seen such attributes on a monster, likely specific to this dungeon. Not daring to underestimate it, he allocated the attribute points he gained from leveling up to level 5 into agility, further enhancing his bones and reflexes to the limits of human capability. Clack, clack, clack. Skeleton number 7 was now just a pile of bone fragments in the mouth of the human-faced centipede, as helpless as a newborn without the ability to fight back. Chen Dong had anticipated that this dungeon would feature such a monster, so he had deliberately saved a bullet, thinking it might be useful at a critical moment. However, looking at the enormous size of the human-faced centipede, it began to squirm, its numerous arms supporting its massive body. Attack! After waiting for a while, Chen Dong saw that the human-faced centipede was not moving, and with the remains of skeleton number 7 now just scraps, he took the initiative. He commanded his 7 skeleton soldiers to charge forward. Their machetes had long lost their sharpness, while Chen Dong's machete was a spare he had kept specifically for this purpose. Charging forward, the human-faced centipede also began to move, its massive body writhing at a considerable speed. Bang! Roar! Just as Chen Dong got close, he fired a shot at it. A blood hole the size of a peanut formed, oozing dark green blood. The human-faced centipede let out a painful cry. Despite its large size, it lacked a hard protective shell. The bullet penetrated its flesh and blood as if it were a person being pricked by a needle. Seizing the opportunity, the 7 skeleton soldiers surrounded it simultaneously, their dull blades swinging and breaking through its defenses, but failing to penetrate deeply. Thud! A knife was thrust into the upright abdomen of the human-faced centipede, but the next moment, its meat grinder-like mouth enveloped skeleton number 8, swallowing it whole. And in an instant, Chen Dong lost contact with it. Chapter 4. Completion Reward Kill. Chen Dong shouted, putting all his strength into a knife thrust into the side of the human-faced centipede, the dark green blood splattering all over him with a foul odor. The centipede roared in pain, using its massive body to pin skeleton number 4 beneath it. Damn it! Chen Dong yelled, as the cold arm of the human-faced centipede grabbed his right hand, holding the long knife with terrifying strength. Chen Dong struggled desperately, but was dragged over, more arms beginning to tear at his entire body. Panic set in as he felt himself being pulled apart by the multitude of arms, blood soaking his clothes. Chen Dong shouted in rage, forcing himself to break free from the restraints, but 2 arms still clung to his right leg, tearing flesh from his thigh. With bloodshot eyes, skeleton number 1 rushed in and severed the 2 arms. After escaping, skeleton number 1 took his place, being grabbed by the arms. The other skeleton soldiers were also in dire straits, as skeleton number 3 was being chewed on by the human-faced centipede. Chen Dong caught the machete thrown by skeleton no. 1. At the same time, the centipede's massive mouth focused on him, preparing to devour him whole. Chen Dong's legs were injured, especially his right leg, making escape impossible. Feeling unwilling, in the next moment, he was entirely enveloped by the mouth of the human-faced centipede, as his body was torn by the sharp teeth. In the moment before death, Chen Dong thrust a knife into its mouth. Blood gushed forth, and Chen Dong felt the grip loosening somewhat, as the human-faced centipede roared. Die! 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 Chen Dong wildly waved the machete inside its mouth. The next moment, a tremendous pressure hit him, rendering him immobile, as he was swallowed whole. Chen Dong's consciousness began to fade. In a daze, he saw a broken skull. Am I dead? Ding! The talent, immortal, is triggered. Injuries are fully healed. Hearing this prompt, Chen Dong's spirit jolted. Ah! He roared, frantically swinging the long knife, churning the stomach of the human-faced centipede. 2 minutes later, Chen Dong crawled out through a huge hole in the back of the human-faced centipede. The massive creature was now silent, and Chen Dong's level increased to 621. Directly leveling up. Ding! The dungeon, Ashen Mall, has ended, successfully cleared. Rewards: 100 points, bronze quality, for automatic rifles, set 1. Ding! Temporary mission completed. Rewards: character level 1. Random golden quality equipment, medium tactical power suit, 1. Chen Dong panted, his skin and clothes corroded, the severe pain nearly overwhelming him. He crawled to the side and lay weakly on the ground. Clack, clack, clack. Chen Dong turned his head to look. Of the 10 skeleton soldiers he had brought in, only 1 remained. Ding! Skeleton number 2 has absorbed enough soul power to evolve into bronze quality. Selectable evolution routes: Skeleton Mage, Skeleton Axeman, Skeleton Shadow. There are 3 evolution routes for skeleton number 2. After looking at the descriptions, he pondered for a moment before ultimately choosing Skeleton Shadow. As Chen Dong made his choice, skeleton number 2 began to change. Its originally pale bones turned gray, and its soul flame was no longer black, but instead took on a hint of ghostly green. The originally 1.7-meter tall skeleton shadow grew taller, quickly reaching a height of 1.82 meters. With long legs and holding a bone dagger that seemed to come from nowhere. Name: Skeleton No. 2 quality, bronze level, 539. Profession: Skeleton Shadow. Constitution, 7 strength, 10 agility, 12 spirit, 5 talent. Devour souls. Can enhance itself by devouring the souls of living beings. Skill: self-repair, shadow stealth. Able to act while lurking in the shadows. Cannot attack while in stealth state. Phantom Shadow. After activation, enter a phasing state that lasts for 5 seconds, during which physical damage taken is reduced by 20. The skills of summoned creatures cannot be upgraded, and they have corresponding evolution paths, and their potential has an upper limit. Chen Dong looked at the new attributes of the skeletal shadow in front of him. Feeling calm inside, he was too exhausted. The burning pain all over his body was unbearable, yet he still forced himself to hold up his body. He slowly stood up, looking at the massive corpse in front of him. After killing the human-faced centipede, his level rose to 6, and the upgrade reward pushed his level to 7. He extended his right hand, black mist enveloping his palm, then released it. The huge black mist wrapped around the entire corpse of the human-faced centipede, and then a massive aberrant skeleton detached from the flesh, appearing before Chen Dong. But the next moment, the huge aberrant skeleton collapsed, and the summon failed. Ding! Summon failed. Summoning target is a composite organism. Insufficient summon attempts. Requires 72 summon attempts. Hearing this prompt, Chen Dong looked at the scattered bones in front of him. These bones resembled those of ash zombies. What a pity. Chen Dong was somewhat disappointed. If he could summon the human-faced centipede, it would be a powerful combat force. With his rotting skin, Chen Dong, naked, walked towards the corner of the square where there was a bronze treasure chest. This chest appeared after the human-faced centipede died, and Chen Dong had just noticed it. Chen Dong approached and commanded the skeletal soldier to open the chest. Buzz! The moment the chest opened, it exploded into brilliant blue light points, and 3 items appeared before Chen Dong. A vial containing red liquid, a 4 automatic rifle with 2 spare magazines, a small box of ammunition, and a black metal bracelet. Chen Dong picked up the 3 items and examined them one by one. Restoration potion, quality, Ordinary attribute. After consumption, it can quickly restore injuries. Seeing this attribute, Chen Dong directly opened the cap and drank it all. The potion had a bland taste, with a faint hint of blood. As he swallowed the potion, Chen Dong felt a tingling sensation on his skin. Forcing himself to resist the urge to scratch, he raised his arm. Watching as the originally decayed skin slowly began to heal, letting out a breath. Although the corrosive gastric fluid on his body was strong, it had already dried up, losing its powerful corrosive effect, and as his skin healed, it was not re-corroded. 4 carbine quality, bronze attribute, capacity of 40 rounds of 5.56 caliber, effective range of 300 meters, equipped with a 3x scope, muzzle rate of fire 800. Chen Dong held the gun in his hand, along with 2 spare magazines filled with bullets, and a small box containing 200 rounds of 5.56 ammunition. This gun belonged to the item category. While Chen Dong did not recognize the type of his previous handgun, nor its realistic attributes, the last black bracelet was his task reward, a golden item. Medium tactical power suit, quality, gold attribute. Press the black button on the bracelet to unfold the power suit, covering the whole body. The power suit is form-fitting, equipped with nano armor, with a sturdiness value of 20 points. After wearing it, it can enhance oneself. Agility 5, Strength 5, physical impact damage reduced by 20. Durability, 1000. Chen Dong looked at this attribute, feeling excited as he put on the bracelet. The initially large metal bracelet automatically shrank to fit after being worn. Chen Dong pressed the button on the metal bracelet, and within just 3 seconds, black nano metal covered his entire body, resembling a black bodysuit. Except for his head, everything down to his neck was covered, and Chen Dong felt it fit him like a second skin, appearing as if he was wearing black armor. Sci-fi style patterns flowed with a black golden metallic sheen. Powerful. Chen Dong clenched his fist, clearly feeling an increase in strength. He lightly jumped, soaring 2 meters off the ground while only using a third of his strength. Trying to run a lap around the center of the mall, about 600 meters, took him less than 30 seconds, and during the movement, it would be difficult for an average person to capture his trajectory with the naked eye. Now, if Chen Dong were to run the Ashes Mall dungeon again, he could easily win. Master is amazing. Who is flattering me? The sudden thought that popped into Chen Dong's mind after retracting the power suit made him pause. He glanced at the skeletal shadow with its tilted skull, the soul fire flickering in its eye sockets. At this moment, Chen Dong noticed that the consciousness of Skeleton No. 2 was not as chaotic as that of ordinary skeletal soldiers. It was merely slightly wooden. What is your name? Chen Dong casually asked as a test. Skeleton number 2. Chen Dong nodded. Although he felt that communication was somewhat difficult, it at least indicated that as long as its quality improved, it could possess considerable intelligence. This is great. At least if it's a little smarter and can understand what Chen Dong says, it could eventually go out hunting alone. Much better than ordinary skeletal soldiers, which required him to give one command after another. Everything concluded, Chen Dong, along with skeleton number 2, now the skeletal shadow, returned to the temporary base. At this time, the injuries on his body had recovered significantly thanks to the restorative potion. But he wasn't sure if the potion's effect had worn off, as some remaining wounds were not healing quickly anymore. However, this didn't matter much. The remaining wounds on his thigh would heal slowly, taking no time at all. Just a layer of skin had been removed, and it had already recovered to 70 or 80%. Chapter 5: Preparation for the original world. In the pitch-black night, a black hole appeared again, and Chen Dong was pulled out from it, landing on his bed. Supporting himself, he stood up from the bed, and when he turned around, the black hole had disappeared without a trace. He looked around at the familiar 15-square-meter rental room, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. I'm back, Chen Dong sighed, directly taking off his shoes, finding clothes from the wardrobe, and walking into the bathroom for a refreshing hot shower. During this time, Chen Dong checked the time. It was 10:11. Was 1 day in the game world equivalent to 1 minute in the outside world? After showering, standing in front of the bathroom mirror, he looked at himself with his upper body exposed. Chen Dong allocated the 2 attribute points he gained from leveling up into his constitution. He wasn't sure if this was the reason, but his previously slightly plump physique now appeared muscular and well-defined. His chest and abdominal muscles looked like those of a person who had been working out for years. His once round face had also slimmed down, with well-defined features and a rugged appearance, and adding his height of 183 meters, he looked like a different person, quite a transformation. Name: Fong Wolf, Ju Su level, 7, 26. Occupation, none. Constitution, 8, strength, 7, agility, 9, spirit, 8 points, 316 talent. Immortal. When receiving a fatal blow, instantly recover from the fatal injury, can be triggered once every 24 hours. Skill, bone resurrection, 1, can resurrect monsters with levels not higher than his own, forming skeleton soldiers. Usable 3 times a day, with a maximum of 10 skeleton soldiers. In addition to the increase in strength, Chen Dong's accumulated points had exceeded 300, with the level 7 human face centipede alone contributing 70 points. Chen Dong changed into pajamas and lay down on the bed, feeling relaxed all over when he suddenly remembered something and tried to summon the skeletal shadow. His shadow began to twist, and then it seemed to split apart. The skeletal plane shadow slowly transforming into a 3-dimensional skeletal figure. It seems it can indeed be used in reality. Chen Dong pondered while returning the skeletal shadow back into his own shadow. Since it could affect reality, it was likely that the events of this game would soon explode in the real world. Chen Dong felt a bit worried, mainly about Water Blue Star and the Chinese government's view on this matter. Until there was concrete information, he needed to keep it well hidden. Chen Dong lay on his bed, gradually feeling drowsy. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in the apocalyptic world, and his mind was always in a tense state. At this moment, with his body and mind relaxed, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day at noon, Chen Dong woke up from his dream, his head groggy, trying to recall the content of the dream, but it became increasingly unclear. He took out his phone to check the time. It was already 11:30 in the morning, and the sunlight streaming in through the window was somewhat blinding. He suddenly noticed the phone in his hand. It was the apocalyptic login device given to him by that old man. He had searched for it last night, but couldn't find it. Yet today it had suddenly appeared at his bedside. He clicked to log in. Time remaining until next login, 2 days, 10 hours, 24 minutes. He had to wait another 2 days before he could log in again. He tentatively opened the mall application, and this time he successfully accessed it. And the items in the mall made his breath quicken. On the mall's homepage, 6 items were recommended. 7 colored attribute, fruit, quality, mythical. Attribute, after consumption, can increase all 4 attributes by 10,000 points. Exchange requirement, 1 billion. Holy Slayer's Spear, quality, mythical. Attribute, one-time item, ignores defense, ignores resurrection items below mythical level. Completely kills the target. If the target carries a mythical level resurrection item, it will be forcibly sealed for 3 months and unable to enter the game world. Required points, 1 billion. The recommended items on the homepage were all of mythical quality. Chen Dong was excited not because of these items, as the prices were prohibitive, and he couldn't afford them anytime soon. He was excited because his talent was also mythical level, and at this moment, he truly realized how lucky he was. After all, his summoned creature also had similar abilities. Then, Chen Dong began to browse the mall, which was divided into 6 main categories. And he also learned about the quality of the items. From low to high, they were common, bronze, silver, gold, starry, epic, legendary, mythical. The 6 categories were consumables, items, equipment, materials, special items, events. Chen Dong roughly checked the price range. Common quality items ranged from 1 to 20 points, bronze quality from 10 to 300 points, silver from 100 to 2,000 points, and after that, he didn't bother to look further, feeling incredibly envious, but lacking the resources. Chen Dong simply clicked on the events interface, which had only 3 items, and at the top of the interface were a row of golden characters. Opening event. Limited time special price. As low as 0. 1. Countdown. 11 hours 14 minutes. Combat training card. Quality. Gold. Attribute. After use, can enter the skill training space, where the internal time ratio to the outside world is randomly triggered, allowing the acquisition of skills no lower than silver quality. Remaining, 68, 100. Required points, limited time 100. Level 10 silver dungeon card, quality, gold. Attribute, randomly enter a level 10 silver secret dungeon. After clearing or receiving a fatal blow, automatically exit. Remaining, 410. Required points, limited time 50. Random gold talent card, quality, gold. Attribute, after use, randomly obtain a gold quality talent. Remaining, 410. Required points, limited time 500. All 3 items were at 1% of the price, but even so, the price of the last talent card was still too much for Chen Dong. The key point was that there were actually people who could afford it. Converting it into kills of level 1 ash zombies, it would require killing a full 500. He couldn't help but wonder how those 6 people managed to do it. Were they born in an armory? This made Chen Dong sigh. Some people's luck was truly extraordinary. Chen Dong bought the dungeon card and training card, but didn't rush to use them. Instead, he continued browsing the mall and bought a few more items. 100 forged Tang Dao, quality, bronze. Attribute, Xiangang forged through 200 rounds of repeated hammering. Blade length 13 meters, weight 7.25 pounds. Toughness, 10 points. Sharpness, 12 points. Durability, 50-50. Required points, 50. Recovery potion, quality, common. Attribute, after consumption, can quickly recover from injuries. Required points, 2. Stamina potion, quality, common. Attribute, after consumption, can quickly recover stamina. Required points, 2. He exchanged 10 of each potion and 100 forged Tang Dao. Besides these items, he could even exchange for attribute points. Increasing 1 attribute point required 30,000 points. Additionally, he could exchange for cash. 1 point could be exchanged for 10,000 currency. Chen Dong exchanged for 260,000 yuan, leaving him with 50 points. He didn't know what else to buy for now, so he simply saved it. Getting out of bed, he changed into a set of clothes and went out. Now that he didn't need to look for work and had some money, he obviously couldn't continue eating instant noodles. It was time to improve his diet. After going out, Chen Dong found a Lanzhou noodle shop, ordered a beef noodle with 3 servings of beef. After eating and drinking to his fill, he began shopping at nearby stores. He didn't need to say anything about food. After eating canned food for 10 days in the apocalyptic world, he didn't want to experience that again. However, he couldn't carry too much. It would hinder his movement. And he couldn't hold much with both hands. There were indeed space-type items in the mall, even a system backpack, but opening the backpack required 1,000 points. Moreover, it initially had only 10 storage slots, and the same items could stack. After that, each additional slot required 200 points, feeling like a money pit, an endless void. Carrying 2 large bags of long shelf-life packaged food, Chen Dong returned to his rental apartment and set the items down. After dinner, Chen Dong took out his phone and tried searching for the keyword apocalyptic game on the web. The results were not surprising. There were all kinds of science fiction novel recommendations. He also opened the forum, and the results were similar, but there were still some gains. Chen Dong saw a recommended news article stating that there had been cases of unexplained disappearances across the country. Not only that, but there were also some surveillance videos capturing some unbelievable scenes. On the street, a person appeared out of thin air, and this person had vanished from the same spot just minutes before. Chen Dong watched the video. The surveillance footage did not capture a black hole, as this person simply disappeared and then reappeared out of nowhere. Chen Dong felt relieved that he had stayed home obediently at that time and hadn't gone out, thanks to his 236 account balance. Chapter 6. Killing Blade Technique at Night. Chen Dong took out a card from a nearby wooden box. This wooden box had been sent to him by a black hole after he purchased items from the mall. The card he held was the event item, combat training card. Chen Dong directly used this special item card, and a black hole appeared, causing Chen Dong to disappear once again. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a bamboo forest, with a pond in the distance, and a 3-zhang-wide waterfall cascading down from a cliff. In front of him was a small bamboo house. The scenery here was so beautiful that it made Chen Dong want to gradually forget the bloody killings in the apocalyptic world. Ding. Randomly drawn gold-level skill, killing blade technique, trial. Reminder. The current trial space has a time ratio of 1,000 compared to the outside world. If you haven't made any progress within 5 years, it will be considered a failure. Trial phase. Please follow the wooden man in the yard and study the basics of swordplay. The actions must be standard, and you are required to practice 300 times. A prompt sound echoed in his mind, and a prompt box appeared in front of him. Is learning skills in this game so complicated? Shouldn't it be something that can be instantly grasped? Chen Dong felt helpless as he looked into the yard. At some point, a 2-meter-tall wooden man had appeared in the yard, each hand holding a wooden sword. Chen Dong walked into the yard, and the wooden man swung its left wooden sword. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes and struck out. Thud! Chen Dong missed, and the wooden sword hit his chest directly, nearly taking his breath away. If he had health points, he would have lost at least a quarter. Why are you hitting so hard? Chen Dong rubbed his chest unhappily and picked up the wooden sword that had fallen on the ground. The wooden man ignored him and began its practice. Although the wooden man was made of wood, Its movements while wielding the sword were very fluid. Even the basic sword techniques gave a sense of continuity and seamlessness. Chop, swipe, lift, intercept, push, stab, hack, point, burst, hang, block, slice, thrust, dance flowers. Chen Dong was dazzled. Ah, how should I begin? Chen Dong held the wooden sword, standing aside and watching. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. In the trial space, there was no day or night, and Chen Dong strangely felt no hunger or fatigue. He was already able to begin swinging the sword in simple forms, but unfortunately, his movements were not standard and could hardly be called imitative. They looked quite awkward. Gradually, he began to immerse himself in this state. Half a month later, Chen Dong was able to practice through a set by himself, though he still occasionally made mistakes. 3 months later, Chen Dong stopped swinging the sword. He had practiced the basics of swordplay flawlessly for 300 times, completing the first phase, while the wooden man also stopped at the same time. Trial phase. You have mastered the basics of swordplay, but your sword momentum is too rigid. Please spar with the wooden man to familiarize yourself with your sword momentum. Just as Chen Dong finished reading the prompt, a sudden whistling sound of slicing air rang in his ears. Bang! Ah, that hurts. Chen Dong covered his face, rolling on the ground, as the wooden man suddenly attacked, slapping him on the right cheek with the wooden sword, causing his entire right cheek to swell painfully. After a moment, the pain disappeared and the injury healed. Damn it! Chen Dong jumped up from the ground in anger, swinging the wooden sword towards the wooden man. The wooden man looked stiff, but when it moved, it was faster than a cheetah. The wooden sword swung with the force of a fierce tiger. While practicing the basic sword techniques, its movements were like flowing water, but now they were like a raging flood, coming in with a dense net of swords, fierce and swift, imposing. Chen Dong found it hard to even defend. Often, just as he blocked one strike, the next would already be cutting towards his ribs. Damn! Ah! Chen Dong rolled on the ground with a pained expression. Fortunately, the sparring with the wooden man was not continuous. After 10 hours of torment, he would get 4 hours of rest. Half a month later, Chen Dong limped toward the water pool. Damn it! Hitting so hard, my leg is already lame. Chen Dong grimaced. His injuries were mostly healed, but the emotional scars were not something that could be healed in a short time. During this period, Chen Dong continuously reflected on the battles with the wooden man, feeling the sword momentum that pounced like a net and roared like a tiger. Half a year later, he soaked in the water pool, leaning against the edge, gazing at the waterfall, the sound of the waterfall crashing into the pool filling his ears. After a while, he emerged from the pool, dressed, and faced the wooden man again. Kill! Chen Dong's eyes widened. The sword hadn't moved yet, but the momentum came first. Unfortunately, the wooden man in front of him was just an inanimate object and could not feel his killing intent. If my killing intent isn't pure, I'll just fill it with anger. Chen Dong's face turned flushed, and he swung his sword, clashing with the wooden man's wooden sword. Defend. Counterattack. In less than 10 minutes, both sides exchanged hundreds of moves. Bang! Chen Dong suddenly turned, his fierce sword momentum unexpectedly transforming into smooth flowing water, catching the wooden man off guard and landing a strike on its neck. Trial phase. Your sword momentum is like a raging waterfall, like flowing water. Water has no fixed form. It changes unpredictably. You may now practice the killing sword technique. As Chen Dong read the prompt box, he remained vigilant against the wooden man, seeing that it did not attack, but began to swing its sword alone like when practicing the basics. Chen Dong stepped forward to practice alongside it. 2 years later, trial phase completed, you have mastered the killing sword technique. Killing sword, quality, gold attributes. Using the killing sword technique increases strength by 5 points and agility by 5 points. Each time a creature is killed, you gain 1 point of kill value. For every point of kill value consumed, damage is increased by 1. Kill value, 0, 300. It's over. Chen Dong muttered to himself as the wooden sword in his hand turned to ashes. Chen Dong looked at the wooden man gradually turning to dust and solemnly performed a fist salute. Nearly 3 years had passed, but time had not left any marks on Chen Dong. When he returned to his rented room, the previously vague memories of yesterday became clear. Chen Dong walked in, took off his tattered clothes, lay on the bed, and pulled out his phone to transfer 2,000 to his family. Shortly after, his mother called. Have you found a job? Is the money enough? You need to spend what you should while you're out. Have you eaten dinner? Go to bed early at night. Don't stay up late. There have been many disappearances outside recently. Be careful yourself. When are you coming back? Your dad and I hope you can find a job at home. We earn quite a bit in our town, and you can save on food and lodging at home." His mother's nagging was always filled with concern, and Chen Dong responded one by one, finally stating that he found a good job that pays 7,000 to 8,000 a month with great promotion prospects, and the female colleagues are pretty too. Don't look for someone too pretty. It's mainly about character. Many beautiful girls can be quite troublesome. I know, don't worry. I have a good eye for people. All right, you should go eat. It's already late, and you haven't had dinner yet. I'll go do my work first. Okay. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he did not hang up immediately, holding the phone to his ear and waiting for about a minute until the other side hung up before he put down the phone. Don't worry, it won't be long before you and Dad can retire, and I'll take you both traveling everywhere. Chen Dong muttered to himself. In the city, he was all alone, and his parents were his only confidants. During the phone call, Chen Dong wanted to say this several times, but forcibly suppressed it. He did not want to involve his parents in this unclear future vortex. Chen Dong did not fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. Waking up at 2 in the afternoon, he went out to buy some clothes and daily necessities. Then, he quietly waited for the night to come. The night after Chen Dong returned, it seemed that the government began to take action. All information about the apocalyptic world was deleted from the internet. This move sparked various speculations among some concerned individuals, while players who were aware of the issues remained silent. Although this situation could not be concealed for long, it was enough to buy time for a response. However, there were exceptions. The country appeared to advocate freedom on the surface, but secretly manipulated public opinion, attempting to monitor everyone's information. At this time, it was the national election period. The current president, who had little chance of winning, used this bizarre incident to make a big deal out of it for his re-election. Regarding these events, he claimed everything was the will of God. At the same time, it indicated that he was not the most outstanding. At least God was more outstanding than him, so no one understood God better than he did. Chen Dong finished reading with a smile, feeling much better, and the pressure before entering the apocalypse world had eased. Looking at the time, there were still 2 minutes left before he could enter again. In fact, Chen Dong had also hesitated at midnight. After all, this game could be deadly. He was very afraid of dying, as he was not like most novel protagonists, the children of destiny who had lost their parents. He was just a kid from an ordinary family. He had already gained quite a lot from the apocalypse world, and perhaps giving up and not entering again was also a good choice. But in the end, he dismissed such thoughts. He didn't know what kind of changes the emergence of the apocalypse world and players would bring to this world. But since the opportunity was right in front of him, if he didn't try to move forward, he would definitely regret it. Chen Dong wore black thick-soled boots, black jeans, a black vest, and a black trench coat. All in black. He fastened his wide hood and put on the silver metallic skeleton mask that had just arrived from Taobao today. He slung his backpack on his back, held a black travel bag full of food in his left hand, with a black sword sheath for his tang knife on top, and held a 4-caliber carbine in his left hand. Everything was ready. Chen Dong clicked the login button. Buzz. As Chen Dong moved, a black hole reappeared in front of him, instantly swallowing him. Chapter 7. Safehouse Mission Ding. The total number of players logged in this time, 57,630. In a certain suite of an apartment building, Chen Dong jumped out of the black hole, having prepared beforehand. He steadied himself as he landed and casually tossed the travel bag aside. More than 50,000 people, out of 8 billion people worldwide. The disappearance of these 50,000 was just a small ripple. However, this was just the beginning. The first batch of entrants should be far below this number. Chen Dong thought to himself. Safe house established. In the outskirts of the abandoned city, collect wood, stone, etc. to transform a residential building into a safe house, serving as a base for the future. Temporary system backpack opened. Task time limit, 29 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes. Establishing a safe house. Chen Dong looked at the new main mission. He needed to establish his own safe house within a month, and the backpack was temporarily opened. Chen Dong tried to summon the backpack. As his thoughts moved, a game backpack interface appeared in his mind, with 10 storage slots available for use, while the others were gray, with a padlock symbol. Chen Dong tried to put the 4-caliber carbine in his hand into it, and sure enough, it disappeared smoothly. In his mind's storage slot, a 4 appeared. Chen Dong then tried to put the travel bag in his hand into it, and it also disappeared smoothly. It seemed that as long as it was wrapped up, restricting the space to become a hole, it could be stored inside. After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong took off the backpack on his back, took out 10 bottles of recovery potions and stamina potions, and placed them in the storage slots separately. Then put the entire backpack inside as well. Half of the 10 storage slots were occupied in an instant. Chen Dong looked at the surrounding environment and thought that it was actually quite nice, about 120 square meters. Let's set this place as my safe house, Chen Dong tried to say. In the next moment, a prompt box appeared. Tip: insufficient materials for transformation. Required materials: 200,000 units of wood, 500,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of iron ore. Chen Dong looked at the prompt box. The numbers looked quite shocking. After thinking for a moment, he realized that it should be impossible to transform this room alone, so he directly included the entire building in the range for transforming into a safe house. Looks like I have to move, Chen Dong murmured to himself. Though it was called moving, he had nothing to take with him, and he wasn't in a hurry to choose a suitable house. Let's go check out the suburbs first. Chen Dong recalled encountering Li Jia, who also went to the edge of the city. Roar. A 5-meter-tall ash zombie, holding a streetlight pole, with muscles bulging all over, looked like a humanoid titan. Ash giant zombie, level 10. The strength of the ash zombie far exceeds that of ordinary zombies with levels not exceeding 5. From the name, it should belong to a special elite monster with unique talents. Chen Dong extended his right hand, and the refined tang knife appeared in his hand. As he moved, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Roar. The giant zombie swung the streetlight pole at Chen Dong. Bang! The giant zombie missed, and Chen Dong leaped lightly, spinning in midair. As he landed, he pushed off forcefully and closed in instantly. Swish! Puffed! The blade light flashed, and the tang knife in Chen Dong's hand easily sliced through its abdominal muscles like cutting tofu. The moment the stench hit, Chen Dong dodged away. Boom! The giant zombie fell to the ground, but it was not dead. The wound in its abdomen was too large. Chen Dong had not only sliced open its abdomen but also severed its spine, making it difficult for it to stand. Roar! The giant zombie roared in anger. Of course, Chen Dong didn't know if it had such emotions and reason. He only watched it struggle on the ground. The shadow split, and the bone shadow appeared, holding a bone dagger. Under Chen Dong's instruction, it approached the giant zombie and stabbed it in the heart. The giant zombie's hand reached for the bone shadow but couldn't grasp it, its arm falling weakly. Chen Dong walked closer to take a look, thought for a moment, and cast the bone resurrection. Crack! Crack! The giant zombie's large skeleton struggled, trying to stand up after separating from its flesh. But the spine had been severed by Chen Dong, preventing it from moving. The bone shadow received Chen Dong's mental command and instantly vanished, only to reappear with a pile of ash zombie bones in its hands. Crunch! Crunch! The giant zombie chewed on the bones, and the fractures in the bones that Chen Dong had cut began to slowly repair. Name: unnamed. Level: 8, 27. Occupation: bone soldier. Constitution: 8, strength, 10, agility, 5, mentality, 4, talent. Devour souls. Giant strength. Each time the level increases by 1, the strength attribute increases by 1. Skill: self-repair. From zombie to bone soldier, the level dropped by 2 levels. The giant bone soldier, compared to ordinary bone soldiers, also gained a giant strength talent, which was not bad. Every 3 levels, it could gain a bit of strength attribute increase. After more than 10 minutes, the giant bone soldier rose from the ground. Even after separating from its flesh, this bone soldier was still as tall as 3 meters, standing in front of Chen Dong, who had to look up to see its skull. Let's call it Titan. Bone soldier number 11 is too long and a bit watery, Chen Dong muttered to himself, and at the same time, he casually renamed bone soldier number 2 to Shadow Bone, after naming his 2 subordinates. Chen Dong continued on his way. 3 hours later, Chen Dong was approaching the edge of the city. He encountered quite a few monsters along the way, but it seemed that the entire city belonged to a beginner village range, and he did not encounter any monsters that were overwhelmingly powerful. It was a journey filled with surprises, but no dangers. Chen Dong now had 2 more bone soldiers under his command, one summoned from the giant blood dog, a dog-type bone soldier, and another bone soldier summoned by a special zombie wearing a clown mask. Name: Red Thunder. Level: 6, 53. Occupation: bone soldier. Constitution: 7, strength, 5, agility, 8, mentality, 2, talent. Devour souls. Skill: self-repair. Intimidation: a loud roar has a 20 chance to put targets with levels lower than itself into a state of panic, lasting 15 to 30 seconds. After the panic state is removed, the target is immune to this skill for 1 hour. Originally a level 8 giant blood dog, Its level also dropped after summoning. It was even larger than a calf, and if it weren't for its bones being uncomfortable, Chen Dong would have wanted to ride it. The reason for giving it such a name was mainly that this dog was likely a bull terrier before mutation. Name: Jack Phoenix. Level: 5, 44. Class: Skeleton Soldier. Constitution: 5, Strength, 3 Agility, 6 Spirit, 9 Talent. Devour Souls. Skills: Self-Repair. Mask of Suffering. The mask bears a sickly smile, beneath which is a mad howl. Staring directly at the mask evokes the darkest fears within one's heart. It can cause the target who gazes at the mask to randomly fall into negative states such as panic, pain, sorrow, and despair for 30 to 60 seconds. During this ability's activation, the target cannot move. This skeleton soldier stands about 1.65 meters tall, wearing an oversized red striped hoodie, with a large hole on the side revealing 2 ribs, green suspenders, and a pair of red clown shoes. The clown mask on its face is stained with blood, with tear stains dyed red from fresh blood, giving it an inexplicably sad look. It sports a head of red frizzy wig, making it hard to discern it as a skeleton from 20 meters away. When Chen Dong encounters this clown zombie, he falls into a state of sadness, with memories he had forgotten flooding his mind. The first was a classmate from elementary school, rejected on the grounds of taking her snacks. The second was a middle school classmate, rejected for wanting to study hard, only to soon date his good friend. The fourth time, I only like the two-dimensional world. Chen Dong couldn't help but roar in anger. By the time he regained his composure, the clown zombie had already been smashed to pieces by the Titan hammer. Looking at the clown zombie lying dead on the ground, Chen Dong muttered, "What a wicked ability. It should be used by me." Now, Chen Dong no longer looks at the ordinary skeleton soldiers summoned by the common zombies. Thus, he continued to grind monsters and travel, arriving at the edge of the city by evening. Here, he could already see a bustling crowd of players. Chen Dong's appearance immediately raised the vigilance and fear of most people. The vigilance came from the concern that Chen Dong might attack players and steal their equipment, as the skeleton frame following him did not look like a positive character. The fear came from some weaker players, some of whom didn't even plan to enter the game. Unfortunately, the system had not failed to provide opportunities. When those players who abandoned the game did not click to log in, merely 30 seconds had passed since 10 o'clock. All players who did not actively enter the game were forcibly logged in, swallowed by a black hole that even Jesus couldn't stop. Author, if there are typos, please comment to remind me. I'm a newbie, seeking recommendations and collections. Thank you. Chapter 8 Encounter. Chen Dong glanced around, and the gazes of the crowd quickly averted. He didn't mind and continued to walk out. When Chen Dong reached the suburbs, the buildings here were relatively older and more dilapidated, and the number of players had decreased. However, the quality of monsters had significantly improved. 5 large gray-furred rats, resembling wild wolves, suddenly sprang out from the dense forest at the edge of the city. Uft! The shadow bone jumped out from Chen Dong's shadow, wielding a dagger that slashed across its waist, instantly pushing it back. Although the shadow bone was only level 6, it was a bronze template, and its strength was not inferior to that of a level 10 giant strength zombie. Evil Rat. 10. The shadow bone faced off against an evil rat, while the titan beside Chen Dong reacted a moment too late and got bitten on the leg bone. Luckily, its bones were thick, but the remaining 3 evil rats rushed towards Chen Dong at high speed. Holding a tang knife, Chen Dong's blade danced as he struck like a net. Uft! The body of the evil rat was instantly cut into several pieces. Without stopping, he quickly turned to attack the evil rat that had fallen into a state of confusion. The battle was brief. The red thunder killed one, but its bones were also damaged and were currently devouring bones. The titan was also gnawing. Chen Dong watched, somewhat puzzled about which part of the bones they were digesting and absorbing. After resolving the battle, Chen Dong obtained 5 crystal cores, and it seemed there were no other monsters in the vicinity. He walked up to a large tree with a diameter of nearly 30 centimeters. Mutated poplar, 3 description, upon defeat, can obtain 3 units of wood. Chen Dong looked up at the tree, which had to be 10 meters high. Such a big tree only yielded 3 units of wood. Chen Dong felt a bit helpless, then directed the skeleton soldiers under him to start working on this patch of forest. As night fell, Chen Dong found a shop nearby to serve as a temporary base. After 3 hours of hard work, he only obtained a pathetic 120 units of wood. The wood didn't require felling like in reality to obtain materials. Instead, it was like monsters in the game, but once damage reached a certain level or it was defeated, it would automatically be added to the backpack. The next day, Chen Dong woke up early, and as he stepped out, he just happened to encounter a team of 5 experienced players preparing to gather materials. The 5 were startled when they saw Chen Dong coming out of the shop with the skeleton monster behind him, but then they calmly nodded at Chen Dong. Chen Dong also nodded slightly at them and didn't say much. The group walked towards the forest, while Chen Dong stopped at the forest's edge. However, these 5 seemed unwilling to stay with him and continued into the woods. Chen Dong didn't bother with them and continued gathering his materials. By the afternoon, Chen Dong had collected 378 units of wood, just as he finished eating and was putting his mask back on. 2 members of the 5-person team suddenly ran out from the forest, shouting for help. Help! One tall, thin man yelled, supporting another person as they rushed towards Chen Dong. What happened? Chen Dong did not move, and the tall titan blocked in between. Help! We encountered a monster, a huge monster. Everyone is dead. The captain is dead. Shaoli is dead. Please, help my friend, please. The tall, thin man was covered in blood, and the girl he was supporting had a broken right arm, as if it had been torn off, with a section of bone exposed. What? Chen Dong asked. A tiger, a huge tiger, level 20 silver quality. We couldn't do anything. The captain and Shaoli were eaten. I barely escaped using my skill, Gale Step. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong frowned and took out a bottle of recovery potion from his backpack, tossing it to him. Although the recovery potion could speed up injury recovery, its effect was limited. The girl's injuries were too severe, and she had lost too much blood and was unconscious. He was unsure if it would be effective. Boom. Just as the two were conversing, an explosion sounded from the forest. And Chen Dong saw the tall man's expression change drastically as he hurriedly grabbed the potion and ran towards the city. Roar! The roar shook the heavens, and Chen Dong felt an inexplicable fear, turning to flee. Boom! A shadow passed over Chen Dong's head, landing directly on the fleeing tall man and crushing him. Chen Dong took a step back, with the titan shielding him. Crimson-eyed blood tiger, 20 quality, silver arched back, mouth wide open, standing at 5 meters tall and 12 meters long. Bang! The massive tail struck the ground, leaving a large pit. Dust flying as its crimson pupils slowly turned to Chen Dong. Roar! The tiger roared through the forest, and a fierce gale howled as trees fell in its wake. Chen Dong quickly took out his 4 carbines and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The gunfire spat flames, but the bullets only caused a slight sting to the giant figure before him. Roar! Flames spewed from the blood tiger's mouth, sweeping outwards. Chen Dong immediately turned and ran, while several skeleton soldiers under him ran and blocked the blood tiger's attack. Damn it! Chen Dong helplessly ran into the forest, as the road to the city was blocked by the blood tiger, leaving him no choice but to flee in another direction. Activating his power suit, nanotechnology armor instantly enveloped his entire body. With the power suit on, Chen Dong's strength reached 12 points and agility soared to 14 points, greatly increasing his speed. The blood tiger swatted the titan away, crushed the red thunder, and with a flick of its tail, sent the clown's upper body flying towards Chen Dong. Seeing Chen Dong making a quick escape, it leapt into the air, dodging a strike from the shadow bone, and almost instantly closed the distance between them. Hearing the sounds growing closer behind him, Chen Dong realized he might not be able to escape and quickly drew his tang knife, turning to confront the threat. Clang! Chen Dong's knife struck the blood tiger's teeth, the tremendous force momentarily halting its movements. At that moment, Shadow Bone arrived, stabbing its bone dagger into the blood tiger's thigh, leaving a small cut. Roar! The blood tiger was enraged, swinging its long tail like a dragon pillar, directly smashing Shadow Bone to pieces, extinguishing its soul fire and severing its connection with Chen Dong. Damn it! Chen Dong pushed the blood tiger away, rolled on the ground, and quickly fled without daring to linger. The clown, now only half a body, tried to hold back the blood tiger but was easily crushed. Chen Dong ran a kilometer but was again pursued by the blood tiger. In terms of strength and speed, he was no match for it. Killing blade. Chen Dong had to turn around once more to face the oncoming blood tiger, his blade flashing, but it could only break through the surface. His forged tang knife, which could slice through iron like mud, felt like a mere firewood stick at this moment. Is the gap between bronze and silver really this huge? Thud! Chen Dong was slapped by the blood tiger, feeling his internal organs shift, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying 20 meters, finally slamming into what felt like a wall before sliding down slowly. If it weren't for the power suit reducing damage, he might have already been dead. Even golden quality equipment could not make up for such a large gap. What to do? Chen Dong felt a sense of despair. Looking back, he saw a black wall thousands of meters high. To the left, he couldn't see the boundary, as if the entire city was shrouded within it. It seemed this tiger was the ultimate challenge of the novice village. Struggling to stand up, Chen Dong looked at the blood tiger approaching stealthily from the opposite side and suddenly sprinted to the right at full speed. "I want to die? Damn you!" Roar. The blood tiger roared and chased after him, playing with him like a cat with a mouse, not rushing to pounce and swallow Chen Dong whole. Suddenly, Chen Dong felt the ground beneath him give way, and he started free-falling. Confused, he looked up to see the cave entrance gradually moving away and the blood tiger also beginning to fall. He hurriedly looked down to see a massive pit about 400 to 500 meters deep. He spread his arms, gripping the edges of his black coat, and his descent slowed, gliding down like a flying squirrel. Moments later, the blood tiger appeared beside him, its four claws swiping at the surrounding air. Killing blade. Chen Dong, wielding his somewhat dulled forged tang knife, slashed at the blood tiger, landing a blow to its abdomen. Roar. Boom. Upon landing, the blood tiger's massive body created a deep crater in the ground. Chen Dong, hitting the blood tiger's belly, also felt the impact, his head spinning as he stood up. When he felt the blood tiger's abdomen slightly rising and realized it hadn't died immediately, his spirit jolted. Enduring the discomfort from the dizziness, he gripped the tang knife, cut open the blood tiger's belly, and began to run across its insides until the system notification chimed in. Ding. Chapter 9, Abyss Cave Dungeon. Ding. World announcement. Player, Feng Ju Su, successfully killed the 103rd Novice Village Ultimate Boss, receiving the Novice Village Completion Reward. Random Golden Quality Item 1, 1000 points. Random Golden Quality Talent 1. Due to the significant level difference, the quality of the overlevel kill reward is enhanced. Ding. Ding. After 3 consecutive server-wide announcements ended. Ding. Congratulations player for killing the Novice Village Ultimate Boss, receiving reward, Starry Grade Item, Bloodthirsty Blade, 3000 points, Starry Grade Talent, Tree of Life. Ding. Congratulations. You are the first player in the world to kill the Novice Village Boss, receiving reward, 5 free attribute points, 1000 points. Notice, due to the player clearing the Novice Village early, the Novice Village barrier will disappear 1 month after game time. Chen Dong was covered in bright red blood, feeling quite uncomfortable, but the continuous system notifications made him feel elated. At the same time, players in Novice villages around the world heard the notification, some of whom had encountered the boss at level 20 silver. The gap in level and quality was something they couldn't compete with at the moment. Chen Dong leaped off the blood tiger's belly. After killing it, he jumped 2 levels straight to level 9. Opening his attributes, he added the free attribute points he just received. Name, Feng Ju Su level, 9, 39, class, none physique, 18 strength, 135 agility, 105 mentality, 8 points, 6223 talent, undying. Tree of Life. Increases base physique by 10. Enhances the effect of all recovery potions below starry quality by 300. Skill. Bone Resurrection, 2. Killing Blade, 3. Attribute Sword, especially physique, which became the strongest among all of Chen Dong's attributes. His previously tired body regained strength within a few breaths, feeling invigorated. Chen Dong took out a recovery potion, uncorked it, and drank it all in one go. Tossing the empty bottle aside, he retrieved the newly acquired starry equipment. The bloodthirsty blade, about 1 meters long, had a peculiar blade design, with a massive blood groove resembling sharp claws and fangs. The entire blade was blood red, with only the edge being silver. Bloodthirsty blade, quality, starry attributes, increases strength by 20 when equipped, sharpness 300, resilience 200. Additional skill, bloodthirsty, each time an attack hits, the target enters a bleeding state for 10 seconds, unable to heal, stacking up to 5 layers. Each attack deals damage converts 20 to restore the user's health. Holding the bloodthirsty blade, Chen Dong felt that even against an uninjured blood tiger, he now had the strength to fight back. Looking at the towering corpse of the blood tiger beside him, he lamented, what a pity. If only he could summon it as a skeletal soldier, that would be perfect. After muttering a regretful phrase, Chen Dong cut open the blood tiger, retrieving a silver-white core the size of a baby's fist from its massive heart. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Dong looked around. The area was quite spacious, about 200 to 300 square meters. Not far in front of him was a cave, the destination unknown. Looking up at the cave entrance at least 500 meters above, with no other paths, Chen Dong had no choice but to head towards the cave. As soon as he stepped inside, the notification sounded. Ding! Entering level 15 Golden Dungeon, Abyss Cave. Hearing the notification, Chen Dong had already guessed this place was extraordinary. Wearing the power suit and gripping the bloodthirsty blade, he felt unafraid but still cautiously entered the cave. A strange cry echoed, and a swarm of bats with glowing red eyes appeared above the tunnel. Blood-sucking bat 15. A group of at least 20 to 30 blood-sucking bats gathered, resembling a dark cloud approaching. Gripping the blood-red, bloodthirsty blade, Chen Dong unleashed the killing blade technique, the blade light forming a net. With the attributes of strength reaching 43 points and the explosive force of hundreds of pounds, combined with the sharpness of the bloodthirsty blade, he took down the bats with a single strike each. After finishing off all the bats, he extracted the cores from their bodies one by one. The passage led to an unknown destination, and Chen Dong had been walking for more than half a day, leveling up to 10 and 11. Along the way, he encountered at least 100 monsters. There were poisonous scorpions with black hard shells and two-headed snakes, but they were mostly dealt with in a single strike. After another 2 hours, Chen Dong arrived in front of a bronze door, with 2 stone pillars standing at the entrance, each with a 3-eyed gargoyle perched on top. Gargoyle, level 15 quality. Silver. The silver quality gargoyles looked like stone sculptures, and if not for the attributes above their heads, Chen Dong would not have noticed them. Suddenly, the gargoyles let out a piercing screech, and Chen Dong, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his head. Damn it! Chen Dong cursed and charged forward with his knife. The 2 gargoyles, seeing him rush in, spread their stone wings, shaking off dust, and flew up, their sharp, slender stone claws reaching for Chen Dong. They were fast, but Chen Dong was not slow either. He sidestepped to avoid one gargoyle's attack, while simultaneously kicking out with his left foot, sending the gargoyle flying back against the bronze door. The other gargoyle was a bit slower, and by this time, Chen Dong had freed up his hands and struck down, severing its stone arm as easily as cutting tofu. However, this did not affect the gargoyle's attack. It seemed like just a moving stone, feeling no pain and bleeding none. The severed arm fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces. Kill! Chen Dong advanced with his knife, stepping forward and delivering powerful strikes that severed its limbs, then delivered a spinning kick that sent it flying. The flying body crashed into the other gargoyle that was rushing to assist. Chen Dong swung his arm, unleashing hundreds of pounds of force, and his leg strength was several times that of his arms, exploding with over 1,000 pounds of power. Yet he still couldn't crush the gargoyle, not giving them a chance to catch their breath. As the 2 gargoyles became disoriented and tried to stand up, Chen Dong was already before them. With a bang, he stomped down on the gargoyle that had lost its limbs, pressing it into the ground, while the bloodthirsty blade in his hand swung horizontally, sending the other gargoyle's head flying. A diagonal slash split this gargoyle in half. The gargoyle under Chen Dong's foot could only struggle hopelessly, trembling in fear. Suddenly, Chen Dong exerted force with his right foot, crushing its chest and eliminating it entirely. After dealing with the 2 gatekeeper monsters, Chen Dong turned his attention to the bronze door. Whether it was killing the 2 gargoyles that triggered the opening, he saw the bronze door slowly opening. Above the bronze door was a large carved bone dragon, and atop the dragon's head was a figure that seemed small as dust. Chapter 10, Death Knight. The nearly 5-meter-high bronze door slowly opened, revealing a spacious area. The cave walls around were embedded with luminous phosphorescent stones, just like the outside. In sight, the cavern looked like an underground world, with stalactites hanging from the ceiling and sharp stone pillars. At the center of the cave, on a naturally formed platform, lay a crystal coffin. Below the platform were stone chairs, and a decayed corpse clad in black armor sat upon one, with a 2-handed black sword beside it. Chen Dong did not enter immediately, but used bone resurrection on a gargoyle. Ding! The target has no skeleton and cannot be resurrected. Hearing the prompt, Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh and stepped into the cave. As he fully entered the cavern, the bronze door behind him quickly closed, and the corpse that should have been lifeless now had an attribute prompt. Death Knight, level 15 quality, gold. Chen Dong frowned, his muscles tensing as he stared at it. Bang! The moment the Death Knight's fingers twitched, Chen Dong stepped forward, leaving a small dent in the ground, his figure shooting forward at high speed. The killing knife technique unleashed with a ferocious momentum aimed at it. Bang! The Death Knight moved just as fast, almost as soon as Chen Dong got close. It raised its great sword to block Chen Dong's attack. In terms of weaponry, Chen Dong had the advantage. He saw his bloodthirsty blade create a small notch in the Death Knight's great sword. The next moment, a stream of black mist spewed from the Death Knight's mouth. Chen Dong didn't know what it was, but instinctively felt a sense of danger and quickly retreated, swinging his right hand to disperse the incoming black mist. The Death Knight seemed somewhat enraged, its teeth chattering, its crimson eyes rolling. The right side of its face was severely decayed, revealing part of its bone. And one blood red, eye seemed like it might fall from its socket at any moment. Kill! Without wasting words, Chen Dong unleashed a burst of power, swinging his knife rapidly towards it. The Death Knight, unknown in life, not only had powerful attributes but also wielded its sword skillfully, exchanging blows with Chen Dong. As Chen Dong landed a hit, the Death Knight also pierced Chen Dong's side, creating a small hole in his power suit. Chen Dong swung his knife to deflect the great sword. This sword was at least of gold quality, as despite being struck so many times, it had only a few small nicks on the blade. In a few breaths, the open gaps were covered again by nanobots, and the bleeding from his wounds stopped. Chen Dong adjusted his stance and charged at the Death Knight again, but compared to it, he was still somewhat at a disadvantage. With too few tactics, relying solely on his knife skills made it hard to achieve a decisive kill. Chen Dong felt somewhat helpless. The level gap was a full 5 levels. This Death Knight's strength was not inferior to the Blood Tiger, and it was even stronger in many ways. Chen Dong was confident in his strength, able to defeat the Blood Tiger in a short time. Bang! Chen Dong blocked a downward strike from the Death Knight with his long knife, then kicked out with his right foot, pouring enormous force into its chest. It only knocked the Death Knight back a few steps, failing to inflict substantial damage. The armor it wore was also of gold quality. This guy was a treasure trove, making Chen Dong envious. Chen Dong raised his bloodthirsty blade, and while the Death Knight was still regaining its balance, he swung down. Poochie! Chen Dong severed its head, thinking he had secured the kill, but to his surprise, the Death Knight's body continued to move even after its head was chopped off. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck in the waist by its sword. Chen Dong retreated frantically, blood spilling everywhere, quickly reaching down to stuff his intestines back in while pulling out a healing potion to drink. Damn it! Chen Dong was also furious. He stepped forward, risking everything, and as he approached, the bloodthirsty blade suddenly emitted a strong crimson glow, and with a single strike, it dealt several times the damage. At this moment, the special ability of the killing knife activated, increasing the power of this strike by a total of 236. This strike was a sure kill. If he had activated it earlier, he might have been blocked by its sword, but now, taking advantage of the moment while the opponent was picking up its head, it was a successful sneak attack. The Death Knight's head was completely crushed, and its body was split in half by Chen Dong's blade. Chen Dong's level increased again, but it only reached 10, 100, and did not upgrade. Ding! Player level has reached the novice limit. Please proceed to class change. Class change requires completing the corresponding class change task. Ding! You are the third player to reach level 10. You are rewarded with the ability to accept a gold quality class change quest. Class change to bronze profession requirements. Kill 5 monsters of level 10 or above. Quest acceptance requires 10 points. Class change to silver profession requirements. Kill 5 bronze quality monsters of level 10 or above. Quest acceptance requires 100 points. Transfer to golden profession requirement. Kill 5 silver quality monsters at level 10 or higher. Task acceptance requires 1,000 points. Transfer to starry profession requirement. Kill 5 gold quality monsters at level 10 or higher. Task acceptance requires 10,000 points. Transfer to epic profession requirement. Complete corresponding profession tasks. Task acceptance requires 100,000 points. Profession remaining 1,000,000. Transfer to legendary profession requirement. Complete corresponding profession tasks. Task acceptance requires 1,000,000 points. Profession remaining 1,000. Transfer to mythical profession requirement. Complete corresponding profession tasks. Task acceptance requires 10,000,000 points. Profession remaining 100. Ding! Detected that you possess the transcendent level profession talent, Immortal, can transfer to the transcendent profession, Chaos Demon Emperor. Transcendent profession is a unique profession. There are only 7 in the world. Transfer to transcendent profession requires possess 3 skills of the Chaos Demon Emperor profession. The player must have one of the 3 major talents of the Demon Emperor and have the right to learn the exclusive profession. Chen Dong looked at this series of messages, his mind spinning. His first reaction was to feel that he should be the child of destiny. At least one of them, with extraordinary luck. His second reaction was a headache. The transfer requirements for this strongest profession sounded daunting, and he had no clue. If he couldn't find the 3 skills of the Demon Emperor, wouldn't he remain at level 10 forever? After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong ultimately decided not to transfer for now. After all, he should be in a leading position in various aspects at the moment. Even if he couldn't level up temporarily, he wouldn't be weaker than others who had just transferred to bronze or silver professions. Besides, even if he didn't transfer to the transcendent profession, at worst he would be an epic one, right? After killing the Death Knight, he gained another 3,000 points, bringing his total to 11,230 points. Since he couldn't level up for now, he decided to improve his strength in other ways. With this in mind, Chen Dong looked at the Death Knight on the ground and used Resurrection of the Dead. As the black mist enveloped, Chen Dong did not hear the failure prompt. The Death Knight twisted, its bones separating from the rotting flesh, still wearing that set of pitch-black gold-grade armor, although Chen Dong had chopped several gaps into it. Its quality had likely decreased significantly. At this point, Chen Dong realized that his Resurrection of the Dead skill had been upgraded to level 2. Resurrection of the Dead, 2, can resurrect monsters' bones at levels not higher than oneself by 5 levels. Forming skeletal soldiers can be used 5 times a day, with a maximum of 20 skeletal soldiers. Name, Death Knight level, 1247. Quality, Gold Profession, Skeletal Soldier, Constitution, 19 Strength, 23 Agility, 12 Spirit, 9 Talent, Devour Soul. Death Resistance, will not die immediately from fatal damage. Skills, Self-Repair, Death Breath, spews out death energy that can rot flesh and paralyze the spirit. Can only be used once a day. Death Summon, can summon corpses within a 20-meter radius to resurrect as zombies, with zombie levels not exceeding its own, lasting 60 seconds. Resurrected corpses cannot be activated again. The level decrease was expected, so Chen Dong directly named it Death Knight without giving it another name. Too troublesome after all. His Red Thunder, Titan, Joker, and Shadowbone were all dead. He then turned his attention to his sword and armor, and indeed they had also decreased. Death Greatsword, Quality, Silver Attributes, Strength 5, Sharpness 50, Toughness 80. Additional skill, Toughness Boost, increases Toughness attribute by 20 for 5 minutes, cooldown 3 hours. Black Gold Armor, Quality, Bronze Attributes, Toughness value 30, Damage reduction 5. The black gold armor was quite severely damaged. It originally looked very majestic, but now it appeared tattered. With a hole in the abdomen made by Chen Dong, there was a large gash from the shoulder to the right side. However, despite this, the Death Knight's strength was still not weak, even comparable to the Blood Tiger, thanks to its equipment advantage. After finishing all this, Chen Dong looked at the crystal coffin on the platform. If there are any typos, please leave a message to remind the author. Thank you. Newcomer seeking a recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 11. Lowly one-slice kill. Since entering the cave, Chen Dong had been truly vigilant, especially regarding this crystal coffin. Now that he had dealt with the Death Knight, he still hadn't received a prompt for clearing the dungeon, which made Chen Dong even more worried about whether there was a more terrifying existence inside this coffin. Chen Dong felt a sense of retreat rising in his heart. Although he was somewhat pleased with his luck, he wouldn't be foolish enough to see himself as an immortal protagonist. He might just be a stepping stone for the true protagonist. It was always safer to be cautious. He tried to ask the Death Knight about the origins of the coffin. God of Death, I guard. Okay. Chen Dong directly interrupted the Death Knight, who was answering in a fragmented manner. Although its consciousness was not chaotic, normal communication was clearly unrealistic. Its intelligence was still too low. Plus, this guy didn't know how long it had been dead or how long it had been in this ghostly place, and when it answered Chen Dong, it looked like it was racking its brain to remember, which made Chen Dong's teeth ache. Let's go take a look. Chen Dong slowly stepped up the natural stone steps to the platform. The purple crystal coffin was emitting a faint glow, and Chen Dong looked at the blurry figure quietly lying inside. Upon getting closer, he discovered that the coffin was a bit small, less than 1.6 meters in length, making it seem much smaller compared to the nearly 2-meter-tall Death Knight. Chen Dong reached out, wanting to try to push open the coffin lid. The Death Knight stood by, ready to act. If anything went wrong, Chen Dong had already prepared to leave the Death Knight to buy time while he ran away. But just when he was anxiously calculating in his heart, the moment his right hand touched the coffin lid. Buzz! The entire purple crystal coffin emitted a strong purple aura, and Chen Dong hurriedly stepped back, with the Death Knight raising its great sword to block in front of him. Buzz! Crackling sounds. The aura slowly faded, and the coffin lid began to move, slowly opening. Chen Dong stared intently as a delicate white hand reached out from the crystal coffin, grasping the edge of the coffin, then supporting itself to slowly sit up. And finally stand up. Chen Dong was transfixed, then slightly dazed. The skin was as smooth and white as jade, with long light purple hair cascading down to her waist. A cute face with a pair of bright big eyes blinking, and deep purple pupils filled with a lively aura. She wore a long dress with a purple base and white patterns, tied at the waist with a purple belt, looking to be only 12 or 13 years old. Her figure floated up slowly, landing at the edge of the crystal coffin, barefoot, with her delicate feet stepping on the edge of the coffin, looking untouched by the mundane world. She looked at Chen Dong and suddenly revealed an innocent smile, joyfully opened her arms, floated towards Chen Dong, and chirped, "Daddy, Daddy." Yao Shi, 60, sealed, quality. Pseudo-mythical Chen Dong glanced at her attributes, then looked at her floating towards him, and immediately the corners of his mouth rose, revealing an excited expression, just as Yao Shi floated in front of Chen Dong, ready to leap into his arms. Whoosh! Chen Dong swiftly drew the bloodthirsty blade and directly sliced down at her neck, beheading her. Her beautiful little head, with a look of astonishment, rolled to the side. Her petite and exquisite body also fell to the ground from midair. "Sorry, 7 years or more in prison. Your sins are too heavy," Chen Dong said coolly. Watching this scene, the Death Knight beside him was left with a face full of question marks. What just happened? After Chen Dong finished speaking, he was puzzled as to why he hadn't cleared the level yet. At the same time, he was preparing to check the points reward for defeating the pseudo-mythical creature when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck and, upon touching it, realized his head had fallen off. The head rolled on the ground for 2 turns, and he watched as his body slowly knelt down and then collapsed on the ground, his pupils dilating. The Death Knight exclaimed, "What the heck?" In a daze, Chen Dong heard a notification sound. His innate skill had activated. His consciousness gradually began to recover, and he found that his head had somehow reattached itself. At the same time, he saw a little purple-haired girl looking at him with beautiful purple eyes full of resentment. "Yay, you're awake." The little girl, Yao Shi, spoke with a tone filled with malice. "I say, this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? I accidentally did it. It was purely muscle memory acting up. I couldn't help myself." Chen Dong's throat moved as he tried to use his clumsy excuse to cover up his terrible behavior. "Wow, you really just chopped off someone's head by accident?" Yao Shi, furious, took advantage of the fact that Chen Dong's head had just reattached and he hadn't regained his ability to move. Directly stood up and stomped her delicate foot on his face repeatedly. "How dare you chop me? How dare you chop me? You even called me daddy, and you still had the nerve to chop me? I'll stomp you to death. Stomp you to death." Chen Dong endured the pain but strangely felt a bit excited inside, which made him feel uneasy. To prevent himself from developing any unusual preferences, he desperately controlled his recently restored body and awkwardly stood up. Yao Shi clearly didn't expect Chen Dong to recover so quickly, and she was startled. Floating backward for a moment, she raised her hands in front of her chest, forming a hand sign as if preparing to confront a monster. "Explain why you're still alive and why I am dead." Chen Dong, too lazy to beat around the bush, went straight to the point. Hearing this, Yao Shi's expression immediately soured, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Isn't it all your fault? I was supposed to sleep for 3,000 years to upgrade my quality to mythical level, but you forced me awake early, which resulted in my power being sealed. And I can only recover slowly." As she spoke, Yao Shi's eyes became a bit red. "And I was forced to form a life contract with you. If you die, I die. If I die, you die? Luckily, you have the ability to resurrect, so I was revived along with you." Chen Dong was taken aback by this. "When did I form a life contract with you?" Yao Shi pointed to the coffin behind her, saying, "The life contract is inscribed on the coffin lid. I originally carved it to absorb the mythical crystal core, but I didn't expect it to be picked up by someone as insignificant as you." Ugh, so frustrating. Yao Shi stomped her foot in the air in anger. After hearing this, Chen Dong looked down at his right hand, which was stained with blood from when he had cut open his abdomen and tried to stuff his intestines back in. "Blood recognition?" Chen Dong muttered to himself. The little girl, Yao Shi, overheard and disdainfully glanced at him, mocking, "What era are you in? It's fingerprint binding. Isn't it supposed to be blood recognition?" Fingerprint binding, Yao Shi repeated. Chen Dong was speechless, half believing the little girl's words, but too scared to try again. He could only turn a blind eye and began searching for treasure chests around him. Chen Dong suddenly noticed that there were several items in the crystal coffin: withered purple flowers, light red diamond-shaped crystal cores, and a dark iron plate. As he reached out to grab them, his calf was kicked. "What are you doing?" Chen Dong asked, somewhat dissatisfied. "That should be my question. You want to steal my things? You've got some guts." Yao Shi put her hands on her hips and gracefully jumped into the coffin. "This is a mythical-level purple diamond flower, but it's almost drained. Forget it. I'll give it to you." She glanced at the purple flower with a look of disdain and tossed it to Chen Dong, as if she were giving alms to a beggar. Wow. Chen Dong felt somewhat disgruntled towards this arrogant and troublesome little girl. The fact that they were now bound together meant he would have to take her along in the future. Although her attributes seemed impressive, she was sealed. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was powerless. If she died, he would have to die too. This is such a loss. Chen Dong lamented as he slammed his palm down, grabbing the purple flower she had thrown. Upon hearing her say it was a mythical treasure, he immediately got excited and checked its attributes. Purple diamond flower, quality, gold attributes. Internal residual effects are negligible. Directly consuming it can increase spirit by 10 and constitution by 5. This is a treasure that directly increases attributes. If it were a complete mythical level item, wouldn't it be thousands of times stronger? Chen Dong drooled at the thought and swallowed it whole. How crude. Yao Shi looked at the messy Chen Dong with disdain, then picked up the crystal core and iron plate from the coffin. "It's a pity most of my treasures were left to my little sister. I wonder where she is now." Yao Shi sighed and called out to Chen Dong. "I'm not called feeding. I'm called Chu and Feng Lang Ju Su." Chen Dong nearly slipped up. "TCH. Crazy wolf. How tacky. I'll just call you dog instead." "You bastard. I'm called Chen Dong." "Little Dongzi, I have 2 treasures here. Do you want them?" "What for?" "If you say yes, I'll give them to you. But, all right, stop talking. The righteous and handsome young Master Chen never negotiates. I'll just rob you." Shameless. After hearing Chen Dong's shameless remarks, Yao Shi gritted her teeth. The sound of her grinding teeth was somewhat grating, and it was clear she wanted to bite him. "Take it. We're both bound by one life anyway." Yao Shi angrily tossed the iron plate and crystal core to Chen Dong. Profound sky ice crystal, quality, starry attributes, can be fused with equipment. After fusion, it can enhance the equipment. If the equipment has ice attribute characteristics, the enhancement effect is maximized. Nanyang Cave Sky Order, quality, starry attributes, can be used to open the Nanyang Cave Sky Barrier. Carrying or placing it in a backpack can increase strength by 5 and agility by 5. The effect of the profound sky ice crystal was easy to understand. It was a strengthening stone, while the attributes of the Nanyang Cave Sky Order surprised Chen Dong. It's just a key to open a door, and it's actually starry level? Although it has other attribute enhancements, its effect is not as good as the gold level, so its main function is still as a key. "What's the deal with this token?" Chen Dong asked. "Uncultured. The Nanyang Cave Sky Order is a key to open a legendary level secret realm. Just treat it as an ordinary token with some effect. The weakest monsters in that secret realm are at least level 30 gold strength. With your capabilities, you won't last 5 minutes inside." Chen Dong automatically filtered out her mockery and carefully stored the items before looking around. There was no exit. "Now, I need to think about how to get out." Chen Dong felt a headache coming on. Getting out is simple. Hurry and get into the coffin. "I'll take you out." "You have a way?" "Of course. Hurry up. I'll fly you out." Chen Dong had no other options, so he stepped into the coffin. And the Death Knight also joined them. The 3 of them squeezed into the small coffin. Under Yao Shi's murderous gaze, Chen Dong slightly shifted to the side, giving her a bit more space. Then Yao Shi formed hand signs with both hands and chanted a spell. "Kachio, who makes it last?" With a whoosh, the 3 of them disappeared from the coffin, and a ripple of spatial waves spread outwards. If there are any typos, please leave a message to remind the author. Thank you. As a newbie, I seek recommendations. Chapter 12. The wild great forest. Chen Dong felt a flash before his eyes. When his vision returned, he was no longer in the dark underground. Instead, he found himself under a blue sky, surrounded by dense shrubs and towering trees that reached the clouds. Ding. Discovered new map. Starry level, wild great forest, reward points 1000. "Where's this?" Chen Dong asked Yao Shi beside him. Yaoshi floated lightly like a fairy, not touching the ground, and glanced at Chen Dong. Random, I don't know. Then where should we go next? Chen Dong asked again. They said it was random. How would I know? It doesn't matter, as long as it comes out. Yaoshi nonchalantly flew high into the sky. Chen Dong looked up and saw nothing but darkness. What's going on? Humph. This fairy skirt is legendary. It can take me flying and even has a mist effect, so keep your thoughts to yourself. Chen Dong's face turned red upon hearing this. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. After the idle chatter, both of them fell silent. Chen Dong walked up to a large tree. He still had a task to complete. Ancient pine tree, 15 description. After defeating it, you can obtain 15 units of wood, with a low chance of getting explosive pine cones. Chen Dong saw the attributes and immediately rolled up his sleeves, raised the bloodthirsty blade, and began chopping wood. What are you doing? Yaoshi floated over, looking at Chen Dong, who was chopping wood with a puzzled expression. Chopping trees. Obviously. I meant, why are you chopping trees? To build a house. Chen Dong replied without turning his head, as he chopped down a large tree. Oh. Yaoshi saw the large tree disappear in a flash of light. Her eyes brightened, wanting to ask something, but suddenly her expression froze, paused for a moment, and indifferently drifted away. Chen Dong looked at her in surprise, but didn't think much of it, feeling that it was probably the system causing trouble behind the scenes. As night fell, Chen Dong and the Death Knight gathered a total of 1,245 units of wood, and also obtained 13 explosive pine cones. Explosive pine cone, quality, normal attribute. Upon impact or under great pressure, it will explode violently, with an explosion coverage radius of 55. Looking at the pitch-black night sky, Chen Dong leaned against a tree trunk, with the Death Knight guarding beside him. Yaoshi, not knowing where she had pulled out a crystal coffin, had already crawled into rest. After closing his eyes to rest for half an hour, Chen Dong couldn't fall asleep, perhaps due to his stamina increasing. He felt no fatigue at all. In the late night, Chen Dong simply got up and continued chopping trees, as he really couldn't sleep. The next morning, Chen Dong had already moved nearly a kilometer away from the crystal coffin, with a large area of trees chopped down. Just as he was about to set his sights on the next target, he suddenly noticed some movement in the woods ahead. Demonic blood-sucking treant, 20 quality, bronze, a level 20 bronze? Chen Dong slowly approached and found that the leaves of this blood-sucking treant were very dense, with branches hanging down like willow twigs and several monster corpses dangling from the treetop. I wondered why there were no monsters around here. It turns out they have all become your food. Chen Dong carefully observed his surroundings as the Death Knight approached from a distance. This bronze one is actually a social type. Chen Dong looked around and saw that there were at least a dozen of them hiding in this forest, all at level 20. Chen Dong glanced at them, took out more than 30 pine cone bombs from his backpack, aimed at one blood-sucking treant, and threw them directly. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, and Chen Dong, standing not far away, could even feel the heat wave coming. Crack. A human face suddenly appeared on the rough tree trunk, letting out a fierce roar, while the originally drooping willow twigs danced wildly in the air like startled pythons. Quite effective. Chen Dong watched as the pine resin spilled onto the treetop branches after the explosion and began to burn furiously, thinking this method was good. He still had 32 bombs left, all of which he threw into the woods. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was incessant. The wood crackled as it burned. And Chen Dong watched as the first treant turned to ashes, and surprisingly, a light point floated over. Chen Dong looked at his backpack. A level 20 demonic treant provided him with 200 units of wood. At this moment, Yaoshi floated over, rubbing her sleepy eyes, frowning, looking as if she hadn't woken up yet, and was still in a bad mood. It's so noisy. Last night it was thud 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 nonstop. And today it's boom boom boom. Don't you need to sleep? Yaoshi pouted in dissatisfaction. Is the soundproofing of your coffin so poor? And you, a level 60 pseudomyth, still need to sleep? Chen Dong looked at the rapidly increasing wood units, feeling good. After hearing this, Yaoshi rolled her eyes at him. I don't know who caused it, waking me from my slumber. My strength is sealed, and I don't know how long it will take to recover. Most of the formations on the purple crystal coffin are ineffective. Oh dear. Can't think about it. So frustrating. Chen Dong shrugged, looking a bit innocent. What does it have to do with me? If you want to sleep, you should hide better. A legendary big shot improves quality and leaves a level 15 gold to guard it. Can you blame me? However, Chen Dong didn't say this out loud, otherwise she'd go on and on for half a day. Half an hour later, when the flames extinguished, Chen Dong had obtained a total of 3,200 units of wood. By now, he had over 7,000 units of wood. Once he collected 10,000 units, he could start looking for stone units. Chen Dong stepped forward. The air still retained a scorching temperature, and many places around were still emitting white smoke. Chen Dong looked at the spot where the demonic treant turned to ashes and found a crimson crystal. This wood can even grow crystal cores. Chen Dong picked up the crystal core. Blood crystal, quality, bronze attribute. When consumed, it can quickly heal injuries, and excess vitality will be stored in the body. When the player takes damage, it will automatically consume to heal injuries. After absorbing a large amount of demonic plants, there is a chance to improve quality. This thing is good, equivalent to a blood pool in the game, but I wonder if there is a limit. Chen Dong directly commanded the Death Knight to collect materials for him while he returned to the pine forest to gather wood. For some reason, the area of demonic trance was all mutated poplar trees, and their levels were only 5, probably because all the nutrients had been absorbed by the demonic trance. Truly overbearing. As time passed, by evening, Chen Dong returned to the crystal coffin but didn't see Yao Shi. Where did she go? Chen Dong was a bit puzzled but didn't worry too much. This girl had a lot of treasures. And the purple dress she wore probably couldn't be cut even after a day's chopping. If he hadn't aimed for her neck back then and she hadn't been on guard, he really wouldn't have been able to take her down. Although Yao Shi claimed her strength was sealed, he didn't think a pseudomyth would have no trump cards at all. Sure enough, when Chen Dong lit the fire with a lighter and started the campfire, Yao Shi returned, holding a snow-white rabbit in her arms. Xiao Dongzi, look what I caught. Yao Shi joyfully floated in front of Chen Dong, loosening her hold on the little rabbit so Chen Dong could see it clearly. Yao Shi looked in a good mood, and even her attitude towards Chen Dong improved a lot. This rabbit is bigger than the ones in the original world, weighing at least over 10 pounds, plump and round, very cute, with bright red eyes that looked very lively. White jade rabbit, 10 quality. Bronze, no wonder it's a starry level map. Even a rabbit is bronze level. Come on, let me touch it. Saying this, Chen Dong reached out to pet the big rabbit. Wow, this soft and plump feeling. Chen Dong swallowed, having not eaten for more than a day. And because of his physique, he didn't feel hungry. Come on, let me hold it. I'll make it even cuter. Chen Dong carefully extended his hands. Hee, you don't look like you have this girlish side. Hey, be careful, little white is very cunning. It took me a lot of effort too. Yao Shi was still talking when Chen Dong had already snatched the half-out little white rabbit from her. Under Yao Shi's stunned gaze, Chen Dong instantly summoned the bloodthirsty blade. I'm going to kill you. Yao Shi's eyes turned red, and she lunged at Chen Dong with murderous intent. If there are any typos, please leave a message to remind the author. Thank you. Newbie on the road, seeking recommendations. Thanks. Chapter 13, The Rabbit Must Die. Wu. Chen Dong threw aside the gnawed rabbit leg, rubbing his ear with his left hand. This girl almost bit my ear off. Are you Tyson? In front of Chen Dong, Yao Shi was eating a large half of a rabbit with tears in her eyes. Her mouth and face covered in grease, completely losing her fairy-like image. It was delicious, too delicious, Mu. Smack, smack, smack. Yao Shi's eyes sparkled. From initial anger to helplessness, then to her appetite being aroused by the aroma, she had promised to eat just a little, but ended up eating a lot. Xiao Dongzi, I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. Yao Shi was satisfied with the meal and casually tossed her pet's bones aside. Not bad. Chen Dong lived alone, often cooked for himself, and was willing to spend time honing his skills. His cooking was naturally decent, although it couldn't compare to that of professional chefs. It was still good enough for a small restaurant. Not bad, not bad. I was very satisfied with this meal. I found this while catching rabbits today, so I'm giving it to you. Yao Shi reached into the void and pulled out a fist-sized black stone, tossing it to Chen Dong. He caught it, and it felt heavy in his hand. This small black stone felt like it weighed at least 100 pounds. Even his bloodthirsty blade, which had a high density, was only about 80 pounds. Black gold mysterious iron stone quality, gold attributes, durability value 200, can be used as forging material, or added during the construction of special buildings to enhance durability value. This is a material of golden quality. Chen Dong looked at Yao Shi with surprise and asked, Did you find this? Your luck is too good. Where did you find it? Is there more? Humph, who do you think this fairy is? The darling of heaven. One of my 9 talents is Fate's Dawn, which can enhance my luck in the dark. This is also one of the 3 talents that hasn't been sealed. Yao Shi raised her head proudly. Enhancing luck? Without a doubt, it was at least a legendary level talent. You still haven't answered me. Is there more? Where did you find it? Chen Dong couldn't help but ask again. There are quite a few of these things, but I was too lazy to pick them up. They're in a cave, but I don't recommend you go there. It's south the dwelling place of the rock earth demons, which are level 20 silver monsters. And there are also 2 level 25 gold monsters inside. You, a little newbie, won't be able to handle it. Then how did you get in? Hearing about the level 25 gold monsters, Chen Dong immediately dismissed the thought of going in. Talent, one of the 3 unsealed talents, uncognizable. As long as I don't want people to notice me, unless their level or quality is higher than mine, they won't be able to perceive my existence. Of course, this is ineffective against you, as we have a life contract. After Yaoshi explained, Chen Dong felt a bit regretful, realizing it was naive to hope she would help him collect. Just as he was thinking this, Yaoshi suddenly floated from the crystal coffin to Chen Dong's side, smiling brightly as she asked, "So, Xiao Dongzi, what are we eating tomorrow? How about rabbit again? I think rabbit tastes pretty good." There's a chance. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's expression became a bit weary. No way, we need to wait a few days. I have to focus on collecting materials these days. I might not have time. Yaoshi had lived for hundreds of years before her slumber, although her kind developed slowly in mind and body. She could tell that Chen Dong wanted to negotiate terms with her. Speak up, no nonsense. You cook, I'll help you, but it must be an equal exchange. Yaoshi said a bit angrily. No problem. 10 of these stones for 1 meal. That should be easy for you, right? Of course, if I find other good things. We can adjust the price according to their quality. No way. This stone is very heavy. 1 stone equals 1 meal. Don't be ridiculous. I just saw you toss it 2 meters away like it was nothing. Stop pretending like we don't know your hidden strength. That is still not acceptable. 10 is too many, at most 3. Let us not argue. These stones are just sitting there, so take what you want. 5 each. Let us meet halfway. Fine. Yaoshi, too lazy to argue, was even more reluctant to tell Chen Dong that she had over 20 of these stones in her void space. Seeing Yaoshi agree readily, Chen Dong added, "Please bring your own ingredients." Stingy, Yaoshi muttered in dissatisfaction, taking out a colorful handkerchief from her void space and wiping her hands and face clean of grease. After eating and drinking to her satisfaction, Chen Dong leaned against a tree for 2 hours to rest, then continued chopping wood. The golden level Death Knight had become a heartless tree-chopping machine. 7 days later, Chen Dong's wood units reached 26,230. In addition, he obtained 272 explosive pine cones. During these 7 days, Yaoshi had 3 meals a day and occasionally late-night snacks. And Chen Dong also received 120 black gold mysterious iron stones and 2 special materials. Crimson Blood Heart Stone quality, gold attributes, contains immense energy. Can be used as an energy supply. When subjected to severe impact or pressure, it will cause a massive explosion with a blast radius of 100 meters. It's time to leave, Chen Dong said to Yaoshi, who was gnawing on a rabbit. Yaoshi looked shocked. Is it too fast? You promised to make me spicy rabbit heads, and I haven't even had a taste. Chen Dong looked at the pile of rabbit bones nearby with a black line on his face. Are you fighting with the rabbits? There are countless delicacies in our great country. Are you planning to hang yourself on a tree? You don't understand. I want to talk to you. Wait for me. I'm going to dig up the rabbit nest I found yesterday. Yaoshi quickly finished the rabbit meat in her hands and dashed into the forest. At the location where Chen Dong was, there wasn't a single bare tree within 1,000 meters radius. The Death Knight was numbly chopping down a large tree at the edge. As dawn broke, Yaoshi, who had been gone for several hours, floated back, each hand grasping 3 to 5 fat rabbits by their ears. 3 more days passed. In the dense forest, Chen Dong threw explosive pine cones at a newly discovered area of corrupted trance, the explosions ringing out, fire lighting up the surroundings, accompanied by the wails of the corrupted trance. Following Yaoshi's guidance, Chen Dong had walked dozens of kilometers from his original position, having killed at least 80 corrupted trance along the way. If it weren't for the class restrictions, he estimated he would have already reached level 15. Along the way, he obtained over 80 blood crystals and 5 corrupted trance seeds. Corrupted trance seed, quality, gold attributes, when buried in soil and nourished with blood. It can grow into a tree in 1 month. This thing is pretty good. Although corrupted trance can't move, once the safe house is established, they can be planted around as a defensive force. Chen Dong consumed 12 blood crystals, but he could only store 10 units of blood energy. After the crackling sound of burning wood, Chen Dong had the Death Knight collect the items. Poor thing, once a golden quality, now it had completely become a laborer. Chen Dong turned around and immediately saw Yao Shi's resentful gaze. Seriously, it's been 3 days and you're still not done being angry? Chen Dong felt a bit helpless. How can you say that? When I was resting, I asked you to keep an eye on the spicy rabbit heads and braised rabbit meat, but you let them escape, which left me eating only fruits for the past 2 days. Yao Shi said unhappily, taking out a golden fruit and biting into it, juice splattering everywhere. Her image getting worse. Chen Dong looked at the fruit in her hand, of golden quality, and wondered where she had found it. Actually, you can think positively. Look at how cute the rabbit is. How can you eat the rabbit? Get lost. The rabbit must die. Chapter 14. The Great Desert Area 2 days later. Chen Dong and Yao Shi finally walked out of the forest. What entered their eyes was a barren land. No wonder it was called the Great Barren Forest. The barren land was swept by the wind, looking desolate. Great, I wonder if there are any rabbits in this cursed place. Yao Shi complained. Let us go? Chen Dong looked at the endless yellow land and felt overwhelmed, but with little time left, he couldn't think too much. Boom. A rumbling sound caught Chen Dong's attention. A massive stone golem, nearly 10 meters tall and composed entirely of stone blocks, was approaching them from several hundred meters to their left. Earth Elemental Golem, level 20 quality, silver. Is this the Earth Elemental Golem Yao Shi mentioned? Chen Dong's face lit up at the sight of its gigantic figure and stone body, and he immediately ordered the Death Knight to attack. The Death Knight, responding to the command, went wild. After chopping wood for so many days, it could finally engage in real combat. Roar. Grr. The Death Knight's jaw trembled as it roared, startling Chen Dong. Why are you roaring so loudly? You don't have any intimidation skills. In Chen Dong's astonished gaze, the Death Knight charged towards the Earth Elemental Golem. As a level 17 gold quality being, its strength was not inferior to that of the Earth Elemental Golem, and with its subpar equipment, it should have no problem defeating it in a one-on-one fight. Although Chen Dong hadn't leveled up during this time, the Death Knight had surpassed him significantly. But the next moment, as the Death Knight drew closer, the yellow ground around the Earth Elemental Golem began to tremble, and 3 more identical Earth Elemental Golems emerged. It was like a passionate flame being doused with a bucket of cold water. The Death Knight's pace began to slow, and it turned to look at Chen Dong a few times. Master, do you not want me anymore? Chen Dong suddenly remembered that the Earth Elemental Golem seemed to be a social creature, so he no longer hesitated and charged forward. Yao Shi floated beside him, bored, munching on fruit she had taken from the void and thinking about her fondness and longing for the little bunny. Boom. One Earth Elemental Golem met the Death Knight, swinging its nearly 1 meter wide fist at it. The Death Knight raised its great sword to block. Boom. The Death Knight was knocked back several steps, the wind pressure from the punch stirring up dust and obscuring visibility. As the Death Knight steadied itself, it swung its sword at the clumsy Earth Elemental Golem, which was still retracting its fist. Clang. Sparks flew, cracks appeared on the golem's arm, and without stopping, the Death Knight quickly struck 3 times, shattering its stone arm. Chen Dong also arrived, slashing with his bloodthirsty blade, easily cutting a crack into the golem. However, both Chen Dong and the Death Knight appeared quite small in front of the gigantic Earth Elemental Golem. Although they wouldn't lose the fight, it was still quite a struggle. After nearly half an hour, they had only taken down 3 Earth Elemental Golems. They intended to quickly take down the last one together, but unexpectedly, 2 more were slowly walking over from not far away. You guys are so slow, don't you have any powerful skills? Yao Shi complained, yawning as she floated in the air. What the hell? Who are you looking down on? Chen Dong increased the speed of his blood-killing technique, directly channeling his vitality. This knife had killed many rabbits and small monsters, accumulating a good amount of blood-killing points. With a single slash, he dealt a critical hit and shattered the last one. Meanwhile, the 2 incoming Earth Elemental Golems were still matched, one for the Death Knight and one for himself. After another 10 minutes, Chen Dong returned in a sorry state, his backpack now containing 12,000 units of stone. Chen Dong's wood units had reached 50,000 after several days of accumulation, mainly due to the contributions from the corrupted trance. Really? Is it that weak? Fighting a small monster can drain me completely. Yao Shi ruthlessly mocked Chen Dong, but despite her words, she was somewhat worried about Chen Dong's weak strength, as their lives were intertwined. Chen Dong ignored her. while the Death Knight instinctively ran to the fallen Earth Elemental Golem's remains and actually found something. Earth Elemental Crystal Quality, Silver. Attribute, can be used to forge equipment, making it sturdier, or to increase the sturdy value limit of a safe house by 100 points. Another material. Chen Dong collected 6 Earth Elemental Crystals and continued on his way. Not even 5 kilometers later, they encountered a scorpion at least 8 meters long from head to tail, with barbed stingers on its tail that looked capable of piercing a person directly, and a layer of hard black armor on its back. Crimson-tailed black-armored scorpion level, 15 quality, silver. Chen Dong did not move and instead commanded the Death Knight, now level 18, to attack. With a swing of its great sword, it broke through the black armor and pierced into the scorpion's body. The battle lasted only a few minutes. Looking at the corpse of the black-armored scorpion, Chen Dong reached out his right hand, enveloped in black mist. A skeletal scorpion emerged from the blood and flesh. Name, Crimson-tailed scorpion level, 1368, quality, silver, class, skeleton soldier, constitution, 14 strength, 11 agility, 18 spirit, 7 talent, devour soul. Venom injection, the barbed stinger stores a potent toxin that paralyzes nerves. Skill, self-repair, corrosive spray, can spit out a highly corrosive venom. Chen Dong jumped onto the back of the crimson-tailed scorpion, sitting down, and Yaoshi floated over to sit on top as well. The black armor was somewhat hard, but fortunately, it was smooth enough not to be uncomfortable. It would be even better if they could find some soft animal fur to lay down as a cushion. With a mount, travel sped up significantly. By nightfall, the outlines of the forest were no longer visible. As far as the eye could see, it was all yellow earth and sand. During the day, the temperature here could reach over 30 degrees, but at night, it dropped sharply to about 6 or 7 degrees. With a biting cold wind, Chen Dong was all right. Although he felt a bit cold, he was wearing a windbreaker, and with his strong constitution, he could tolerate this chill. The skeletal mask he had prepared to conceal his identity had fallen off during his pursuit by the blood tiger, and now that he had left the novice village, it was much less useful. Chen Dong lit a campfire and looked at Yao Shi, who was floating nearby. Hey, do you want to come and warm yourself by the fire? Get lost. Yao Shi kicked him over. My clothes are immune to cold and heat. I wouldn't feel cold even in extreme cold regions. Extreme cold regions? Chen Dong mentally noted this. During this time, he had heard many unfamiliar place names and terms from Yao Shi. Yao Shi, can you tell me what's going on in this world? Why has it turned out like this? And are you human? Yao Shi snorted at Chen Dong. You go find out for yourself. There are many things I don't know either, so don't ask. Even if you do, I won't tell you. Yao Shi seemed to be reminded of some unpleasant memories, puffing up her cheeks and sulking. Seeing this, Chen Dong stopped asking, thought for a moment, and took out a rabbit he had killed earlier. Huh, wow. You actually brought food without sharing with me? Yao Shi shouted and tried to snatch it. Don't make a move. Don't make a move. I'll make you some spicy roasted rabbit. Chen Dong pushed Yao Shi away and began to prepare. Watching Chen Dong, Yao Shi suddenly leaned closer, smiling. Hee, Xiao Dongzi. I have a big treasure you might want to see. As long as you agree to become my personal chef and serve me for free in the future, this big treasure will be yours. What do you think? Yao Shi squinted her eyes and floated next to Chen Dong. Get lost. The righteous and handsome Chen Gongzi never makes deals with others. If you have it, just show it to me. Do you think I won't snatch it? Are you sure? Yao Shi smiled as she waved a token in front of Chen Dong. Combat training card, quality, mythical, attribute. After use, you can enter a skill training space, where the internal time ratio is randomly triggered compared to the outside world, allowing you to learn skills of at least legendary quality. Snap. Chen Dong hugged Yao Shi tightly, her jade legs swaying in the air. I never negotiate terms with anyone, so I'm begging you, give it to me? Oh, go away. Yao Shi stepped on Chen Dong's head, finally shaking off the lewd hand, then tossed it to Chen Dong, and also took out a star-quality sacred pool water from the void to cleanse her legs. Chen Dong held the plaque, and although he knew Yao Shi was wealthy, he never expected her to be so extravagantly generous, handing him a myth-level item worth a medium amount without hesitation. No need to say more. Consider this as my debt to you. When I get out, I'll make you spicy rabbit head. Chen Dong immediately stored the rabbit away. He was eager to use the card. His own abilities were too few, and since he couldn't level up for now, he could only enhance his combat power through other means. Just as Chen Dong confirmed the use, Yao Shi grabbed his arm, and the two of them were simultaneously sucked into a black hole. Death Knight, huh? What about me? Chapter 15. killing intent condensed into trial space. Chen Dong stared blankly at Yao Shi, who was holding his arm. How did you get in here? Chen Dong asked. What's so strange about that? My passive skill, incomprehensible, is also of myth quality. It's not hard for me to come in. Chen Dong was speechless. He didn't expect to still be unable to shake off this little lowly even here. But since it was already like this, he had no choice but to try to ignore it. Ignoring the little lowly beside him, Chen Dong looked around. He was in an ancient city, with pedestrians on the streets, exuding a peaceful atmosphere. Ding. Randomly drew the myth-level skill, killing intent condensed trial. Prompt. The time ratio between the current trial space and the outside world is 1 day outside equals 100 years in the trial space. If you fail to enter the door within 1,000 years, it will be considered a failure. 1,000 years. Chen Dong was astonished, realizing he had underestimated the difficulty of cultivating myth skills. Trial task. Killing one is a crime, slaughtering thousands is heroic. Slaughter 9 million. And you'll be the hero among heroes. Please freely kill one person in front of you to break this tranquility. Chen Dong was stunned, staring blankly at the task prompt in front of him. You want me to kill someone? Chen Dong took a deep breath and looked around. The people around seemed to suddenly notice Chen Dong, pointing at him from a distance. Some girls, seeing that Chen Dong was tall and handsome, even showed shy expressions towards him. At this moment, an old man walked out of a nearby tea house. The old man had a white beard and hair, was thin, and looked to be around 70 or 80, but his eyes were not cloudy. Leaning on a cane, he approached Chen Dong. The old man's voice was warm, like a dry wooden hand gently patting Chen Dong's back, snapping him back to reality. Young man, you don't look like a local. Where are you from? Hearing the old man's voice, Chen Dong shivered all over, looking at the old man. There was no attribute prompt, just like encountering an ordinary person in the real world. Yes, the old man's demeanor and actions were those of an ordinary person, a person that Chen Dong could easily kill with a pinch. Seeing Chen Dong's dazed expression, the old man thought he wasn't very clever. If you don't mind, you can come to my tea house for a cup of plain tea. Saying this, the old man supported Chen Dong's upper arm, guiding him towards the tea house. Chen Dong instinctively grabbed the old man's arm, watching the fleeting moment of surprise on his face, followed by a kind smile. What should I do? Chen Dong took a deep breath, his face expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. He was an ordinary person, an average person. Killing monsters was fine, killing zombies was okay, but to kill a living person made him deeply depressed. Young man, young man. The old man softly called Chen Dong, who sat at a wooden table, staring at the tea bowl in the old man's frail hands, quickly reaching out to take it. Take your time, no need to rush. I'll go greet the other guests first. Chen Dong watched him leave, remaining silent throughout, lowering his head and staring blankly at the light brown tea in the rough ceramic bowl. What's wrong, Xiao Dongzi? Can't bear to do it. Yao Shi sat across from Chen Dong, reaching out to take the tea bowl in front of him, taking a sip before putting it down, clearly finding it not very good. Yao Shi, do you think all of this is fake? Is it an illusion? Chen Dong, who had been silent, suddenly asked. I don't know. If it were a regular trial, it might be fake, but for a myth-level trial, even treating a real world as a trial space wouldn't be strange. Yao Shi replied, glancing around before floating outside the tea house. Chen Dong closed his eyes, struggling internally, but ultimately stood up and walked towards the tea house exit. The old man in the tea house saw Chen Dong leaving and wanted to approach, but Chen Dong was fast, and the old man, being frail, quickly lost sight of him. Chen Dong blended into the sea of people. He observed the crowd in the bustling market. Upon closer inspection, not everyone had smiles on their faces. A woman selling fried peanuts wore a troubled expression, her eyes anxiously and expectantly watching the passers-by in front of her stall. A strong laborer carrying a large bag was small in stature, his open shirt soaked with sweat, his face full of exhaustion. A beggar curled up in a corner by the roadside had a broken bowl in front of him, not shouting for alms like on television, but squinting his eyes, hugging his arms, with a hollow gaze like a dead tree. The crowd around, wearing smiles and happiness on their faces, paid little attention to the old beggar, merely glancing at him before quickly looking away. Ah, haven't tea decided yet? A voice suddenly came from behind. Chen Dong turned to see Yao Shi floating in front of him, her left hand holding a roast chicken, her right hand gripping a half-eaten roast duck. And she had a roast pig wrapped in oilcloth on her back. What kind of place is this? Don't they eat rabbits? Ah. Chen Dong turned back and approached the old beggar. The old beggar, noticing the shadow covering his broken bowl, mechanically lifted his head to look at Chen Dong. "Do you think living has meaning?" Chen Dong asked. Hearing this, the old man's lips curled into a slight arc, as if mocking himself. "Look at them." The old man pointed to a prosperous middle-aged man dressed in brocade, who was selecting roadside ornaments with a beautiful woman, flanked by 3 guards. "You should ask them your question. I'm just an old beggar. What meaning does life have? I just can't let go of my little granddaughter." The old beggar thought of his granddaughter, and a glimmer of life appeared on his numb face. "Responsibility?" Chen Dong looked at the old beggar, noticing he was even older than the tea-house old man. "But you won't live much longer." The old beggar nodded, not refuting or trying to be brave. He knew he was close to death and might not survive this winter. "Give me your life, and I'll take care of your granddaughter." Chen Dong spoke. Having made a decision, he too had his own responsibilities. He needed to move forward, continually move forward. He couldn't stop here. The old beggar looked at Chen Dong in surprise, then regained his calm. "The old beggar has no money and dares not offend anyone. Why would you want my life?" "It's not that it must be you," Chen Dong stated honestly. The old beggar did not doubt it, nor was there any need to. Who would be bored enough to play with a dying old beggar? The old beggar slowly stood up, supporting himself against the wall. Chen Dong stepped forward to support him. After glancing at Chen Dong in surprise, the old man patted Chen Dong's hand that was holding him and said, "I've seen countless people and things in the bustling market. I can tell you don't really want to kill. If you can, please take good care of my granddaughter." The old beggar had agreed. He had been worried about his granddaughter, and didn't he know whom he could entrust her to? "I will treat her as my own," Chen Dong said seriously. The old beggar nodded, leading Chen Dong out of the city and into a dilapidated temple in the mountains outside the city. As soon as the two floated to the broken temple, a small figure came running towards them. "Grandpa." The tender voice was filled with surprise. Perhaps because Grandpa returned earlier than usual today. When she saw Chen Dong beside her, her steps noticeably slowed, and she didn't dare to look at him. Instead, she rushed straight into the old beggar's arms. "Was the little beggar good today?" The old beggar, who was already somewhat hunched, asked. "I was good. I even went to pick fruits from behind. There are so many, all for Grandpa." The little beggar was dressed in a long garment full of patches, sewn from gray cloth, with very short and messy hair, making it hard to tell if it was a boy or a girl, looking around 5 or 6 years old. "Grandpa doesn't eat. Grandpa doesn't like fruits. The little beggar eats." "Be good. Grandpa has to go to a farther place to beg for money. After Grandpa leaves, you follow this young man, okay?" "No, Grandpa, I want to go with you to beg for money." Hearing Grandpa's words, the little beggar's expression suddenly panicked. Chen Dong watched the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter, sighed, and ultimately couldn't bear it. He took out a package of food from his backpack, which was a big wild rabbit, and placed it in front of them. "Since you have someone to care about, then live well. I'll come again tomorrow." After saying this, Chen Dong left without looking back. Yao Shi floated over. "I thought you had made up your mind? Humans have no good heart. It's just instinct, like your little white." Chen Dong replied, and returned to the city. Looking at the busy lives of the masses in front of him, Chen Dong had never felt such a strong sense of liveliness in a modern city. Observing carefully, he could even somewhat comprehend their lives. "Hey, where have you been wandering since morning? Where did you come from, and where are you going?" someone asked Chen Dong. His outfit was too eye-catching, making it hard not to draw attention. "Hey." Seeing Chen Dong not responding, the person reached out to grab his collar. Could it be that he's a fool? What a waste of a good appearance, people whispered among themselves. Suddenly, with a flash of a blade, as soon as the young man's right hand touched Chen Dong's shoulder, blood spurted, splattering all over Chen Dong. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. "Ah, someone's been killed. Quick, go find someone. Dagwa has been attacked." Shouts and screams erupted, and the originally peaceful and lively market instantly descended into chaos. "Why choose him?" Yao Shi inquired of Chen Dong. Chen Dong did not turn back. Blood dripped from his palm and the blade to the ground. The hand gripping the knife trembled slightly. He had never felt so clearly the sensation of the blade cutting into flesh. "It's not that I chose him. He chose me," Chen Dong replied lightly. Around him had turned into an open space, with a body of a boy in his teens lying in a pool of blood, dressed in a coarse indigo garment with signs of patches. "What am I doing?" Chen Dong stared at the corpse. Tears welled up in his eyes, but there was no trace of sadness on his face. Since he killed the first person, a certain emotion within him had quietly begun to peel away. Yao Shi floated in midair, frowning, worried as he watched Chen Dong. "It's all your luck. I really don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate." Gaining the skill of transcending means you are destined to lose something. I hope you can pull through, little Dongzi, Yaoshi murmured to himself. Chapter 16. Killing one is a crime. Killing thousands is to be a hero. Chen Dong looked at the prompt box in front of him, feeling disgusted by the trial of this skill, and also disgusted with himself. Deep down, he craved power but was still thinking of various reasons to absolve himself of guilt. Trial task. Killing one is a crime. Humans bear many shackles: morality, right and wrong, law, familial bonds, friendship. Cut these shackles, follow your instincts. Humans are born to do evil. Kill all who seek revenge against you, all who wish to shackle you. After reading the introduction to Trial 2, Chen Dong found himself in a strange state of contradiction, instinctively unwilling to kill, but there was always a thought mocking his hypocrisy. At that moment, a woman running from an alley with a basket of vegetables saw the boy lying in a pool of blood and rushed to his body, crying out, "My son! Oh heavens! How could this happen? My son!" Chen Dong quietly watched, not moving. After a bout of wailing, the woman suddenly stopped, staring blankly at Chen Dong's feet, her eyes losing focus as if gazing into the distance. "My son is 16 this year. He was helping at home. Today I went out to sell our vegetables. My son is filial. He followed me because he was afraid I would be bullied. He usually speaks harshly, but he has a kind heart, loves to help others. Why? Why did you kill him?" The woman mumbled, as if explaining something, slowly raising her head, her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. That kind of gaze made Chen Dong feel a shiver down his spine, a look that seemed to want to tear him apart. "I will kill you. I will kill you." The woman suddenly lunged at Chen Dong with a pair of scissors in her calloused hands. "I'm sorry." Chen Dong swung his knife, and the woman's movement halted. She staggered, reaching to press her hand against her neck, feeling the warmth and wetness. Chen Dong looked at the dead woman, trembling, wanting to leave, but suddenly felt someone attacking him from behind. Bang! Chen Dong turned halfway. A side kick sent that person flying 3 meters away. It was a middle-aged man with rough, dark skin. Though his face showed silent anger, Chen Dong could still tell he was likely a simple and honest person. Puff! The middle-aged man coughed up blood. Although Chen Dong's kick was not full force, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. This kick directly broke 3 of his ribs, one piercing into his lung, making it difficult for him to even exhale. Chen Dong watched as the man struggled, his eyes beginning to blur, no longer filled with killing intent but returning to simplicity. He struggled to turn over, then, in Chen Dong's gaze, managed to crawl to his child and wife, holding their hands, and breathed his last. "Ah!" Chen Dong roared to the sky, his eyes blood-red. Unable to suppress the turmoil and anger within him, the helpless rage burning in his heart. Yaoshi remained silent, quietly watching Chen Dong. He wouldn't intervene too much. Doing so would only prevent Chen Dong from truly mastering the skill. Some abandon their humanity for power. Some sacrifice power for their beliefs. You can only choose one of the fish or bear's paw. What will you choose? Yaoshi looked at Chen Dong, a flash of pain in his eyes. Chen Dong gradually quieted down, hearing the sound of heavy footsteps behind him. The city guards were coming. They came to capture Chen Dong, and he could not surrender. He resisted, and facing a military formation of dozens of ordinary people, Chen Dong was like a tiger among sheep, the blade flashing as blood and flesh flew. 3 days later, Chen Dong was still standing in the same place. The once bustling market now resembled a ghost town. Blood and corpses covered the ground. Thousands had died at Chen Dong's hands, including city guards and their families. Chen Dong walked step by step, seeing a corpse on the ground. The first elder who had approached him, inviting him for tea when he arrived in this world. Why was he here? Chen Dong couldn't remember. It seemed his son and daughter-in-law had died by his hand, so he came. His mind was filled with curses, wails, and frantic roars of resentment. Chen Dong slowly walked out of the city. Survivors saw him, leaving bloody footprints, his back dejected. He arrived at a dilapidated temple in the mountains outside the city, where the grandfather and granddaughter were still there. Once he entered, the intense smell of blood startled them, and the little beggar's eyes were filled with tears. Chen Dong said no more and threw the burden in his hands to the ground. If he had killed the old beggar back then, perhaps he wouldn't have had to kill so many people, but who could say for sure? At least this damn trial wouldn't let him off easy. I'm late. This bundle has some silver coins, enough for you to live well in other cities. After saying this, Chen Dong left without looking back. The old beggar chased after him, wanting to return the things to Chen Dong, but found that he had already reached the foot of the mountain. Back at the dilapidated temple, He opened the bundle, which contained at least hundreds of taels of paper money and some valuable gold and silver, all stained with blood. The old beggar had spent his life in a lowly position. He had once enjoyed glory in his youth, but that didn't last long. His family fell into decline, and his son and daughter-in-law died, leaving behind a granddaughter. He had intended to throw all these things away to avoid trouble, but seeing the little beggar clutching his sleeve, he ultimately placed the bundle in the straw pile where he slept, preparing to leave the next day. As night fell, Chen Dong walked slowly when suddenly a prompt appeared. Trial task: slaughter 10,000 to be a hero. Go to the battlefield and kill until all enemies are eliminated. Chen Dong glanced at the task prompt, and in a flash, he found himself in a military camp, surrounded by swirling dust. Dressed in shabby clothes with chainmail over them, he held a spear in his hand. "Xiao Chun, it's your shift. Go rest." A middle-aged man approached and patted him on the shoulder, looking as if he had just woken up. Chen Dong glanced at him, said nothing, and walked to a corner. "Xiao Chun, you can't wander around the camp. Hurry back." The middle-aged man pulled Chen Dong toward a nearby tent. "Are you dazed? If you go to the battlefield like this, you'll be cut down in no time. Go rest. Dawn is approaching for the final battle." As he spoke, the corners of his eyes gradually became moist, but were quickly wiped away. Chen Dong obediently followed him to the soldier's rest tent. The tent was cramped, filled with a group of big men who probably hadn't bathed in ages, and the masculine smell was overwhelming. Heroes have stinky feet, and brave men fart a lot, Chen Dong thought, but he didn't want to linger there and turned to leave the tent. He looked around. He hadn't seen Yao Shi since the beginning and didn't know if she had come with him. Chen Dong found a corner to rest. He still possessed the strength from the game and was not afraid of tomorrow's battle. As dawn broke, the camp echoed with drums and horns as the army assembled. This was an army of tens of thousands, and Chen Dong stood inconspicuously among them. With over 10,000 people, it felt endless. In the distance, he saw the commanding general issuing orders that were relayed to various units. Soon, a messenger rode to Chen Dong's position and shouted, "Your unit is responsible for protecting the left flank of our army, intercepting enemy cavalry." That's it. The soldiers around Chen Dong had gloomy faces. Their 5,000 infantry were to face cavalry, which meant they were being used as meat shields. Without cavalry support, they would quickly collapse. Chen Dong saw the low morale and felt that they had already lost 3/10 of the battle. "If there are any typos, please let me know. Thank you. I'm a beginner, seeking recommendations. Thank you." Chapter 17. Slaughter in battle. The army formed its ranks on the vast wasteland, and the enemy's numbers looked to be at least 100,000, not counting the laborers, with many cavalry among them. This battle seemed to have no chance of victory. "What are we fighting for?" Chen Dong asked the person next to him. "Huh, are you really stupid or pretending to be? The Great Chang Kingdom invaded 2 counties of our Great Xian Kingdom and even killed our envoy. I heard that the envoy's head was hung on the city tower in the capital of Great Chang, and his body was buried at the city gate. This is clearly a slap in the face. The master is dishonored, and the minister dies. The 2 countries went from being brotherly allies to enemies in an instant." After saying this, the soldier showed a look of emotion and continued, "Just 6 years ago, we drove back those barbarians on the grasslands, and it hasn't been long since we've had peace. Since we were originally brotherly nations, why did Great Chang suddenly occupy our 2 counties?" Chen Dong frowned. He was a modern person, accustomed to peace, and didn't understand how the upper class of these ancient people thought. Wouldn't it be better to develop peacefully instead of always picking fights? "Don't you know? You must be a wild man from the mountains, captured to fill the ranks," the soldier said, more surprised, but continued explaining. "Just a year ago, the crown prince of Great Chang was assassinated, and almost the monarch was killed, and the assassin was our Great Xian's nation uncle." At this point, the soldier paused for a moment as a supervising officer passed by, and after the officer was gone, he continued, "The monarch of Great Chang wants our monarch to hand over the crown prince and his family, otherwise, it will be today." After hearing this, Chen Dong had a rough idea of the situation and knew that things were complicated, but it had nothing to do with him. He was just a passerby. Looking at the surging tide of people on the other side, at least he was given an identity, otherwise, he would have no chance against so many. "We can't win. Even with tens of thousands of troops, the enemy outnumbers us by at least 30%, and looking at their equipment, it's a grade above ours. No wonder they wanted their side to be pure infantry to resist the cavalry. The cavalry numbers were nearly double. Who says otherwise? But I don't care. I have 2 brothers and 2 younger brothers at home, and I haven't married or had children, so I have no attachments. Even if I die on the battlefield, my family will still have 20 taels of compensation, enough to buy 10 acres of land for my 2 younger brothers to study and learn to read. In the future, if they can't become officials, being a teacher is better than being a soldier. It's tough. The soldier smiled, but his hand gripping the spear was trembling slightly, and his smile was stiff. A forced smile. Chen Dong looked at his face. He was probably 1 or 2 years younger than Chen Dong, and not yet 20. However, in a world where people generally married and had children by the age of 16, his age without a family showed that his family's conditions were not good. Little brat. I'm going to starve my father to death. With so many mouths to feed, it was probably difficult to have a full meal regularly. The soldiers around looked very thin, the kind that had long been malnourished, with dull eyes. The military strength of the great Xian kingdom was evident. No wonder they could easily lose 2 counties and were forced into a decisive battle. Ugh! Dong! 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 The horns blared, and the drums thundered. The great battle was about to begin. Chen Dong saw the horsemen on the opposite slope pouring down like a black river, and at the same time, Chen Dong's side received the military order to advance first, followed by the central army. Chen Dong ran wildly across the wasteland with the troops. He saw their light cavalry charge to the center of the battlefield first, encountering the enemy's vanguard. Although it was far away, Chen Dong could see it clearly. Their vanguard of 3,000 light cavalry faced off against the enemy's 2,000 light cavalry and was actually penetrated in a single encounter. The leading young general on the other side looked formidable, dressed in black armor stained with blood, wielding a saber that deflected an incoming strike, then swiftly slashed into the enemy's neck, easily pulling it out with the horse's speed. Chen Dong didn't understand horseback riding, but witnessing such a scene filled him with envy. The sword technique was very straightforward, with no embellishments. Each strike aimed directly at killing. Although Chen Dong's killing techniques were equally menacing, they were not without tricks. The light cavalry battle quickly determined a winner. Their side left over 200 corpses and withdrew in 2 groups, while the enemy did not pursue but shouted a few taunts before returning to their main army. As the front troops clashed, the side where Chen Dong was stationed encountered a group of cavalry, only about 1,000, who did not attack much but roamed the edges of the formation. As if provoking, they occasionally struck a blow and then retreated, relying on their legs they couldn't possibly catch up, resulting in a few dozen deaths in a single encounter. On the other side, the situation was equally dire, especially for the central troops. Initially, the infantry and axe-wielding soldiers managed to restrain the enemy cavalry, but in an instant, it turned into a bloody massacre with countless casualties. Everyone on the battlefield was blinded by rage, fighting for their lives. On the flank where Chen Dong was located, taking advantage of the enemy's inability to advance, they suddenly launched a fierce attack, catching the soldiers who thought they were provoking a challenge off guard. One man on Chen Dong's left side tried to escape, but as he turned, he was directly struck by a warhorse and sent flying, followed by the hooves trampling him into a pulp. The young soldier who had previously explained things to Chen Dong was also blinded by rage, fearless of death, charging forward with a long spear against the cavalry. This was the slaughter of the battlefield, a blood-soaked grinding mill. Chen Dong looked at the ground littered with mangled flesh, spilling entrails, severed corpses, and incomplete bodies, feeling an inexplicable oppression in his heart. The slaughter on the battlefield was different from senseless killing. It made his blood boil. Ha! There's a fool. That head is mine. A cavalryman noticed Chen Dong, who was dazed and standing still, raised his battle knife, tightened his grip on the horse's belly, and aimed to slash him down. Thud! Blood spurted, and the man fell off his horse, landing on the ground, his right hand clutching the long spear that had pierced through his body, completely unaware of why he had suddenly been stabbed. His vision began to blur, and he saw Chen Dong, who was also looking at him, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. In the next moment, he directly flipped onto an unoccupied warhorse. 5,000 infantry faced off against 1,000 light cavalry, having a significant numerical advantage and killing nearly 100 light cavalry, although their own casualties were heavier. Chen Dong mounted the horse, swaying on its back. It was his first time riding, and he was completely inexperienced. As he swayed, he instinctively tightened his grip on the horse's belly, nearly suffocating it, but fortunately managed to ease up in time. This tightening also made the originally restless warhorse behave much better. Chen Dong casually drew the battle knife tied to the horse, not using the bloodthirsty blade, intending to fight with this knife. He mimicked what he had seen in movies and flicked the reins. Giddy up! The warhorse instantly accelerated, and Chen Dong leaned back. Feeling the push against his back, he quickly adjusted his posture, but his riding stance still looked awkward and clumsy. A cavalryman with blood all over his body charged at him, with a long spear still embedded in his horse, having been severely shortened. "Kill!" Chen Dong roared. And without using any killing techniques, he simply swung his knife. Clang! Thud! Chen Dong's strike, infused with hundreds of pounds of strength, not only knocked the man's weapon away, but also bisected him. Kill! The thought of killing gradually filled Chen Dong's mind. Anyone who obstructed him would die. Sometimes he was even mistaken for an enemy cavalryman and was attacked. Chen Dong struck down anyone who came at him, completely indifferent to friend or foe. At first, not many people noticed, but as time went on, Chen Dong became frenzied, chasing after more than 10 cavalrymen in a mad dash. He was like a god of death. Unstoppable. Report. General, our right-wing skirmishers have been hit. What happened? This young general had previously led 2,000 men to break through Chen Dong's 3,000. There's a fierce warrior on the left flank, incredibly strong and bloodthirsty, who has gone mad. He is even killing his own men in the chaos. The soldier reporting bore a hint of fear on his face. Useless. I wondered why their left flank hasn't collapsed yet. Go report to the commander that I will take 1,000 cavalry to drive off the enemy's left flank and disrupt their center. The black-armored young general said to his personal guard. Yes. The guard accepted the order and turned to rush to the observation platform in the rear. After a while, the guard returned, reporting, General Han, the commander has ordered you to take his black heavy cavalry. How many? Han Feiyu appeared somewhat dissatisfied. 500. The commander is also worried about your safety. The guard, seeing Han Feiyu's displeasure, hesitated to persuade him. No need, but since they're here, let us go together. However, the heavy cavalry is slow to mobilize. I will go ahead with the light cavalry. By the time the heavy cavalry arrives, I may have already driven off the enemy's left flank and swept through the center. Han Feiyu's face was full of confidence, having practiced martial arts since childhood. He was exceptionally skilled and had served in the army for 3 years, participating in many battles. He mounted the warhorse led by his guard, drew his battle knife, and shouted, "Follow me. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy." 1,000 voices roared as Han Feiyu gradually moved away. Bang! Kill! 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 Chen Dong, with bloodshot eyes, continued his slaughter, blood staining his vision red. In just a short time, he had killed dozens of people, and the soldiers on both sides were trying to avoid him. Chen Dong did not intentionally target his own soldiers. He only struck when they attacked him or blocked his path. The battlefield was filled with wails, and the enemy cavalry, now down to over 700, was contemplating retreating when they heard shouts from afar. Kill the enemy. It's General Han coming. Reinforcements are here. Kill the god of death. At this moment, Chen Dong had almost become the core of the flank, with more than 600 cavalry charging out, surrounding him with over 200 men, even forming a battle formation to seal off Chen Dong's escape route. With over 200 cavalry attacking simultaneously, Chen Dong, not wearing his powered suit or equipped with the bloodthirsty blade, was strong but not strong enough to face 200 trained cavalrymen at once. More critically, Chen Dong's earlier indiscriminate attacks had made his own soldiers afraid to assist him. A smile crept onto Chen Dong's face at that moment. He truly seemed to have transformed into a god of death. He felt joy in the slaughter, an inexplicable, exhilarating joy. On the battlefield, the countless killings freed him from the burden of thought, especially after previously having killed 1,000 people, which had oppressed his heart with various thoughts. It was as if a person burdened with heavy shackles suddenly had them removed, feeling incredibly light. This was human nature. Killing was the same, but in a different environment. One could feel justified in killing without needing any reason. Kill, Chen Dong muttered softly, his smile becoming increasingly frenzied. First-time author. Please support with collections and recommendations. Thank you. If there are any typos, please leave a message to remind the author. Thank you. Chapter 18. Chen Dong's Frenzy. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood boom. Chen Dong faced off against over 200 cavalrymen, charging at one of them. In a moment of miscalculation, he kicked out, blood exploding as the horse's side was kicked open, moving sideways by a meter. With that kick, Chen Dong used all his strength and successfully stunned the enemy troops. Is this still a human? A monster? This is not just innate strength. Everyone stared at the downed horse and the enemy soldier who had fallen off, having been decapitated by Chen Dong's blade. Chen Dong discarded the dull battle knife in his hand, which still had pieces of the enemy's flesh stuck to it. It was with this very knife that he had cut through skin and bone. Looking at the remaining encircling enemy soldiers, although his mind was not entirely clear, he instinctively pulled out the 4-caliber carbine that had not been used in a long time from his backpack. This weapon might not deal significant damage to those powerful foes, but it was still a deadly weapon against these trained, ordinary soldiers. What is this? What black lump did he pull that from? Be careful, don't let him escape. Tat, 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 tat. The gun's muzzle spat fire, bullets pouring out, and Chen Dong didn't even need to aim. The scene immediately descended into chaos with people and horses tumbling over. What is happening? Everyone was shocked, especially the soldier who had previously explained things to Chen Dong. He had survived by chance and witnessed Chen Dong's ferocity. At this moment, it could no longer be described as ferocity. He was simply a god. The black lump in his hand flashed with fire, and the surrounding enemy soldiers, their horses, and bodies erupted in sprays of blood. Click, click, click. The magazine emptied. And Chen Dong did not reload, directly putting the gun away. The knife was better, much more satisfying for killing. What is happening? Han Feiyu, who had rushed from afar to provide reinforcements, originally thought that Chen Dong would be doomed as he was surrounded by over 200 cavalry. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, more than 30 of his own cavalry fell. The encirclement was broken open, and Chen Dong took out the bloodthirsty blade, instantly increasing his combat power. Kill! Chen Dong shouted, directly cleaving a cavalryman's weapon in two, severing both man and horse. The god of killing. This is the god of killing. Someone shouted in terror. And even Han Feiyu felt a chill down his spine. How could a mortal possess such power? The personal guards beside Han Feiyu sensed the danger and hurriedly pulled on his reins, urging him to stop. General, the situation is not right. We should return and report to the commander. The guard regretted his words, knowing that Han Feiyu's relationship with the commander was not good. Get out of the way. With our 1,000 cavalry and the 500 heavy cavalry behind us, we can't be stopped by just one person. Upon hearing his guard suggest retreating, he shouted angrily, General, look at that guy. Is he even human? The guard refused to let go of the reins, pointing at Chen Dong. At this moment, Chen Dong was drenched in blood, his face unrecognizable, wearing infantry armor, and was still charging forward. Those enemy cavalry targeted by him were all fleeing without exception. Chen Dong also noticed the cavalry reinforcements arriving and grinned, directly abandoning his current target. General, go stop him. The guard, seeing Chen Dong charging, quickly grasped the reins in Han Feiyu's hands, urging him to retreat. Target the horses. Without their horses, they become infantry, and we can kill them all. Han Feiyu, living up to his title as a major general, forced himself to calm down and immediately recognized Chen Dong's horsemanship, shouting, flank him, don't confront him head-on. Instantly, the cavalry behind him surged forward, circling around Chen Dong while occasionally swinging their swords, but most of them never got close, as Chen Dong swiftly cut them down before they could even reach him. However, human strength has its limits. Although Chen Dong could fend off so many enemies, he could not take care of his horse at the same time. At this moment, his horse had multiple wounds and collapsed under the strain. Chen Dong jumped away, leaping 5 meters high, surprising everyone once again. Boom! As he stepped forward, the tremendous force left a deep pit in the ground, and Chen Dong's figure shot out like an arrow. As he passed by a cavalryman, he swung his sword, and in an instant, he crashed into another cavalryman, his left fist striking, exploding both horse and rider into a mist of blood. Damn it! It would have been better to let him ride a horse. The slaughter continued for 2 hours, and ultimately, it was Chen Dong's side that retreated. Although the commanders on their side had heard of Chen Dong, the central army was still shattered, and the main force began to withdraw, while Chen Dong remained, still killing. From the initial 1 against 1,000, he now faced the remaining 80,000 troops alone. No matter how strong he was, there were limits. Bang! Chen Dong wielded the bloodthirsty blade, continuously slaughtering. Although he was occasionally injured, the blade's characteristics ensured that his combat power did not diminish. In fact, he grew stronger with each battle. He had become accustomed to killing in this short time, even developing an insatiable thirst for it, cutting through the army alone. The aging face of Han Ziyu, the commander of the Great Chang Kingdom, looked at the injured Han Feiyu being carried back, his eyes reddened. Han Feiyu's head had been severed by Chen Dong and was only roughly stitched back together, appearing somewhat crooked due to the clumsiness of the military medics. What happened to that person? Han Ziyu asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the commander, that person held out for half an hour. And over 1,000 of our troops have fallen. Han Ziyu's brow twitched, suppressing the anger in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "We cannot let him escape. At all costs, we must capture him. Let the civil officials prepare and try to persuade him to surrender." With Han Ziyu's orders issued, it wasn't long before someone outside the encirclement shouted loudly, indicating a simple message. They wanted to negotiate with him, offering generous rewards, such as thousands of acres of fertile land, 10,000 taels of gold, and the title of Duke of Yong'an. However, before he could finish speaking, a long spear pierced through several soldiers in front of him, instantly giving him a chill. 3 days later, Chen Dong single-handedly killed nearly 10,000 men. At this point, after 3 days, he had to drink a bottle of fatigue potion daily, which was an endurance elixir, killing 10,000 in 3 days. Even the seasoned Han Ziyu felt a sense of dread. This was something beyond what a human could achieve. He even wondered if the elusive gods possessed such great power. He felt afraid and ordered a retreat, but Chen Dong clung to them like a bone in the throat, continuing his slaughter. The army had no choice but to leave a portion behind to hold him back. However, this approach was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Desertion occurred within the Great Chong army, but they were quickly rounded up. Chen Dong had gone mad, truly mad. He laughed loudly, turning his surroundings into a sea of corpses and a pool of blood. In the end, Han Ziyu still led a retreat, taking away 50,000 men, while the remaining 20,000 or so were killed within 7 days. Of course, after the first 2 days, thousands had already died, leading to a large number of deserters, who managed to escape. Meanwhile, the Great Xian Kingdom was already aware of Chen Dong's situation and did not come to reinforce, only dispatching 10,000 cavalry to retrieve him after Han Ziyu's retreat, but the outcome was unexpected. Chen Dong did not care which side they were from. Anyone who appeared before him had to die. 3 days later, the wasteland was filled with rotting corpses, the blood pooling into a nearby river, turning its surface red for 3 days. Chen Dong stood dazed in the sea of blood and mountains of corpses, with vultures circling in the sky, too afraid to descend to feed. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Chen Dong stared blankly, his mind crumbling, not only due to the slaughter, but because countless voices echoed in his head, constantly speaking to him. Some urged him to massacre in the cities. Others urged him to commit suicide. Some advised him to put down the slaughtering knife, while others blamed him for taking on the mission, insisting that if he had just abandoned it, none of this would have happened. Why? Ha ha, blood. Kill. Ha ha ha. Chen Dong suddenly laughed maniacally, as if someone had taken over his body, and he began to change. All the thoughts in his consciousness converged into one, and within his mental sea, a blood-red divine embryo was being nurtured. This divine embryo absorbed the essence of the blood and energy of tens of thousands of people from the battlefield, filled with murderous intent. Ha 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 ha, kill. Kill. They all must die, all must die. Chen Dong's eyes turned blood-red. His originally short, bullet-like hair gathered blood energy, slowly transforming into long, blood-colored hair. His teeth sharpened, and his mouth split open, revealing a long, scarlet tongue. He no longer resembled a normal person at all, having completely transformed into a demon. Behind him, blood energy slowly gathered, forming a figure identical to his current appearance, clad in beast skins. Wielding the bloodthirsty blade made of coagulated blood energy, a blood demon, the god of killing. Trial task. Task completed. Due to the player losing their sanity and self-awareness, the task is automatically deemed finished and will automatically exit in 1 hour. Please prepare accordingly. At this moment, the blood demon Chen Dong did not care about any prompts. He was left with only the instinct to kill. Deep within the consciousness of the blood demon, Chen Dong's self-awareness was falling into a deep sleep, with countless various shaped demons gnawing at Chen Dong's body. As a piece of flesh was bitten away from his consciousness, that part of his body gradually transformed into the form of a demon. At this point, a small portion of his body had already become demonic. The endless array of monsters were all those who had previously challenged this legacy. Their consciousness was forever trapped in the trial space. Chen Dong's awareness regained some clarity, but he was too weak to struggle, as if sinking into a quagmire, completely losing the will to resist. No way are you this weak. I went out to find a rabbit, and how did you turn into this? Chen Dong's consciousness slowly opened his eyes. Who is it? In the dark consciousness space, a scene suddenly appeared. Yao Shi was as lively as ever, like a spirit, Even in a sea of corpses and blood, she still appeared untainted. Yaoshi? Chen Dong looked at Yaoshi, his eyes slowly widening. The originally blank eyes regained their brilliance. Yaoshi? Chen Dong's consciousness roared. At the moment he saw Yaoshi, his self-awareness began to recover. He remembered why he was here, why he must be here. He couldn't die. Chen Dong struggled, indifferent to the evil spirits tearing at his flesh. He fixed his gaze on Yaoshi in the scene. The next moment, a streak of red light flashed. Yaoshi's neck was severed. At the moment of Yaoshi's death, she looked at Chen Dong's current appearance, a fool. Thud. Yaoshi's head fell to the ground. Chen Dong's consciousness witnessed this scene. The image before him vanished, and the surroundings became dark again. Only Chen Dong's roar echoed within. Ifing hell. Aya. Chapter 19 Trial for 300 Years in the Darkness. Chen Dong's consciousness broke free from its restraints and gradually returned. When his consciousness restored, Yaoshi was right beside him. At this moment, his appearance had returned to normal, no longer as hideous as before. After the god of killing Chen Dong killed Yaoshi, his own head also fell. And it was at that moment that Chen Dong's consciousness reclaimed his body and pressed the will of the god of killing back into the divine embryo. However, this method was not foolproof. There was no telling when the will of the god of killing would take over his body again, but at least for now, the will of the god of killing had fallen into slumber. Chen Dong propped himself up and sat up, looking down at the ground, saying, "Thank you. Humph. If it weren't for the life contract between us, I wouldn't bother with you at all." Yaoshi huffed, then tossed a fruit she was holding in front of Chen Dong. "This fruit tastes good, and I see you haven't eaten for a few days, so eat it." Chen Dong looked at the golden fruit in his hand, which didn't resemble a fruit, but rather an artwork. Its shape was similar to an apple, adorned with red patterns. Golden divine fruit, quality, gold attribute. After consumption, it restores the body to its optimal state and increases mental attributes by 3 points. Chen Dong said nothing more and directly ate the fruit in a few bites. To be honest, the taste of this fruit was really good. However, at that moment, Chen Dong, perhaps due to excessive killing, always detected a hint of a bloody taste while eating the fruit. Chen Dong stood up and stretched his body. After eating the fruit, a warm current flowed from his stomach throughout his body, restoring his spirit and weary body to their prime. Chen Dong checked his attributes. And to his surprise, his mental attribute had increased significantly, and he had also learned the skill killing intent concentration. Name, Sealing Wolf and living in Sioux level, 10, 100, profession, none physique, 22, peak state 72, strength, 14, 99, agility, 10, 85, mental, 25, 75, points, 98,430 talent, immortal and indestructible. Tree of Life, skills, bone resurrection, 2, killing blade, max level, killing intent concentration 1. The killing intent concentration skill had unexpectedly reached max level. Chen Dong took a moment to check the specific attributes of the two skills. Killing intent concentration, 1 quality, mythical attribute, cultivating the god of killing embryo within. After slaughtering living beings, automatically absorbs their blood energy. Releasing blood energy and entering killing god mode increases all 4 attributes by 50 points. And condenses a blood energy killing god behind him. The attributes of the blood energy killing god are twice his own attributes, with a state duration consuming 100 blood energy points per second. Blood energy value, 3261-210-0000. This skill truly deserved its mythical quality. Not only did it directly increase all attributes by 50 points after releasing blood energy, but the attributes of the killing god could also easily exceed 100. Killing blade, 5 quality, gold attribute. Using the killing blade increases strength by 10 points and agility by 10 points for each living being killed. Gains 1 point of life and death value, and for each point consumed, damage increases by 1. Life and death value, 2000-2000. Although the killing blade technique was only of gold quality, the 2000 life and death value was a major weapon, allowing Chen Dong to unleash a single strike with an astounding 20 times damage. With his current strength, even against a level 30 star glory, he would still have the power to fight back, right? After reviewing his attributes, Chen Dong closed the attribute window, but suddenly another prompt window popped up. Alert! Anomaly in the trial task space. Player's consciousness has returned, with a total of 63 killing god wills escaping the consciousness black domain. Special trial task. Find and kill the escaped killing god wills. For each killing god killed, reward of 10,000 blood energy points and 10,000 blood energy value limit. Killing them all allows you to learn any skill from the killing god wills in the consciousness black domain. Alert! The killing god wills have no physical form. You need to find those who carry the killing god wills. It seems that for the time being, there was no way to leave. Chen Dong murmured. It doesn't matter. Yao Shi seemed to have anticipated this and looked at Chen Dong seriously, saying, for now, let's not worry about that. There are more important things to do. Chen Dong's expression tightened, and his killing intent unconsciously began to condense. What is it? I'm hungry. Where's that spicy rabbit head you promised? Yao Shi said very seriously. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Chen Dong and Yao Shi began their journey in this strange world. At first, every city they passed through spread legends about Chen Dong. And even for nearly half a year, both the Great Chang Kingdom and the Great Xian Kingdom designated that desolate battlefield as a forbidden zone. It wasn't until a group of smuggling merchant teams covered in blood were captured that it was confirmed that Chen Dong had already left. Meanwhile, Chen Dong had crafted a simple iron mask in a small town to cover half of his face. 2 years later, the two traveled throughout the Great Chang Kingdom and found two people possessed by the killing god wills. Rather than calling them people, it was more accurate to say they were monsters. Ordinary people invaded by the killing god wills would slowly begin to change their personalities and ultimately have their bodies completely taken over. When Chen Dong encountered them, he directly killed them. Although the will of the killing god was strong, they had just possessed their hosts and hadn't yet grown. Being only slightly stronger than ordinary people and certainly no match for Chen Dong. Chen Dong had changed significantly, especially in mindset. After killing the two, he felt no pity, even though they were innocent and just unfortunate to be infected by the killing god consciousness. Strictly speaking, this situation was caused by Chen Dong himself. Now, Chen Dong felt no psychological burden when killing. He only judged whether he wanted to or needed to kill. He wasn't entirely devoid of compassion. He just no longer hesitated over such matters. 3 more years passed, and the two scoured the territory of the Great Xian Kingdom, finding 5 more individuals. After 7 years, it became easier for Chen Dong to find these killing god wills, as they had grown to a certain extent, starting to kill in various places and gaining some notoriety. 3 of them were even eliminated by the military of this trial world. Although he didn't gain any blood energy from it, it saved him a lot of time. 8 years later, Chen Dong had killed a total of 18 killing god wills, with 6 of them being hunted down by the trial world military. In the same year, Yao Shi grew tired of being a bystander and began to walk the streets like an ordinary person, allowing people to recognize her existence. However, due to her beauty, although still quite young, she attracted quite a bit of trouble, all of which Chen Dong violently dealt with. 282 years later, Chen Dong's appearance remained unchanged, while Yao Shi, not being a user of the trial space, looked slightly older, resembling a 16-year-old. After all these years, Chen Dong was left with only the last killing intent yet to be found. After searching the entire world, perhaps it was fate. As he returned to that small town where it all began, the small town had regained its prosperity, and the dilapidated temple in the mountains outside had long since collapsed. As for old acquaintances, they should have long departed. But things seemed to be more complicated, as Chen Dong discovered 2 skeletons in the collapsed temple, one large and one small. Chen Dong did not know if these 2 skeletons belonged to the grandfather and grandson, but it no longer mattered. He found the killing intent in the town. No wonder he hadn't been able to find it for so many years, as this killing intent still retained a trace of its former will, hiding until today. If it weren't for Yao Shi noticing the problem and reminding him, he might have missed it. In the end, a battle ensued, and Chen Dong, risking his life alongside Yao Shi, died once, killed it, and completed the mission. The world collapsed. Everything vanished like a dream. Have we not eaten today? Yao Shi pouted in dissatisfaction as she watched the world disappear, floating next to Chen Dong, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning on his shoulder. We're out, Chen Dong murmured to himself, looking at the prompt in front of him. Special trial mission completed. A total of 42 killing intents eliminated, gaining 420,000 vitality points and vitality limit, current vitality points, for 173, 243, 520. 000. Special reward. Please choose one skill at random. As Chen Dong closed the prompt, a long list of skills appeared on the reward panel, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Those qualified to receive myth-level trials naturally possessed great strength and impressive skills. Chen Dong directly reserved the myth-level ones, not even glancing at the others. Myth-level qualities were extremely precious, with only 37 among the hundreds of thousands of skills. After reviewing them, Chen Dong found 2 skills, both exclusive to the Demon Emperor class, but he could only choose one. In the end, Chen Dong chose 1 skill. True Sunfire, 1 quality. Myth attribute. Absorbs fire attribute. Transforms it into true Sunfire, stores it within the body, and can release a maximum temperature of 5,000 degrees Celsius. Flames below this temperature cannot harm the user. Long-term release at maximum temperature will place a huge burden on the body. Note: exclusive skill for the Demon Emperor class. Upon learning, true fire will temper the body, enhancing all attributes by 20. After choosing, Chen Dong's body ignited with golden red flames, taking the form of a 3-legged divine bird, startling Yao Shi, who quickly floated back 100 meters, still able to feel the scorching heat burning the air. At first, Chen Dong felt as though he was submerged in a pool of magma, but soon the pain disappeared, replaced by a warm sensation, and a memory surfaced in his mind, showing how the previous owner of this skill had used it. At the same time, Chen Dong's attributes increased, and his strength surged once again. Name: Feng Wolf Jutsu Level 10, 100, Class None, Constitution 42, Peak State 92, Strength 34, 119, Agility 30, 105, Spirit 45, 95, Points 98, 430, Talents, Undying. Tree of Life, Skills, Bone Resurrection 2, Killing Blade, Max Level, Killing Intent Concentration 1, True Sunfire. Chapter 20. Myth-level forces. A black hole appeared, and Chen Dong returned to the apocalyptic world once more. This long-lost feeling was quickly dissipated by his clarifying memories. Xiao Dongzi, where do we go next? Yao Shi floated down from Chen Dong's back to one side. There wasn't much time left, but without a map, they could only continue in the direction they had originally been heading. Crack, crack, crack. The Death Knight approached to it. Its master had merely been missing for a few days. Let's go, Chen Dong said, mounting the red-tailed scorpion that had crawled out of the ground. Continuing on the journey with Yao Shi. 3 days later, they had traveled over 200 kilometers. Rumble, rumble. Chen Dong looked at the dust swirling in the distance. It was an armored vehicle with a very unique design, somewhat resembling the Batmobile. Indigenous people? Chen Dong pondered, still dressed in the ancient costume he had bought in the trial space. Rumble, rumble. When the armored vehicle was about 100 meters away from Chen Dong, it stopped on its own. Amid the loud rumble of the vehicle and the slowly dissipating dust, the door opened, and a 2-meter-tall, muscular man stepped out. Where are you headed? The muscular man shouted. He glanced at the Death Knight beside Chen Dong and the seated red-tailed scorpion, stealthily eyeing the pulse gun inside his vehicle. At the same time, a sunroof opened on the roof of the vehicle, and a well-built man with a bare upper body pointed a weapon similar to a barret at Chen Dong from the top of the vehicle. What should we do? Do you need me to sneak up and take them out? Yao Shi flew over, resting on Chen Dong's shoulder, wrapping her arms around his neck as she asked. No need. We happen to need a guide, and I also need to learn some things from them. All right. Yao Shi felt it was rather dull. The two had lived together in the trial space for over 300 years, and their relationship had long since warmed up from the initial coldness. Yao Shi's identity was special. She had only slept for about 100 years since childhood, and she had only interacted with a handful of people during that time, making her thoughts relatively simple. After more than 300 years together, they had grown accustomed to relying on each other. Chen Dong leaped off the red-tailed scorpion, leaving the Death Knight behind, and approached alone, not counting the nearby ghost. I come from the great wilderness forest. I want to find a city where I can live. Chen Dong observed the attributes of the two men. Genos, 35 quality. Silver, Klaus, 26 quality. Silver. Both of their strengths appeared considerable, at least compared to the current players, most of whom could not match them. The great wilderness forest? That's over 300 kilometers away. The monsters along the way would be difficult to handle even for a golden elite team, Genos said, glancing at the Death Knight and the red-tailed scorpion not far away. After a moment of consideration, he continued, it seems your strength is decent. We just finished hunting and we're about to head back. You let your mounted monster follow us, and I'll lead you. Chen Dong nodded, said nothing more, and returned to the back of the red-tailed scorpion, while Genos and Klaus climbed back into the vehicle. Klaus expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "Boss, this guy is so rude. We're kindly offering to take him along, and he didn't even say thank you." Genos shot him a glare and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. Mind your own mouth. That guy is not simple. The two monsters must have been summoned by some powerful skill. But that is not the point. It's how he looked at me. What was wrong with his gaze?" Klaus clearly hadn't noticed earlier. Genos recalled the way Chen Dong had looked at him and said, it was terrifying. There was clearly no emotion, but that's what made it scary. Like looking at a corpse. No matter what, it's best to make a good connection, but don't provoke him. Why not just capture them and ask for directions? Yaoshi curiously looked at Chen Dong, thinking he would do that. I had initially planned to kill the strong one, but since they offered to guide us, I'll let it go. As for information, I'll find a professional team to get it in the city. Oh, I'm hungry. Yaoshi floated over, and Chen Dong nodded. Directly lighting a bonfire behind the red-tailed scorpion to roast a piece of snake meat. Yaoshi rested her chin on her hands, watching the sizzling snake meat, and sighed. It would be great if we had some rabbits. Over 300 years, you've eaten at least 10,000 rabbits, and you're still not tired of it? Chen Dong helplessly thought. Just hearing about rabbits made him feel nauseated. What do you know? This is called sentimentality. After all, it's the first dish you ever made for me. It's very meaningful, Yaoshi said irritably. A hint of helplessness appeared on Chen Dong's face. Over the years, he only showed such an expression in front of Yaoshi. But you can't have a commemorative day every day, can you? Humph. What do you care? If it comes to worst, I'll catch my own and cook it. Chen Dong fell silent. He still remembered the terrifying scene when Yaoshi, in a fit of anger, personally went to the kitchen to kill a rabbit, splattering him with blood. Half a day later, as evening approached, they arrived at a city. The town didn't look small. Likely able to accommodate around 100,000 people, surrounded on all sides by tall walls, with metal walls reaching 20 meters high. Huge black metal cannons were mounted on the walls, with one every 5 meters, and between the cannons stood soldiers holding high-tech rifles, all at least level 15 bronze strength. Riding on his red-tailed scorpion, Chen Dong caused quite a stir at the entrance. When he went through security at the gate, he was stopped. "I'm sorry, sir, but such a large mount cannot enter our city." The guard looked at Chen Dong, somewhat intimidated by the monster beside him. Chen Dong glanced at him. The guard was at level 20 bronze strength. He didn't want to cause trouble. After all, this wasn't a trial space. Chen Dong jumped off the red-tailed scorpion, instructing it to bury the Death Knight in the sand 10 kilometers away while he registered with Yaoshi. At that moment, Genos arrived after parking the vehicle and even took the initiative to pay 100 points for Chen Dong. "What's this?" "Huh." Genos was speechless. Is there still someone who doesn't know what money is in this day and age? However, he patiently explained, this is a point currency, universal in various places. If you don't have money, you can exchange some unwanted materials or crystals at the central gold bank. Chen Dong didn't say much, just nodded. While filling out the form, he entered his character name and then underwent a strength test. However, the testing device could only detect Chen Dong's level. Level 10? Genos' first reaction was disbelief. How could this be possible? Moreover, he hadn't even changed jobs, and they couldn't detect the rank. It should be that he possesses a treasure that can hide his strength. Genos thought to himself, growing increasingly curious about Chen Dong's identity. The wildland forest was considered a forbidden area for several Tier 3 cities nearby, without a golden-level exploration team. Entering the forest was basically a death sentence. With a distance of over 300 kilometers, it would cost a lot. So he thought Chen Dong's strength must be at least level 30 golden rank. After completing the registration, the staff handed Chen Dong a black crystal card, which displayed his personal information, similar to an ID card. "Take me to the central gold bank you mentioned," Chen Dong said, with a commanding tone. Although Genos felt displeased, he still smiled and led the way. Behind the city walls was a new world, not at all like the dilapidated scenes found in most apocalypse novels or beginner cities. It even felt more high-tech. Skyscrapers stood tall, and occasionally, flying motorcycles zipped overhead. Chen Dong's outfit looked somewhat out of place in this modern city, attracting quite a few glances as they walked down the street. Once they arrived at the central gold bank, to protect customer privacy, there were many individual exchange booths inside, and exchanges were conducted one-on-one. Chen Dong took a number in the lobby and waited for over 10 minutes before it was his turn. Entering the room and sitting down, he was greeted by a tall, beautiful receptionist with golden long hair and blue eyes, fair skin. If Yaoshi scored a perfect 100, this woman would at least be 80, with 70 points for her overall appearance and an extra 10 for her figure. She silently squeezed her budding dumplings and glared at the receptionist's impressive curves, gritting her teeth. Humph. Definitely fake. How could they be so big? Chen Dong remained calm. After spending all day with a perfect 100-point little girl, how could he settle for an 80? He took out a small pouch from his backpack, containing all the crystal cores he had, including those from the 3 level 20s and 1 level 30 he had killed on the way. Please take a look. Chen Dong handed over the crystal cores. After the receptionist examined them one by one, she clearly became a bit flustered, her smile widening even more. Sir, your items can be exchanged for a total of 753, 786, 500. After she finished speaking, the tray in front of them began to lower and then rose again, transforming into a black card. Please bind your fingerprint. Another fingerprint binding. Chen Dong bound all his fingers and then presented his ID card, inputting the information into the card. All right, sir, the card has been successfully bound. The amount displayed on it can only be viewed by you. For transactions, just remove the payment device from the card and input the payment amount. Chen Dong nodded, picking up the card and looking at the long string of virtual numbers on it. Is this thing safe? Chen Dong casually asked. The receptionist smiled and explained, rest assured. Our central gold bank is the world's largest savings and exchange organization. The transaction card you hold is produced and controlled by our organization's myth-level item, Divine Authority Intelligence. Even myth-level powerhouses cannot crack it without specialized means, and moreover, myth-level powerhouses wouldn't be foolish enough to proactively provoke the central gold bank. Chen Dong nodded. This was a force with myth-level power, and there might even be more than one. Even the receptionist sitting in front of him was not an ordinary person. Cilia, level 30 rank, gold. Having a receptionist with level 30 gold strength shows how extraordinary this force is. If there are any typos, please leave a message to remind me. I'm a newbie. Please give me a recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 21, Buying a House. After Chen Dong came out, he found Genos still waiting outside. I want to buy a property here, preferably a standalone house. Chen Dong asked Genos, as his quest had only a few days left. Genos frowned upon hearing this. The price of buying a property in the town was extremely high, and he and his team members only rented a place. Properties in any town were owned by the Alliance and normally wouldn't be sold to individuals unless one made a significant contribution to the town. Otherwise, they would have to pay a very high price, and for a standalone house, the price would multiply several times. Chen Dong sighed upon hearing this. Even in the apocalypse, one still has to be a slave to housing. Thinking about it, those guys in the beginner village have none of these worries. How many points would it roughly require? Chen Dong decided to first confirm whether he had enough points. Seeing that Chen Dong was persistent, Genos had no choice but to explain in detail. If it's for a regular community, a house of over 100 square meters costs around 4 million points for a one-time purchase. For a standalone house, you would need to go to the villa area in the southern part of the city, where all the residents are golden-level teams or powerhouses. A house occupying 400 square meters would require at least 300 million, inclusive of furniture. All right, take me to the place to buy a house. Chen Dong nodded. He could afford that price. Huh. Genos was shocked. How many points did this entail? Not only was he not scared, but it seemed he also breathed a sigh of relief. Genos led Chen Dong to the Lord's mansion, a large castle guarded at the entrance by 2 level 30 silver guards in powered suits. Genos took Chen Dong around the main gate of the Lord's mansion to a smaller side door and entered. The layout inside is somewhat reminiscent of a tavern from a Western cowboy movie, with quite a few people drinking and chatting. Genos led Chen Dong to the bar and spoke to a beautiful receptionist. This friend of mine is looking to purchase a property in the city. Can you show him around? Upon hearing it was about buying property, the receptionist became much more enthusiastic. She pulled out a metal disc from under the bar, pressed a button, and a 3D graphic unfolded. The other patrons in the tavern were also drawn over. Buying a house in the town was not something just anyone could afford. Is that Genos? He's the leader of a silver-level pioneering team. How could he have so many points? Or is it his subordinates who are buying a base? Someone recognized Genos and speculated with some confusion. Idiot. His pioneering team has 12 members. With their meager resources, even if they pooled everything, they could only buy a 200 square foot place. That's too small to be a base. It wouldn't be worth it compared to renting, someone countered. Look at that guy next to him. Could he be the one buying? But he looks unfamiliar. Someone noted as they observed Chen Dong, who was still dressed in ancient garb, again attracting attention. Doesn't look like it. This little guy? I could knock him down with one slap. How could he possibly have that kind of strength? A tall, burly man with a beard, standing at 2 meters tall and half a head taller than Genos, looked disdainfully at Chen Dong. Chen Dong ignored the idle chatter and directly asked the receptionist to find available standalone villas. The receptionist, Barbara, patiently introduced Chen Dong to the options. Pointing to the red buildings on the 3D graphic, there are currently 32 standalone villas available. Since they occupy the same land, they are all priced at 300 million points. Additionally, you will need to pay a 5-property transaction fee, totaling 315 million points. Chen Dong looked at the 3D graphic and ultimately chose a large villa near the city gate, covering 100 square meters, with 600 square meters designated as yard space. The villa itself occupying 900 square meters, and it had 2 floors plus an attic. After registering his information and transferring the points, Chen Dong received 2 access cards. Once his information was registered, he could enter using the identity card, but he was also given 2 access cards for temporary use by others. If he later formed a pioneering team and wanted to use the villa as a base, he could bring members here for information registration. Chen Dong quietly handed 1 access card to Yao Shi, watching her happily fiddle with the card. After the transaction was completed, Chen Dong and the others left, with Genos leading him towards the newly purchased house. Meanwhile, the people in the tavern exchanged glances. Did he really buy it? That's a standalone villa. Worth 300 million. I know Genos. He definitely doesn't have that kind of financial power, someone squinted and casually remarked. That little guy next to him seems quite wealthy? Someone said with ill intentions. Let us wait and see. After all, someone who can pull out that many points to buy a house can't just be an ordinary person. Someone kindly reminded. But others were not so naive. Those who had spoken earlier were all hinting at Chen Dong's wealth, likely trying to find a couple of scapegoats to test the waters. When Chen Dong arrived at the villa area, there were noticeably fewer people than on other streets, and the villa area was surrounded by 4-meter-high iron fences. The guards at the entrance were 4 level 20 silver quality, and there were dedicated patrol teams within the villa area. After escorting Chen Dong, Genos indicated that he had some matters to attend to and prepared to leave. Wait. Chen Dong called him back and then transferred 10 million points to him, indicating that he might need his help with some matters in the future. When Genos saw such a large sum suddenly appear in his account, his eyes nearly popped out. A level 20 silver quality monster core could only be exchanged for 2 million points. He would need to kill 5 to earn this 10 million. Normally, it would take a year to earn that much, as even though their team could kill level 20 silver monsters, those monsters had a certain level of intelligence. They wouldn't just stand there like zombies. If they couldn't win, they would escape. Moreover, the area had already been cleared multiple times. To find stronger ones, they would have to venture far, risking encounters with monsters they couldn't handle. A single outing could take several days, and they often returned empty-handed. Considering the costs of injuries, treatment, food, etc., their pioneering team had only saved a little over 6 million in 6 years. He never expected to earn so much in a single day, and Chen Dong's generosity greatly increased his goodwill towards him. He patted his chest repeatedly, assuring Chen Dong, and left his contact information, although Chen Dong hadn't purchased a communication device yet. After Genos left, Chen Dong turned to look at the villa before him, which was surrounded by iron fences. Inside, there was a stone path leading from the entrance to the villa door. The areas on both sides of the path were grass, which seemed to be well maintained. On the left side of the yard, there was a large pool measuring 5 by 10 meters and 1 meter deep, filled with sand and colored stones, and the water looked very clear. The filtration system was excellent, with water flowing in from the top and out from the bottom, but there were no fish or other creatures in the water, just a few aquatic plants gently swaying. On the right side was a Western-style pavilion, with a white gazebo containing a white stone table and 4 exquisite white leather chairs. Next to the pavilion, there was a swing hanging from a white bench. Around the walls, there was a 1-meter-wide flower bed that didn't have any flowers planted, just soil, which looked somewhat out of place. Upon opening the door and stepping into the villa, the spacious foyer and a spiral staircase came into view. To the right upon entering was the living room, with large floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the white gazebo and swing in the yard, providing excellent natural light. On the left was a bar, with a wine cabinet behind it. And further in was a kitchen that was even more spacious than some restaurants' back kitchens in the original world. Directly ahead, on the left were the restroom and bathroom. And on the right was a large bathroom that could more accurately be described as a swimming pool, with an expansive space of 5 by 10 meters. enough for 10 people to bathe together. Additionally, there were 2 guest rooms, one of which had a walk-in closet and was about 50 square meters, furnished quite simply. Including the 6 rooms on the second floor, the villa could comfortably accommodate more than 10 people without feeling cramped. Adjacent to the master bedroom on the second floor, linked to the balcony, was a 10 by 10 meter outdoor swimming pool. Standing on the balcony of the master bedroom, Chen Dong looked outside, and at a glance, it appeared very peaceful, without the darkness of the so-called apocalypse. The master bedroom covered 100 square meters, and the interior decor of the house had some resemblance to European style, with various patterns and lines showcasing a sense of beauty and opulence. After She happily wandered around the house, she flew over and habitually perched on Chen Dong's shoulder, asking, "This will be our home from now on?" Chen Dong, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, nodded with a rare smile on his face. "Yes, this will be our home from now on." Chapter 22. Construction of the safe house. As night fell quietly, Chen Dong began to renovate the house under the cover of darkness. A prompt box popped up in front of him, and he included the entire villa and yard in the renovation scope. Notice, renovation of the safe house requires materials: 2,000 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 20 units of iron ore. Do you confirm the renovation? Chen Dong currently had 50,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, and a minimum amount of iron ore, having only collected 500 units sporadically along the way. He directly chose to confirm, and as the materials in his backpack decreased, the safe house began to change. At the head of the master bedroom bed, a crystal appeared, and an invisible light curtain enveloped the entire safe house. Safe house core, 1 attribute. Current safe house defense shield durability, 200,200. Upgrade requirements: 5,000 units of wood, 1,500 units of stone, 50 units of iron ore. Tip: once the safe house core is destroyed, players can only choose to join other players' safe houses or purchase a new safe house core from the shop. The safe house core serves as the player's teleport point, and teleportation scrolls back to the city can be purchased in the shop. After Chen Dong checked the attributes, he directly placed all the materials from his backpack into the core. The safe house core also serves as a storage box, with 20 slots of backpack space. Opening 1 slot requires 100 points, and a maximum of 50 slots can be opened at level 1. After putting all the materials in, Chen Dong continuously upgraded the safe house core, raising it to level 3 until only a few materials were left. In addition, during the upgrade process, Chen Dong added the previously obtained black gold mysterious iron stone and earth element crystal. Safe house core, 3 attribute. Current safe house defense shield durability, 276,002,7600. Upgrade requirements: 50,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of iron ore. With such a high durability, it would probably take Chen Dong 7 to 8 hours of full effort to chop it down. After doing all this, Chen Dong looked at the crystal coffin beside the master bedroom bed. She was still sleeping inside. When they were in the trial space, they also had to sleep like this, and both slept in coffins. Chen Dong had long sensed She's oddity and had asked her about her past several times. But unfortunately, she was unwilling to talk about it, and would even get angry if he probed deeper. Chen Dong went downstairs to the yard, thought for a moment, and planted a demonified trance seed by the swing, and planted another one by the pond. Each seed was buried with dozens of blood crystals, and after seeing the prompt, he dripped a drop of his blood on them, feeling that dripping blood to acknowledge the master was indeed more soulful. Chen Dong waited quietly for a while, and a small sapling broke through the ground. Ancient life, trance, 1, growing, quality, gold, estimated remaining growth time, 72 hours. This was the tree by the swing. Bloody War ancient tree, 1, growing, quality, starshine, estimated remaining growth time, 240 hours. The seed by the pond directly reached the starshine quality. Chen Dong specifically buried over 20 blood crystals for it, and it seemed the effect was quite good. After doing all this, Chen Dong issued commands to the 2 saplings, instructing them to guard the area and kill any enemies attacking the defense shield. After completing all this, Chen Dong returned to the villa. On the wall of the living room hung a 32-inch transparent display screen. After turning it on, there were a total of 6 channels: shopping center, customer service, news information, monster knowledge, major competition live broadcasts. Chen Dong clicked on the shopping channel, which was somewhat similar to a system mall. But most of the items inside were consigned by various exploration teams, aside from the official items. Chen Dong even found a category for slaves, with the highest value being a starshine quality half-orc. This world has some special humanoid races, and among the human race, the vast majority view them as monsters, with only a few dozen towns recognizing the identity of half-orcs. This information was gathered by Chen Dong through news information and monster knowledge. He spent the afternoon sitting there watching TV. After browsing through the content, he found that items could also be purchased with points. But the points required were dozens of times more than those in the system mall. Chen Dong thought about leaving soon and leaving Yaoshi alone. He felt a bit uneasy, and this house also needed someone to manage it. Ultimately, Chen Dong spent over 370 million to buy some items. War Machine, 20 quality, silver description, equipped with a Gauss cannon, comes with 3 energy shells. Can switch to a silver-level combat knife in either hand. Internally equipped with an energy plate, capable of lasting for 3 years, maintaining combat status for a month, loaded with silver-level swordsmanship combat techniques. And has a second-generation basic intelligent brain chip. Personally forged by the dwarven goldsmith, Nolan. Price, 10 million points. Chen Dong directly bought 4 of them. Although they were just robots and couldn't be upgraded, they were sufficient for guarding. In addition, he also bought 2 slaves. 2 supercommunicators with a signal coverage range of 5,000 kilometers, and added some furniture. Buying over a dozen bronze-quality ornamental fish that could recover injuries and relieve fatigue when eaten. In fact, for guarding the house, Chen Dong could directly use the skeleton soldiers he summoned. But the intelligence of skeleton soldiers below gold quality was low, and from the description, they were not as good as the artificial intelligence. Sylvia, 20 quality, silver description, winged warrior, possesses a silver-level sword skill and silver talent, featherblade. Trained as a natural warrior from a young age. Age, 24, height, 172, weight, 84, including wings. Annabelle, 15 quality, bronze description, proficient in account management, cooking, and housework. Provided by the legendary slave organization Dragon Prison. Age, 16, height, 163, weight, 46. These 2 slaves also came with photos. Sylvia had blonde hair and blue eyes with large waves, a pair of pure white wings behind her, wearing a bright silver female armor, and her long, fair legs were covered with leg armor, exposing only a part. She looked no worse than a receptionist from a central gold shop, also an impressive figure. Priced at 40 million points, which was quite expensive. Annabelle had silvery long hair and looked very delicate, a pitiful appearance. She wore a black evening gown, looking like a little princess who had never seen the world at a ball, with a pair of big, watery eyes revealing a hint of panic and unease. Although her figure was a bit thin, her features were exquisite, also at an 80-point level, valued at 3 million points. Chen Dong bought her not only to replace himself in cooking for Yaoshi, but also because they were of similar ages and could keep each other company when he was not around. As for Sylvia, Chen Dong was attracted to her flying ability. With proper training, she would also be a formidable combat power. After that, he bought some high-end furniture and some spiritual fruits that could enhance attributes. Some of these items would take 7 to 8 days to arrive, and Chen Dong could only wait patiently. The next morning, the fish fry that Chen Dong bought arrived, and the arrival of the ornamental fish delighted Yaoshi. She squatted by the pond, watching the fish swimming in the water. This one has a big head. If it grows bigger, it can be used to make fish head soup. This one is too thin. If fried, the bones can be eaten too. This one is so beautiful. The sashimi must be very good. Chen Dong watched on the side, feeling quite frustrated. He had just warned the bloodthirsty ancient tree not to touch these fish in the pond, but now it seemed like the fish wouldn't be safe. Yaoshi, I'm planning to leave for a few days, Chen Dong said to Yaoshi, who was drooling by the pond. Huh, we've only stayed for a day. Are we leaving already? Yaoshi said somewhat reluctantly, clearly satisfied with this home. No, this time you need to stay at home. I'm going out by myself. No way. Yaoshi exploded, pouncing on Chen Dong's neck and refusing to let go. I want to go too. We've never been apart for so long. Why can't you take me with you? Yaoshi insisted, shaking her body, causing Chen Dong to sway along with her. Chen Dong let her shake for a while, and when he saw her movement slow down, he reached back to pat her little head resting on his shoulder. Rest assured, I will be back soon. It's not that I don't want to take you with me, but that place is not somewhere you can go. Chen Dong felt helpless. I won't. I don't believe it. My mythological talent is incomprehensible. I even managed to get through the myth trial, So what place is off limits to me? Yaoshi didn't believe it, her eyes starting to redden. Chen Dong was also helpless, but bringing her along was too uncertain, and the existence of the system clearly surpassed the myth level. He could only continue to persuade her. Really, I swear. We've lived together for over 300 years. How could I lie to you? Plus, I'll be back in a few days, so don't worry. I even found a chef to stay behind and cook delicious food for you. Yaoshi pouted, holding back her tears. She wasn't the type to stubbornly cling on, and since Chen Dong had said this much, she couldn't keep pestering him. He let go of her and floated to the side. Just then, a few people arrived outside the door, shouting at Chen Dong in the yard. Sir, your delivery has arrived. Please sign for it. Just as he mentioned it, one of Chen Dong's slaves was local. Chen Dong opened the door and saw that the people were holding a chain, one end of which was attached to a collar around a girl's neck. Sir, this is a bronze-level contract lock. Please register your information first, then drop your blood to claim ownership, and this item will be yours. Chen Dong glanced at Annabelle. Compared to her photo, she looked much more disheveled, her face dirty, her hair in a mess, and she was wearing a simple, hand-sewn linen dress. It was more like a piece of cloth with a hole cut in it and sewn up on the sides. Following the procedure, Chen Dong entered the information and then dripped his blood on the chain. Suddenly, golden runes were branded onto the chain, then slowly disappeared. A circle of black chain-like patterns appeared around Annabelle's neck. After finishing all this, the slave traders left, and Chen Dong brought the uneasy Annabelle into the villa. Yaoshi, come out and meet the new girl. While I'm away, she will take care of your meals, Chen Dong said to the side. Annabelle watched as Chen Dong spoke to the air, feeling utterly despairing, thinking that the person who bought her was a lunatic. Just as she was imagining the kind of abuse she would endure in the future, Yaoshi's figure slowly materialized. She was pouting, clearly dissatisfied. Yaoshi shot a glance at Chen Dong, turned her head, and huffed, disappearing again from Annabelle's sight. So, there really is someone else. It's not a lunatic? Annabelle's fanciful thoughts were shattered, and she felt a bit disappointed. Meanwhile, Chen Dong kept explaining to Yaoshi, introducing the two of them to each other, and asked Yaoshi to take her to the bathroom. Reluctantly, Yaoshi led her to the bathroom. When they came out, Annabelle had changed into a new outfit, presumably given by Yaoshi, a golden-quality black, fluffy dress. Her hair was wet, and her delicate, fair face showed signs of shyness and unease. In the following days, Chen Dong stayed in the villa with the two of them, only taking Yaoshi out once to get an identity card. However, Yaoshi used an epic item to modify her appearance, making her look like an ordinary girl. At the same time, Chen Dong opened an account for her, and the wealthy little girl carelessly tossed out several level 40-star quality crystal cores, startling the mature woman and earning Chen Dong a substantial sum of 16 billion, along with a generous medium-sized reward. In the days that followed, Chen Dong received a large number of deliveries every day for food, clothing, and daily necessities. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, as long as they caught her eye, she would place an order. She was a top-tier little rich girl. Looking at the time, it was almost time to return, but another warrior from the feathered race had not yet arrived. Chen Dong transferred the information to Yaoshi and gave her a few instructions. After exiting, he was swallowed by a black hole in an inconspicuous corner. Chapter 23. The Anomaly in the Original World Ding. Mission completed. Number of surviving players, 32,640. The mission has ended, and the game content will undergo adjustments and updates, requiring a wait of 10 days. 10 days? Chen Dong muttered to himself. This time, counting the trial space, it had been over 300 years. What does it mean for a person to suddenly have over 300 years of life experience? Chen Dong went out and bought a set of fishing gear, heading to the Min River to fish. He took out his phone from his pocket and opened the system mall. He currently had 162,500 points, which was much more than when the first mission ended. He first opened the event interface. This time, there were 2 fewer items than before, totaling only 2 items. But their quality had improved. Hexagram map, quality, epic attributes, ornament type equipment. After use, it increases all attributes by 10. Attached skill, hexagram array, summons 6 starlight avatars, each possessing 30 of the main body's combat power. Once the usage limit is exhausted, the hexagram ornament shatters. Usage count, 33 redemption requirement, 100. 000 points. Limited time special price 0, 1x. Remaining quantity, 810. Dragon soaring in the wild, quality, epic attributes, ornament type equipment. After use, it increases agility by 20. Attached skill, swimming dragons, 7 jumps. Allows a leap into the air, continuously flashing in mid-air, with a maximum of 7 consecutive flashes, each flash up to 500 meters. Usable 14 times per day. Redemption requirement, 100,000 points. Limited time special price 0, 1x. Remaining quantity, 710. Both ornaments had powerful abilities, and in terms of price, Chen Dong could barely afford one. Although he was tempted by both, he ultimately chose the dragon soaring in the wild ornament. One more thing that concerned Chen Dong was that now, besides him, there were others who could afford such expensive ornaments. Aside from that, he directly bought the system backpack and opened 150 slots, spending 31,000 points. Next, he chose some recovery items, all of bronze quality, which, with the talent Tree of Life, would provide a triple enhancement, and the bronze quality recovery potion could achieve effects close to silver quality. Finally, he exchanged the leftover 638 points for real currency, leaving Chen Dong with 6,000 points. He closed the system mall and stared at the floating buoy on the river's surface, passing the time. At the same time, in a secret research facility in the capital of Huagua, Beiping City, passing through layers of isolation and disinfection zones, he arrived at a spacious research room. In the center of the research room, inside an explosion-proof glass cage, was a creature the size of a calf, resembling a mouse, trapped within. Lin Jiqing looked at the creature inside, frowning deeply. Outside the laboratory door, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a lab coat, was being supported by a young researcher, slowly entering, and inquired of Lin Jiqing. "So, what did the higher-ups say?" Lin Jiqing turned around, glanced at the old man, and nodded. "The higher-ups have assembled a special operations team, and I've managed to get a position as chief advisor. Additionally, they've secretly invited over 20 authoritative professors in biology and geology, including some who specialize in paleobiology and historians, to form a special investigation team. What about me?" The old man, hearing that there was no arrangement for him, appeared quite dissatisfied. "Is this because they think I'm too old and no longer useful?" Lin Jiqing hesitated. "Old Zhao, you are advanced in age, and the higher-ups want you to oversee research affairs at headquarters." "What the hell?" Zhao Zhongwu trembled as he stepped forward, cursing loudly, spitting as he spoke. Seeing the old man with red eyes, as if he were about to kill someone, Lin Jiqing wiped his face, smiling bitterly but not daring to refute. What time was it now? Saying it was a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. So what if he was old? I can still do a set of Tai Chi every morning. I won't die anytime soon. Even if I do die, I want to die on the path of research. You want me to shrink back and wait to hear about the sacrifices of you frontline people, enjoying the fruits of your labor? Dream on. Looking at the red-faced, gasping Zhao Lao, Lin Jiqing hurriedly went over to pat his back and help him catch his breath. "Zhao Lao, listen to me. This incident is too strange and too dangerous, and the key point is that the source of those phones is still untraceable. Currently, we can only confirm a few hundred people have entered, and they all need to be left to the special operations team. Moreover, this time it's said that there will be updates inside, and there are too many uncertainties. If you want to go in, you'll have to wait until we set up the base. Don't worry, it won't take long." Zhao Zhongwu calmed down. His anger seemed to have dissipated. He understood the serious implications and knew that going in would only be a burden, but he couldn't rest easy without seeing it with his own eyes. "Haven't they caught that person yet?" Zhao Zhongwu had to change the subject. Hearing this, Lin Jiqing frowned and shook his head, saying, "We have intensified our search. But that little old man selling phones is very elusive. We can't track him down at all. He moves around in any city and always manages to evade our sight." "Is that so?" Zhao Zhongwu didn't delve deeper into this issue. That person definitely knew something, but he didn't know what kind of existence he was. "Friend or foe?" Zhao Zhongwu then asked. "What about those players and the situation with the wormholes?" "As for the players, we have temporarily gathered some information, but we haven't contacted them yet. The higher-ups are still discussing what attitude to adopt towards the players. After all, some of them have already gained considerable benefits from the game, and these people probably won't want to be restricted. As for the wormholes, the situation is currently quite bad. There are now 62 known locations, with 6 wormholes in the country, and as the game continues, new wormholes may emerge. Forget about the players. That's a headache for the higher-ups. Regarding the wormholes, did the field investigation I applied for get approved?" Zhao Zhongwu focused again on the wormholes. "It was approved, but the wormholes are still unstable, and we need to wait a few more days. Other professors will accompany you then. You don't need to worry about casualties. This is a disaster for the world. We must resist with all our might and not fear sacrifice. Lin Jiqing seriously interrupted Zhao Zhonghua. Zhao Zhonghua felt helpless about this and nodded, saying nothing more. Currently, the wormholes can only be entered, not exited. We will continuously send the captured monsters to the laboratory for research. Finding the most effective way to deal with them is your responsibility, Zhao Lao. Kid, do I need you to teach me? Zhao Zhonghua tapped him lightly with his cane, then was supported by a young researcher as he walked toward the cage containing the monsters. If Chen Dong were here, he would see the prompt box above the monster's head. Carrion Mouse, level 10. This is a level 10 ordinary monster, with crimson pupils and a brutal aura. Bang! The carrion mouse saw Zhao Zhonghua approaching and directly crashed into the glass, causing its recently healed wound to burst open again, blood slowly sliding down the glass. Squeak! The carrion mouse shrieked, releasing a dangerous signal towards Zhao Zhonghua. Brutal and full of unknowns. Zhao Zhonghua said something and turned to look at his assistant. How's the blood sample analysis going? Can you find out the cause of the mutation? The assistant shook his head. We have made some progress. One of the causes of the mutation seems to be the mutation of cancer cells. As for what caused the cancer cells to change, we are still researching it. But it seems we will have to find the answer in that apocalyptic world. Zhao Zhonghua nodded. This matter was not easy, and significant progress was unlikely in a short time. If possible, he hoped to complete the research in that apocalyptic world. Around the world, mutations are occurring. And among the 30,000 survivors, a large portion is spreading information within their circles. With the national election day approaching, in some Western countries, information about the apocalyptic world has been uncovered by those with ulterior motives and is beginning to spread across major media networks abroad. Some people domestically have also obtained this information through means such as VPNs. Gradually, things are developing towards an uncontrollable situation. However, Chen Dong has not paid much attention to these matters. Over the past few days, he has been fishing by the river, catching a few fish each day, only to release them again. How lonely is invincibility? Chen Dong answered the phone and put it to his ear. Hello? Hello? Cousin, why aren't you at work now? I went to find you, and your colleague said you were fired. Hearing that teasing voice, Chen Dong immediately knew who it was. He was one of the so-called 4 heavenly kings mentioned by the teacher in middle school. What made you think to come find me? Chen Dong asked. What else could I do? The new year is coming in a couple of months, and I'm free these days. Shunzi just returned from the army, so I wanted to invite you out for dinner. When? Tonight, same old place. Is Wuqing still open? Yes, are you coming? Sure. After chatting a bit more, Chen Dong hung up the phone. Time flies, and due to their respective jobs, they hadn't been in touch for over a year. Hearing that familiar voice again made him involuntarily recall some past events from middle school. The anxiety of skipping class for the first time. At that time, the game he loved to play in the internet CAF was racing games, with the songs of Lao Tzu and Xiao Wang playing in his headphones. The youthful years passed in the blink of an eye. It has already been 6 years since graduation, and in the next 6 years, he should start a family. In another 6 years, he would be a father. The more than 300 years in the trial space always felt unreal to him. 300 years seemed less fulfilling in his heart than these short 20 years. Do I really want to go back? Unfortunately, once a path is walked, it cannot be turned back. I can only move forward, not retreat. Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh, packing up his fishing gear, turning back to change his clothes. That evening, Chen Dong and the others gathered again. A group of them drank and chatted. The boys boasted and joked at the table. True friends never compete or envy each other. They talked about the past and shared embarrassing stories. Xiao Yuqing had gained weight and worked at a hamburger shop. Now sporting a body full of fat, Li Zuanjin, once handsome, now had a face full of late-blooming acne. Shunzi had returned from the army on leave. Looking as skinny as before, without any semblance of a soldier, he was in logistics, so he had lower training intensity. Jingchuan's skin condition had improved a lot and was working at a pharmaceutical factory. He heard he was even pursued by an armored vehicle. Everyone teased him to show off. And then he pulled the empty chair beside him. After getting drunk, he vomited everywhere. Afterward, Chen Dong offered to treat, and although everyone tried to refuse, Chen Dong ended up paying, even giving an extra 50 yuan as an apology for making a mess. Everyone went their separate ways. Back home, Chen Dong also received transfers from several of them, all cleared. There was no show-off or rekindling with an ex. A man's happiness is simple. Just a topic about the national election can lead to a night of drinking. This time they parted ways, and he wondered when they would gather again. In the face of the world's constant changes, he didn't know if there would ever be another chance to reunite. Chapter 24, Monster Siege Task Ding. Total number of players logging in this time. 289, 589. Ding. System update complete. New features activated. Chat channel. Trading platform. Information news. World map. Leaderboard. Monster Siege battle. Due to the disappearance of the novice village's protective barrier, a large number of monsters will launch a massive attack on all novice cities in 1 month. Players should quickly improve the safety house level and their own strength. During the monster siege, killing monsters will yield double points, and killing monsters will also earn corresponding war points, which can be exchanged in the war treasury after the task ends for the highest mythical grade items. Notice, the isolation of novice cities has disappeared, and players can freely explore this world. 3 days later, a large number of intelligent life forms from this world will enter the novice city, and players can attempt to recruit them. 10 days quickly passed in Chen Dong's idle time, and the outside world can now be said to be in chaos. But this is not something he needs to worry about. In the meantime, his parents called him twice, and Chen Dong casually mentioned some fabricated updates to brush them off. Chen Dong opened the information portal, which was still blank, resembling a forum page. He spent 300 points to post a message, looking to purchase Demon Emperor profession skills or related information, offering a minimum reward of 100,000 points. Chen Dong didn't know if this would be effective, but strength lies in numbers. Searching alone was too exhausting. And this time, there were over 3 million new players joining the game, most of whom were surely internal personnel from various countries, specifically arranged military forces. After closing the portal, Chen Dong checked the trading platform and the world map. The world map showed a vast area, at least more than 10 times that of Earth, but 99 of it was pitch black, only displaying the shape of the map without specific information. Only the places Chen Dong had visited were shown, and he noticed that his novice village was on the other side of the great forest of the wasteland, over 2,000 kilometers away from his current location. On the trading platform, someone had already started listing items, but none were treasures, with the best being just a bronze-level battle knife. The trading platform had one advantage. Although there were many items in the system shop, most were not available in this world. Conversely, many items that existed in this world were absent from the system shop. For example, the war machines could not be found in the system shop, indicating that most items in the shop were likely not sourced from this world. Clicking on the chat channel, many people had begun to speak, with each message costing 100 points, which was quite an expensive price. I am the number one under heaven. Heaven did not give birth to me, Zhang Jinzhua. The swordway is as long as the night. Jade-faced little white bug, you revealed your real name upstairs. Slaughter the common people. Who is claiming invincibility? Who dares to say unbeaten? It's over, it's over. It's done. I feel like I won't survive this wave of siege. What should I do? Should I escape now while I can? Half a life returned. Is there one novice village per person? Why am I the only one on this island? Susanu, on an island? Aren't we in a city? Where there are many donkeys. When things are unusual, there must be great opportunities. The chat channel was mostly idle chatter, with most just trying to make their presence known. After all, 100 points was a considerable amount for new players, and even many veteran players were reluctant to spend it, given that buying a piece of bronze equipment was quite a cost. Chen Dong closed the panel, took out the communicator from this world, and checked the time. Around 3 p.m., Chen Dong walked out of the alley, striding towards the villa area. Upon reaching the entrance, he swiped his card to enter. And before he had taken 2 steps, he caught a glimpse of a cold light with his right eye, frowned, and reflexively reached out to catch the sword. Humph. Chen Dong snorted coldly, looking at the golden-haired winged beauty in front of him, and directly lifted the sword, then slammed it down hard. Boom. A large pit was dented into the grass, and at that moment, 4 2-meter-tall robots made entirely of white metal approached, their arm joints rotating and transforming into sharp blades, launching an attack on Chen Dong. Stop. Yao Shi heard the commotion and flew out from the second-floor bedroom, stopping Sylvia, who was getting up to continue the attack, along with the 4 war machines. Yao Shi flew over, crossed her arms, and looked down at Chen Dong, coldly saying, "You actually know to come back?" Her tone was like that of a wife waiting for her drunken husband to return home at 2 in the morning. "Then I'm leaving," Chen Dong said as he turned to walk out. This left Yao Shi dumbfounded, thinking Chen Dong was genuinely angry, and hurriedly flew up to grip his neck. "You can't leave. We agreed it would only be a few days. You've already been gone for 10 days. You dare threaten me? I'll choke you." Yaoshi was so angry her teeth were grinding. Until Chen Dong took out the local specialties he had brought back, a large bag of vacuum-packed spicy rabbit heads and spicy rabbit legs. In the villa, Chen Dong leaned back on the sofa, watching the winged warrior of the winged race quietly standing behind Yaoshi like a guard. The winged race was different from angels. Their wings grew from both sides of their spine at the waist. Although they had wings, they were not very large. The description said they had flying capabilities. But that was just a selling point. In reality, long-distance flying was impossible, at most. They could manage short distances of about 3 kilometers at low altitudes of approximately 30 meters, and their flying speed was slower than running, making it rather useless. Chen Dong noticed her equipment, a set of black skirt armor, which looked more advanced than the one in the description, at least of golden quality. And he noted that her strength had improved significantly. Sylvia, 25 quality, gold since she was not bound to Chen Dong. He could not check her attributes. As for Annabelle, who was sitting next to Chen Dong munching on a rabbit head, her strength had also increased considerably. Name, Annabelle level, 1887, quality, silver, profession, flame mage, constitution, 9 strength, 12 agility, 8 spirit, 15 talent. Fire element affinity, increases the power of fire element skills by 20 skills. Fireball, great fireball, earth flame, flame ray. Annabelle's strength looked stronger than that of monsters, and she had 4 skills, more than a death knight. Without needing to say, Chen Dong knew that Yaoshi must have given them something to eat. Only this little rich girl could manage that. However, Chen Dong was not jealous. He had once asked Yaoshi for similar items, but was directly refused. Such items that could enhance quality also consumed potential. The higher the quality, the higher the potential limit they could reach. Simply put, ordinary quality monsters max out at level 30, bronze quality at 40, silver at 50, gold at 60, starry at 70, epic at 80, legendary at 90, and mythical at 100. Chen Dong did not know what his limit was. Perhaps players did not have such restrictions. I'm planning to go out for a while, Chen Dong said casually. Huh. Yaoshi's expression immediately soured. Don't worry, this time I'll take you with me. As for you two, stay here to watch the house. Sylvia directly refused. My responsibility is to protect my master. Wherever my master is, I will be with my sword. Unwavering until death. A serious expression appeared on her delicate face. Yaoshi turned her head and said, You stay to watch the house. Sylvia, okay, master, no problem, master. Chen Dong, whose money was spent on all this? Sylvia initially complied, but her attitude was cold until Yaoshi took out a starry level fruit for her to eat, along with a set of golden quality skirt armor and a golden quality fine sword, and Sylvia completely succumbed to this lavish onslaught. I recognize you as my master. This was Sylvia's declaration of loyalty to Yaoshi. Chen Dong stood up, opened the floor-to-ceiling window leading to the yard, and approached the ancient tree of life. The thick trunk, nearly 1 meter in diameter, stood about 10 meters tall, with dense branches and leaves, and the entire swing was under its green shade. Above the trunk was a wooden face that resembled a kind old man. The emerald green crown swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound, and the entire tree was emanating a faint life energy. Name, Ancient Tree of Life, level, 2072, quality, gold, profession, Ancient Tree Spirit, constitution, 35, strength, 20 agility, 5 mentality, 15 talent. Redemptive sacrifice. Sacrificing itself can transform into a life crystal, healing all diseases and extending life by 20 years. Skill, life drain. The roots can absorb the vitality of plants below gold quality within a 1 kilometer radius. Life nurturing, can produce a level 10 silver quality sprite every month. Breath of nature, can accelerate the growth speed of plants, with a chance to improve their quality. Can move, but moves very slowly, and uprooting itself will cause some damage. Chen Dong arrived again at the edge of the pool, looking at the grotesque, bloody war tree in front of him. The appearance was truly ugly. On the withered red trunk, a twisted, painful human face was visible, with sparse branches lacking leaves, covered in dense thorns, standing 15 meters tall. Name, Bloody Ancient Tree level, 2563. Quality, starry, profession, Bloody War Tree, constitution, 60 strength, 45 agility, 20 mentality, 10 talent. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Each branch can whip like a whip. Can extend up to 100 meters in distance. Once the thorns on the branch hook onto a target, it can drain the target's blood in a short time. Skill, Blood Mist. The roots can emit blood mist, covering a radius of 50 meters centered on itself, with effects of confusion, chaos, and corrosion. Thorn burst. The thorns on the branches can be shot out at high speed, accompanied by paralyzing toxins. Bloody nurturing. Can produce a level 15 gold quality blood sprite every month. Can move, but moves very slowly. And uprooting itself will cause some damage. Both tree spirits are quite powerful, but unfortunately, they cannot move. However, they are sufficient as a security guarantee for the safe house. In Chen Dong's hands, there are also 3 corrupted tree spirit seeds, but currently, he has no blood crystals, and he looks down on ordinary corrupted tree spirits. Chapter 25. Preparing for the dungeon. After staying in the safe house for a day, Chen Dong originally planned to set off with Yao Shi to the novice city. However, in the early morning, he received a communication from Genos. Upon connecting the communicator, Genos briefly explained the situation. He said that in a few days, they would have an exploratory mission to an unknown area. The participants, besides them, included 5 other silver exploration teams and a leading gold exploration team. A vanguard team had already been dispatched to scout the situation. It was a cave leading underground, guarded at the entrance by 2 level 25 silver quality demons. Hearing this information, Chen Dong unconsciously recalled the scene when he first met Yao Shi, also in the underground abyss cave dungeon. The natives clearly did not have a system template and could not assess the intensity of the dungeon through system prompts. After pondering for a moment, Chen Dong decided to take a look. This was also the purpose of Genos sending the communication, to ask if Chen Dong was interested in participating. All right, let us set a time. Chen Dong readily accepted the invitation and began to prepare. Anna, you stay at home for now. Sylvia will come with us. After thinking for a while, Chen Dong decided to bring Sylvia along. Unfortunately, Sylvia ignored him until Yao Shi spoke, and then she immediately agreed, stating she would strive to become a sword in Yao Shi's hands, clearing all obstacles for her. At night, Yao Shi said goodnight to Chen Dong and closed the coffin lid. From her backpack space, she took out the dragon soaring in the wild ornament bought from the system store and chose to use it. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed in Chen Dong's mind, and a massive shadow obscured his vision. The entire room felt as if it were in the universe. Amidst purple starlight, a giant dragon head gazed at Chen Dong, then transformed into patterns, imprinting on Chen Dong's body. When everything ended, a purple draconic shoulder tattoo formed on Chen Dong's back. Chen Dong put on his clothes and glanced at the power suit bracelet on his wrist. Noticing its durability was only half left. I hope this dungeon run yields good results. For some reason, Chen Dong did not receive any temporary missions when he brushed through the abyss cave. Perhaps it was because that place was no longer within the novice city's range. Chen Dong closed his eyes, quietly waiting for time to pass. Early the next morning, Genos was already waiting outside the door. Besides him were 3 of his partners. In addition to Angus, whom Chen Dong had met once, there was a tall red-haired woman in leather armor, who seemed a bit impatient, with a long knife at her waist. Eva, 19 quality, silver. Additionally, there was a black-clothed man with a masked face, with 2 short knives on his back. Abner, 17 quality, silver. Finally out. Eva's temper was as fiery as her red hair. She had been waiting outside for almost an hour. Even though she knew that those who could stay here were not ordinary people, she couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Genos shot her a glare and quickly smiled, explaining that Eva was their team's little firecracker and couldn't control her temper. Chen Dong waved his hand dismissively and asked, "Where are the others?" Everyone fell silent. They were waiting here entirely because of Genos's decision, and how could the others possibly wait together? 2 of their teams had already gone to keep an eye on the cave to prevent being set up, while the others were gathering outside the city, Genos explained. Chen Dong nodded and looked back at Yao Shi, who was rubbing her eyes and pouting, clearly still feeling groggy. "Did you brush your teeth properly?" Chen Dong teased, finding her drowsy expression amusing. Yao Shi flashed her pearly white teeth and continued to pout, saying, "Can't we wait until after lunch to leave?" Yao Shi walked over, reached out to pull at Chen Dong's clothes, climbed up, and lay on his back to continue sleeping. "What is this?" Genos cautiously asked. At this moment, Yao Shi had already used a prop to change her appearance, and her body had shrunk to the size of an 8 or 9-year-old. "This is my sister. The bird person behind me is a guard my sister bought." Chen Dong introduced Yao Shi and pointed at Sylvia, who was glaring at him from behind. "I see," Genos exclaimed. "This is a winged race, known as born warriors. After adulthood, their talents can generally reach silver quality." And looking at her perfect figure and delicate features, She must be worth at least 20 million points, right? This sibling pair is incredibly wealthy. Chen Dong had already understood the situation beforehand. In this world, natives needed corresponding talent skills to change professions. A bronze talent could only change to a bronze profession. Furthermore, ordinary people could only choose the profession they wanted to change to at the profession guild, with a transfer fee of 10,000 points for bronze professions, 100,000 for silver, and so on. However, the profession guild could only grant transfers to starry-level professions at most. Above that were epic, legendary, and mythical levels, only accessible to those from prominent families. Chen Dong felt quite helpless about this. It was evident that this world had experienced an apocalypse for many years, resulting in a clear stratification of levels. Just like the residential area of this city, there was the villa area where he lived, and naturally, there was also a civilian area where people were disabled or had low potential, unable to go hunting, and only able to survive in the city. The environment there was filthy and chaotic, with a family renting a room of about 20 square meters. If everyone were ordinary people, such a situation would have likely erupted into civil war long ago. Upon reaching the city gate, Chen Dong led the now awake Yao Shi to join the others. At the same time, it attracted a lot of attention, especially from the members of the silver team, who were quite dissatisfied with Chen Dong's nonchalant demeanor. "You are late." A leader of a silver raid team approached, frowning and expressing his discontent. Genos's aura rose, and he no longer displayed the previous respect he had shown Chen Dong. His nearly 2-meter-tall body unfolded, casting a shadow that made ordinary people dare not breathe. "Biote, you don't have the right to teach me how to do things here, do you?" Genos glared at him, clearly indicating that there was some history between them. Angus and others stepped forward, and Abner even drew the short knife from his back, a shadow writhing at his feet. Seeing this scene, the members behind Biote felt some fear, and Biote himself wore an expression of conflict. Chen Dong also noticed that each silver team had more than 10 members, but within each team, there were at most 2 of silver quality, while the rest were all of bronze quality. Silver teams have varying strengths. As long as the leader is of silver quality and reaches level 20, they can register as a silver raid team. Clearly, Genos' silver team took an elite route, with every member being of silver quality. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the leader and vice leader of the golden raid team came over to smooth things over. All right, it's just a small matter. Since everyone is here, let's get moving quickly." The leader of the 9-headed lion team smiled and patted the shoulders of the two, separating Genos and Biote, who were glaring at each other as if about to clash. Only gold level and above raid teams have the qualification to name their own teams. Biote felt relieved as he was pushed away and said harshly, "I'm just giving the golden team leader face." After saying that, he turned and walked towards his team's convoy. Chen Dong watched his back, calculating the pros and cons of killing him, but ultimately decided against it. His safe house was in this city, and the city lord was a starry strongman above level 50, so it was better not to provoke him for now. That crazy wolf brother. Shall we get in the car too? Genos also snorted and turned around, only to see Chen Dong's deadpan expression, which made him break out in a cold sweat. This was the city gate. Causing trouble here could be quite troublesome. He had no doubts about Chen Dong's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have actively invited him to raid. "Call me Brother Dong." Chen Dong somewhat regretted giving himself such a nickname. "Aren't you crazy, wolf?" Genos thought to himself, but obediently said, "Brother Dong, why don't you sit in my car?" Chen Dong nodded and brought Yao Shi and Zirwaya into the car. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader of the 9-headed lion team, Aker, got into the car with his vice leader. "Leader, why did you intervene earlier? Weren't you also quite dissatisfied?" Vice leader O'Neill asked in confusion. Aker shook his head. The gentle smile he had while mediating earlier completely disappeared, and he looked somewhat cold as he said lightly, "Did you not see that winged person?" "Winged person?" O'Neill really hadn't seen, as Zirwaya was standing at the back, and not many people paid attention to her. "That person just moved into the southern part of the city not long ago. A newcomer who can live in the southern part of the city. Do you think he's an average person?" Aker countered. "So it's him. No wonder Genos want to pick him up personally." O'Neill nodded in understanding. He already realized that those who could live in the southern part of the city were not ordinary, especially since they bought it all at once, which stirred quite a few people. Naturally, those golden-level raid teams in the southern part of the city had investigated Chen Dong, even knowing that he was only level 10 at that time. However, no one would be foolish enough to think that was real. There are many ways to conceal strength and deceive testing devices. Aker recalled Chen Dong's expression at that moment, Noticing it made him feel a sense of crisis. Just like Gino's had. It was a real killing intent, almost a frenzied killing intent. Remembering this, his brow furrowed, then quickly relaxed. This operation must not fail. The thing in the underground palace must be obtained by us. His powerful strength would just right help us deal with many troubles. Chapter 26. The Demon Burial Cave. The convoy traveled for a day and a night, moving nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Hope City. Along the way, they encountered quite a few monsters, including a level 20 golden quality death worm. However, Chen Dong and the others did not engage, relying mostly on the speed of the vehicles to escape. By morning, they finally arrived at their destination. Ahead was an oasis, with lush green trees and a crescent-shaped lake on the barren yellow land. Xiao Dongzi, this place is not simple. Yaoshi frowned, feeling a bit strange. She didn't know why, but she felt an unsettling aura here. It's fine. If there's any problem, just leave it to me, Chen Dong murmured, holding Yaoshi's small hand and striding toward the oasis. The two teams that had arrived early had been waiting for a long time. One member of a silver raid team, seeing Chen Dong walking over with Yaoshi, couldn't help but say, "Which team are you from? Bringing a little brat to raid. Do you want to die?" Everyone had initially just been watching for fun, as most of them were also quite dissatisfied with Chen Dong, this guy dragging his family along. But no one expected that as Chen Dong brushed past the person who spoke, in just a moment, that person's neck was slashed open, blood gushing out. He instinctively dropped the pulse gun he was holding, clutching his neck with both hands, and reached out with his blood-soaked right hand, begging and despairing as he looked at his team leader. The surroundings fell into dead silence, and those who had been quietly mocking were all stunned by this scene. Aker's lips, however, curled into a slight smile. From that single strike, he had roughly assessed Chen Dong's strength, which was at most at the level of a 20-level golden. With his own strength at level 32 golden, he could easily crush him, not to mention he still had a backup plan. But he did not know that at this moment, Chen Dong was actually only level 10 and had not yet advanced. He also did not know that Chen Dong's current strength was merely his bare combat power. Chen Dong's right fingernails had not been trimmed for a few days, and blood was now dripping down. He looked at the oasis in front of him, sunlight scattering on the lake, creating ripples that shimmered in the wind. "The scenery here is quite nice," Chen Dong remarked. Yaoshi glanced at it. She was not interested in it. Her race matures slowly, and for Chen Dong, it was a flow of over 300 years, but for her, it was equivalent to just 2 years of state of mind, so she couldn't grasp his feelings. "It's okay, I suppose. It's not as beautiful as the falling phoenix autumn in Xianling country," Yaoshi directly retorted. Chen Dong smiled faintly, recalling the events in the trial space. Falling Phoenix Autumn was a valley in Xianling country, surrounded by maple trees on both sides. In autumn, it looked like two volcanoes, blazing with red, while the valley was filled with blooming flowers and green grass, with a clear stream running through the entire valley. In winter, heavy snow fell, and the vibrant valley transformed into a snowy land. It really is beautiful, beautifully unreal. At least Chen Dong couldn't imagine seeing such beauty in his original world, let alone in this apocalyptic world. Everyone watched Chen Dong and Yao Shi, as if nothing had happened, chatting and laughing while admiring the beautiful scenery. What have you done?" The team leader of the deceased roared in anger, finally snapping back to reality, rushing over to check. But the person was already dead, eyes vacant. "He just said a few words to you, and you killed him," he shouted angrily at Chen Dong, his eyes filled with killing intent. And the members of his raid team raised their weapons, aiming at Chen Dong. Chen Dong slowly turned his head, frowning, originally good mood ruined by the loud shouting. He looked down at him and said lightly, "Do you want to say a few words to me too?" He was choked by these words, like something stuck in his throat. He wanted to speak, but when he made eye contact with Chen Dong, he instinctively wanted to escape. The calm gaze was terrifyingly calm. It was completely unlike the reaction of someone who had just killed a person. He had seen many murderers, and even he had killed quite a few. But those murderers he had seen were all filled with bloodthirsty madness. Although Chen Dong's gaze was calm, he could inexplicably feel that Chen Dong was even more insane than those so-called murderers. What kind of circumstances could turn a person into this? All right. In the end, it was Akil who stood up. He didn't want things to get chaotic just because a little bronze-level person had died. This was the apocalypse world, and no one would jump out to shout that it wasn't just a guard that died. Here, the lives of the weak were worth nothing, and there was no morality. The rules could only be set by the strong, and the strong would not sympathize with the weak. Since this incident had already happened and could not be undone, I will personally compensate his family with 500,000 points when I return, and let this matter rest. Chen Dong watched this scene, seeing the team leader nodding in apparent humiliation, then arranging for his subordinates to collect the body. Tears welled up in his eyes, but never fell. Was he really sad for his subordinates? Actually, it was just to soothe people's hearts. Chen Dong had seen this kind of scene before, even too many times. In the original world, those with power and money could dominate in an era where information was underdeveloped. What he did, if it happened in the original world, would probably be criticized harshly online. But in the apocalypse world, everything became logical. There was no fairness in any world. The only fairness was strength. Without strength in the original world, one could at least plead, kneeling or lying down to plead for fairness. But in the apocalypse world, without strength, one was doomed to never obtain fairness. The differences between the two worlds, as more players emerged and strength increased, would become the greatest fuse to ignite the original world. Everything seemed to calm down, and no one dared to underestimate Chen Dong anymore. Zeruiah looked at Chen Dong with a hint of fear in her eyes. Even Genos had become more cautious in his attitude towards Chen Dong. The secretly relieved BYD led his subordinates to follow behind the nine-headed lion team. A group of over 100 people, marching towards the cave. They bypassed a lake and crossed a small hill, and the cave appeared before them. The dark entrance was nearly 20 meters wide, and judging by the traces, it must have collapsed not long ago. O'Neill pointed at the cave and explained to everyone. This cave was discovered 5 days ago when we hunted monsters. We happened to see the ground collapse and came to check, finding that it was a passage leading underground. Everyone nodded, feeling both anxious and excited about the new, unknown territory. After all, new territories were always synonymous with wealth among the exploration teams. They usually contained a large number of ancient treasures and high-level items. The group followed the members of the nine-headed lion team and stepped into the cave. Just as they entered the cave, a prompt sound rang in Chen Dong's ear. Ding. Triggered level 30 starry level, burial of demons, dungeon. Detected a significant level gap between the dungeon and players, making the difficulty of clearing extremely high. No task triggered. Chen Dong felt a bit disappointed, but there was nothing he could do and continued to move forward. The group descended diagonally for about a kilometer, and the view before them opened up. The previously sparse walls glowing faintly with fluorescent stones filled the space ahead. A pitch-black gate nearly 20 meters high and about 15 meters wide stood before them. 2 5-meter-tall red, bull-headed demons, wielding giant axes, guarded the entrance. Bull-headed demon, level 25 quality, silver chapter 27. Mysterious treasure, maze just 225 level silver bull-headed demons. The crowd did not take them seriously. Their team of over 100, including 2 golden quality members, the leader and deputy leader of the nine-headed lion team, and Chen Dong, who was also considered golden quality in their eyes. There were 26 silver quality members, 18 of whom were above level 20, and with their gear, they could even deal with level 30 golds. The crowd immediately formed a formation, with members from each team gathering together, holding pulse guns, aiming at the 2 bull-headed demons charging at them and opening fire. The pulse gun was a type of sonic weapon capable of firing high-frequency electronic pulse rounds. A regular person hit by one would have their body directly shattered. However, the range of this pulse gun was too short, with a maximum range of only 20 meters. Buzz. The continuous buzzing sound erupted as dozens of pulse guns fired simultaneously, forcing the charging bull-headed demons to halt. Moo. The bull-headed demons roared, their pale eyes bloodshot. Even though this pulse gun wasn't even bronze quality, the simultaneous firing still caused them damage. One of the bull-headed demons let out a white mist from its mouth and nose, took 2 steps forward, and opened its bull mouth, spewing forth a scorching flame that directly ignited several front-line bronze warriors. Water! Water! The searing flames swept across, and in no time, those few bronze-level team members were roasted into charcoal. Chen Dong watched this scene calmly. With the mythic-level skill, True Fire of the Sun, this level of heat was nothing to him. After losing a few team members, the silver-level team leaders began to take action, holding high-frequency vibrating electric blades. Their figures flashed as they rushed toward the 2 bull-headed demons. The bull-headed demons swung their massive black axes, cleaving towards the incoming enemies. Boom! The giant axe fell, embedding itself in the ground, and as the dust rose, a figure broke through the smoke. O'Neill wielded a black gold battle knife, slashing through, directly decapitating a bullhead demon as blood gushed forth, while the other bull-headed demon was also slain by several team leaders. After resolving the battle, Genos walked back, wiping the blood from his face, holding a black crystal in his hand. This bull-headed demon's crystal is quite large, but since there are many people sharing it, I only got this little bit. Brother Dong, see if you can use it, Genos said with dissatisfaction, but the smile on his face betrayed him. Demon-type monster crystals were rare and valued 3 to 5 times more than regular monster crystals. Chen Dong reached out to take a look at the crystal core Genos handed over and then returned it to him. Demon crystal, incomplete, quality, silver attribute, contains abyssal aura. Ordinary people have an 80 chance of death upon absorption, a 15 chance of becoming a demonized creature, and a 5 chance of gaining some characteristics of demons. Demonic creatures that absorb a large amount have a certain chance of increasing their quality. Even though it was just part of a crystal core, its tier wouldn't decrease. The energy contained within was naturally inferior to a whole crystal core, but its quality remained that of silver. All right, let's take a break. The real show is about to start. Akil called for everyone to tidy up, while also distributing the crystal cores handed over by the deputy leader to the exploration teams of the fallen members. Chen Dong watched silently, keeping an eye on Achilles' somewhat strange behavior. Why would he come here if he didn't want the crystal core? Others were not foolish either. They knew he must be hiding something, but who would refuse meat that was delivered to their mouths? They all smiled and accepted it. The group rested for about 10 minutes, wrapped the bodies in prepared white cloth, set them aside, and then continued forward. The bronze gate was pushed open by several people working together, and as the door slowly opened, flames rose in the dark space within, illuminating the area ahead. On both sides are walls connected to the ceiling of the cave, with a width of about 30 meters. At the end, 100 meters away, there are 2 passages on the left and right. Is it a maze? The crowd began to form a judgment. Akir called out to one of his subordinates, instructing him to mark the entrances during their upcoming actions. The group moved forward, facing their first choice, left or right. The right passage was covered in climbing vines, with orchid-colored flowers that emitted a faint glow. The left side had ordinary white brick walls, with torches casting flickering light, although the ground changed from stone to a somewhat muddy dirt path. While everyone was discussing, Chen Dong let go of Yao Shi's hand, approached the stone wall ahead, felt it with his hand, and then threw a punch. Boom! The loud noise attracted everyone's attention. They stared in confusion at Chen Dong and the huge depression with a 1-meter diameter in front of him. Chen Dong saw that the center of the depression he created was deeply sunken by 20 centimeters and was about to throw another punch to see if he could break through. But in the next moment, the damaged wall began to heal itself automatically. At the same time, in Chen Dong's line of sight, the wall gained a property. Treasure Maze, 65 quality, starry radiance description. This is a living maze that uses treasures within itself to absorb the souls and blood of all creatures that die within it. Just as Chen Dong clearly saw the property, it disappeared in the next moment, and the wall returned to being an ordinary wall in his eyes. The depression created by Chen Dong was also repaired within a few breaths. The crowd looked at the restored wall, feeling somewhat disappointed. Seeing this, they lost interest and continued discussing for a while longer, ultimately leaving the decision to Akir, who chose the vine-covered side. Chen Dong had no objections, as Yao Shi had recently whispered to him that the left path had a strong abyssal aura, likely indicating a level 30 golden abyss demon. The group cautiously stepped into this green world, stepping on the densely packed vines on the ground, and slowly moved forward. After walking about 200 meters, they reached another fork in the road. Turn left or continue straight. This wouldn't do. They didn't know how many similar choices lay ahead. I think it would be better if we split up, suggested B.A.D., but was met with a roll of Akir's eyes. The situation here was unclear, and no one knew what kind of monsters they might encounter. It was best to consolidate their strength. Ultimately, Akir decided to continue moving forward. Wrong. Yao Shi whispered beside Chen Dong. If we end up fighting, if anything goes wrong, just use your talent to hide, Chen Dong advised quietly. I'm very strong, okay? Who dares to tell me what to do? Yao Shi waved her small fist, huffing in protest. Behind her, Sylvia placed her left hand on the hilt of the thin sword hanging at her waist, her gaze vigilant. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the group suddenly stopped in their tracks. An open space appeared, with the ground behind them rising up, and a 2-meter-thick high wall quickly rose, crushing 2 bronze-level team members who hadn't reacted in time against the ceiling of the cave. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, one of them losing half their body, their entrails spilling out, hands clawing helplessly a couple of times, eyes wide open, and then falling silent. The group didn't bother with the two dead, but kept their eyes fixed ahead. Before them was a circular open space, about a kilometer in diameter, with a 10-meter-high dead tree standing quietly in the middle. Beneath the roots of the dead tree, a gold-red treasure chest could be faintly seen wrapped within. And behind the dead tree were 3 old-looking large wooden doors. Withered wood banshee, 35 grade. Golden, a woman with a curvaceous figure gradually emerged from the trunk of the dead tree, appearing as if carved from the dead wood. Her limbs were connected to the dead tree, and her expression was one of pain, as if she were trying to break free from the tree. What kind of monster is this? Someone looked on in horror at this eerie scene. Demon creatures come from the abyss realm and are rare. Their understanding of demon types was very limited, but Yaoshi was clearly not among them. Her expression was not good. This is the withered wood banshee. She enhances her quality by imprisoning souls. Just look at her limbs still connected to the trunk. If she devours the souls of a few thousand people, she might evolve into a starry radiance-level blood queen, Yaoshi said indifferently, not particularly concerned about this seemingly terrifying monster. Chen Dong nodded. The withered wood banshee was strong, but unfortunately, she was still a piece of wood. Spread out. Suddenly, Genos, standing next to Chen Dong, shouted and quickly jumped away from his original position. Chen Dong lifted one of Yaoshi's hands and stomped his foot on the ground. Boom. A massive force exploded, creating a large pit in the ground, with several broken sharp roots protruding from the soil. Although others were warned by Genos, some still reacted slowly. Hundreds of sharp roots burst through the soil like spikes, piercing the bodies of more than a dozen team members, draining their blood. But in the next moment, before they could rejoice at their good fortune, their once strong bodies began to wither, blood being absorbed by the roots. The withered wood banshee suddenly opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream. The high-frequency sound shook the air, spreading outwards. Those bronze-quality team members immediately crouched down, while some in worse condition even rolled on the ground, blood flowing from their ears and their eyeballs bulging. Quickly kill it, a team leader shouted. They, as silver-level members, were also feeling the pressure. The strength of this monster was self-evident. Akir also realized the situation was dire. The strength of this withered wood banshee far exceeded his expectations. He drew his red battle knife and charged forward with O'Neill. Genos led several team members to follow and assist. Before charging in, he glanced at Chen Dong, seeing that he seemed to have no intention of making a move, and then gritted his teeth and charged ahead. Zolvia, you also have your chance. Show off in front of your master. Chen Dong temporarily changed his tone. Otherwise, he felt he couldn't command this Yaoshi's exclusive night. Zolvia originally didn't plan to make a move. Her responsibility was to protect Yaoshi. But upon hearing Chen Dong's words and seeing Yaoshi looking at her with curiosity, she decided to act. Rest assured, master, this monster is not my opponent. With that, Zolvia pointed the tip of her right high heel to the ground and burst forth with astonishing speed. Some were stunned by the power Zolvia displayed. They had thought she was just a silver-quality feathered warrior, but unexpectedly, she was even stronger than them. If there are any typos, please leave a message to remind the author. Thank you. A rookie on the road, seeking recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 28. The Treasure of the Withered Wood Banshee Boom. The withered wood banshee's withered branches transformed like arms into wooden whips, striking at the crowd rushing in. Kill! Akir shouted, swinging his knife to sever the approaching withered branches. The battle knife trembled as if hitting steel reinforcement. Uft! The ground again erupted with hundreds of spikes, and the crowd hurriedly dodged, with another 10 or so team members at the back being pierced and drained of their blood. At the same time, the branches of the dead tree atop the withered wood banshee grew back again after being severed. Be careful, this monster can absorb blood to recover. The crowd gritted their teeth, having worked hard to sever dozens of its branches, only to see it recover most of them in no time. At this moment, Akir began to regret bringing those bronze-quality members. Initially, he thought they could hold their own, but now they had become fodder for the monster. In the face of such a powerful creature, they could only watch from the back. They fought in the front, but it was also difficult to shoot from behind. A group of burdens. Save me. A wilderness team leader was struck in the waist by a branch, then swept up, unable to cut it off in time. As more than a dozen branches bound his hands, feet, and body, blood gushed, and internal organs and severed limbs fell to the ground, torn into several pieces. Xiao Dongzi, aren't you going to help? Yaoshi watched them struggle and felt a bit bored. What a waste of time, such good food. Yaoshi, feeling bored. Took out the rabbit plush toy that Chen Dong had bought for her from the void. If only there were such a fat rabbit, slurp. Yaoshi shifted her attention to the round rabbit plush, losing interest in the battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zeruiah continuously dodged between the rapidly swinging dry branches. Sensing something was wrong, the wings sprouted from her waist fluttered to avoid the ground spikes. She glared at the dry-wood female demon, gritted her teeth, and swung her fine sword, cutting through 3 incoming dry branches in succession. I must end this battle quickly. My master is watching me. I cannot fail. Zeruiah motivated herself. Moving closer to the dry-wood female demon, Aker looked at Zeruiah with some envy, recognizing her strength. Gold level, slightly weaker than himself. He also noticed the fine sword in her hand and the black skirt armor on her, both of gold level. As a leader of a gold level wilderness team, he didn't have such conditions, using only a silver war knife and wearing silver level armor. He had once owned a gold quality war knife, but sold it to obtain something from the dungeon, purchasing a powerful weapon instead. Flash. Aker swung his knife defiantly, cutting through 2 dry branches in succession, feeling a tingling in his hands. Another silver level team member was pierced by a dry branch. A member of the 9-headed lion team, O'Neill, was injured and struggling to hold on. Aker was overwhelmed, facing the most numerous dry branches. The dry-wood female demon's branches absorbed the silver-level blood, recovering much of its strength, making it increasingly difficult for everyone to hold on. Only Zeruiah, clad in high-level gear, was unafraid of the level difference, charging forward, about to reach the tree. On the other side, after playing with the rabbit for a while, Yaoshi tossed it into the void and said to Chen Dong, "So slow, Xiao Dongzi, go take care of it." Chen Dong nodded and said, "Okay, you let Zeruiah come back." He was worried about Yaoshi being alone there. Bang! Dense roots burst from the ground, sweeping towards Zeruiah like a python. Zeruiah had no choice but to retreat temporarily, just as Yaoshi's voice came. "Zeruiah, come back. It's over. My master must be dissatisfied with my slow movements." Zeruiah's sense of honor as a warrior made her want to rush up and fight desperately. But since Yaoshi told her to come back, she could only comply. She quickly dodged back to Yaoshi, kneeling on one knee before her, saying, "I'm sorry. My master, I disappointed you." Yaoshi was a bit stunned by this, instinctively reaching out to pat her golden-haired head, saying, "It's okay. Just keep trying." Hearing Yaoshi's encouragement, Zeruiah's eyes turned red. What a merciful master, who did not punish her incompetence but instead encouraged her. She clenched her right fist against her chest. A wave of emotion surged, and she declared, "Please rest assured, my master, I, Zeruiah, will definitely become the strongest sword in your hand." Chen Dong watched this scene speechlessly, releasing Yaoshi's small hand, stepping forward, and then stomping down. With an agility of 50 points and 34 points of strength, he became a blur, almost instantly joining the battle. Without any fancy moves, he unleashed his max-level killing sword technique, severing all the approaching dry branches. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Dong, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, instantly surpassed the struggling O'Neill and Aker. Just as Chen Dong was about to get closer, the dry-wood female demon let out a sharp, piercing scream to try to influence him. Kill! Chen Dong's killing intent erupted, instantly enveloping the area in a chilling aura reminiscent of ice-cold death. This was the terrifying killing intent he had accumulated after killing tens of thousands. It was not a skill, but after the eruption, it could still affect people's minds. Chen Dong sliced through the neck of the dry-wood female demon, its wooden head falling off, blood gushing from the severed neck. But it wasn't over. The dry-wood female demon's vitality was tenacious, and it did not die immediately after losing its head. In an instant, all the dry branches abandoned other enemies and charged toward Chen Dong. Facing the hundreds of attacking dry branches, Chen Dong did not move at all. Flames suddenly erupted around his body. The intense heat spread, causing even Aker, who was over 10 meters away, to feel a burning sensation on his face, hurriedly retreating. By the time he escaped 100 meters and looked back, Chen Dong had already reigned in the sun's true fire. His clothes turned to ashes. He took out the power suit he had stored away, pressed a button, and nano armor covered his entire body. Chen Dong put away the bloodthirsty blade, approached the burning dry wood, and watched it collapse, slowly turning to ashes. With a wave of his hand, he drew all the burning flames from the charred wood into his body. He currently did not have much sun's true fire, and like his earlier eruption, he could maintain it for only another 8 or 9 seconds at most. but the effect was astonishing. As the flames were absorbed, the nearly collapsed blackened wood turned to ash with the slightest touch, revealing the golden-red treasure chest wrapped in the dry wood's roots. How could it be so strong? Aker gritted his teeth, staring at Chen Dong's back. He had thought he had guessed Chen Dong's general strength, but now it seemed to far exceed his expectations. Was this strength gold quality? Or starry quality? If it was gold quality, it had to be at least level 40. Everyone was in shock, including Genos, who had suspected Chen Dong was strong, but never imagined he would be this powerful. At that moment, Genos' team was also heavily injured. Genos himself had a large gash torn in his left hand, nearly severing it completely. Eva had a hole pierced through her calf, but the bleeding had stopped. Thankfully, Genos had sacrificed his combat power by losing an arm to save her. Otherwise, she would have been a corpse by now. Abanar was in better shape. His high agility and Shadow Warrior class provided him with two means of survival. Angus was in the worst condition, with his abdomen pierced and internal organs injured. He had just taken a silver-level recovery potion, which stabilized his condition but left him unconscious. The teams present were mostly in similar states, with Bioti's team nearly wiped out, and he himself severely injured. One of the 6 silver teams was completely annihilated, their team battle torn apart, with all members dead. When he saw Chen Dong reaching for the treasure chest, wanting to say something, he ultimately held back. However, Chen Dong did not care about their thoughts and directly opened the treasure chest, casually picking up 3 crystal cores from the ashes of the dry wood female demon. This monster was quite peculiar, having 3 different crystal cores inside its body. Blood core quality, gold. Attribute, after absorption. It can store a large amount of blood energy in the body. When injured, it can consume the stored blood energy to quickly recover from injuries. Absorbing it may enhance its quality. Life crystal quality, gold. Attribute. Absorbing it can heal injuries, regenerate severed limbs, and enhance physical constitution by 3. Soul crystal quality, gold. Attribute. Formed from chaotic souls. If the mental attribute is below 30 points, there is a 150 chance of mental trauma again. Absorbing it increases mental attributes by 5. Chen Dong did not rush to use them, storing the 3 crystals in his backpack. The people behind him looked on with envy, but no one dared to step forward and argue. Chen Dong turned his gaze to the treasure chest. Inside were more than a dozen silver-quality monster crystal cores, as well as 1 golden-quality monster crystal core. The crystal cores ranged from level 15 to 30, and the golden-quality one was a demon crystal core. Chen Dong took the demon crystal core, and aside from that, there was a blood-red wooden stick and a red, ping-pong ball-sized orb. Blood Chi Orb, quality, gold attribute, can be placed in the backpack, increases physique by 5 points, and is an item to open the Bloody Temple. Flame Staff, quality, gold attribute. The staff of the Flame Demon Mage lost its top crimson flame crystal, resulting in a decrease in quality. Holding the staff grants 5 mental attributes and increases fire element skill power by 20. With the 2 pieces of golden quality equipment, Chen Dong directly put them all into his backpack, increasing his base physique by another 5 points. After doing all this, Chen Dong called Genos to collect the remaining silver crystal cores. These will be left for you. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he left directly. Chen Dong intended for Genos and the others to divide them, but after considering for a moment, Genos decided to evenly distribute the crystal cores among the several expedition teams present. Although Chen Dong was there, they could have taken the crystal cores for themselves. However, Chen Dong was not one of their own, and they could not rely on him for protection forever. Instead of offending so many expedition teams, it was better to share. Especially since no one from their side had died, so it wasn't a loss. Only the 9-headed lion did not accept the offer. They were not lacking in a few silver-quality crystal cores. What Aker cared about was definitely the few items that Chen Dong had taken, which were all golden quality. Damn it. Aker felt angry inside and kept calculating. Although he was very dissatisfied that Chen Dong had taken all the high-level loot, he did not forget his own goal. It's better to be stronger, being strong is good, he muttered to himself. The group rested for 3 hours. The lightly injured took potions and regained their combat strength. The severely injured could not recover for a while. With the rear route cut off, the group could only continue forward, leaving those who could not move behind, waiting to find a way out before returning to bring them back. Looking at the 3 broken wooden doors, everyone looked towards Aker in unison. Aker smiled and approached Chen Dong, asking for his opinion. Left, Chen Dong said lightly, as he had heard Yaoshi's suggestion that it was the only passage without monsters. The other two doors had large groups of silver-quality monsters behind them. No one refuted. They followed Chen Dong. At least he was strong enough. The team that had entered with over 100 members now had only 19 able to move, each of them silver quality or above. Chapter 29. Goathorn Demon 3 days later. The group had passed through dozens of forks in the road. Although they had avoided major dangers thanks to Yaoshi's perception, it was not without its ups and downs. They encountered dozens of silver monsters above level 20, with the strongest reaching level 48, a 10-meter diameter, human-faced demon spider, which had a highly corrosive venom splash skill. Even Chen Dong did not dare to confront it directly and could only carefully evade, as even its blood contained deadly poison. 8 long legs, like steel needles, directly killed one of their silver-level experts, piercing through his body and hanging him on a long leg. However, it was ultimately dealt with. Although it was not easy along the way, the rewards were abundant. There was no doubt that if they could ultimately survive this expedition, the team's strength would increase significantly, even allowing them to buy a potion to enhance their talent quality and become golden level. After another day, they finally reached their destination. It was yet another open space, 2,000 meters wide, with a black altar in the center, 10 meters in diameter, and 5 meters high. Behind the altar was a pitch-black door, engraved with reliefs of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Buzz. Everyone paid attention. They were about to exit. The team leader tried to boost morale, but no one around responded. All his men were dead. He had brought half the team, and now the vice captain was also dead. Amidst the buzzing sound, the altar shone with purple light, and strange patterns emerged. A void crack appeared, and a furry arm began to pry open the slowly expanding crack, seemingly impatient with its slow growth. Goathorn Demon, Buffet, level 35, Starshine. A demon stepped out from the expanding 3-meter space crack. It had a 3-meter-tall body with a goat's head, a 6-pointed star pattern glowing with purple light on its forehead. Its upper body was very strong but had feminine features, while its lower half had goat legs covered in black fur. Lowly beings, this is not a place for you. Returning now is your only choice, and it is the mercy I bestow upon you. The Goathorn Demon surprisingly spoke, clearly possessing extremely high intelligence. This is not the real Goathorn Demon. It should just be a replica. The real Goathorn Demon is a legendary existence, but even as a replica, its strength is still considerable. Yaoshi quietly explained some cold knowledge to Chen Dong. Chen Dong was not concerned about this. The Goathorn Demon had been documented in the original world, which made him start to think more deeply. Were the two worlds connected in some way? The legendary myths of the original world could not be verified. Could it be because they did not happen on Earth? I want to leave. Going back at least offers a chance of survival. We cannot win against a Starshine-level monster, Biotti said, his voice trembling. He was badly injured. Let alone facing this Starshine-level monster above level 30. Even a level 20 silver monster would be a match for him now. Donggu, Genos, also badly injured, along with his 3 teammates, was in the same situation. Angus was still lying with the drywood banshee, not knowing how things were going. You guys go first. Chen Dong said indifferently. With them present, he felt constrained. Donggu, aren't you leaving? Genos wanted to persuade him again. Although Chen Dong looked uninjured, he did not think Chen Dong could win against the Goathorn Demon in front of him. Go. Chen Dong did not reply but urged them to leave. As Biotti and Genos left, the remaining people also began to retreat, each carrying injuries to varying degrees. If they were facing a golden-level monster, with Chen Dong and Aker present, they could still fight, but the gap between Starshine and golden levels was too great. Aker felt a lot of pressure, and O'Neill even wanted to give up, but seeing their team leader unmoving, he could not leave alone. Otherwise, Aker would definitely follow and then give him a beating. Chen Dong looked at the two who appeared tense and nervous. Now, besides him, Yao Shi and Sylvia, only they remained. Are you not leaving? Chen Dong asked. How can we leave you alone? O'Neill replied. Seeing Chen Dong raise his eyebrows, he felt like he was being looked at like a fool. Chen Dong could not believe such nonsense, but regardless, if they truly planned to do something, they would kill together. Chen Dong took out the bloodthirsty blade from his backpack space. Space equipment. O'Neill could not help but exclaim. He had been wondering where Chen Dong had hidden his weapon, whether it was a nano equipment like his armor. Now, seeing Chen Dong take out the bloodthirsty blade as if he were pulling it out from the void, he could not help but marvel. Space attribute equipment. Even the lowest 1 cubic meter space required 200 million points, extremely rare, and at least of Starshine quality. Aker was equally surprised. He had underestimated Chen Dong's strength, and his confidence in his so-called trump card diminished significantly. In the astonished gaze of the two, Chen Dong stepped down. Boom. A large pit appeared where Chen Dong had just stood, his figure leaping up, flickering in the void, and in less than a second, he flashed directly 400 meters, instantly arriving behind the horned demon. The horned demon was startled. As Chen Dong swung his sword, the demon's wings trembled, avoiding a fatal blow. The horned demon's wing was sliced open, thick black blood dripping onto the ground, creating several small pits a few centimeters deep. Chen Dong felt a bit regretful. This was his first time using the dragon's 7 swords, and his body hadn't adapted in time, causing him to swing his sword a moment too late. Otherwise, he could have at least severed one of the opponent's arms. Seeing the demon spread its bat-like wings, he knew that the element of surprise was gone. So he didn't waste any more chances. With a step, his body turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the horned demon. The horned demon was enraged. It did not expect that this seemingly weak human could unleash such terrifying strength and injure it. Its dark, wool-covered hands crossed over its chest, and its fingernails transformed into 10 sharp blades, each 20 centimeters long, ready to counter Chen Dong. Clang! Sparks flew as the black blades clashed with his bloodthirsty blade. One strike was parried, while another claw aimed for his face. Get lost. Chen Dong quickly kicked it in the chest. Although it didn't injure the demon, it allowed him to evade the attack. He spun in the air to dissipate the force and just stabilized himself when the horned demon had already closed in. Thanks to his extraordinarily high agility of 50 points, Chen Dong narrowly dodged the attack. While retreating, he wielded the blade of life, continuously parrying. Clang, clang, bang. The metallic clashes echoed as Chen Dong appeared to be struggling to defend himself, constantly dodging and blocking, with no strength left to counterattack. What is Xiao Dong doing? Why isn't he going all out? Yao Shi looked at Chen Dong's disheveled appearance with some dissatisfaction, showing no signs of worry on her face. Because she knew that Chen Dong still had 2 mythic skills unused, and no matter which one he used, he would eventually turn the situation around. However, her delicate hands couldn't help but clench tightly. Watching Chen Dong being bullied made her quite angry. She wished she could rush in to help. How frustrating. How long will it take to recover? Yao Shi felt helpless. Although he had many treasures, most were consumables, and none were capable of delivering a lethal blow after use. Captain Tuan Tuan. Watching the chaotic battle between Chen Dong and the horned demon, O'Neill felt that with just the two of them, charging in would be like delivering food. He was even more certain that Chen Dong's strength was likely not stellar level, but at least high-level golden level, at least above level 40. Shut up, Akil growled, veins bulging on his forehead, repeatedly resisting the urge to retrieve the item hidden behind him, but ultimately forced himself to hold back. He was now hoping that Chen Dong could fight the horned demon to the death, so he might not even need to use that item. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 potions from the box at his waist, drank one himself, and tossed the other to O'Neill behind him. These 2 vials were silver-quality recovery potions. He only carried 4, had already consumed 2 earlier, and now drank one, and gave one to O'Neill. The silver-grade recovery potions were now used up, but he still had one last high-priced golden-grade recovery potion, which was one of his trump cards. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it could restore him in a very short time. Bang! While Chen Dong was recovering with the blade of life, he found an opening and stabbed the horned demon in the abdomen, but before it could penetrate, he was swatted away by the demon's flapping wings. His back slammed against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, with 2 bleeding holes in his abdomen. This was caused by the horned demon's black blood piercing through. Fortunately, it didn't hit any vital organs. Chen Dong took out 2 bronze-quality recovery potions from his backpack space and drank them both. The effects of the 2 bronze-quality potions were not inferior to silver quality, and the wounds on his abdomen began to heal slowly. The roiling in his stomach gradually calmed down. The horned demon did not stop Chen Dong's movements. Once he had recovered somewhat, its golden square pupils fixed on him. Human, your strength is strong, worthy of my respect, but unfortunately, you shouldn't have come here. And even less should you have provoked me. In terms of sheer physical strength, you are inferior to me. Killing you is only a matter of time. And now, I will use my skills. The horned demon said, as the hexagram circle on its forehead emitted purple light, which transformed into black. The demon began to chant a spell, and its body started to swell. Its originally strong physique became massive, Even the huge bat wings that could envelop it looked somewhat small. Its body expanded to 5 meters tall, and as its hooves struck the ground, they left 2-centimeter-deep hoof prints, increasing its attributes by about 20%. The air around them began to heat up, and it raised its hands to the sides, palms up, 2 clusters of black flames emitting high temperatures rising up. The temperature of the black flames is terrifying. Even the ground beneath it began to melt, turning into magma. Chen Dong was only 20 meters away from it, and the terrifying heat constantly beat against him, feeling warm and quite comfortable. Akil could no longer hold back and wanted to turn and flee. If it weren't for the allure of the treasures inside, he would have already run away. He looked at Chen Dong's calm expression, seemingly unfazed by the terrifying heat. He recalled that Chen Dong had used a fire skill before. Perhaps there was still a chance. But he didn't know that the flames Chen Dong had unleashed earlier were only for an instant, appearing and then retracting back into his body. Even so, they were enough to incinerate the almost point-blank withered wood dryad. This is the hellfire I collected in the land of divine fall. Unfortunately, I can't leave you with a whole corpse. The horned demon said indifferently, waving its right hand, and the 2 black flames transformed into arrows, shooting towards him. Chen Dong remained motionless, with no intention of dodging. The temperature of this hellfire was terrifying, at least over 1,000 degrees Celsius, but it could not harm him. Chen Dong extended his right hand, intending to block. In the horned demon's eyes, which looked at him like a madman, the arrows touched Chen Dong's right hand and then disappeared, or rather, were instantly absorbed by Chen Dong. The horned demon stared wide-eyed. This was not the scene it had imagined. Why was its hellfire absorbed by the opponent? Its mind was a bit boggled. This hellfire was very difficult to collect, and the temperature in the center of the land of divine fall reached over 100 million degrees Celsius. It had only dared to collect these 2 flames at the edge. Impossible. My hellfire can burn everything, melt iron into gold, and even scorch souls, confuse minds. How could it be absorbed? You're not human? You dare to insult me again. Chen Dong was furious, his figure flickering, seizing the moment when the demon was distracted. He appeared behind it and slashed. Uffed. Me. The horned demon cried out in pain, having lost most of its left wing to Chen Dong's strike. And after dodging, it cursed angrily. Damn you. Are you still cursing? Chen Dong charged forward, killing intent surging. The horned demon, having lost most of its wing, had significantly reduced its speed. However, even though it was injured, its strength remained formidable, and facing Chen Dong's incoming strike, it directly swung a punch. Bang! Chen Dong was sent flying over 10 meters, but he also managed to slash off the horned demon's index finger. The horned demon's crimson eyes fixed on Chen Dong, and with a wave of its left hand, 2 black holes appeared in front of it, from which 2 demon knights riding skeletal horses emerged. 2 level 30 golden quality demon creatures appeared, and upon seeing this, Chen Dong lost interest in continuing to fight and stood still. The entire space was suddenly as if it had been imprisoned. The chilling killing intent seemed to take on a tangible form. The residual heat of hellfire instantly turned cold, and blood energy surged from every pore of Chen Dong's body. The killing intent coalesced. As Chen Dong's voice fell, his short black hair instantly grew to his waist, transforming into blood-red long hair. His pitch-black pupils turned blood-red, and the overflowing blood energy gathered behind him, manifesting a terrifying killing deity 10 meters tall. The killing deity retained the appearance of the ghoul that Chen Dong had transformed into during the trial space. Wearing tattered beast skin clothing and wielding a huge blood energy blade that was 2 zhang long, this killing deity appeared somewhat illusory. But the overwhelming aura it exuded made it clear that no one would consider it merely an illusion or decoration. Chen Dong's attributes were enhanced by 50 points, while the killing deity's phantom behind him represented his doubled attributes at that moment. The horned demon's eyes widened, its crimson eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. It was a true split avatar of the horned demon, not very powerful, merely responsible for guarding the bloody temple, but it possessed most of its original body's fragmented memories. Among them was information about this skill, which was pulled from the depths of memory the instant it was seen. The signature technique of the Godslayer from ancient times. A mythical-level skill was something that even its original body, a legendary peak demon king, could only learn at a great cost. It confirmed that this being was definitely not human. Even if it were human, it absolutely did not belong to this era. This era had just begun. How could such power be allowed to exist? The rules of this world would not permit it, unless it intended to disrupt the balance of several world passages? The horned demon looked at the killing deity phantom that was as tall as itself and felt fear. In panic, it realized that its task was impossible to complete. In the last moment, its body ignited with black flames. Hellfire erupted once more, rushing towards Chen Dong. It hoped that all the hellfire within its body would deal a final blow to Chen Dong. PFF, 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 PFF. The onlookers only saw the blood-red phantom flash, followed by the sound of a long knife tearing through flesh. The pitch-black hellfire extinguished, and the rushing horned demon was torn into 3 pieces. The horned demon was dead. The 2 demon knights had just appeared, barely recognizing their enemy's form, when they were cut into 2 pieces along with their mounts by Chen Dong, turning into ashes. The moment the horned demon fell, the blood energy instantly dissipated, and the killing deity phantom behind Chen Dong transformed into blood energy and returned to his divine embryo. The blood-red hair floated away, dissipating into blood energy. The blood-red pupils turned black, and the killing intent in his gaze retracted. Feeling an almost uncontrollable desire for slaughter surging within him, Chen Dong took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He decided to use this skill as little as possible. The ghoul's will in the divine embryo could awaken at any time. Chen Dong did not wish to use this skill. Always wary of the ghoul's will within the divine embryo, he walked up to the horned demon, which had been cut into 3 pieces, and collected 2 large barrels of pitch-black demon blood in a container. One large barrel, capable of holding 20 liters, was filled to the brim, and the hard plastic container nearly couldn't bear the weight, with one barrel weighing over 800 pounds. Chen Dong directly stored it in his backpack space while also picking up a pitch-black crystal core the size of a baby's fist, shaped like a holy crystal stone. Horned demon blood, quality, gold attributes, heavy filth, can be used for forging equipment or crafting special potions. Drinking it requires a physique of 30 points. With a 70 chance of death, a 25 chance of becoming a demonic creature, and a 5 chance of gaining horned demon traits. Horned demon crystal core, quality, stellar attributes, contains an extremely rich abyssal aura. After absorption, demon creatures have a chance to increase their rank. Urchil's legs trembled as he watched Chen Dong slowly walk towards him, instinctively taking 2 steps back. He did not understand how Chen Dong had summoned the killing deity, which had effortlessly dealt with a stellar-level horned demon in the blink of an eye. He felt he had no chance of winning. Let's go. Chen Dong took Yaoshi's hand and led her slowly onto the altar, hardly glancing at Urchil. There was a pitch-black treasure chest adorned with scattered starstones. Chen Dong reached out to open the chest, which contained 3 items. Abyss Demon Lord Job Change Card, quality, epic attributes, after use. Can change to the special class of Abyss Demon Lord, altering biological form while gaining powerful attribute bonuses. Abyss Passage, quality, mythical attributes, after use. Can open a door to enter the mythical world of the Abyss for exploration. Demon Fruit, quality, stellar attributes, after consumption, changes biological form, increases all attributes by 10, and grants at least 1 demon trait ability. Chen Dong examined the 3 items closely, surprised by the generous rewards, especially the Epic Job Change card and the mythical level Abyss Passage. The Epic Job Change card needed no explanation. Changing to an epic class required a large amount of system points and completion of corresponding tasks. With this job change card, he could directly become an epic class, although it would make him a non-human entity. However, he believed that if he threw this card out, it would definitely attract a large number of buyers. As for the Abyss Passage, while he was very interested, he still had a monster siege battle to prepare for, so he decided to keep it for now. Not far behind Chen Dong, Urchil saw the demon fruit in Chen Dong's hand, his eyes lighting up. This was exactly what he wanted. It was identical to the description in ancient texts, capable of turning him into a demonic creature, even allowing him to become a stellar-quality demon fruit. Wait. Seeing that Chen Dong seemed to want to put away the fruit, Urchil couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. O'Neill, standing behind him, thought he had lost his mind. After witnessing Chen Dong's power, he still hadn't given up. O'Neill began to slowly back away, preparing to escape. Chen Dong turned back in surprise, wondering if this guy was so thick-skinned that he was asking him for spoils. Wasn't that asking for death? Urchil cautiously approached the altar, mustering his courage as he slowly revealed a hidden weapon from behind. I want to use this to trade for the demon fruit in your hand. What do you think? If it's not enough, I can pay my entire fortune when we get back. Urchil raised the item, hoping Chen Dong would see it clearly. Chen Dong glanced at it. It was a diamond-shaped red crystal. Sun crystal, quality, stellar attributes. When crushed, it can unleash a high temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius within a 10-meter range for 3 seconds. Useless, Chen Dong said flatly, ignoring him. Urchel stared blankly at Chen Dong. This item had cost him a huge price to obtain from the black market and could easily kill a level 30 obsidian powerhouse. But now it was dismissed as useless by Chen Dong. He was unwilling to accept it, but it was too late for regret. A flash of knife light appeared, and Urchel's head flew off. In his dazed gaze, he watched the spinning environment before his head rolled to the ground, staring at Chen Dong and his own decapitated body. With Chen Dong holding the crystal, Chen Dong crushed the sun crystal in his hand, and the high temperature instantly melted the ground beneath him, forming magma. 3 seconds later, the heat dissipated, and the solar true fire within Chen Dong grew even stronger. Yao Shi on the altar saw this scene, her expression stern, mimicking the tone Chen Dong had used earlier, saying, "Sorry." The just and handsome young Master Chen never makes deals with others. Chapter 31. The dawn church. Chen Dong stepped onto the altar, patted her little head, and glanced at the entrance. O'Neill had already escaped, and Chen Dong had no intention of pursuing him any further. Holding Yaoshi's small hand, he walked toward the dark door. The look in Sylvia's eyes towards Chen Dong now held more respect and fear. Above the pitch-black door, a chilling aura emanated, and Yaoshi frowned, clearly disliking the abyssal presence. In the center of the bronze door, there was a small groove. Chen Dong took a red bead out of his backpack space, leaped up, and embedded it into the groove. The next moment, the bead shattered, and Chen Dong silently lamented the loss. The door seemed to be infused with energy, as red patterns spread out from the groove, merging into the relief carvings. Creak. The door slowly began to move, and at the same time, a system prompt rang in Chen Dong's ears. Activating special instance scene, Bloody Temple. Instance completion difficulty increased to level 80 legendary difficulty. Warning. Detected player level 2 low. Upon entering the Bloody Temple, the death probability reaches 99. 98. Chen Dong's foot, which was about to move, abruptly halted, with the dim light from the Bloody Temple flickering. He saw a palace constructed from piles of bones. At the entrance of the palace, there was a blood pool with a diameter of 100 meters, bubbling ominously, with black mist wafting from the bursting bubbles. Xiao Dongzi, we can't go in. Yaoshi tugged at Chen Dong's hand. Okay. Chen Dong nodded, a sense of crisis surging in his heart. He quickly picked up Sylvia and grabbed the collar of Yaoshi's clothes, moving his feet as he unleashed the dragon's 7 sprints, instantly covering over 2,000 meters and escaping the altar area. Crack, crack. Behind Chen Dong, the bony door slowly opened, and the black abyssal aura surged forth. Wherever it passed, the blood left by the horned demons on the ground was instantly drained. Chen Dong didn't look back, but the divine fetus within him kept vibrating, as if the malicious will inside sensed provocation, roaring continuously. A trace of bloodthirsty scarlet flashed in Chen Dong's eyes, while suppressing the malicious will within the divine fetus. He fled at an extreme speed. At this crucial moment, he didn't dare to use his killing intent to enhance his strength. Gradually, he spotted a figure. It was the previously departed Biote, impaled by a 2-meter-long steel spike, his gaze vacant. Additionally, 2 other members of the 9-headed lion group lay dead in the same manner. The black abyssal aura behind him was drawing closer, and despite Chen Dong's full-speed escape, he was still unable to shake it off. Suddenly, a 35-level silver demon covered in steel spikes appeared ahead. Chen Dong didn't stop, relying on his 50 agility. He instantly dodged. The demon didn't attack either. Upon seeing the abyssal aura, it too began to flee. It even shot out all the steel spikes from its body to lighten its weight and increase its speed. Caw, caw. Unfortunately, the speed of the abyssal aura exceeded that of the demon. It didn't manage to escape far before being ensnared, letting out 2 pitiful cries as if pleading for mercy before its body shriveled and died. Chen Dong was extremely anxious. The abyssal aura behind him was now less than 100 meters away. Yaoshi, being carried by Chen Dong, felt dizzy from the shaking, and after a while, she remembered something and said, "Hide in my crystal coffin. The abyssal aura can't enter." As Yaoshi spoke, she quickly took out the crystal coffin. In the heat of the moment, she lost her grip, and the coffin collided directly with Chen Dong's chest, their auras aligned, while the abyssal aura behind them closed in by another 10 meters. Chen Dong hurriedly tossed Yaoshi inside, then grabbed the coffin, glancing at Sylvia. contemplating whether to just throw her in as well. Let her eat this. Yaoshi, still soft-hearted, took out a fruit from the void space and leaned over to hand it to Sylvia. Sylvia didn't dare hesitate, accepting it and swallowing it in one bite, her body starting to shrink gradually. Chen Dong directly tossed her inside as well, then closed the coffin lid, carrying the crystal coffin as he ran wildly. Although it wasn't very dark, it looked quite professional. Chen Dong continued to sprint through the maze according to the markers, gradually gathering more companions around him. 3-headed, 40-level golden quality 3-headed demon dogs. A beautifully featured fruit succubus with a pair of enormous bat wings on her back. A nightmare soul-eating horse with 6 legs, dragging a nightmare knight whose body was leaning backward. Chen Dong kept accelerating, and the nightmare soul-eating horse swayed, directly throwing the nightmare knight off its back, increasing its speed even further. Before long, the screams and curses of the nightmare knight came from behind. Although Chen Dong couldn't understand the abyssal language, he could discern the tone. After a while, the succubus gradually exhausted her strength, reaching out to grab the soul-eating horse, only to be kicked away by a hind leg. Seeing this, the 3-headed dog nearby moved away to avoid letting her achieve a triple kill. The soul-eating horse seemed to be getting addicted. Seeing the 3-headed dog glaring at it, it slowly distanced itself and turned its gaze toward Chen Dong, who was holding the coffin. Upon seeing this, Chen Dong said nothing and directly grabbed the unknown tier crystal coffin as a weapon, swinging it. Bang! The soul-eating horse was struck down. The aura of death continued to spread, and Chen Dong was nearing the edge of the maze, with the 3-headed dog having just been devoured. When he arrived at the area where the withered tree dryad was located, he saw the high walls that had collapsed and the passage that had appeared. Additionally, there were survivors like Genos. Run! Chen Dong shouted, as the black mist behind him was now less than 10 meters away. Genos and the others were still alive, and upon seeing Chen Dong's disheveled appearance, without him saying anything, they immediately began to flee with their subordinates. The reactions of the others were a bit slow, but they quickly snapped back to reality and started running as well. As Chen Dong crossed the withered tree dryad area, the black mist behind him was now less than 2 meters away. He could even feel the death aura emanating from it. Chen Dong gradually caught up with the front line and then overtook them one by one. The screams of death, filled with pain and despair, echoed behind him. Before long, they saw the exit, and Chen Dong was also caught up. The pitch-black abyssal aura was about to envelop him. Sun True Fire. A golden-red flame erupted from Chen Dong's body, melting the powered suit he was wearing. The abyssal aura surrounding him seemed to encounter a natural enemy. In an instant, the black mist dared not approach him. The black mist that got close was instantly melted away, as if the mist had a physical form. Chen Dong secretly rejoiced that the Sun True Fire was effective. When he escaped from the cave, the black mist remained at the cave entrance, not spreading outward. Boom! The ground behind him collapsed. Chen Dong halted, turning to look at the collapsing earth behind him, a dust cloud rising for at least several dozen kilometers. By his side were 6 survivors who had made it through. They were fortunate. In the end, Chen Dong's Sun True Fire had consumed most of its energy, blocking the black mist for them. Genos and the others were also present, but Angus was missing. They had spent several days exploring inside, but it only took them a little over 10 minutes to escape, running at full speed and being cautious. If Genos and the others had been as careful when leaving the altar as they had been when entering, they too would have become corpses. The group lingered for a moment before quickly leaving. After reaching the oasis, they got into the vehicle and sped away from the area. Chen Dong released the 2 individuals from the crystal coffin, and Yaoshi put away the coffin. Sylvia, having eaten the fruit Yaoshi gave her, transformed from a golden-haired, blue-eyed mature woman into a cute little girl, though this would only last 3 days before she returned to normal. Not long after they left, the underground maze slowly broke through the yellow earth, revealing a towering figure, a massive wall over 100 meters high. In the center of the maze, within the bloody temple constructed from bones, the black mist slowly retracted, and from the blood pool in front, one monster after another crawled out. Their forms were ugly and bizarre. They were filled with the aura of the abyss, and their numbers were astonishing. In just a few minutes, hundreds of such monsters had emerged from the blood pool. They roared and howled, and even 2 monsters accidentally colliding would bite each other. There was no reason, no thought, only pure brutality and bloodlust. Far away in the city of Dawn, the center of the 10,000 City Alliance. This was a city with a population of nearly 10 million, a city that revered light. In the Lord's mansion, which was also the temple of the Church of the God of Light in the City of Dawn, Pope St. Park sat on the papal throne, overlooking the 12 red-robed archbishops and the 12 round table paladins below. The divine message had returned, announcing that this world was welcoming a group of otherworlders, among whom would be born a savior and a destroyer. The Pope slowly spoke. His hair was pale, and he wore a holy robe of white with gold patterns, his wrinkled face producing a voice full of vigor. "What should we do with them?" asked Clemender, the head of the 12 red-robed archbishops, stepping forward with his hands crossed over his chest, inquiring of the Pope. "We cannot restrict them. They possess powerful talents beyond our grasp. We need to make them believers of the God of Light," the Pope replied, looking towards the 12 round table paladins. "Norrance and Amon, you go east, where a demon temple has emerged. Go and take a look." The Pope's words caused surprise among the 12 knights and red-robed archbishops below. Clemender asked, "Pope, this is 3 years earlier than the prophesied day of the world. Whose temple is it?" The Pope raised his hand to calm the somewhat noisy crowd and continued, "This is exactly what I need you to investigate. The ability to change the prophecy of the gods must be related to the otherworlders, and it is very likely one of them is the destroyer or savior. Find out the truth and bring it back to the church." "Yes." Two tall, silver-armored epic knights stepped out of the ranks to take their orders. "Yfansera, you go find a girl with the profession of the God of Light. She will be our new saint. And that heretic, find her as soon as possible. Punish her with the wrath of the God of Light before she meets the new saint." As the Pope spoke, his expression turned somber. "Yes." The only female among the 12 round table paladins, the tall red-haired knight, accepted the order, her expression somewhat sorrowful. She had been very close to the former saint. Now the heretic. The Pope noticed her emotions and warned, "You must understand, you are a knight of the God of Light." "Yes." Chapter 32. Bestow the epic Chen Dong, and the others returned to the City of Hope. After parting ways with Janos, they brought Yaoshi back to the villa. Over the past few days, Chen Dong had gained quite a bit, especially the epic-level profession cards. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, the sky outside was dim. Chen Dong opened his attribute panel and browsed the forum. At this point, there were already many posts on the forum, and Chen Dong even saw official posts from various countries. He found the official post from Huagua and clicked in to see over 10,000 comments. Chen Dong didn't read closely, but just skimmed through. Currently, there were more than 700 players in Huagua who had entered the game, over 300 of whom had organized themselves in-game, inviting everyone to the Novice City for support against the Beast Tide. They stated that various rewards would be provided for players who performed excellently during the Beast Tide, including rewards from the real world. Chen Dong just glanced at it and exited, opening his own post. Replies were even more numerous than the official post, with over 1 million comments, though most were of no value. Shattering the sky. What the hell? Is this for real? That's too awesome. And the minimum is 100,000 points. I've been saving every penny, and I only have over 3,000 points now. King of the gods. Huagua people just love to brag. If he can bring out 100,000 points, I'll live stream eating in a safe house. There were many such sarcastic comments, but among the 3 million players, there were still some valuable messages. Yemengade. I have the Emperor of Monsters skill Breath of Eternal Day, mythic quality, no need for points. If you want it, I'll trade it for a World Tree exclusive skill. Captain of America, mythic quality. My god, I'm willing to trade my perky butt for it. A sword comes west. There's a valley near my novice city called Monster Emperor Valley. I took a glance and ran away. It's a level 60 epic dungeon. I wonder if it's related. Chen Dong saw Yemengade's message, and, although he wanted it badly, the other party didn't need points and only wanted an exclusive skill, which made it difficult. Regardless, Chen Dong added Yemengade and a sword comes west as friends so he could communicate directly through the chat channel. Before long, he received a notification that he had successfully added them as friends, and a sword comes west sent a message. A sword comes west. Big shot. When are you planning to come take a look? I'll send you the coordinates. By the way, does 100,000 points count? Seeing the message, Chen Dong directly transferred 30,000 points through the chat channel. After the treasure maze, he now had over 680,000 system points, and after transferring 30,000, he still had 650,000 points left. Fenglang Jushu. This is a deposit. After this mission ends, I'll come to your novice city to take a look. Regardless of whether I get what I want, I'll pay the remaining 70,000 points, provided you don't deceive me. A sword comes west. I guarantee it's real. There's a raging fire in that valley, and the temperature is very high. Many players here know about it. Chen Dong saw the message and didn't reply further. On the other side, Yemengade also sent a message. Yemengade, want to trade? We can use the platform for the transaction. Fenglang Jushu, I don't have anything right now, but I have an epic level profession transfer card, plus 1 million points, and 10 pieces of starry equipment, 20 pieces of starry materials. This exclusive skill can only be used by the Monster Emperor profession. It's useless to you, so why not trade it with me? After waiting for a while, Yemengade finally replied. Yemengade, not trading. Mythic quality is at least 1 billion points in the system. And I don't need other equipment or materials. If you really want it, at least a legendary level profession transfer card. Chen Dong felt helpless. It seemed he couldn't obtain this skill for the time being. He could only hope to gain something during this monster siege battle. Then, Chen Dong listed the epic profession card on the auction house. Epic level equipment was worth over 1 million in the system mall. And since the profession certificate mall didn't sell it, its value was naturally higher. Chen Dong directly listed it at a high price of 3 million before exiting the attribute interface. By midnight, Chen Dong jumped directly from the second-floor balcony to the edge of the pond. The dozen or so small fish in the pond sank to the bottom. And Chen Dong approached the ancient war tree, patting its dry trunk. From his backpack space, he took out a bucket of the blood of the horned demon and poured it directly onto its roots, causing the ground to sink slightly. Chen Dong looked at it, feeling it still lacked something, so he fed it the blood core of the withered wood dryad and buried a dozen silver-quality crystal cores along with 2 golden-quality crystal cores. Name, Bloody Ancient Tree, level 30, 16, quality, starry, profession, Bloody Demon Ancient Tree, constitution, 75, strength, 50, agility, 25, mentality, 15, talent, bloodthirsty assault. Every branch can whip like a whip. It can extend up to 100 meters, and once the barbed thorns pierce the target, it can drain their blood in a short time. Skill, Abyssal Blood Mist. The roots can emit a blood mist with an abyssal aura, covering a radius of 50 meters centered on itself. The blood mist has effects such as confusion, chaos, and strong corrosion. Thorn Spike. The barbs on the branches can be shot out at high speed and are infused with paralyzing toxins. Bloody Gestation. Once a month, it can gestate a level 20 golden quality, abyssal blood sprite. It can move, but its movement speed is very slow, and pulling out the roots will cause some damage to itself. After leveling up, the profession has also changed to Bloody Demon Ancient Tree, with skills now infused with an abyssal aura. The Bloody Ancient Tree seems quite happy, swirling its spiky branches around Chen Dong, but dares not to touch him. Chen Dong pats its trunk and then heads over to the swing. The tall life tree, with its lush leaves, has an aura completely opposite to that of the Bloody Demon Ancient Tree. Chen Dong gives it the soul crystal and life crystal. The supple branches droop down, gently brushing over Chen Dong's head, and then swallow the crystal core. Chen Dong also buries other crystal cores, 3 golden quality cores, over 20 silver cores. The blood of the fallen horned demon and other golden quality monster blood he specifically collected. Under the infusion of massive energy, the Life Ancient Tree begins to evolve. Life Ancient Tree, 30, evolving, quality, starshine, estimated growth time remaining, 72 hours. After doing all this, Chen Dong returns to the master bedroom and goes straight to sleep. The next morning, Yaoshi groggily crawls out of the coffin, sees Chen Dong still asleep, walks out of the coffin, tidies up the crystal coffin, and clumsily climbs onto the bed to continue sleeping beside Chen Dong. When Chen Dong wakes up, it is already noon. Just as he wants to get up, he feels something pressing on his chest. Looking down, it turns out to be Yaoshi. He carefully moves Yaoshi aside and goes to the balcony. The fatigue of the past few days erupts last night, especially since he had to suppress the evil will within the divine fetus. His spirit has long exceeded capacity, and if someone were to come and kill him at this moment, it would be very easy to succeed. Of course, the premise is that he could first deal with his bloody ancient tree. Chen Dong goes downstairs, and Annabelle has already prepared lunch and is cleaning the kitchen. Meanwhile, Sylphia is training her swordsmanship in the yard, with the opponent being the bloody war ancient tree. After this trip through the maze, Sylphia deeply feels her weakness. Facing a golden quality monster, she already struggled greatly, let alone against a starshine quality one. She desperately wants power, unlike Chen Dong's summon. The natives can only improve their strength quickly through training or using rare materials. Simply killing monsters does not increase their experience. To be honest, Chen Dong initially bought Sylphia just hoping she could protect Yaoshi well when he wasn't around. But now it seems that silver is too weak. And even gold is insufficient. After considering for a long time, he glances at the epic job card hanging in the auction house, thinks for a moment, and waves at the training Sylphia. Seeing this, Sylphia stops her movements, and the bloody war ancient tree retracts its branches. I have an opportunity that can grant you epic level potential, but you will also become a demon creature because of it. Are you willing? Sylphia is taken aback. And after a long while, she speaks. My master is Lady Yaoshi. I know that, and I want to make you stronger just to better protect her. Chen Dong says lightly. I am willing, even if it means falling into a demon creature, Sylphia says, kneeling on one knee before Chen Dong. Chen Dong doesn't waste words. He directly takes down the coveted yet overlooked job transfer card from the auction house and uses it on her. The job card shatters, and a black abyssal aura rises from her body, denser than that of the horned demon before. Sylphia suddenly collapses, struggling on the ground, crying out in pain as she constantly tears at her own body. Chen Dong quietly watches her as the abyssal aura emitted from her body grows denser, as dark as ink. Her golden hair starts to gradually turn black from the roots, with only the last 10 centimeters remaining a dark red. Her emerald eyes also change. The round pupils morph into green vertical slits, and her fair, rosy skin becomes somewhat sickly pale. The white wings growing from her waist begin to enlarge, with the feathers turning pitch black. Black floral-like patterns appear on the backs of her hands, winding up her arms to her neck. After 10 minutes, this transformation stops, and the lowly-like Sylphia gasps for breath on the ground, her skirt armor disheveled, looking as if she has been thoroughly messed up. After 2 minutes, Sylphia gets up from the ground, her state restored to a large extent. With wings of pitch black that are twice the previous size, green vertical pupils, and black patterns on her arms, she naturally exudes an abyssal aura. Sylphia is now an epic-level powerhouse, and in terms of base attributes, she may even surpass Chen Dong. Chen Dong takes out a demon fruit from his backpack and gives it to her as well. Sylphia does not refuse and swallows it whole. Her body undergoes another change, with the nails of her 10 slender fingers turning black, and a black ornament resembling a pair of horns appears on her forehead. Her power increases again, but unfortunately, Chen Dong still cannot see her specific attributes. Sylphia, 32 quality, Epic Chapter 33. Return to the wasteland forest. Annabelle, hiding behind the sofa, watches Sylphia's drastically changed image with envy but does not feel jealous. Her personality does not particularly like fighting. Being able to have guaranteed meals 3 times a day, a cute little master, and a seemingly powerful master who appears not to be very capable. She is already very satisfied with her current life and has never wished for more. Chen Dong also notices this seemingly fragile girl, but after spending time together, he realizes she has a somewhat dark side to her. 5 days later, Chen Dong, along with Yaoshi, who has returned to her original appearance but is in an unrecognizable state, embarks on the journey once again. During these days, he has stayed in the safe house, waiting for the Life Ancient Tree to complete its evolution. Name, Life Ancient Tree, Level 30, 86, Quality, Starshine. Profession, Life Treant. Constitution, 75, Strength, 35, Agility, 20, Spirit, 30, Talent. Redemptive Sacrifice, sacrificing oneself to transform into a life crystal. Healing all diseases, extending life by 300 years. Skills, Life Absorption. Roots can absorb the vitality of plants below golden quality within a 10-kilometer radius. Life Gestation, can gestate a level 20 golden quality, elemental sprite, each month. Breath of the Abyss, can accelerate the growth speed of plants, with a 50 chance to add an abyssal aura and a chance to enhance quality. It can move, but its movement speed is very slow, and pulling out the roots will cause some damage to itself. In comparison, the Life Treant is much less affected than the Bloody War Ancient Tree. Its skills have hardly been tainted by abyssal aura, and even its profession remains unchanged. Chen Dong sits on the back of the red-tailed scorpion, with Yaoshi sleeping in his arms. For some reason, Yaoshi's sleep quality has been improving recently. The skeleton knight has its leg bones together, kneeling beside him with hands resting on its thigh bones, sitting up straight. At this moment, the skeleton knight has undergone significant changes. Its armor has been replaced with a set of pitch-black shadow armor, and beside it lies a golden quality dark greatsword. During this maze expedition, Chen Dong has reaped considerable rewards, having exchanged for a total of 3 billion points, which he specifically purchased for himself. In addition, Chen Dong also gave the crystal cores of the Horned Demon and some other demon cores to it. At this point, the Death Knight's quality had been upgraded to starry level, and its originally pale bones had turned into pitch-black skeletal bones with a metallic feel. Its bones had become sturdier, reaching a height of about 2.5 meters. Name: Death Knight. Level: 2973. Quality: Starry. Class: Abyssal Skeleton. Constitution: 38. Strength: 51. Agility: 42. Spirit: 30. Talent: Soul Devouring. Death Resistance: will not die immediately from fatal damage. Can automatically repair damaged bones through the abyssal aura within. Skills: Self-Repair. Abyssal Death Chi. Breathes out death chi infused with abyssal power, capable of corroding flesh and paralyzing the mind, with a chance to infect the target with abyssal aura, causing madness. The aura can cover a 10-meter radius around itself and can only be used once a day. Abyssal Evil Summon. Can summon corpses within a 100-meter radius to rise as zombies, with the zombies' level not exceeding its own. The zombies carry abyssal aura, and their scratches or bites can cause paralysis and poisoning effects, lasting 30 minutes. Resurrected corpses cannot be revived again. Abyssal Shadow. Can summon a shadow of the Death Knight, inheriting 80 of its attributes, lasting for 3 minutes. The Abyssal Shadow is immune to 50 of physical damage. Abyssal Wings. Can condense shadowy wings on its back, increasing agility by 10 points. Chen Dong patted the red-tailed scorpion beneath him. In comparison, this guy had only consumed a few silver-quality crystal cores, resulting in limited strength enhancement. However, this guy had low intelligence and didn't mind. The silver-quality red-tailed scorpion wasn't very fast, and Chen Dong wasn't in a hurry to travel. Along the way, any monsters encountered were dealt with by the Death Knight. The next day at noon, Chen Dong and his party returned to the outskirts of the wasteland forest once again. Not far away, he could still see a pile of scattered stones, which were the remains of the rock-soiled demon. Finally back. Sure enough, the wild rabbits in this forest are delicious. The feed rabbits always feel a bit lacking. Upon seeing the wasteland forest, Yaoshi immediately perked up and stopped feeling drowsy, floating lightly towards the forest. Slow down. Chen Dong helplessly leaped off the back of the red-tailed scorpion. The scorpion was too large, and its movement was greatly restricted in the densely wooded area, so it had to stay behind for now. Go hunt freely. Hope to see you again next time. And your strength can catch up. Chen Dong ordered the red-tailed scorpion to hunt nearby to increase its strength. Chen Dong initially thought about killing it since its strength could no longer keep up with his pace, but ultimately decided against it. His current level could not be increased, and there were very few suitable monsters above golden quality, so he simply chose to keep it for now. After receiving the command, the red-tailed scorpion clicked its pincers together, sparks flying, and then moved its 6 long legs, gradually leaving Chen Dong's sight. Chen Dong turned around and followed the Death Knight to catch up with the rabbit hunter Yaoshi. At night, Chen Dong lit a campfire, skinned a rabbit, brushed it with sauce, and skewered it by the fire, occasionally turning it. Sizzle. The fat on the rabbit meat sizzled as it was roasted at high temperature, dripping down and emitting a rich aroma, causing Yaoshi to rub her little hands anxiously beside it. Is it ready yet? Yaoshi urged impatiently, directly picking up a small jar from the ground to sprinkle on it. Stop, girl. Chen Dong hurriedly snatched the chili powder from her hand, carefully stored it away, and added some cumin, making the aroma even richer and more layered. Here, eat this, but be careful, it's hot. Chen Dong handed her the roasted rabbit meat. Yaoshi took it, blew on it cautiously, took a careful bite, then released it, leaving a row of teeth marks on the meat. After blowing on it for a while, she tore off a large piece, and the tender meat tasted like chicken but was juicy and fragrant with cumin, making her mouth water. Chen Dong watched her eat with an amused smile. But he couldn't help but wonder why other monsters in the wasteland forest were rarely seen while these rabbits were everywhere. Just like the one in Yaoshi's hand. It was a level 15 silver rabbit, quite large, and this was just one roasted rabbit leg. Chen Dong noticed that halfway through eating, she started dozing off, her little head bobbing, and she chewed a few times before stopping, her brows gradually furrowing. Yaoshi's sleepiness had become more severe. At first, she only needed to sleep for 3 hours a day, but since coming out of the trial space, if she didn't sleep for 12 hours a day, she felt completely drained. Watching Yaoshi struggle between the two primal desires of humanity, Chen Dong cautiously took away 2/3 of the rabbit leg she had nibbled on. shook her, and awakened her. If you want to sleep, just sleep early, Chen Dong said softly. No, I don't want to. Yaoshi nodded. Weakly took out a crystal coffin from her void space, then stood up and laid down on the coffin to sleep. Chen Dong picked her up, moved the coffin lid, placed her inside, covered her with a blanket, and closed the lid. He quickly finished the slightly cold rabbit leg, leaned against a big tree, and gazed at the starry sky, waiting for the night to pass. The next morning, as the sky brightened, Chen Dong carried Yao Shi and continued deeper into the forest. This time, his return route was not actually the closest path to the novice village. The reason for coming back was to collect from the rock-soiled demon mine nearby. Before, he hadn't had the strength to gather anything, but now that he was fully capable, he wouldn't let it go. By noon, Chen Dong was already close to the mine where the rock-soil demons were located, and the coffin he was carrying began to make some noise. The lid opened, and Yaoshi sat up, stretched, then flew out, stowing away the crystal coffin. Looking at the surrounding environment, Yaoshi immediately guessed Chen Dong's purpose and said, "Are we going to mine?" Chen Dong nodded, having arrived at the entrance of the mine. The mine entrance was quite large, at least 7 or 8 meters high, supported by iron frames, indicating that someone had come to gather here before. Entering the mine, the space inside was even more expansive and interconnected, and one could easily get lost. Ding! Discovered 30-level starry dungeon, rock soil, demon mine. Alert! Player's level is too low. The difficulty of clearing is quite high. This could be considered a maze. Chen Dong said lightly, as Yaoshi pulled him forward. Follow me. I'm familiar with this place. Yaoshi said, taking out a ping-pong ball-sized white pearl from her backpack space. As the pearl was exposed to the air, it began to emit light, gradually increasing in brightness. It illuminated an area of around 20 to 30 meters, bright as day. Yaoshi let go of it, and the pearl seemed to have a mind of its own, rising to the ceiling of the cave and moving along with Yaoshi. Chen Dong glanced at it, and then, holy light pearl, quality, legendary attributes. After binding, immune to all negative states below mythic level, can instantly heal injuries. Usable once a day, under the illumination of holy light, all attributes increase by 30. Additional skill, holy light annihilation. Consumes all energy within the holy light pearl to unleash extreme light attribute damage, with a temperature reaching 5 million degrees Celsius. Light element absorption. After energy depletion, can absorb stray light elements to restore energy. Under normal circumstances, it can recover within 3 years. Light element storage. 863095000000. A luxurious little rich girl, actually using a legendary treasure as a lighting tool. Chen Dong couldn't help but want to rob this little lowly. She was simply too wealthy. In Chen Dong's eyes, her void space was already on par with Doraemon's dimensional treasure bag. Little Dongzi, look ahead. Yaoshi's voice pulled Chen Dong's thoughts back. He looked in the direction Yaoshi was pointing, and a pitch-black mini-earth elemental appeared. Chapter 34. The Sleeping Mountain Giant. Earth Elemental. Quality. Silver. This earth elemental was only about 3 meters tall, indicating it was not yet fully grown. Earth elementals actually belong to the category of elemental monsters. Their true form consists only of the core part. As they grow, they absorb earth and rock, increasing their size while maintaining sufficient density. Chen Dong learned these tidbits of knowledge from the monster knowledge channeled during this time. Through this knowledge, Chen Dong also understood some of the monster's weaknesses. For example, with earth elementals, although they appear massive, if the core is destroyed, their entire stone body will automatically scatter and turn into ordinary stones. Gagaga? This juvenile earth elemental clearly had not seen much of the world. Chen Dong's appearance startled it, but it quickly revealed the nature typical of most monsters. What is this? I don't know it. Better smash it first. The earth elemental charged at him, but Chen Dong did not move. A shadow flickered beside him. The Death Knight instantly appeared in front of the juvenile earth elemental, and his great sword pierced its chest. The yellowish core shattered, and the massive stone body disintegrated into a pile of rubble. The Death Knight searched among the debris and found the earth elemental's earth elemental crystal, but unfortunately, it was already broken. Master, the crystal core is shattered. The voice of the Death Knight echoed in his mind, sounding like a somewhat magnetic middle-aged man's voice. Chen Dong took a look at it. Earth elemental crystal, energy loss. Looking at the broken core that showed energy loss, Chen Dong felt a bit regretful and instructed the Death Knight not to intentionally break the crystal cores. The group continued deeper. After walking about a kilometer and turning around several mining cave forks, they encountered another group of earth elementals. The space here was very vast, resembling an underground world, with layers of ground descending, having a diameter of about 10 kilometers. The entire space was filled with earth elementals, and at the very bottom, Chen Dong also saw the largest monster. Steel elemental quality. Gold. Chen Dong took out the bloodthirsty blade from his backpack space, and the Death Knight moved first. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of earth elementals charged at him, shaking the ground as if a shadow was rushing towards him. Chen Dong was not afraid at all. The power gap was too great. He stepped forward, turning into an afterimage, and instantly vanished under the illumination of the holy light pearl. Boom. With a loud bang, Chen Dong kicked a tall earth elemental to pieces and turned, slashing another one that was throwing a punch at him into two segments. In comparison, Chen Dong's body was like an ant, yet the power he displayed was terrifyingly formidable. On the other side, the Death Knight activated the skill Abyssal Evil Summon. The ground in the space trembled, and a group of strangely dressed creatures crawled out from the ground. Although they were zombies, these monsters had long since lost their flesh, leaving only bones. Among them was even a level 20 gold monster. Within a 100-meter radius, nearly 1,000 skeletal monsters emerged. These monsters had entered here countless years ago, ultimately killed by the earth elementals. Thousands of skeletal zombies surged like a tide towards the earth elementals. Although these skeletal zombies were weak, their sheer number was overwhelming. A few weaker juvenile earth elementals were surrounded and had their cores bitten and crushed. Chen Dong fought through the tide of monsters like a human tank, effortlessly defeating both earth elementals and skeletal zombies alike. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The skeletal zombies turned into heaps of bones, with some even directly weathering away. All the earth elementals were defeated, and Chen Dong instructed the Death Knight to collect the crystal cores while he walked towards the bottom of the mine. There, he found a pile of metal ores, which were food for the steel elementals, as they relied on consuming metal to enhance their strength. Chen Dong picked through the pile. Most of it was black gold mysterious iron, with a small portion of special ores. Black obsidian quality, gold attribute, can be used to forge weapons, increasing weapon sharpness by 20 points. Ruby quality, silver attribute, can be embedded in weapons or made into jewelry. Depending on the forging situation, it can provide corresponding attributes. When embedded in weapons, it can increase lifesteal effects by 5. Among them, there were 3 rubies and 12 black obsidians. The items were quite good. After putting away the items, Chen Dong noticed a small mining cave about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide at the bottom of the mine. He turned to ask Yaoshi, "Have you been inside when you came here before?" Yaoshi shook her head and said, "No, when I came in, I saw nothing interesting, so I left and didn't go deeper." Nodding, he collected the ores on the ground. In fact, if one dug a bit in the mine, there could still be quite a good harvest, but it wasn't necessary. Chen Dong had already gained 320,000 units of stone from killing the earth elementals. And after entering the forest, he had the Death Knight gather wood, which amounted to over 3,000 units. From the 2 steel elementals, he obtained 540,000 units of iron ore. These materials for upgrading the safe house were currently abundant. Moreover, due to the influx of many newcomers, these newcomers needed to complete the initial tasks along with the safe house tasks upon entry, rather than waiting until the next time they entered. This highlighted the advantages of Chen Dong and the other veteran players. Because of this, a large number of workers emerged in the auction house. These people didn't like fighting, but they gathered tirelessly day and night to collect the basic materials needed for the safe house to improve their strength. Currently, the prices in the auction house were 50 units of wood or 10 units of stone for 1 point, with iron ore being the most valuable at 3 units for 1 point. If it weren't for considering the greater usefulness of points, and that gathering wasn't difficult, Chen Dong would have already upgraded the safe house. After collecting the ores, Chen Dong stored the 126 earth elemental crystals from the Death Knight and the 2 gold elemental crystals that increased sturdiness by 1,000 points before entering the small mining cave. This cave was somewhat narrower compared to the cavern that could accommodate earth elementals. The cave was deep and gradually sloped downward. After walking for nearly 2 kilometers, Chen Dong vaguely heard sounds. Dang, dang. It was the sound of metal colliding. Chen Dong slowly moved forward, and a tall humanoid figure gradually came into view. Someone can actually come in through this passage. Upon seeing Chen Dong approaching slowly, the figure paused in surprise. Chen Dong also heard what the person said, and as he got closer, the holy light illuminated the surroundings, allowing him to see the person's face clearly. A 2-meter-tall, robust figure with thick limbs, but somewhat short for his size. He had a bushy beard, a middle-aged man's face, and wore a miner's outfit, with a device resembling a night vision goggles on his head. Copper hammer, level 36 quality. Gold. This uncle looked like the legendary dwarves, but standing in front of him. Chen Dong was a whole half a head shorter. A human youth. How did you get in here? There should be a group of earth elementals at the end of the passage you came from. Copper hammer boldly stroked his big beard, clearly curious about the arrival of this stranger. Chen Dong did not answer immediately, but instead asked back, "And why are you here?" Copper hammer did not hide it at all, and replied, "I came through another small path to gather ores." Chen Dong looked at the ore in his hand. A gold level black gold mysterious iron. "I came for these ores as well," Chen Dong said lightly. "If that's the case, I advise you not to go deeper. There is a terrifying monster sleeping inside. If you wake it up, it will be a disaster for the world." Copper hammer spoke with a look of lingering fear on his face, then picked up a huge iron pickaxe and struck it hard against the mine wall in front of him. When the sound echoed far away, Chen Dong pondered for a moment, did not take action, and directly bypassed him, walking deeper into the mine. Seeing that Chen Dong did not heed his advice, Copper hammer shook his head helplessly, picked up the iron pickaxe beside him, and after walking for a while, turned left into a small path. As he entered the path, his body began to shrink, his towering 2-meter frame reduced to 1.5 meters. If Chen Dong were here, he would see that Copper hammer's attributes had changed dramatically. Dwarf King, 74 quality. Epic. Chen Dong continued to delve deeper. Gradually, the area of this passage began to expand. And surprisingly, he encountered no monsters along the way. When Chen Dong reached the bottom, there was a massive space of at least 10 kilometers, no smaller than the outside mine. In Chen Dong's astonished gaze, he saw a gigantic head lying horizontally in front of him, nearly filling the entire space. Coming out of the passage, he was positioned right at the eye level. One of its closed eyeballs was already 10 meters tall, and its entire body must be terrifying. This was a monster that looked like it was made of stone, with 3 eyes on its head, its neck connected to the cave wall. Just one head almost filled this 2-kilometer-sized space. Mountain giant, 87 quality, legendary, asleep. The aura emitted by a sleeping giant was even more intense than the deathly aura from the bloody temple back then. Just as he was marveling at this colossal size, Yaoshi soared into the sky and flew directly onto the head of the mountain giant. Chen Dong was startled and was about to speak when Yaoshi had already flown down, holding a golden crystal in each hand. "Hey, little Dongzi, look what I found." Yaoshi flew in front of Chen Dong, presenting the crystals like a treasure. Earth crystal, quality, epic attributes, can be used to forge equipment or added to buildings. Increasing sturdiness by 10,000. The 2 earth crystals had strong attributes. Chen Dong took them and stored them away. These could be used to forge epic equipment. "Is there more on its head?" Chen Dong asked. "No, I dug these out of its ear," Yaoshi said, tossing the crystals to Chen Dong. Hearing this, Chen Dong looked at the yellow crystals in his hand, thinking, "ISNT this. If there are any typos, please leave a message to remind me. Thank you." Chapter 35 Rabbit, Danger. Roar. The beast's roar shook the ground, and Zhao Qianxi was knocked away by a claw from a rushing monster. His bronze-grade armor shattered, leaving 3 bloody scratches on his shoulder. "Scatter!" Zhao Qianxi yelled at his teammates as he fell. His 4 teammates reacted instantly. A girl in a school uniform moved at lightning speed, jumping over 10 meters in a few bounds, reaching for a shiny silver longbow that appeared in her hand. Pulling back the bowstring, an illusory blue energy arrow coalesced, and then she released it, hitting the monster not far away. This was a fierce creature resembling a honey badger with brown fur. Toothed beast, 26 quality, silver. A level 21 silver monster, and this team consisted entirely of silver professions. They were also the second batch of players to enter the game, all above level 15, with the highest being level 18. However, their equipment looked a bit shabby, mostly bronze gear. After all, a piece of silver equipment was worth between 700 to 2,000 system points, which was quite expensive for these ordinary players. Roar. The toothed beast, hit by an arrow in its shoulder, became enraged, turned its head, and changed its attack target, charging towards the school uniform girl. Meanwhile, the other teammates were not idle. A dark-skinned, burly middle-aged man charged in with a bronze bone-crushing hammer, shouting as he swung down a strike. "Kill!" The middle-aged man yelled, and just as the toothed beast began to accelerate, his hammer struck the ground, leaving a dent. "Uncle Nyo, wait for the right moment to strike." A small, skinny boy wearing glasses shook his head helplessly, waving his staff, and a beam of light shot out, hitting the rampaging toothed beast with high temperature. The school uniform girl demonstrated impressive combat skills, with high agility, retreating while drawing her bow and shooting arrows, keeping the toothed beast at bay. Roar! After more than 10 minutes, the toothed beast fell to the ground, covered in wounds. The group coordinated very well, and except for Zhao Qianxi at the beginning, the others hadn't sustained much injury. The school uniform girl put away her longbow and approached Zhao Qianxi, teasing, "You should have exchanged all your points. Now you're regretting it, huh?" Zhao Qianxi could only sigh. He was originally a construction worker, living cautiously for half his life, now over 40, enduring such hardship. With a bit of a tiger-like personality, using his real name as his character name, Zhao Qianxi lay on the ground. Next to him, a chubby little girl placed her hands on his wounds, her palms glowing green as she healed him. The wounds slowly healed. Their points were limited. And after class change, their physical condition improved, making the recovery effects of ordinary potions less effective, while they were reluctant to buy higher-grade potions. So, the one among them who disliked fighting the most naturally transitioned to the healer profession. "There's no way. In this apocalypse, you know the situation. Better to leave something for the kids at home," Zhao Qianxi sighed. His child had just started middle school, and after completing the Safehouse task, he exchanged over 300 points for all of it. He still had a 115 square meter house, although it was a bit old and in a not-so-good location. At least it was still a property. Plus, with the money he left behind, if anything happened to him in the game, life at home wouldn't become too difficult all of a sudden. Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere becoming heavy. Beef Rice Bowl, also known as Uncle Nyo, who wielded the big hammer, felt it the most. He was originally just a renovation worker, earning 80 per hammer, now among the 5. Only he and Zhao Qianxi had families. After the last task, he also left over 2 million at home, so he only had a bronze hammer on him. Uncle Beef Rice put down the hammer and approached to dig out the crystal core from the toothed beast, then called the school uniform girl to collect the monster's body. Among the 5, the school uniform girl was the team leader. Despite being only 18 or 19, she was quick-witted, bold, and meticulous, being the only one among them with silver equipment and having opened the system backpack. Everyone stored important items with her, and after more than a month together, they had built enough trust. They entered this world during the last Safehouse task and met during that task. Among them, the leader Jike, the chubby little healer, and the skinny boy with glasses were classmates, all third-year high school students facing the college entrance exam and about to graduate. But after school one day, they ran into an old man selling phones at the door, obtained a phone, and became players. After entering the game, they were not far from each other and quickly regrouped. In fact, there were originally 5 of them, but 2 died in a crisis. Although they adapted quickly after entering the game, being a bunch of students who couldn't lift a hand, they soon ran into trouble. In the end, it was Uncle Beef Rice and Zhao Qianxi who helped resolve the situation, and they gradually became familiar and formed a team. They gathered materials together and decided to build a safe house. A building with 3 stories, slightly smaller than the one Chen Dong bought. People were talking to each other, and only Xian Ba Ji was leaning against a big tree with his eyes closed, seemingly deep in thought. Just as everyone relaxed, Xian Ba Ji suddenly spoke up. "Attention! My detection skill has sensed a monster. It's moving fast and coming our way." Everyone was jolted awake, and Zhao Qianxi, who had been lying on the ground, immediately got up. Without his armor, he now had a long knife in hand, which was also of bronze quality. This was specially provided for him by the team. As the meat shield in the group, he was in the most danger. "Damn it, once we return to the city and sell the materials, I must get a good piece of equipment from that damned merchant goblin," Zhao Qianxi said, as movements could be heard in the nearby woods, and they felt the ground trembling beneath them. The school uniform girl frowned and said anxiously, "This is not right. This monster is very large. We need to retreat." Everyone felt their hearts race. The tremors from the ground were growing stronger. Xian Ba Ji's forehead was sweating, his hands trembling as he tightly gripped his wooden staff and said, "There's no time. It's too fast, and there's more than one." Hearing this, everyone felt a bit frightened. Judging by the commotion, this monster must be enormous, far beyond the size of a 5-meter-long fanged beast. Boom! Dust and smoke filled the air as trees visibly collapsed. What kind of monster could this be? Roar! The beast's roar was deafening, but sounded somewhat mournful. When everyone finally saw the monster, they were first shocked by its power, but even more despairing was the sight of its bloodied and scarred body. Clearly fleeing for its life. Scorpion Lion, level 46 quality, gold, a 25-meter-long figure, standing as tall as a 3-story building. One of its bat-like wings was broken. Blood pouring down, and half of its body was bleeding. Its scorpion tail was violently torn off, and a large black sword was stuck in one of its eyes. They could not imagine what kind of monster could chase down a level 46 gold creature. But soon, they witnessed it. A nearly 3-meter-tall black skeletal monster, clad in black armor, with a pair of black mist-like wings on its back, crashed into the scorpion lion's back like a meteor. Bang! Crack! The scorpion lion was struck by this immense force. Its foreclaws spread wide as it collapsed to the ground. The sound of its bones cracking echoed. Everyone had lost the courage to run and stood dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before them. A gust of wind blew, and as the dust settled, the figure of the Death Knight was revealed. It stepped on the scorpion lion's head, bent down, and pulled out the black sword lodged in its eye. The scorpion lion struggled in pain a couple of times, but with its spine shattered, it could no longer rise. The Death Knight gripped the sword tightly and plunged it deep into the bloodthirsty head, twisting the blade and destroying its brain. With the scorpion lion dead, everyone could clearly see the Death Knight's power. Death Knight, level 32 grade. Stellar. Everyone was in utter despair, as if they knew they were doomed, and simply gave up resistance. Haha. Stellar grade. Compared to that monster in the city, I wonder which is more powerful. Zhao Qianxi suddenly spoke, taking a bottle of erguo from his waist pouch, twisting off the cap, and taking a sip. That person had an epic class, but his level hadn't risen yet. However, his abilities should still be stronger than this monster. Everyone felt relaxed by his words, but their hands still gripped their weapons tightly, even if they were to die. They wanted to fight back, even if it meant just taking a bite. Meanwhile, the Death Knight paid no attention to these few people and directly swung its great sword, slicing open the scorpion lion's abdomen and extracting a crystal core from its heart. Just then, Chen Dong arrived with Yao Shi. In the shocked gaze of the 5 players, the Death Knight respectfully handed the crystal core in its hand to Chen Dong. Chen Dong took the crystal core and put it in his backpack. He turned to look at the astonished group, but said nothing. They had finally arrived. They had spent 7 days in the forest before finally emerging. About 3 kilometers ahead was the boundary of the novice city. Chen Dong walked step by step towards the players, followed by the Death Knight. But they could not see Yao Shi. At this moment, Yao Shi looked bored, holding a small rabbit that was beating rapidly with its heart. This was a bronze-quality ice crystal rabbit, originally with a horn, which Chen Dong had broken off. It could spit ice spikes and had decent damage. He had intended to kill it, but the well-fed Yao Shi had little appetite. She gently stroked the trembling little rabbit, caressing its soft fur, occasionally pinching its legs and rubbing its head, murmuring names of dishes. Little rabbit, rabbit, danger. Chapter 36. Changes in the novice city. The 5 looked at Chen Dong approaching, their expressions shifting from shock to tension. When Chen Dong stood before them, it was Kaiki who reacted first, putting away her shining silver longbow and stepping forward. Hello. Kaiki adjusted her breathing, trying to appear calm. Player? Chen Dong asked. The few people had closed their external displays, and the fact that they couldn't see their attributes already indicated something. Yes, you are a player too? Kaiki said, somewhat incredulous but forced to accept the reality. This person before them was indeed a player like them, but why was there such a huge gap between them? Chen Dong nodded and said, if convenient. Could you tell me about the situation in the novice village? Chen Dong said, taking a level 30 silver crystal core from his pocket and adding, as an exchange, I'll give you this crystal core. Everyone exchanged glances, not reaching out to take it. Kaiki waved her hand and said, no need for that. Just ask what you want to know. We happen to be returning, so let us talk while we walk. Seeing her refusal, Chen Dong said nothing and, amidst the regretful gazes from the others, put the crystal core back in his pocket. Then, they set off, deliberately keeping their distance from the Death Knight. How many players are currently in the novice village? After a moment of silence, Chen Dong asked. Kaiki replied, recently, the officials conducted a count. But since some players were not very cooperative, it's known to be over 30,000. Is the official army managing the novice village now? Chen Dong frowned slightly. Not exactly. There are currently 3 forces in the city, and the officials are just one of them, managing the southern region of the city, which is where the original city lord's mansion was. What is the military strength, and what about the other 2 forces? Chen Dong was surprised that players dared to oppose the officials. After all, although they might lag in strength within the game, opposing the national machinery was not just a game issue. Currently, there are a total of 1,200 soldiers in the game. According to their investigation, all players from our Huagua region have landed in this novice city. In terms of strength, the 1,200 soldiers are superior to players, whether in initial attributes or combat experience. Moreover, they came in with excellent equipment and have recruited nearly 3,000 civilian players, making their overall strength the strongest. At this point, Kaiki paused, frowning as if recalling something unpleasant. The other 2 forces are called the Sky Cover Society and the Imperial Ambition. The Sky Cover Society is organized by a group of 17 or 18-year-old students, mostly young men, who are impulsive and passionate. Kaiki's expression was somewhat grim, clearly indicating that they had a conflict with this group of students, but this was irrelevant to Chen Dong, who waited for her to continue. The strongest in is their president, named You Are Invincible. His specific strength is unclear, but he holds an epic-level profession and ranks 72nd on the leaderboard, dominating the eastern part of the city. The leader of the Imperial Ambition, I only know that he seems to have been harmed by officials in reality, so he harbors a deep hatred for them. There are frictions in the market between him and the officials, making his strength hard to determine. During the second Safehouse construction mission, he inadvertently entered a secret underground laboratory and found many things inside. That laboratory has now become their base, and they control the western part of the city with their Safehouse. As for the officials, the ones currently visible are 1 Dusty Rain, ranked 64th, and Absolute Order, ranked 22nd. Chen Dong frowned and asked, is there not a single one in the top 10 for our Huagua region? He hadn't paid much attention to the leaderboard, as he certainly wouldn't rank. Thinking of this, he recalled Yemengate. Perhaps many others, like him, were still accumulating strength to change to a stronger profession. After all, level doesn't necessarily represent much. Although he was only level 10, he could still kill a level 40-star glory monster when fully powered. There is indeed one in the top 10 called Victory Over Heaven, who has spoken in the World Channel and seems to be a student abroad wanting to come to our novice village. What about the northern area of the city? Chen Dong inquired. The northern area is terrifying. There is a level 60-star glory monster there, along with up to 1 million ash zombies. It's a disaster zone. Currently, all 3 factions have set up checkpoints on the road leading to the northern area. It is also said that recently, in preparation for the impending Beast Tide, the officials plan to collaborate with the other 2 factions to clear the northern area to prevent the monsters from stabbing the city in the back when the Beast Tide arrives. Chen Dong nodded after hearing this, gaining some understanding of the changes in the novice city. However, it was surprising how much had changed in just over a month. Chen Dong casually opened the leaderboard to check it. First, Kronos, 31nd, Apophis, 33rd, Mephistopheles, 34th, Victory Over Heaven, 29th, Gilgamesh, 29th, Susu, 29th, The Preacher, 29th, Adam, 29th, Lost Chaos, 28th. The leaderboard only displayed the top 100. Among over 3 million people, these were currently recognized as the top 100. As for their actual strength, that would have to be seen in the future. Chen Dong did not see Yemengate on the list. Someone who could acquire the Demon Emperor's exclusive skills must have had great fortune. Moreover, by directly abandoning the epic profession card that Chen Dong offered, it indicated that the other party's goal was at least at the mythical level, if not legendary. Real strong players would probably take a long time to emerge, and by then, this leaderboard would undergo a significant reshuffle. At the same time, Chen Dong noticed that many foreigners on the leaderboard mostly used names from mythology, which paled in comparison to the flamboyance of names chosen in Huagua. He also noticed at the bottom of the leaderboard that his ranking was around 180,000. As they walked and talked, Chen Dong and the others arrived at the novice city. Kikyo said to Chen Dong, there are 6 entrances to the wild forest, 4 of which are under official jurisdiction, and this is one of them. Chen Dong looked ahead at the armed soldiers gathering and frowned. Yao Shi, glancing at the dilapidated buildings in front, was somewhat curious. She could sense that they were not far from where she had slept, and before her slumber, there wasn't a city like this. As Chen Dong and the others approached, a 10-man team stationed at the entrance immediately raised their guns, pointing them at Chen Dong and the others. The leading soldier shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" Kikyo and the others looked at this scene with wry smiles. They had never experienced such treatment. The soldiers were being so cautious entirely due to the Death Knight's presence. It should be because of your companion. I'll go explain it to them. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. He knew he would have to interact with the officials sooner or later, and it was better not to create any conflicts. Seeing that Chen Dong agreed, Kikyo immediately ran up to speak with them. Less than 10 minutes later, she returned and said to Chen Dong, "They agreed to let us pass. But your skeleton companion needs to stay outside. They are worried that bringing it in will cause panic. In peacetime, what's there to panic about seeing a moving skeleton?" Chen Dong's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Kikyo thought to herself, "Big brother, you should take a look at what level of skeleton you have behind you." After a moment of silence, Chen Dong weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If there was no monster siege mission, he wouldn't care even if it turned into a conflict. However, for the upcoming task, he still needed their help, and the military likely had their own backup plans, possibly with monsters not weaker than him. "Xiao Dongzi, are we done yet? I'm feeling a bit tired." Yaoshi floated in the air, her face showing some fatigue as she looked at her heavy eyelids. Seeing this, Chen Dong no longer hesitated. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the daytime in the apocalypse was longer than the night. It was only about 3 hours from sunset to sunrise. "Death Knight, you stay outside and find a place to wait. Try not to attack other humans proactively. If anyone attacks you, just kill them. And don't forget to loot the corpses." Chen Dong turned to the Death Knight. The Death Knight was somewhat speechless, not understanding why its master wanted to compromise with a bunch of ants. But Chen Dong's orders were absolute, and it could only accept silently. "Yes, master, I won't go far. You can summon me whenever you need through our connection." The Death Knight placed its left hand on its heart, respectfully finished speaking, and turned to leave. Then, Chen Dong and the others arrived at the checkpoint. The 10 soldiers, after seeing Chen Dong's words, removed a star glory quality monster. Filled with awe, they registered Chen Dong and apologetically explained that the monster could not enter the city, as this was a direct order from the higher-ups and the officials. Chen Dong nodded. He was currently only concerned about Yaoshi's sleep issues. Upon entering the novice city, Chen Dong noticed significant changes. The streets had become tidier, though they still had a long way to go compared to the original world, with a lot of litter around. However, the streets that had once been filled with broken vehicles were now much cleaner. Some corners and the ground, once littered with corpses, had been cleared. Besides that, the streets were bustling with activity. The first time he visited the novice city, he saw at most over 100 people. Now, there were at least close to 1,000 pedestrians on the streets. On both sides of the street, there were people standing with foam boards, selling materials or collecting various monster materials. A glance showed that there were no fewer than 300 stalls combined on both sides. Some shops that had been damaged were also repaired, becoming strongholds for certain players. Chapter 37. Goblin Merchant. The registration process was not complicated. It just required showing a nickname and recording some information before being allowed to pass. When Chen Dong displayed his character name, the soldiers entering the game for the first time had no special reaction. However, Kikyo and the others behind him raised their eyebrows. "So it's him?" Kikyo thought to herself, realizing why he had such strong power. He was the only player so far to have appeared on the world announcement. The young man in front of her in his early 20s. Among them, only Uncle Neo didn't immediately react. As they were leaving, Chen Dong noticed that one of the guarding soldiers was missing, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Entering the city, the sounds of vendors calling out from both sides of the street were incessant, mostly selling various materials, most of which were of ordinary quality. A portion was selling food, and business was quite good. Halfway through, Kaiki suddenly spoke up, saying, "We need to handle today's haul. Let's part ways here." Chen Dong nodded, showing no intention of staying. Took out the crystal core from his pocket that he had earlier, tossed it to her, and turned to leave. This time, Kaiki didn't refuse, otherwise it would have been a loss of face for Chen Dong. The teammates behind her were very happy. After all, a level 30 crystal core was worth at least double what they had earned from hunting the toothed beasts. What a pity, Kaiki thought. If Chen Dong just left like this, they would have some connection for future encounters, and giving her the crystal core would settle things. Zhao Qianxi and the others were not foolish either, but no matter what, they had only guided him part of the way and explained the well-known situation in the city. Earning a level 30 silver crystal core was already a big win for them. They turned to leave and went to a nearby trading post to exchange their items. This was a shop run by a goblin merchant. They entered the store, which resembled a pawn shop, where a brown-skinned goblin merchant, looking much like a goblin, was sipping tea he had bought at a high price from players. Of course, this so-called high price was just what he thought. "Welcome to my shop. Are you here to exchange goods or currency?" The goblin merchant put down his teacup, stood up at a height of only 1.6 meters, and wore a tattered cloth garment. This goblin was stingy with outsiders and just as stingy with himself. Gleanies, level 16 quality. Silver. The goblin merchant Gleanies was not strong at all. Even Kaiki's 5-member team could easily deal with him. But they did not dare to entertain such thoughts. When Gleanies first arrived, he appeared in the area under the jurisdiction of the Shadow Sky Club. And after showing off his treasures, many people organized to surround and kill him. However, in the end, all 27 of them were wiped out. Kaiki took out the items from her pocket and placed them on the table, pulling out the corpse of the toothed beast from her backpack space. "Well, everything looks good. But where did you get this crystal core?" The goblin glanced at the toothed beast on the ground, looking somewhat disinterested. Since coming here, he had only been doing small trades, but when he saw the crystal core that Chen Dong had given, his eyes clearly lit up. Kaiki noticed this, even though Gleanies quickly realized his slip and soon resumed his disinterested expression. "This crystal core is from an abyss demon. It contains abyssal energy, so its value might be discounted a bit." Gleanies placed the crystal core on the table and said casually, "How much?" Kaiki asked directly without any small talk. "I can give you 2.5 million points for this toothed beast, and as for this crystal core, I'll take a loss and give you 2 million points. "What the hell? Who do you think you're fooling? This is a level 30 silver crystal core. Crystal core's value increases by a tier every 10 levels. You should at least offer 3 million, right?" Neo Ro was somewhat dissatisfied, knowing that this goblin was trying to cheat them. 3 million is way too much, at most. "I can give you 2 million. That's the highest price I can offer. This crystal core has abyssal energy, and dealing with it is quite troublesome, so its value is naturally reduced." Gleanies said slowly, sitting back down and taking a sip of his tea. 6 million, Kaiki suddenly spoke up. "Uft." Gleanies spat out a mouthful of tea, feigning shock as he said, "Are you crazy? Even a normal level 30 silver crystal core is worth at most 5 million points. And you say 6 million? Then forget it. I won't sell this crystal core. After all, I'm not the only merchant in this city," Kaiki said, reaching for the crystal core on the table. "Stop!" Gleanies suddenly shouted, and the ground trembled. Thud, thud, thud. A nearly 3-meter tall, all-white furred ape walked out of the store. White-handed ape, level 67 quality. Starry. This was a terrifying starry-level monster, strong enough to slaughter all players in the current novice city. At the same time, it was also the foundation of Gleanies' position. They were weak in their own right, but the Goblin clan had 2 branches. One was the alchemical Goblin clan, skilled at machinery and capable of creating powerful mechanisms. The other was their Goblin merchant clan. This clan had the ability to detect treasures, but due to their weakness, they all signed contracts with stronger races after reaching adulthood, hiring bodyguards under the pretext of enhancing their strength. "What? You want to rob me?" Kaiki's forehead broke out in cold sweat, but she forced herself to remain calm. Her teammates behind her also looked nervously at the white-handed ape, unsure of what was going on with their captain. "Hee, little bye, you can head back. This is my esteemed guest." Gleanies, being a professional merchant and having done many big deals in the past, naturally wouldn't ruin his credibility over a crystal core containing abyssal energy. The white-handed ape had long arms, with crimson palms and exposed fangs, but it looked somewhat goofy. Hearing Gleanies' words, it scratched its head in confusion and turned back inside. After the white-handed ape left, Gleanies rubbed his hands, which had sharp nails, and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. My assistant is quite sensitive. To show my apology, I'll accept your offer of 6 million points." Saying this, Gleanies took out a black card issued by the Central Gold Bank and said to Kaiki, "Besides that, I'm quite curious about the origin of this crystal core. After all, I haven't heard about abyss demons for over a decade. If you can satisfy my curiosity, besides the 6 million for the crystal core, I can also give you a bronze quality piece of equipment. This crystal core was given to me by another player. As for who that player is, sorry, I can't disclose that," Kaiki said, placing the crystal core back on the table. "In that case, I want to pry further. Take out your black card. Let us make the trade." Gleanies didn't press the issue, and, after Kaiki produced the black card, directly transferred 8.5 million points to her. Aside from reserving 2 million for team activities and material purchases, each person could also get over 1 million points, which was quite a windfall. Usually, they only went out every 3 days, and After reserving about 20 for team activities, they would earn at most 200,000 to 300,000 points each. After receiving the money, Kaiki discussed with everyone, each contributing 300,000, and Zhao Qianxi put in 800,000, totaling 2 million points, which they used to exchange for a piece of silver armor. Additionally, Uncle Nyo had saved some money, just enough to buy a silver great sword, spending another 7 million. New Baji adjusted his glasses and teased, Uncle Nyo, you've spent all your points. What are you going to buy next? No worries. I don't spend much anyway. Besides, aren't we covered for food and lodging? Uncle Nyo said indifferently, having suffered for half his life and lacking any shopping desire. The baby bottle had been silent the whole time. Her experiences in the apocalypse had made her already shy personality even more introverted. Let us go? Kaiki held the baby bottle's hand, and they all walked out of Gleanie's shop. Watching everyone leave, Gleanie's, who had been sitting in his chair drinking tea, immediately took out the crystal core from his dimensional pocket, put on a monocle, and examined the crystal core. A demon crystal core, and a high-purity one at that. Just right. The Dark Church has been quite active lately, and I can sell it to them at a high price. Hee hee. Gleanie's happily put away the crystal core while also pondering what methods to use to investigate its origins. On the other side, Chen Dong, carrying the almost asleep Yao Shi, was looking for a place to settle down when he suddenly noticed a large shopping mall not far away, with a golden sign hanging that read Central Gold Exchange. He didn't expect the locals to be so efficient, already opening a branch in the novice city. In fact, Chen Dong had previously noticed players using black cards for transactions. But more often, they were trading items. After walking for a while, he finally found a small building that looked quite shabby and should be unoccupied. Just as Chen Dong was about to enter with Yao Shi, he was stopped by two burly men at the entrance. Stop! This is our Yongquan group. One of the burly men screamed in pain, clutching his severed wrist, trying to stop the bleeding as he fell to the ground. The other burly man, seeing this, slowly lowered his arms crossed over his chest, becoming obedient and retreating slowly, fearfully eyeing the bloodthirsty blade in Chen Dong's right hand. Chen Dong did not linger, as Yao Shi had already climbed onto his shoulder. Once inside the small building, Chen Dong casually chose a room, kicked open the security door, leaving a dent on it. He shook the sleeping Yao Shi awake, watching as she took out a crystal coffin, lay down inside, and fell asleep immediately. Chen Dong helped close the coffin lid and suddenly caught sight of a trembling little rabbit, which was shaking in fear. He grabbed the rabbit by its ears, contemplating whether to kill it directly, preserve it, and wait for Yao Shi to wake up for breakfast. The little rabbit's eyes were filled with tears, its tiny hands nervously clenching together, looking pitiful. Chapter 38. Feng Wolf Ju Su. Outside the building, the bloody scene attracted a considerable crowd of onlookers. They stared at the blood on the ground and the severed hand, with many recognizing the two burly men. These are the underlings of Yongquan Group. This is their territory. I wonder who is so bold, someone in the crowd remarked. As soon as he spoke, it opened up the topic for almost everyone. What is this Yongquan Group? Aren't we under official management here? Someone asked in confusion. Another person next to him explained, you don't think about how big this city is? It can easily accommodate 1 million people, but the officials only have a little over 1,000. How can they manage? Someone else chimed in. Yongquan Group is one of the top 50 enterprises in the former Huahua world, with connections in the official circles. They have substantial financial resources and sent 200 people into the game. Unlike us ordinary players who stumbled in, they invested a lot of money specifically for this game. Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd retorted, how do you know such things? My cousin's wife's cousin is one of those 200 people. I heard it from him. They say each person who comes in gets a guarantee of 2 million for their family, and if they die in the game, the family receives an additional 5 million. After entering, the Yongquan Group members nominally joined the official organization, but behind the scenes, they are doing their old business. Seizing a lot of prime real estate, wanting to build safe houses in those locations, requiring 1 million points to do so. It was clear that someone had suffered losses at the hands of Yongquan Group, speaking with a harsh tone. Bah, they are all no good birds. Now look, they've been dealt with. The crowd gathered there, watching the burly man wailing, but no one stepped up to help. It's the apocalypse, and there are still capitalists trying to reach out. The crowd was filled with disdain. They're really crazy for money. Doesn't the official side care? There's nothing they can do. From the official's perspective, this is a conflict between players, and they won't intervene unless it escalates to murder. Otherwise, Their attitude is to let it resolve itself. Most of us ordinary players came in alone. How can we fight against a group of 200? If I had known this, I would have gone to one of the other 2 districts. You're thinking too much. Such things happen often. Not to mention the smaller groups of 10 or so, larger ones with dozens of people acting tyrannically are not uncommon. The other 2 districts are even more chaotic. We're better off here. At least the officials still have some prestige. If there's a real dispute, no one dares to escalate it to murder. The severed hand burly man had taken a bronze recovery potion given by his companion, and the bleeding had stopped, but the pain still tormented him. After a while, a team of soldiers armed with guns arrived to disperse the crowd. The dark muzzles of the guns presented a significant deterrent for these new players, most of whom were under level 10. What happened? One of the soldiers asked, frowning at the severed hand on the ground. Someone suddenly attacked us. We didn't do anything. And he just chopped off my friend's hand. The burly man exclaimed, pointing at the large door behind him. Quickly pick it up and go seek medical attention. The soldier said. He didn't involve himself in player conflicts, but he recognized the 2 burly men and knew which buildings were occupied by Yongquan group. The burly man said nothing more and, after feeling somewhat better, leaned on his companion and left the crowd. The soldier glanced inside the door before leading his men away from the scene. Half an hour later, in a villa in the southern part of the city, the burly man reported the situation. Behind the desk in front of him sat a sturdy middle-aged man whose skin looked dark, likely from years of sun exposure. What is the background of that person? Have you investigated? The middle-aged man asked, not addressing the burly man who had returned in a panic. Behind him, a shadow shifted and transformed into a tall, thin old man dressed in butler attire. Master, we've already found out. They are from outside. But we don't know if they are from our novice city. If they are from another novice city, with a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, their strength likely won't be any weaker than those in our city, the butler reported respectfully. After hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man waved his hand. And once the burly man left, he said, what about those few people? They're nothing but a flash in the pan. The real trump cards are never revealed. Those ordinary players, having gained some opportunities, foolishly think the world revolves around them. How laughable. The old butler clearly did not know the secrets behind this, and looked at his master's back with confusion. Just wait and see. In the end, those who stand on the highest stage will inevitably be us great families and various national governments. They are just waiting for the monster siege to end, and for that so-called level leaderboard to wipe out a large number of players. A smile curled at the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. He was among the first players to enter the game, just like Chen Dong. Except he did not receive his phone from the old man, but from his younger son, who brought it back. When he accidentally clicked on it, he entered this world. After experiencing life and death for the first time and witnessing the growth of power, he became completely enamored with this apocalyptic world. The life of killing here satisfied him far more than earning 10 billion for his small goal. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, the butler nodded in half understanding and asked, Master, are you also waiting? The middle-aged man did not respond but asked in return, what is that player's nickname? Have you found out? I inquired with the checkpoint, but they were unwilling to disclose it. However, someone at the intersection noticed that the soldier guarding the checkpoint was quite tense, and the person's nickname is Phone Wolf Ju-Su. The middle-aged man's expression changed to one of surprise, and then a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said lightly, It seems this situation is even more interesting than I imagined. I was still wondering why that person wasn't in the city. I thought they were in another novice city. The butler, seeing the middle-aged man's reaction, was somewhat puzzled and asked, Master, do you know him? You just came in with me this time, so it's normal for you not to know. He is the world's first player to kill a novice. The officials have already investigated this. In other cities, all the newcomers are level 20 silver. This means that just a few days after re-entering the game for the second time, he already had the strength to kill level 20 silver monsters. While I was only level 7 at that time, the butler looked somewhat shocked. He had just changed jobs, and that was with a small team specially arranged to help him. He had chosen the golden occupation of Shadow Warrior and was currently level 12. Facing a level 20 silver monster, the outcome was basically certain death. Evacuate everyone nearby and avoid conflict, the middle-aged man instructed. The old butler complied and asked if they should send someone to try to make contact. To put it bluntly, it meant sending someone to negotiate with Chen Dong. No need to go, we were a bit late in getting the news. Since you didn't ask about any updates at the checkpoint, it means the officials have already noticed his existence and will soon make contact. Let's observe for now and see his attitude. After all, Someone with strength will not want to be suppressed. There will be many opportunities to build a good relationship. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he picked up the documents on the table. The old butler saw this and knew that his master did not want to discuss the issue further. His body began to merge into the shadows. By the way, the middle-aged man suddenly called out, stopping the old butler who was about to leave. After going out, have Lin Lin deal with that person to avoid causing any more trouble. The middle-aged man did not turn around, continuing to look at the documents while giving instructions. The old butler acknowledged and disappeared. On the other side, inside the city lord's office, 6 leaders sent by the officials gathered in the conference room to discuss the treatment of thousand-zhang. It was impossible to become hostile. The main purpose of bringing you here this time was to explore whether to make an effort to win him over and what kind of leverage the higher-ups could provide. A young military leader spoke up to inquire. A middle-aged man responded, "There's no need to deliberately win him over. Instead of investing resources in outsiders, it's better to quickly cultivate those few Star God candidates." The Star God plan was established simultaneously with the Special Operations Zone, and currently, there were fewer than 10 people qualified to participate in the plan. Although that was the case, one could not underestimate civilian power, especially thousand-zhang. Just a few days after the last game started, he already had the strength to kill in the novice city. To be honest, I even suspect he might be cheating. Although the strength of those Star God candidates still fell short, their potential was definitely not lower than that person's. However, you are right. Civilian power should not be underestimated. Let's send someone to make contact and ask if he is interested in participating in tomorrow's operation. In the end, it was the leader Li Xuanjing who made the decision. Who should go and when? I think it would be best to send your daughter. Recently, she has been rampaging through the north side of the city, so it would be a good match. Hey, Brother Kong, are you trying to help Captain Li find a son-in-law? Li Xuanjing's forehead twitched, but thinking of his daughter's temperament, he looked helpless. Forget it, with her temperament. Wouldn't she just end up fighting? Let Su Xiao go. That kid is slick and clever. The others agreed. Initially, they were just joking. But if they really sent that bloodthirsty girl from the North District to contact this ruthless figure, the outcome would surely not be sparks flying, but rather a big splash of blood. The next morning, Su Xiao, dressed in military uniform, arrived at the door of Chen Dong's room. Looking at the door that had been kicked in and slightly ajar, he hesitated about whether to knock, wondering if Chen Dong was still resting. Suddenly, the door was pulled open from the inside. Chen Dong stood there holding a crystal coffin, frowning as he looked at him. Chapter 39. Re-establishing the safe house. Su Xiao was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly saluted and said, "Hello, I am Su Xiao, a member of the Special Operations Team of Huagua. There are some matters that the higher-ups want me to discuss with you." Chen Dong looked at him. Su Xiao was just over 1.9 meters tall, a bit taller than Chen Dong. But inexplicably, Su Xiao felt that the pressure from Chen Dong was greater. "What is it?" Chen Dong asked, his steps not stopping as he continued to walk outside. Su Xiao followed suit and spoke up, "Actually, mainly I want to inquire if you would be willing to join the official organization." "No." Chen Dong decisively rejected him. This was already within Su Xiao's expectations. From what happened yesterday, it was clear that Chen Dong was a ruthless person, and someone like him would never settle for being subordinate to others. "I understand what you mean. Besides that, we will organize an operation tomorrow, and I'm not sure if you would like to join." Su Xiao continued to ask, "What operation?" "Our investigation team has discovered a level 35 Starshine dungeon in a basement in the south of the city," Su Xiao replied. After hearing this, Chen Dong pondered for a moment. The time for the monster siege was approaching, and getting trapped in a dungeon at this moment would be unwise. Seemingly sensing Chen Dong's concerns, Su Xiao continued, "Don't worry. We have already used soundwave devices to probe the underground. The basement has a total of 3 levels, and that won't take too much time." After considering it, Chen Dong agreed. "Okay, where do we gather?" "We will gather at 7 in the morning tomorrow." "I will come to find you," Su Xiao said, then asked Chen Dong where he wanted to go. "I want to find a villa," Chen Dong said as he looked around. Most of the surroundings were shops or residential houses. Su Xiao explained, "The villa area is not here. If you want to find it, I can take you there." Chen Dong nodded, and then under Su Xiao's guidance, they walked through several streets before arriving at a villa area by the river. At the entrance of the villa area, 4 soldiers were on guard. "What? Even the land in this apocalyptic world has to be managed by the state?" Chen Dong's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Su Xiao shook his head repeatedly, explaining, "No. It's mainly because there are many safe houses in this villa area, and from time to time, Ash's zombies from the North District appear in this river, so they arranged for people to guard it. Chen Dong glanced at him, looking at his sincere eyes, and a hint of killing intent was released. Su Xiao immediately felt his instincts warning him, cold sweat running down his back. Looking at Chen Dong's calm eyes was like being watched by an ancient giant beast. He didn't know what was happening, but instinctively felt he was about to die and just wanted to turn around and run away. However, he was, after all, an elite selected for the special operations team, with strong psychological resilience. While constantly brainwashing himself, he forced a stiff smile that looked worse than crying on his terrified face. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, no longer looking at him, and said, "Don't take me for a fool. If there's a next time, I will surely kill you." Chen Dong would never believe his nonsense. The army does not manage conflicts between players. So how could they specifically arrange for people to protect the safe houses in the community? Chen Dong walked up to the entrance, and a soldier stepped forward to stop him. Suddenly seeing Su Xiao behind Chen Dong making hand gestures, he immediately retreated silently. Chen Dong ignored them and walked into the villa area carrying the crystal coffin. Inside this villa area, there were more than 200 small houses, among which more than 70 had already become safe houses. Chen Dong directly chose a nearby house. This house looked dilapidated, had 3 floors, and its area was not smaller than his property in Hope City. The glass windows were shattered, and the roof was covered with moss. With a wave of his hand, a safe house core appeared in his palm. Seeing this safe house core, Su Xiao was somewhat surprised. Chen Dong glanced at him, and he immediately reacted, indicating that he still had some matters to attend to and left first. This core was purchased by Chen Dong from the system mall for 1,000 system points, which was not expensive. However, the price for the second one would increase to 10,000 points. Chen Dong just bought this crystal and planned to build a safe house in the novice city, allowing him to use the return scroll to travel back and forth between the two places. Chen Dong used the safe house crystal core to cover the villa and a large area of land outside it. After considering for a moment, he decided to include a total of 4 small villas, 1 next to him and 2 behind him. Chen Dong had plenty of materials, and the wood in his backpack was still increasing. Outside the novice city, a death knight was chopping trees with his golden greatsword. Tip: renovation and repair of the safe house requires materials: 16,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of stone, and 450 units of iron ore. Do you confirm the renovation and repair? Chen Dong clicked confirm, and white light rose from the 4 villas, visible only to players, which also startled some nearby residents and soldiers outside. A skilled player indeed. Do they have so many materials? Such a large area? Su Xiao had just walked a short distance out of his door when he saw the white light of the safe house renovation and couldn't help but exclaim. He was only a level 14 silver profession and lived in a house that he and several teammates had renovated, but the location was good, and the first floor could also be used as a shop. Many people in the community also gathered to watch this scene. Most knew that they could buy safe house crystals in the system mall, but there was no need for that, nor did they have so many materials. Among them were Kikyo and others, and when they saw Chen Dong, they were a bit excited, not expecting to be neighbors. Moments later, the safe house renovation was completed. The damaged areas were repaired, and the moss-covered roof was cleaned. The 4 villas looked as if they had just been built, and even the furniture inside was brand new. The large water pool in the yard was also cleaned, and the weeds looked freshly trimmed. Chen Dong paid no attention to the surrounding people and directly walked into one of the buildings, entering the living room and placing the crystal coffin he had been carrying on his shoulder down. Looking at the neat and clean house, Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction and placed the safe house core in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, then proceeded to upgrade it. Chen Dong specifically spent 100,000 points to buy all the materials, upgrading the safe house to level 4 in one go. When upgrading to level 5, the system displayed a prompt. Tip: do you want to integrate the 4 buildings within the safe house's range? After integration, a high-level building will be randomly generated. Tip: upgrading the safe house to level 5 will automatically expand the coverage area. Other safe houses within the safe house's range can apply to become affiliated safe houses or engage in a battle for control. Since this feature has not yet been enabled, the battle for control will be postponed until the next time you enter the game. Hearing the prompt, Chen Dong did not hesitate and spent 140,000 points to purchase a large amount of materials, while also adding some earth element crystals and black gold mysterious iron stones. As Chen Dong clicked confirm, the 4 villas began to merge and change in the astonished gaze of the crowd outside. Gradually, they transformed into a 6-story grand castle, with white stone blocks piled on the outside and luxurious decorations inside. The first floor hall had a height of 10 meters, and the second to sixth floors had a height of 5 meters each. The entire castle reached a height of 35 meters, making the surrounding villas look like mere small houses in comparison. Furthermore, as the area of the castle expanded, walls appeared, rising 10 meters high and enclosing some nearby safe houses and villas. The entire castle, including the area covered by the walls, occupied an area of 6,000 square meters. Compared to those castles in the original world, it wasn't large, but it was absolutely luxurious in the novice city. The people who had been watching stepped back a bit, and 3 of them received prompts. They were prompted that they would become affiliated or engage in a battle for control, and they immediately began to curse. Safehouse Core, Level 5 Attributes, Current Safehouse Defense Shield Durability, 23,765,000. Additional skills, Territory Teleportation, can teleport freely within the territory. If the spatial crystals at the 4 corners of the castle are destroyed, teleportation will not be usable. Attribute Boost, within the territory, all player attributes 5. Upgrade requirements, 1. 000,000 units of wood, 3. 000,000 units of stone, 600,000 units of iron ore. Special upgrade route, 10 Starry Fire Dragon Stones, Epic Fire Element Crystals, can upgrade the safe house to Dragon Castle. Special upgrade route, 10 Abyss Breath Crystals, Epic Quality Abyss Cores, can upgrade the safe house to Abyss Castle. Displays the optimal upgrade route based on your attributes and skills. At this moment, Chen Dong was on the 4th floor of the castle. The first floor consisted of a hall, kitchen, storage room, and 12 60-square-meter bedrooms. The second floor had bathrooms, a swimming pool, and 6 empty rooms. The third floor had a conference room and lounges on either side of it, with the conference room capable of accommodating around 500 people. The fourth floor, where Chen Dong was, housed the Safehouse core and also served as Chen Dong's bedroom, along with 2 more rooms, each with over 200 square meters of space. The master bedroom had a large balcony with a swimming pool of about 20 square meters. The 5th floor was entirely a storage area divided into several sections. The 6th floor was empty, with a mechanism that could be opened on the ceiling. From the outside, the castle looked like an ordinary white castle, with 4 attached towers at its corners, each 20 meters high, and a huge blue crystal floating at the top of each tower. Chen Dong looked down from the balcony, observing that the yard was quite spacious, with a distance of about 600 meters from the entrance to the castle gate. Additionally, there were several villas within the yard, all encompassed inside. Chen Dong also received a system prompt indicating that he would engage in a battle for control the next time he entered. With a thought, Chen Dong teleported directly in front of the crowd that was still cursing. "Damn it, where the hell is my safe house? You want me to leave?" The curses stopped abruptly when they saw Chen Dong suddenly appear. Everyone fell silent, and Kikyo and the others hesitated about whether to greet him to avoid unnecessary trouble. "This is my territory. Leave within 3 minutes, Chen Dong said indifferently. His imperious tone immediately ignited the anger of a few people. "Where the hell is my safe house? You want me to go where? Damn it." Thud. Responding to him was the bloodthirsty blade in Chen Dong's hand. A head flew off, and blood splattered on the grass. Chapter 40. Killing the invaders. Blood scattered, and the crowd hurriedly distanced themselves from the headless corpse, including his companions. Chen Dong glanced at them, remained silent for a moment, and spoke again. "You have 2 minutes left." The crowd was shocked and then reacted, each one starting to run towards the gate. Kikyo and the others hesitated for a moment before following suit. Although they had met once, the favor had already been returned. Once everyone had left, Chen Dong came to the castle entrance and left about 20 meters of space, planting 2 seeds. This time, Chen Dong distributed them evenly. 1 steel demon crystal on each side, hundreds of silver quality earth element crystals, and 1 earth crystal. In addition, Chen Dong exhausted all the remaining demon blood and demon crystals in his backpack to cultivate these 2 demonized trance seeds. On the way to the novice city, Chen Dong encountered a group of demonized trance again and obtained 8 more demonized trance seeds. Abyss Steel Dragon, Level 1, Growing, Quality, Starry, Estimated remaining growth time, 120 hours. 2 Abyss Steel Dragons, instead of trance, intrigued Chen Dong. They looked no different from ordinary saplings, but the growth time was half that of the bloody ancient trees. The soldiers guarding the entrance stared blankly at the suddenly rising castle walls, unsure of what to do. Not long after, several players who had run out of Chen Dong's safe house came to the entrance to report the situation. When they heard that players had killed someone, several soldiers became somewhat uneasy. The situation inside the city was a bit chaotic, and to establish authority, the military had borrowed a dozen heads to stabilize the South District. But now, someone was so brazenly breaking the rules. One of the soldiers reported and immediately left to inform the higher-ups. After receiving the report, Li Xuanjing rubbed his temples. Feeling a bit of a headache, this guy really couldn't stay calm. He had just arrived and had already caused such a big stir. It seemed he was a bold one. Just moments ago, Su Xiao had said to change the person who would contact him. Haha, is this kid scared too? Tell him that the upcoming contacts will be fully entrusted to him, and also let him handle this incident and go take care of it. Li Xuanjing said with a smile. Capture him? Capture what? How many people would it take to catch him? Not worth it. First, record the death, investigate the real identity, and then provide some compensation to the family. Ultimately, after several people made a decision on the situation, someone immediately went out to notify Su Xiao. Su Xiao was on his way to Chen Dong's safe house, cursing those smirking leaders in his heart. He had outstanding achievements in the military, but he was somewhat slippery, always avoiding major issues while constantly dealing with minor ones. When he arrived at the main entrance and saw the suddenly appearing tall city walls, he became even more envious. This was simply the treatment of a local emperor in the apocalypse. He seriously suspected that Chen Dong would one day rule over a region of the novice city, and then he would be able to be called one of the 4 emperors alongside the other 3 forces. Su Xiao's thoughts wandered as he cautiously entered the door frame without a gate. The moment he stepped into Chen Dong's territory, he and Chen Dong simultaneously received a system prompt. Chen Dong's figure flashed and appeared directly behind Su Xiao, looking at his sneaky appearance and patting him on the shoulder. Damn! Su Xiao was so startled that he almost jumped up, and when he saw it was Chen Dong, he was puzzled, wondering why Chen Dong had appeared behind him when he hadn't left the safe house. Was it because he was too fast, so fast that Su Xiao couldn't react? Su Xiao found it hard to believe. If that were the case, wouldn't it be easy for the other party to kill him? You came for that. Chen Dong pointed to the headless corpse and head in his yard. Yes and no. The higher-ups just wanted me to explain that if we encounter any trouble in the future, we can give you a heads up first. If you kill someone, it won't be easy for us to handle, Su Xiao said nervously, swallowing hard. Chen Dong looked at him, remained silent for a moment, and then said, All right, I understand. You can go back. Huh. Su Xiao thought the other party would say something harsh, maybe even give him a warning, but unexpectedly, he was so easygoing. After Su Xiao left, Chen Dong returned to the bedroom on the 4th floor of the castle. At that moment, Yao Shi pushed open the coffin lid, yawned, and said good morning to Chen Dong. Soon, this little elf was distracted by the surrounding environment. Little Dongzi, are we going to live here in the future? Or in the City of Hope? Yao Shi flew over, and although she was already 16 years old, she still habitually climbed onto Chen Dong's back and hugged his neck. Chen Dong teleported them directly to the kitchen on the 1st floor, taking out the rabbit he had prepared last night from his backpack. Both places are good. You can choose where we live, Chen Dong said as he began to dismember the rabbit. Yao Shi nodded, watching the dismembered little rabbit drool. Although Chen Dong's cooking skills were good, they had only eaten roasted meat on the way here. This time, Chen Dong planned to make some braised dishes. While cooking, Chen Dong casually asked, Lately, why do you sleep so long every day? I don't know. I just sleep when I'm tired, Yao Shi said. Sneaking a glance at Chen Dong, relieved when she saw he wasn't paying attention to her, looking a bit guilty. Chen Dong didn't ask further. If she wasn't willing to talk, there was only one reason. She felt too weak. If she were strong enough, Yao Shi would naturally rely on him, right? By evening, Yao Shi had explored the entire castle and lay down beside Chen Dong in the bedroom, saying, It's so quiet. When are we bringing Anna and Hill over? Chen Dong looked at her bored expression, fiddling with a rabbit doll. After thinking for a moment, he decided to see if he could buy slaves nearby after coming out of the underground dungeon. The next morning, Chen Dong looked at the crystal coffin beside him, lifted it, and with a flash, appeared outside the city walls. Su Xiao was startled by Chen Dong's sudden appearance, still struggling to adapt to such a sudden entrance. Currently, in the novice city, Chen Dong was the only one with a level 5 safe house. So Su Xiao didn't know that Chen Dong's teleportation ability could only be used within his territory. He guessed this must be Chen Dong's skill, and it was at least a starry level ability. That brother foam, these are the soldiers we arranged. responsible for ensuring that your safe house isn't invaded or damaged after you leave, Su Xiao said, pointing to the 6 armed soldiers behind him. Seeing the 6 armed soldiers, Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Then let's go. The other teams are already waiting at the destination. Su Xiao led the way for Chen Dong, moving quickly on foot, and they reached the destination in just over 10 minutes. The villa area where Chen Dong was located was not far, and a security line had already been set up outside, with over 30 soldiers guarding it. Su Xiao led Chen Dong around the security line and entered the building. This was originally an office building, with the entrance to the dungeon on the underground floor. At the entrance to the underground, more than 20 people were checking their equipment, and when they saw Chen Dong arrive, they looked at him with strange expressions. After all, Chen Dong was in professional mode, carrying a crystal coffin. Su Xiao was also very curious. Seeing the curious gazes of the crowd, he simply asked when he got closer, "Brother Feng, what treasure is in that coffin you're carrying? Why can't we see its attributes?" Chen Dong didn't answer. He just carried the coffin, looking at the more than 20 people around him, including Chen Dong and Su Xiao. There were exactly 30 people. "When do we go in?" Chen Dong directly cut to the chase. Su Xiao saw that Chen Dong wasn't saying anything and didn't dare to ask again. Most of the people here were level 15 silver quality, with 20 of them, and 6 were level 20 gold quality. The remaining 2 were captain level, both level 20 star quality. Among the 1,200 people entering this time, the captain level players were few, having entered the game by chance during the second game start, totaling only 16. Is this all the people? If I hadn't come, did you plan to rely on just these few to go in? Chen Dong looked at these people with some confusion. Although he couldn't see their attributes, he could directly judge their strength based on their aura. "Yes, we brought 2 captain-level players for this dungeon raid, and their equipment is excellent. Clearing a level 35 dungeon shouldn't be a big problem," Su Xiao said, somewhat puzzled. The 2 captain-level players were called Old War Wolf, an old Special Forces soldier, just turned 29 years old, and had already reached level 23. The other was called Let the Bullets Float, 27 years old, level 21. When they heard Chen Dong's doubts, the expressions on their faces changed, and they were somewhat dissatisfied. They were players who had entered the game for the second time, and they had naturally heard of Feng Langju Su's reputation, but they had never seen how strong he was. The higher-ups had only given a judgment that he was not weaker than a level 30 gold player. "Let's go." Chen Dong didn't want to explain much and directly said. Su Xiao saw the atmosphere was a bit cold and hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly, clear the dungeon early, and we can drink together when we get back." Su Xiao felt that his edges had been smoothed out. He considered himself a little clever, but in front of Chen Dong, he could only act like an honest child, not knowing how to communicate. After all, the old battle wolf was a man nearing 30. He called out, and the leading brother took charge, leading a team into the elevator shaft. The entrance to the underground parking lot had collapsed and was blocked, so the only way down was via the elevator. Chen Dong watched as they went down one by one, leaving him behind. In the instances he had experienced, whether it was the demon burial cave or the earth elemental monster's lair, entering was just at the golden level or star level, but in the end, something always happened. The abyssal aura in the demon burial cave could easily kill star-level monsters, and the difficulty of clearing it was greatly increased. There was even less to say about the earth elemental monster's lair. Although he hadn't encountered any major dangers, it housed a level 87 legendary monster. Who knew what lay beneath? As the team descended one by one, when it was Su Xiao's turn, he called out to Chen Dong, and the two jumped down together. Landing on the deformed elevator, they squeezed through a narrow gap to enter. Chen Dong, carrying a large coffin, found it difficult to move, so he simply held onto the edge of the hole for support, pressing down on the elevator below him, immediately widening the gap from about 30 centimeters to 1 meter 20. Everyone looked at Chen Dong's impressive maneuver, wondering how much strength he possessed. Even the old battle wolf and the Let the Bullet Drift, 2-star-level professionals in their 20s, felt the pressure. Chapter 41, Synthesis Beast Laboratory Ding. Discovered 35 level star instance, Synthesis Beast Laboratory. A notification sounded in Chen Dong's ear as he looked around. This was the parking garage beneath the building. The soldiers around him turned on their lighting devices, cooperating to advance while trying to avoid any visual dead angles for the team. Chen Dong observed his surroundings when the old battle wolf suddenly spoke up, instructing everyone to stop. Chen Dong looked over, and the old battle wolf shone the light on a thick load-bearing stone pillar not far away. On the pillar were 3 huge claw marks that had torn through the concrete layer. exposing the steel reinforcement inside. Several steel bars were even deformed and broken. Beneath the claw marks on the pillar lay a pile of human bones, with several bones broken. The crowd's expressions turned tense. The old battle wolf's face was grave, sensing that this instance seemed more dangerous than anticipated. Just as everyone was on alert, Chen Dong suddenly sensed something, and with the bloodthirsty blade in hand, he burst forth, leaving the team and charging into the darkness. What was going on? Why was he acting so recklessly? The old battle wolf, seeing Chen Dong leave the team without a word, immediately cursed and called for everyone to follow quickly. Just as they started to act, a commotion arose in the direction where Chen Dong had gone. In the darkness, Chen Dong's eyes gradually adapted. Although he could only see vague shapes, it was enough. His killing intent control skill not only allowed him to control his own killing intent, but also made him extremely sensitive to the murderous aura emitted by enemies. Even though the monster in front of him made no sound, as it approached within 100 meters of the group, Chen Dong still sensed the killing intent emanating from it. Chen Dong rushed forward, slashing out with his knife, directly severing the arm that the creature swung at him. Seeing that it showed no signs of stopping, it swung another claw to attack. Chen Dong crouched to dodge, the creature's claw striking the crystal coffin he was carrying, the immense force shattering several of its sharp claws. Chen Dong swung his knife again, this time slicing through its waist entirely. Blood mixed with internal organs spread out, creating a foul stench. The old battle wolf and the others, who had just caught up, were met with a bloody scene. Under the illumination of the lights, everyone could clearly see the monster's face. It had a human shape but a wolf-like appearance, sporting a huge wolf head. Werewolf, someone exclaimed in surprise. Chen Dong flicked the long fur at its neck with the bloodthirsty blade, revealing traces of surgical stitching. Was this the synthesis beast? Chen Dong couldn't be sure. Synthesis beast wolf, 23, deceased, quality, gold. Everyone looked at the werewolf's attributes, gaining a new understanding of Chen Dong's strength. From the moment he left the team to when they arrived, it only took a few minutes for him to take down a level 20 golden monster. This synthesis beast seems to feel no pain. Even after I severed its arm, it didn't react at all. The small caliber firearms you have probably won't do much damage, Chen Dong informed the others. This statement increased the pressure on the old battle wolf and the others. Facing a group of monsters that felt no pain and were unafraid of death, their casualties might be significant. While a few were talking, perhaps influenced by the smell of werewolf blood, strange noises began to emerge around them. The old battle wolf, with his experience, listened attentively and then directed his lighting tool toward one direction. On top of an abandoned car, a werewolf crouched. As the light shone on it, it launched an attack. Roar! The werewolf let out a low growl, moving swiftly and disappearing into the darkness in an instant. Bang! 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 Dense gunfire erupted as the old battle wolf, relying on instinct, sprayed in a certain direction. The others also noticed the abnormality, and the flames from their guns illuminated their tense faces. In the next moment, a soldier's face was lit up by the firelight, simultaneously revealing the furry paw that had already reached him. Uffed. Half of his head was clawed off, unable to even scream before he died. Damn it! If only we had night vision goggles. Let the bullet drift cursed. Switching to a combat knife the moment a synthesis beast wolf approached, slashing forward with force. Clang! The blade was deflected by the sharp claws. His left hand aimed at it and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Flames erupted, and several bullets hit the werewolf's head but failed to penetrate the skull. However, that was enough. It significantly affected the monster's mobility. Let the bullet drift's golden combat knife ignited with flames, the intense heat illuminating the surrounding area. They had already lost 2 men, and one was seriously injured. Burning wood blade technique. Let the bullet drift unleashed his skill, and the moment he struck the werewolf, it was engulfed in flames. The intense fire burned, turning the werewolf into a source of light, allowing the soldiers to see their target clearly. Chen Dong moved quickly, having already dealt with 2 werewolves when he suddenly felt something collide with his waist, sending him flying into the air. Twisting in midair, he slid back 3 meters upon landing, showcasing the tremendous force of the blow. Chen Dong felt a pain in his side, but after a moment, it was healed by the blood energy stored within him. Synthesis Beast Ashen Bear, 30 quality, gold, a level 30 Ashen Bear. Roar! The Ashen Bear roared and charged at Chen Dong again. This monster appeared bulky, but its movements were undetectable, making no sound at all. The others were struggling in battle. and gradually everyone switched weapons. These small-caliber firearms couldn't harm the bones of golden-quality monsters. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast, making swords and knives much more effective. One soldier took out a white phosphorus grenade and threw it at the densely packed monsters. Instantly, 2 synthesis beast wolves were coated in white phosphorus, the high temperature rapidly melting their bodies. Meanwhile, as the ashen bear approached Chen Dong, he slashed out with his knife, unleashing all his power to execute the killing blade technique, slicing open dozens of wounds on the ashen bear's body in an instant. At the same time, the crystal coffin on his shoulder opened, and Yaoshi floated out, frowning. The angry look clearly indicated that she had been woken up by the noise, and she flew directly over to land on Chen Dong's shoulder. Awake? Chen Dong stopped his attack and asked with a smile. No, I can still sleep. Yaoshi said angrily. It was dark all around, and she couldn't see anything, so she was preparing to take out the holy light pearl. Wait, do you have any other lighting equipment? Chen Dong quickly stopped her show-off behavior. Other stuff? The others aren't useful, Yaoshi explained, but since Chen Dong asked, she still changed to another one. Dark light pearl, quality, starry attribute, can illuminate a space of 500 meters. Light attribute creatures within the space will receive a boost of 5 to their attributes, while dark attribute creatures will have their attributes reduced by 10. As Yaoshi grabbed the dark light pearl, the surroundings suddenly lit up as bright as day. There were a total of 6 synthetic beast wolves lying dead, along with 1 ash bear. In addition, there were 2 injured synthetic beast wolves still fighting. Chen Dong stepped forward, and with a series of slashes from his long knife, he quickly ended the battle. Take the brothers' bodies away. Old Battle Wolf looked at the fallen comrades and instructed in a deep voice. Everyone collected the 3 corpses, even the severed ones, and packed them into body bags taken from their backpacks, clearly having planned for this ahead of time. After everything was handled, Old Battle Wolf approached Chen Dong, bowed slightly, and glanced at the glowing orb floating above Chen Dong's head with some envy. Damn, really wealthy. I'm still using golden equipment myself, and even a lighting pearl is of starry quality. Brother Phone Wolf. My surname is Chen. You can find out after we go out anyway, Chen Dong said without reservation while preparing to search for a name change card in the system mall after they exited. Old Battle Wolf awkwardly smiled. This was indeed the truth. Brother Chen, I'm planning to lead the team out. What about you? This? You really don't have any trump cards at all. Chen Dong was speechless. It turned out this group had been planning to rely on just these few people to clear the dungeon from the very beginning. Old Battle Wolf's face turned red with embarrassment as he explained, there's no way. Most of the stronger players are currently preparing to clear the North District and are guarding at the checkpoints. We don't really have much hope from above. We mainly came in to scout. Even for scouting, it shouldn't just be you, right? Isn't that like sending you to your death? Chen Dong asked. You guys haven't cleared other dungeons before. Not that we haven't, but they were all low level. After all, there are quite a few dungeons in the city, but most of them are bronze and silver level since it's a beginner city. Old Battle Wolf continued. Moreover, our current focus is on the North District, and we haven't explored much outside. After listening, Chen Dong nodded. After all, not everyone was as lucky as he was. Most official players had just entered the game this time, and still had to complete early tasks, so their development couldn't compare to the first batch of players like himself. I'm planning to continue clearing. Chen Dong directly stated his intentions. All right, since that's the case, we'll leave first. Old Battle Wolf said helplessly. He also wanted to stay and earn some experience, but unfortunately, he wasn't free and had to consider the safety of his subordinates. Su Xiao was also injured and had taken a recovery potion to stop the bleeding. After greeting Chen Dong, she also left. Chen Dong watched them leave, somewhat puzzled by the higher-ups' thoughts, speculating on several possibilities. Xiao Dongzi. Yaoshi called out to Chen Dong in a soft voice. Although she appeared to be around 16 years old, her personality was still like that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, especially when she was half asleep. What's wrong? Do you want to sleep some more? Chen Dong asked softly. I'm hungry, Yaoshi said, and her figure began to shrink, turning into the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old, looking like a porcelain doll. Her purple hair covered Chen Dong's view as she supported herself on his head. Here. Chen Dong directly took out a roasted duck from his backpack space. The duck meat is tough, Yaoshi said with a look of disdain. Chen Dong rummaged through his backpack again and took out a piece of beef jerky. Here, take this to chew on. This thing could be used as a weapon and could kill myths. How can I eat this? Yaoshi held it and tapped it on Chen Dong's head, making a loud sound. Chen Dong smiled and began to look for a route. After spending time together, it gave Chen Dong, who was just over 20 years old in actual age, a feeling of raising a daughter and teasing her. Chapter 42. Half-mechanical beasts. It seemed that there were only these few monsters on this level. Chen Dong searched around, but found no mysterious entrances, only discovering a collapsed gap in the corner. He leaped down, and the dim space suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Yaoshi put away the dark light pearl, floated up, and continued to gnaw on the beef stick with both hands. As Chen Dong looked at the illuminated white corridor, he inexplicably thought of a laboratory from a certain movie featuring an umbrella corporation. He didn't know how long this place had been abandoned, yet the power supply system was still functioning normally. Walking through the corridor, he reached the end where there was a large closed door, next to which lay a skeleton dressed in a uniform. Beside the skeleton, there was a black card lying on the ground. After picking it up, Chen Dong swiped it at the device next to the door. Please enter the verification password. Looking at the prompt displayed on the device, Chen Dong tossed the black card aside. According to the normal plot, he should be searching for clues on the nearby corpses at this point. Boom. Chen Dong kicked out with great force, and the heavy closed door deformed but did not fully open. With that kick, thousands of pounds of force were unleashed. Yet it still couldn't completely kick it open, showing how sturdy the door was. At the same time, the surrounding white lights turned dark red, and an alarm sounded. Warning. The isolation door has been breached by external force. Emergency procedures will be activated, and mechanical beasts will be activated. Please researchers follow security personnel into the safe area within 3 minutes. Warning. Warning. A mechanical female voice sounded, repeating the alert 3 times. However, this place had long since become a ruin. The so-called security personnel and researchers were either dead or had left. Bang. Chen Dong added another kick, sending the door flying, sliding out over 10 meters and creating a shower of sparks on the ground. Stepping into the corridor, it was wider than the outside passage, with several large doors on either side. Walking through, a strange cold air filled the entire corridor. After 2 minutes, the 6 large doors on either side opened, and heavy footsteps came from within. Thud, thud, thud. A monster that looked like a werewolf but had nearly half of its body modified with machinery walked out from the door. Mechanical werewolf, level 30 quality. Gold. This underground laboratory seemed to be conducting some inhumane experiments. These werewolves were likely products of a fusion between humans and monsters. The 6 mechanical werewolves were about 2.5 meters tall, their bodies muscular like steel, and in fact, they were made of metal. Oh whoa. The howl of the wolves shook the air as the 6 mechanical werewolves charged at Chen Dong, their mechanical claws gleaming coldly. The killing blade technique was executed, and the blade net flew out, directly severing the arms and head of the leading mechanical werewolf. After its mechanical arms were cut off, it continued to crackle with arcs of electricity. Another mechanical werewolf's claws lunged at Chen Dong, but he sidestepped. Screech. The sharp metal claws scratched deep grooves in the ground. Chen Dong countered with a backhand strike, cutting through the body of this mechanical werewolf diagonally, while simultaneously kicking out, sending another mechanical werewolf crashing into the wall. Its parts scattered everywhere. Chen Dong threw a punch, sending the severed half of the mechanical werewolf's body flying. Boom. A stomp on the ground created a deep pit, and Chen Dong's figure instantly turned into an afterimage. With his battle knife slashing continuously, he defeated all the remaining mechanical werewolves. After finishing the battle, Chen Dong began to collect the spoils and tried to dig out their hearts, only to find that there were no crystal cores inside. Just a blue metal that resembled a crystal core. Energy crystal, quality, gold attribute, contains massive energy, can be used as power supply for machinery. It can also be used as a throwing weapon. When subjected to significant external pressure, it can produce a massive explosion, causing effective explosion damage within a radius of 300 meters, with the explosion center reaching a temperature of 1,200 degrees Celsius, decreasing by 100 degrees Celsius every second after 3 seconds. Chen Dong dug out all 6 crystals and stored them in his backpack space. He continued walking about 300 meters inward and arrived at the research room at the end. The door to the research room was wide open, revealing a spacious interior of about 2,000 square meters. After entering through the door, there was a ladder leading up to the experimental table. Inside the laboratory, there were more than 20 petri dishes, of which 18 were already broken and the culture liquid had all flowed out. Only 5 remained operational, each containing a creature. Mechanical bear, 35 quality. Gold super mechanical warrior, 35 quality. Gold mechanical giant python, 35, deceased, quality. Gold mechanical tyrant, 35, deceased, quality. Gold mechanical synth beast king, 35 quality, starry. 5 monsters, 2 of which were already dead. Chen Dong approached one of the petri dishes and threw a punch. Boom. The immense force caused cracks to appear on the surface of the petri dish. Chen Dong took a few steps back, grabbed a nearby machine, and smashed it against the crack. Bang! The glass of the petri dish shattered, and the liquid inside flowed out. However, strangely, the mechanical warrior inside the petri dish showed no signs of awakening. Did he guess wrong? Chen Dong was somewhat puzzled. He stepped forward and slashed open its mechanical body, extracting the core. Looking at the mechanical warrior displaying deceased, Chen Dong was a bit surprised. Was that it? At this moment, Yaoshi was floating in front of a machine, randomly pressing buttons. What are you doing? Chen Dong asked. Yaoshi replied, I know how to use this thing. Just watch. As Yaoshi finished speaking, he pulled a lever beside him. Virum. The petri dish emitted a humming sound, and the liquid in the remaining 4 petri dishes began to drain, while the mechanical bear and the synth beast king inside showed signs of being activated. Hee hee. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? I learned all this from a science show on TV. It's really fun. Yaoshi placed his hands on his hips, looking quite proud. Chen Dong looked at him, unsure of what to say, and after a long pause, finally exclaimed, Wow, you're quite a little genius. Yaoshi took it seriously, not catching the sarcasm in Chen Dong's words. Of course. Back in the day, I was roar. Roar. The mechanical bear roared, its massive paw smashing against the glass, shattering it, and it slowly crawled out. The synth beast king directly swung its snake-like metallic tail, breaking the glass. The synth beast king had a lion's head, a tiger's body, and a pair of metal wings on its back, with red light glowing from its eyes. Facing a level 35 starry, Chen Dong was already at a disadvantage in attributes, and he didn't want to waste time, so he directly activated his killing intent. His blood-red hair danced, and his crimson pupils were filled with murderous intent as the blood god's aura gathered behind him. Kill. Chen Dong remained still, and the killing intent surged forth as the blood-colored long knife above his head swung down, instantly slicing the unprepared mechanical bear in half. The blood-colored hand then reached for the synth beast king, its enormous fingers seemingly ready to crush it entirely. Roar. The synth beast king roared, gathering a ball of light in its mouth, then spewing out a high-temperature light beam that struck the blood god's body, causing a shockwave. Chen Dong frowned. The destructive power of this synth beast king exceeded his expectations, and the surrounding space felt cramped for the blood god's phantom, making him an easy target. Chen Dong stepped forward, leaving the coverage of the blood god's phantom, rushing beneath the synth beast king and slashing upward, but he couldn't completely sever its massive head. On the other side, after Chen Dong moved away, the blood god's phantom began to dissipate, then reformed behind Chen Dong. Chen Dong's upward slash failed to sever the head, but the blood god's phantom simultaneously descended with another strike, this time directly decapitating the mechanical head. Wow. What a waste. It's so big for nothing, Yaoshi said, looking somewhat disdainful as he kicked the lion's head that had fallen to the ground. Chen Dong directly dug into the fallen bear's body and extracted the energy crystal core, placing it in his backpack. Although it was a dungeon, it essentially was just a monster gathering place, not like in games where killing monsters yields equipment or treasure chests. Is it because the novice protection has ended? Chen Dong was puzzled, as he previously thought it was because they were no longer in the novice city, but now it seemed not to be the case. Detecting the mechanical synth beast king's life activities have ceased, opening message log, scanning biological life signs. The suddenly ringing voice made Chen Dong momentarily think it was a system prompt. As the prompt sound ended, a nearby virtual screen suddenly projected a beam of light. Scanning Chen Dong. Detected as human gene sequence. Meets requirements. Opening message. The virtual screen switched scenes, suddenly displaying the interior of the laboratory. But it was not the current laboratory. The laboratory shown on the virtual screen was still intact, with the mechanical monsters in the petri dishes remaining in complete condition. After waiting a moment, there was movement in the footage. After a series of clattering sounds, a weak middle-aged man appeared on screen, wearing a white lab coat and having a messy gray beard. He was holding a towel, wiping his hands, and adjusted his thick black-framed glasses as he sat in front of the camera, adjusting his posture. Ahem. The middle-aged man was clearly not accustomed to speaking in front of the camera. He cleared his throat and adjusted the angle of the filming machine. Once everything was ready, he finally began to speak. "My name is Jenelson. I am the head of this synth beast laboratory and also one of the directors of Jason Technology Group. The reason I am recording this video is that this place is about to be destroyed. Oh, by the way, I should first clarify the time," Jenelson said, seemingly realizing something, quickly checking the electronic watch on his wrist. "It is currently the year 173 of the Great Disaster Calendar, April 11th, 9:17, 23 a.m. I will document some things about this place and leave my hopes for those who come after." Chapter 43, Mad Scientist. Jenelson pushed up his glasses, his lips trembling. "Everyone is dead. The true calamity is even more terrifying than we imagined. The first 30 years of the Great Disaster Calendar were merely the outbreak of a non-lethal virus that infected global organisms. The initial symptoms of this virus included hallucinations, illusions, and hysteria. They all had one thing in common. They described an artificial intelligence claiming to be the doomsday system communicating with them in their minds. However, no matter what means were used, the cause of this disease could not be determined. Some infected individuals became deeply convinced of the doomsday rhetoric, while others were tormented by such nightmares until they broke down. In the 67th year of the Great Disaster Calendar, children born to infected humans inherited this virus, and they underwent miraculous changes, gaining magical abilities known as talent skills. Some among them even possessed powers rivaling those of gods. At that time, the world government harbored hostility towards these individuals, believing these newborns with extraordinary abilities were the virus itself. A massacre, a revolution, left this world in ruins. In the 121st year of the Great Disaster Calendar, a devastating calamity brought decades of conflict to an end. The stars falling from the sky brought with them a more terrifying virus, sweeping across the entire world. Only those new humans infected with the system virus survived, while more than 2 billion others transformed into monsters with gray skin, exposed hearts, and blue blood flowing through their veins. The new humans, who possessed the system virus, referred to these monsters as ash zombies. As long as their brains and hearts remained intact, these monsters would not truly die. And even new humans infected by their claws could fall victim to the same fate and become one of them. At this point, Jenelson paused, picked up the cup he had knocked over, finished the little water left inside, and continued. In the same year, those who had killed ash zombies discovered they had gained a power called leveling up, which allowed them to defy the laws of nature and enhance their own strength. By 2137, human technological civilization had completely stagnated. Instead of continuing to develop technology, it fell under the control of the system virus and began to evolve itself. At that time, no one sought the origin of this virus. Everyone was drawn by the satisfaction of self-improvement until the real disaster began to erupt. Hearing this, Chen Dong was shocked. In his understanding, the natives did not possess systems, and leveling up could only be achieved through potions, exercise, and other means. Jenelson on the screen continued. In 2142, our planet experienced massive earthquakes, and its surface began to expand. Some ruins that had only existed in legends emerged before the world. In the same year, time-space wormholes appeared everywhere, and invaders from other worlds began to launch attacks on our world. They plundered all resources and killed every creature they encountered. The new humans, relying on the existence of the system virus, continued to resist, but ultimately fell, only managing to hold on until the day before yesterday. Jenelson's eyes welled with tears. Unlike the new humans, my parents were new humans, but I did not inherit the system virus. I was abandoned, without the system virus. I was just a weak, helpless ant in this world. When I was 8 years old, my parents left me, and I began to wander. At 14, I found the legacy of a past civilization, an intelligent brain terminal. With its help, I learned technological knowledge. Though just a mere mortal, I gained the ability to contend with those epic beings like gods. However, as soon as I acquired this ability, the invasion began, which was 26 years ago. The 12 level 70 starry mechanical beasts I took pride in, forged over more than a decade of hard work, were destroyed. I was lost for a long time until she pulled me up again, and I began to research anew, realizing that machines are just machines with limited potential and cannot wield truly powerful strength. Thus, I began studying mechanical life forms. Although machines are constrained, they also possess great power, a power that should not be discarded. Only when strength and potential are perfectly combined can such existence possibly save our world. As Jenelson spoke, His expression gradually became somewhat deranged. I began experimenting on animals, and succeeded. They gained immense power, far surpassing their original strength. Unfortunately, compared to life, they were still closer to machines, and my ideas were still not perfect. I began more attempts, relying on the foundation accumulated by my established group over the years, and accelerated experiments on various organisms. Of course, humans, as the only beings capable of inheriting the system virus, could not be overlooked. But it was still not enough. I began to combine the optimal parts of several organisms, and finally broke through a barrier, creating my first epic mechanical life form. This breakthrough completely opened up my world. I had always been wrong. Technology is not just machinery. What I needed was the most top-tier, most powerful strength. As long as the power is strong enough to reach its peak, what does it matter if there is no potential? Thus, I began drafting the God-making plan. I started searching for all the powers in this world. To buy myself enough time, I continuously sent the golden and even starry-level mechanical lives I developed to the battlefield. The beast realm, dragon realm, abyss realm, and more began to converge towards our planet. Some came with goodwill, some remained neutral, while the rest were absolute invaders. Their purpose for coming to our planet was anything but simple. I traveled to all the places that had not yet fallen, those ruins, those ancient cities. I spent 6 years on this, and fortunately, my spatial device worked well, saving me a lot of time. Of course, skipping the journey meant I would inevitably miss something. But that was not important. My harvest was abundant, and I finally understood the invaders' objectives. More importantly, I collected all the materials I needed, and simultaneously, there was good news from the battlefield. A new human, by chance, broke through the epic level and reached the destined realm of legend. I returned to my laboratory, gathered my trained assistants, and officially began the God-making plan. This plan has continued to this day. Everyone in the research institute has left because I no longer have any resources to make them work for me. They regarded me as a madman, believing my plan was a fantasy that could never be accomplished. But they were wrong. I was just a little bit away, just that little bit. But that little bit had become a chasm. My plan was destined to fail. The front line had collapsed, and the guardians of the new humans, 3 legendary-level powerhouses, had all fallen. Few epic beings remained. We lost the power to resist. I am a human of this era, and I will face the baptism of disaster with its end, but I am unwilling. My plan could succeed. Future people who see this footage, it means you are also human. I do not know if you are a survivor of the new humans or a returnee from the original Fire Seed plan. I only hope you can accept my commission and fulfill my regrets for me. Chen Dong had been silently listening. He could feel his emotions, tragic, unwilling, and angry. He cried profusely in front of the screen, frantically pounding and scratching the table, his disheveled hair, a mix of black and white, having not been tended to for who knows how long, yet his white clothes were clean. He looked like an extreme madman, wanting to single-handedly turn the tide, but ultimately, due to failure, cried like a child. Xiao Dongzi, he said, what he said is different from what I know. Yaoshi floated over, her eyes slightly red, as if reminded of some sad memory, her gaze a bit hazy. Chen Dong frowned. He did not know how long it had been since the Great Calamity, but Yaoshi might have been asleep for an even longer time. He did not expect that a small level 35-starry dungeon would evoke such a historical narrative. When he watched the program in his villa and searched for information about this world, there was no introduction to the Great Calamity at all. The information about this world seemed to start from the middle of the story, with everything before it completely erased. What's wrong? Chen Dong reached out to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes. I don't want to talk about it. Yaoshi opened her small mouth, quickly closed it again, puffing out her cheeks, looking distressed. Chen Dong smiled gently and said, if you don't want to talk, then don't. I will look into it myself. I will slowly get closer to you and understand you. Yaoshi nodded, then bumped her head against Chen Dong's shoulder and began to sob. Chen Dong stopped speaking. He did not understand anything, knew nothing, and felt he had no right to comfort her. He could only lend her a shoulder to lean on. At this moment, Gene Earson on the screen gradually calmed down. Sounding as if he had aged over 10 years, his voice hoarse. Finally, I need to make arrangements for my aftermath. His gaze gradually shifted from a daze, as if looking far into the distance, to a more focused state. I left behind 3 things in total. The first is an information storage device containing all my knowledge and research records. I hope you can pass it on to those who yearn for technology in your era. The second is a piece of black jade. I am not sure what it is, only that it is incredibly hard and cannot be destroyed by any means I used. If you also possess a system virus, perhaps you can discern something about it. The third is the God-making project. I have placed the top-tier intelligence that once guided me inside it. Using mechanical power and the various skills I mastered to craft her body into the most perfect technological crystal. However, after this time, she doesn't know how long she will have to wait here. Most of my reserve energy has been supplied to her, and in addition, I left behind 5 level 70 starry mechanical life forms as guardian forces. But since you can see this video, it seems it has not caused you any fatal harm. I wonder how long it has been. Perhaps their strength has greatly diminished by now. I have finished speaking. I must go, no matter who you are. I hope you can bring hope to the world. Finally, Journalson showed a somewhat shy smile at the camera, and then the screen went dark. That smile lingered in Chen Dong's mind for a long time. The information received was not much and not complex, but after deep contemplation, every word he spoke represented a piece of that lost history. At that moment, the screen suddenly lit up again. In Chen Dong's somewhat dazed gaze, Journalson said apologetically, "I almost forgot. Those invading monsters seem to be searching for transcendence. As for what transcendence is, I haven't intentionally looked into it. This problem is left for your future self." After saying that, the virtual screen lost its image. Chen Dong memorized all the information in his mind, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, silently thinking, "I will never believe in the copy ratings given by the system again." There was no outline at the beginning, so it wasn't very smooth. I'm improving it as I write. After this mission ends, the plot will unfold, and the outline will be written after this mission ends. Then it's about digging pits and filling them, digging pits, filling pits, digging pits, and finally finishing. Chapter 44, War Angel, Elita, Transcendence. Could it be my own Demon Emperor class? It didn't give Chen Dong a chance to think. After the screen darkened, Chen Dong watched as the virtual screen slowly descended, and the wall behind the virtual screen actually bulged out like a hatch and then opened to both sides. 3 platforms were pushed out from a hidden space. On one small platform lay a black metallic cube-like object. This should be the information storage device Journalson mentioned. As Chen Dong approached, he also discovered that there was a note pressed under the information storage device. At first glance, he didn't understand it, but the all-powerful system seemed to be able to translate not only voice, but also text. The tadpole script on the paper twisted and transformed into the familiar Chinese characters that Chen Dong recognized. This is a manual. Unexpectedly, Journalson was so thoughtful. On the platform next to him was a fist-sized piece of black jade. Black water mysterious jade, quality, legend attribute. The essence of the legendary black water mysterious snake's inner core. At level 60, it can be consumed, increasing all attributes by 2,000. For snake-type creatures, the effect is increased by 25. Black water mysterious snake. Chen Dong was shocked. This name was not particularly familiar to him. But it wasn't unknown either, as it was said to be the mount of the ancestral shaman of water, Gong Gong. Chen Dong swallowed hard and murmured, "Could it be that the legendary myths actually existed?" Chen Dong was not incredulous. After all, what he was currently experiencing was not much more scientific than mythological stories. He was surprised that just a piece of the black water mysterious snake's inner core could be legendary. So Gong Gong must be a mythological level existence? Xiaodong. Yaoxi's voice suddenly came through, pouting, seemingly a bit dissatisfied. Chen Dong looked over. On the last platform was a cultivation chamber. Compared to the chamber used to hold the synthesized Beast King, this one was much smaller. However, the cultivation fluid for the Beast King was light green, while the liquid in this chamber was light blue, and the entire chamber was about 3 meters high. Chen Dong approached the cultivation chamber, brushed his hand over it, and a thick layer of dust was wiped away, revealing what was inside. A girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a Western face and short golden hair. Chen Dong took out a t-shirt and wiped the entire chamber clean. This was a woman with a curvaceous figure, looking no different from a normal person. She stood at 1.72 meters tall, with long legs, and her private parts were covered by a small piece of white armor, which had golden patterns on it, with blue energy visibly flowing inside. On the edge of the cultivation chamber was a recognition device. Chen Dong placed his hand on it. Fingerprint binding? Just as Chen Dong was thinking this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm and quickly withdrew his hand, just in time to see a sharp needle retracting from the recognition device. Why can't things just go according to the script? Chen Dong couldn't help but complain. While the liquid in the cultivation chamber was being drained, after a dozen seconds, the liquid was completely removed, and with the sound of a hatch opening. The cover of the cultivation chamber was lifted, and the girl inside slowly opened her eyes. Name, Alita. Level, 1591. Quality, pseudo-mythical. Class, War Angel. Physique, 140 Strength, 100 Agility, 230 Spirit, 80 Energy Storage, 21 450 002 million. Talent, Extreme Energy. Self-Explosion, Self-Exploding Core. Explosion effective damage radius diameter of 10 kilometers, center temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. The magnetic energy storm generated by the explosion will paralyze all machines within a radius of 50 kilometers. Within this range, living beings with a physique lower than 100 points will experience dizziness, vomiting, and other adverse symptoms for 20 years. Super Brain Calculation can perform high-speed and accurate analysis of battles, resolving combat in the most optimal way. In combat state, mental power increases by 50. Skills, Absolute Defense Circle, can form an energy shield covering a maximum radius of 1 kilometer, possessing absolute defense power. If an attack cannot break through the toughness value in one go, it will be fully restored the next second. Toughness value, 1 million points. Opening consumption per second, 10,000 energy storage. Super Vibration Particle Lightsaber. There is nothing that a lightsaber cannot cut. Sharpness value, 10,000 points. Opening consumption per second, 1,000 energy storage. Four-winged angel form. Expands a variable wing system, increasing agility by 20. Metal wings can separate into 400 wing blades. If more than 20 of the blades separate, the agility bonus is lost. Sharpness value of a single wing blade, 100 points. Opening consumption per second, 1,000 energy storage. Apollo's Bow, a nation-destroying heavy artillery, capable of causing total destruction within a radius of 10 kilometers, with temperatures reaching 1 million degrees Celsius within the attack range. Consumption for one shot, 10 million energy storage. Dimensional weaponry, possesses a vast extra-dimensional space, storing tens of thousands of various weapons with a huge capacity. Fallen Sky, cannot be activated, can summon a mythological level war fortress from the extra-dimensional space, with an area of 1,000 square kilometers, equipped with 12 legendary nation-destroying heavy artillery, and possessing an energy barrier with a toughness value of 10 million, along with 5,000 level 75 epic mechanical angel knights, and 4 level 90 legendary holy archangels. This skill lacks core energy. Activation requires 16 level 90 legendary crystal cores and 1,000 level 80 epic crystal cores. Alita lacks an energy supply core, and the energy storage decreases by 100 points daily. When the energy storage reaches 0, the core will be damaged. Alita can be equipped with a core of at least level 90 legendary quality. Chen Dong looked at the girl in front of him, who had just opened her eyes and was mumbling, and he couldn't help but feel unsettled. Even though he had roughly guessed from Jernizen's words that her quality wouldn't be lower than legendary, seeing it with his own eyes still shocked him greatly. It was simply unbelievable, not to mention her incredible skills. Just her attributes completely crushed his own. The last skill almost made Chen Dong curse in surprise. No wonder Jernizen couldn't complete it even at the end. If this could be achieved, that would truly be a miracle. What a madman. No wonder all his assistants ran away and mocked him. A smile crept onto Chen Dong's lips. Although Alita's current energy storage wasn't enough for him to use any skills, it didn't matter. Just her attributes were already enough to overpower the vast majority of players. Certification completed, initiating the overclocking link to the main brain program. Alita's will takes over control. After Alita finished mumbling, her eyes actually sparkled with some vitality. She slowly moved her arm, propping herself up from the petri dish, tilting her head to look at Chen Dong. Master? Little Dongzi, this guy is really strong, but definitely weaker than me. Yao she floated over, cleverly reminding Chen Dong not to be deceived by Alita's delicate steel exterior, and with one sentence, made Chen Dong realize his own strength. I am also a pseudomyth, and I am level 60. Chen Dong patted her little head and asked Alita, do you still remember who you are? Answer, Alita was created by Dr. Jernizen as a product of the God Creation Project. Alita's voice was ethereal, perfectly matching the light tone of the girl in Chen Dong's mind. But her speaking tone was somewhat stiff, devoid of any emotion. Can you change your speaking tone? Alita replied. Alita is equipped with 12 types of conscious personalities. Currently, it is the base personality of Alita. Switchable personalities, Sundara Alita, Young Lady Alita, Mature Alita, Lowly Alita, etc. Okay, that's enough, just like that is fine. Jernison really has a heavy taste, Chen Dong said speechlessly. He just casually asked, but didn't expect there to be such a response. After putting away the other two items, Chen Dong prepared to leave with the two of them. Yaoshi took out a half-eaten snack and handed it to Alita. Please have some. Alita did not take it, glanced at it, and data information flashed in her pupils. Detecting target firmness value 3 points, contains energy value 02. After Alita finished speaking, she took it, paused for a moment, and said, "Thank you, little master." Hee. Yaoshi was delighted to hear this and flew to Chen Dong's side. In the back, Alita's pupils paused with data information, quietly murmuring, "Pleasure achieved, recording target personality. This attempt at pleasing evaluation. Alita is really a clever little girl." After that, Alita opened her mouth and bit it off, finishing it in 2 or 3 bites. Seeing this, Chen Dong directly gave all the energy cores he had just obtained to Alita. She took it directly, finishing it in 2 or 3 bites, her mouth crackling with arcs of electricity. Chen Dong glanced at the energy storage, which increased by more than 110,000, and his level rose by 1. It was terrifying. Her 4-dimensional attributes directly increased by a total of 100 points. This is the gap between professions. After breaking through level 10, a bronze profession gains 2 attribute points per level, a silver profession gains 4 points, a gold profession gains 8 points, and a star profession gains 15 points. Upon reaching an epic profession, a qualitative change occurs. After breaking through level 70, each level gain can yield 100 points, and before that, 50 points. A legendary profession, after breaking through level 80, can gain 500 points per level, and before that, 100 points per level. As for mythical and transcendent professions, Chen Dong was not clear. This information was displayed in the information storage device in Chen Dong's hand. In that era, the strongest among the new humans was only at the legendary level, while what he wanted to create was the mythical level. In addition to some basic information, there were also aspects of culture from that world, his technological advancements, and video records of various experiments. There were a total of 13,750 successful cases of various experiments, while the failed cases numbered over 300,000, sometimes conducting dozens of experiments simultaneously. Watching some of the experimental videos, Chen Dong couldn't help but admire this mad scientist. It was this fervent love for technology and the thirst for knowledge of the unknown that led to the current pseudo-mythical Alita. The God Creation Project would not end here. The reason for your failure is merely that the area you are in is not strong enough, and you are not strong enough. Chen Dong silently closed the information storage device. After skimming through some information, which was not much, he had already read most of it by the time he reached the elevator entrance. The rest were all experimental records, which Chen Dong could not understand, such as space technology, gene modification technology, city-destroying and nation-destroying heavy artillery design and manufacturing, etc. The value of these things, in the eyes of major powers, probably exceeds that of mythical-level items. Although the system mall sold equipment items, it did not sell technology. The technological level had even surpassed what technology could explain. Even if those equipments were given to scientists in the original world, they could not create something out of nothing. Chen Dong made a plan to use this information storage device to make a deal with the Hua country officials. Chapter 45 Skills Obtained. Yao Shi. Is there a way to hide Alita's attributes? Chen Dong asked. Attributes? Yao Shi was puzzled. Just like you, unrecognizable. This is my mythical talent. How could it be done so easily? However, if you wear this necklace, it can hide your own power aura. Yao Shi took out a necklace from the void and handed it to Chen Dong. He reached out to take it and checked the attributes, surprisingly finding nothing. Just like an ordinary item. The silver chain had a triangular black crystal pendant hanging from it. Chen Dong gestured for Alita to come closer, helped her wear the necklace. And when he checked her attributes again, besides her name, he could no longer see her level or power attributes. Chen Dong put away the information storage device and felt that his luck was quite extraordinary. Just casually going into a dungeon could yield such rewards. But looking at Yao Shi floating beside him, he thought carefully, if Yao Shi hadn't been messing around and activated the device, perhaps he wouldn't have seen that video message and wouldn't have obtained these things. Did he get lucky? Chen Dong muttered to himself. What? Yao Shi didn't hear clearly. Nothing, let's go up. Chen Dong followed and entered the elevator shaft, pushing off hard with his feet, shooting up to the first floor. Alita followed closely behind and exited the elevator shaft. Brother Dong, you're out. Su Xiao was chewing on a cigarette. And when he saw Chen Dong come out, he hurriedly reached into his pocket. Seeing this, Chen Dong waved his hand and said, I don't smoke. Su Xiao was a bit stunned, then pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Brother Dong, this is my communicator number for you. What are you thinking? The army doesn't allow smoking and drinking in here, so I traded for this from other players. Since you don't smoke, it's like I'm smoking for you. Of course, he didn't dare to say this out loud, just thinking it in his heart. Chen Dong's eyelid twitched. If it weren't for needing to find official cooperation next, he would have wanted to shove a stick in his mouth. Brother Dong, Su Xiao shouted, startling Chen Dong. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chen Dong looked at Su Xiao pointing behind him, turned his head to see, and Alita was perfectly fine, looking just like a normal person. Was it that surprising? Brother Dong, you went in for a bit, and came out with a fruit body girl? Going into a dungeon to pick up girls? This is simply immoral. Su Xiao stared intently at Alita. At this moment, Chen Dong noticed that Alita was only covered by a small piece of armor over her private parts, while the rest of her body was completely exposed. It looked like she was wearing a bikini with minimal fabric, and combined with her good looks and great figure, she indeed had quite a lethal effect on a hot-blooded soldier like Su Xiao. Alita, don't you have any clothes? Chen Dong asked, thinking that if she didn't, he was already prepared to ask Yaoshi for a piece. However, with Su Xiao nearby, he wondered how he would feel about him having women's clothing. If he had heard that a heavy blow to the head could erase memories, Chen Dong felt he could shatter his skull with one punch. Alita looked down at her outfit, a bit confused. Aren't I dressed? But since Chen Dong asked, she still replied, Master, I can switch to Valkyrie battle armor. Does it require energy consumption? Chen Dong was still a bit reluctant to use her energy, thinking that the less he used, the better. No energy consumption required, Alita answered. Then switch, Chen Dong said. As soon as he finished speaking, a 2-meter-high void wormhole appeared behind Alita, and a set of white armor appeared. It was like assembling a mech. The head, arms, chest armor, skirt armor, and leg armor were completed one by one. The silver-white armor made it clear why it was called the Valkyrie mode. With short golden hair, the silver-white metal armor covered her entire body, and a slender waist was adorned with a silver long sword. Su Xiao was astonished and dropped his cigarette, but that had stuck to his lips into his collar as he shook it off. After shaking the butt out of his clothes, Su Xiao glanced at Alita's head, which only displayed her name without a level. Are you a player? Su Xiao asked curiously. All right. Chen Dong interrupted Su Xiao and said, I want to see your higher-ups. I have something I want to trade with you. Su Xiao immediately put away his smile, fell silent for a moment, and said, I need to apply to my superiors first. After getting approval, I'll come to get you. Chen Dong nodded, no longer wasting time, and directly left with Yao Shi and Alita. Su Xiao watched Chen Dong leave, picked up the remaining half of his cigarette, but from the ground, lit it, took a couple of strong puffs, and tossed it away when it burned his mouth. On the other hand, Chen Dong, accompanied by an armored girl warrior, attracted quite a few envious and jealous glances. He paid no attention to it, and opened his attribute interface to check the posts he had made. The number of replies had tripled, especially when A Sword Comes West posted a screenshot of his payment, which drew a crowd of envious and jealous comments. Some people even began to speculate about the level of the Demon Emperor profession, suggesting it must be at least mythic level. Chen Dong quickly skimmed through the replies. There were simply too many, and among them were quite a few fakes that hadn't managed to deceive him before being exposed by the other players on the forum. Chen Dong contacted Yomungander and sent her the attributes of the Black Water Xian Jade. After a while, Yomungander replied, Yomungander, I'm very interested in this item, but it's not enough on its own. Chen Dong frowned, thinking this person was being too greedy. This skill wouldn't be of any use to her. Feng Lang Ju Su, add another 1,000,000 points. Yomungander, I don't want points. Feng Lang Ju Su, what do you want then? Yomungander, besides the Black Water Xian Jade, I also want a large-scale weapon of mass destruction, no less than epic quality. A weapon of mass destruction? Chen Dong looked at the war angel behind him. The mobile weapon library. There were some, but not many. Only about 170 items in total. Can you give me one? Sure, please choose, Master. No need. Just take the worst one, as long as it's epic level, Chen Dong said, feeling a bit extravagant, considering he didn't even have an epic-level piece of equipment himself. In fact, as long as he wanted, he could obtain epic gear from either Yaoshi or Alita. However, most of Yaoshi's equipment was quite feminine, and the high-quality ones were already bound to her, so he couldn't use them. The remaining usable ones that were also of decent quality were various women's clothing. Although Chen Dong craved power, he hadn't fallen to that extent. He wasn't some cult master. As for Alita's weapons, most required charging, and it was better to feed the energy directly to Alita rather than use those weapons. After all, could those weapons be better than Alita? Alita took out a similar weapon from the dimensional space, a cannon with a diameter of 20 centimeters, completely black with purple patterns painted on it. High-energy annihilation hand cannon quality, epic attributes, annihilation-grade heavy artillery, capable of delivering devastating strikes within a radius of 100 meters, effective range of 800 meters. With a central temperature reaching 1000 degrees Celsius for 10 seconds, cooling down by 100 degrees Celsius per second, consumes 5,000 weapon energy per shot. Weapon energy, 0.50000. Alita's weapon could have its attributes viewed through the system, but it didn't have attribute bonuses like system equipment or some weapons now. Chen Dong directly sent the attributes of the high-energy annihilation hand cannon to Yomungander. After a long while, Yomungander sent back a message of agreement. The other party's purpose for wanting a large-scale weapon was simple. It was merely to prepare for the monster siege a few days later. The two went to the auction house to make the transaction, and Chen Dong received a prompt that he had to pay the handling fee. Due to the high quality of the item, it required 10,000 points. Aren't you supposed to be swimming in points? Chen Dong directly paid and obtained the skill card he had been thinking about. Breath of the Extreme Day, quality, mythic attributes, exclusive skill for the Demon Emperor profession. After use, it opens the trial space of the Breath of the Extreme Day, with a time ratio of 1 day in the outside world corresponding to 100 years in the trial space. Only for use by the Demon Emperor profession. Chen Dong really wanted to use the skill card immediately, but unfortunately, 6 days later, the monster siege task would begin, and he might still need to negotiate cooperation with the officials in the next 2 days. Although he felt a bit impatient, he could only suppress the urge to use it right away and stored it in his backpack. After Chen Dong and the others returned to the safe house, they greeted the soldiers guarding the entrance and let them leave before entering the yard. Looking at the empty yard and the several villas within, he pondered whether he should add some defensive weapons. Regarding this, Chen Dong asked the mobile weapon library, Alita. Most of my weapons do not have autonomous counterattack functions. Weapons with this function have been loaded by Dr. Genelson into the fallen sky, Alita explained. Chen Dong nodded helplessly, took the two, and with a flash, they directly arrived at the 4th floor, where he arranged a separate room for Alita. As long as I have energy, I can operate indefinitely and do not need sleep. Sleep cannot restore my energy. Since it's empty, you can arrange this room for yourself, Chen Dong said before leaving. Alita stared blankly at the 120 square meter room, as if entering standby mode. After a while, Alita began to move, taking out a nearly 2-meter tall, super large silver-white epic weapon shaped like a rifle from the dimensional space. After wiping the rifle with a professional white cloth, she searched the room and finally placed it on the bedside. Alita then entered standby mode again, staring blankly at the rifle, and after more than 20 seconds, she seemed satisfied and nodded. Then she took out a nearly 2-meter-long massive silver epic battle knife and leaned it against the other bedside table. Next, she placed an epic weapon resembling a rocket launcher on the balcony, and a set of 12 fine swords was inserted into a 1.5-meter-high vase. The flowers in the vase were thrown into the trash can. She pulled all the vibrant flowers out of the large flower pot next to the vase and took out 6 tennis-sized round balls, each with a small red dot on them. Half of a sphere was buried in the soil, and then weapons were taken out and placed in the room. Chen Dong was peeking outside the door, originally wanting to see if the robot Alita would exhibit any abnormal behavior when alone. Unexpectedly, it struck at Alita's aesthetic sensibilities. The entire room became a mess, which was how it should have been, but Chen Dong looked at the room arranged by Alita and felt inexplicably excited. All the paintings on the walls had been removed and replaced with knives, swords, and sniper rifles. The vase was filled with thin swords, and in the nearby flower pot, from what was exposed, there was that red button that would definitely explode if pressed. The pillow was thrown away and replaced with a hard-looking square box, and the quilt was replaced with a large white shield, 2 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. This room was too hardcore. He would have to give Yaoshi a warning later, or else if she came in and operated, his safe house would go straight to the sky. Chen Dong mumbled to himself and turned to leave. Chapter 46. Genos's message at night. After finishing dinner, Chen Dong had a rare 3 dishes and 1 soup. Without rabbit meat. Yaoshi didn't mind. He sincerely regarded the rabbit as a sentiment. Lying in bed, Chen Dong began to browse the forum out of boredom. Monster siege war, to fight or retreat. Is there still trust between people? Friends deceived into losing a priceless treasure. The story of my duel with Shimin Shui, accidentally falling into a monster's nest. After reading for a while, he found that it was either sensational news or clickbait. The so-called priceless treasure was merely a piece of silver quality or dug up by two workers while mining. And the so-called deception was just because the other party wanted everyone involved to share. The duel with Shimin Shui was merely about snatching a bronze item. And during their mutual attacks, he was led into a nest. However, Chen Dong did gain something worthwhile. He came across a rather interesting post. Information on known mythical level powerhouses in this world. This post that caught Chen Dong's attention was authored by a player named Tian Buji. In addition, he also had a bounty post specifically collecting various information. Some players imitated his approach, but since he was the first to do so and had a good reputation, his posts had the highest view counts, with a total view count exceeding 1 million. Accessing this post required 1 point of credit, with players able to earn 70 and the system taking 30. Information on known mythical level powerhouses in this world. Tian Buji. Currently, among the natives, there are 7 known and confirmed mythical powerhouses. In addition, there are 3 previously appeared mythical level powerhouses. First, the highest ruler of the Central Gold Bank, name unknown, race unknown, gender unknown, referred to by the natives as the god of wealth and power. He possesses a mythical level item that can create black market transaction cards. And it is rumored that the Central Gold Bank is not limited to just one mythical figure. Second, the leader of the world's largest assassination organization, Wings of Freedom, known as the God of Shadows. He is confirmed to be mythical level and has a record of killing mythical level powerhouses, causing a large mythical organization to disband. Third, the guardian deity of the Goblin tribe, known as the God of Slavery. He once signed a contract with the Goblin tribe to protect them for life, and has killed 2 level 90 legendary powerhouses who attempted to seize the Goblin tribe's treasures. Fourth, the ancient elven king of the Elven Forest, known as the God of Immortality. It is said that he has lived for over 20,000 years and has killed 3 legendary powerhouses above level 80. Fifth, the golden ancient god dragon on Dragon Island in the Endless Sea, referred to as the Golden Dragon God. It is said to be invincible among its peers in strength, and although it belongs to the monster category, it possesses high intelligence. The dragon race is inherently lazy and does not like killing, though not all are like this. Sixth, the Queen of the Ice Empire in the eternal frozen land of the extreme north, known as the Frost Goddess. She once froze an empire established by a level 90 legendary powerhouse due to foreign invasion. Before approaching the extreme north's eternal frozen land, one can see a city frozen in ice, once the capital of that empire, which has shown no signs of thawing even after 300 years. Seventh, the demon of the Abyss Blood Sea, near the native city of Hope, where a massive maze has risen from underground. According to the natives' legends, there is a sealed mythical level demon within that maze, still to be verified. Previously appeared mythical powerhouses. There was once a mythical organization named Dark Temple on this road, but it has since hidden away. Their faith in the God of Darkness was assassinated by the God of Shadows. The second, an elderly man who once roamed this world, constantly telling people, the new humans are about to return, the system virus will come again, sweeping away all darkness and awakening the sleeping hopes. Until nearly 600 years ago, when the old man suddenly disappeared. Most people believed he died of old age. However, some claimed that the old man was mythical level, possessing a lifespan of 10,000 years and would not die of old age. As for the veracity of the mythical strength, it remains unverified. Tian Buji. This story is particularly interesting. The key is that although 600 years have passed, similar stories have still been circulating in various places. It is well known that the concept of the system is unfamiliar to the natives, but they can still hear this term from their mouths, referred to as a virus. This indicates that the system likely once possessed the humans of this world, also known as the new humans mentioned by the old man. However, no matter how I search, I can't find more information, which makes me even more curious. Since such a saying has been passed down for so long, it indicates a certain degree of truth. Even if it is false, there wouldn't be absolutely no traces left. Therefore, I seriously suspect that there must be a shocking secret behind this. And the deeper it is hidden, the more it indicates the importance of this secret. I will continue to explore this direction. The third, a legendary mythical powerhouse from the end of the endless sea, known as Slaughter of all life. It is said that when he appeared, he was defeated by 6 mythical powerhouses who followed closely and was brought back to the Eastern Land. Today, that battlefield has transformed into a biological forbidden zone known as Shuro Purgatory, where remnants of the skills unleashed by those mythical powerhouses still linger. However, that is a story from a long, long time ago, passed down by the Shuro tribe living in that forbidden zone. After reading this post, Chen Dong was silent for a long time. He unexpectedly found more information about the system virus soon after. What identity did the mythical old man who appeared 1,000 years ago have? Was he a human powerhouse left over from the time of Genios? Why did he disappear? Was he killed by the existence or existences that covered up history? Chen Dong could not know, but regardless of how it was, this undoubtedly proved the strangeness of this world, the missing history, and the presence of information from an even more distant past. But there seemed to be a blank in between. What kind of enemies did Genios face at that time? Were the invading monsters the same as those in the apocalyptic world now? That part of history was erased. In Genios' last message, it was said that all the peak powerhouses of the human race, those with legendary-level combat power, perished in battle. If that is the case, then what about those so-called legendary and mythical powerhouses now? And which mythical old man? Perhaps they are all humans who survived from that time. It is also possible that all those so-called mythical beings now are actually invaders. Chen Dong suddenly realized something. Within the occupational guild, ordinary natives can only change to the highest starry-level profession. Epic and the subsequent legends and myths can only be transitioned by those great powers and prominent families. After emerging from the trial space, his temperament began to slowly recover. Although he was still more irritable compared to before, perhaps it was for the best in this apocalyptic world. Those hidden historical manipulators, if they wanted to erase the traces of the former new humans, might very well take action against these otherworld players. However, there was currently no sign of movement. Perhaps someone or the system was restraining them. Chen Dong pondered for a long time, and after a while, he gradually calmed down and decided not to think too deeply. The information he had was too limited. No matter how much he thought, it would only be speculation. Chen Dong closed the window, tilted his head, and looked at the starlight outside. The next morning, Chen Dong got up, went downstairs to wash up, and just then received a communication from Su Xiao. Hello? Is this Brother Dong? It's me, Brother Dong. Have you had breakfast yet? Get to the point. Oh, right. It's about the last time you asked us to contact our leader. The higher-ups have agreed. If you're free, come to the Lord's mansion at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll wait for you there. Okay. After saying that, Chen Dong put the toothbrush in his mouth and started brushing. Brother Dong, what are you eating? How? Chen Dong directly hung up the communicator and tossed it aside. Suddenly, he noticed the red light flashing on the communicator, remembering that it was a notification for missed calls. Chen Dong usually didn't carry the communicator with him. After all, it was like a brick, inconvenient to carry around, and if he put it in his backpack, he wouldn't receive messages. So he always left it in the living room or bedroom. He opened the message function on the communicator, which had 3 messages. Brother Dong, where are you now? Something big has happened. The underground maze has been unearthed, and the Lord said there's a palace of a myth-level powerhouse inside. I feel like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. This was the first message. Brother Dong, people from the Lord's mansion have started to hunt us down. Angus is dead, and several of my teammates and family have been captured. Damn it. We shouldn't have gone exploring back then, but unfortunately, the culprit, Urchil, is already dead inside. Otherwise, Brother Dong. This was the second message. Brother Dong, I've been captured by the Lord's mansion. You must. Genos' voice was cut off, followed by another person's curse. Damn it. I told you to lure him here. How dare you play tricks on me? Brother Dong. Don't come back. The communicator echoed with Genos' screams. Chen Dong hadn't checked the communicator since the day before yesterday, which meant all 3 messages were from the last 2 days. Interesting. Trying to lure me back and make me the Lord? Chen Dong's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. After a few days without grooming, he had some stubble. His chiseled face and sharp features appeared spirited, and when he smiled, there was a hint of wickedness, with remnants of white toothpaste foam at the corners of his mouth. If you want me to go back, then I will go back and see what your Lord's mansion is made of. Chen Dong grabbed the towel hanging by the mirror and washed his face. After hanging the towel back, he contacted Su Xiao. Hello, Brother Dong, what's up? Su Xiao sounded a bit puzzled. She had just hung up the communicator, and he called right back. Chen Dong cut straight to the point. I have something to take care of and need to go out for a day. Change the meeting time to tomorrow. Huh. What happened, Brother Dong? Do you need help? Oh no, I can't make that decision. I need to report first. No need. If you can't make the decision, I'll make it for you. Tomorrow, let him come personally. If he doesn't come, that's fine too. Just tell him not to regret it in the future. Chen Dong was too lazy to talk any further and directly hung up the phone. Now he had obtained the skill from Yamoja. He placed his hopes on the monster siege battle for the remaining skill, and trading with the officials was just a precaution. If he could trade, that would be best. If not, he wouldn't lose anything. Chapter 47. The bloodthirsty god of death. With a flash, Chen Dong appeared in Alita's room. At that moment, Alita was resting her head on a metal block, covered by a seemingly heavy metal shield. She had hardcore slept through the night. If it weren't for the bed's good quality, it might have collapsed. Master? Alita, seeing Chen Dong suddenly appear, blinked her eyes that were staring blankly at the ceiling. Regaining some clarity, she lifted the shield and climbed out of bed. I want to go out and kill. Come with me. Chen Dong got straight to the point. Okay, Master, Alita said, immediately grabbing a 2-meter-long silver-white great sword from the bedside table. This is for self-defense. But this is too much for self-defense. Chen Dong looked at this great sword. It had no attribute bonuses, but was of epic quality, boasting a sharpness of 1,000 and durability of 600. Chen Dong felt a twinge of envy. Such a large epic sword would surely send someone flying when swung, right? It's fine. After all, she's mine. What's hers is mine. If she uses it, I use it too. Thinking this way, did he even need these weapons? Wouldn't it be better to just use her? Chen Dong took Alita to the master bedroom, pushed open the coffin lid, and shook Yao Shi's arm. Huh, what is going on? Yao Shi, drowsy, hesitated for a moment before realizing it wasn't a dream, and asked. I'm going back to Hope City to bring Anna and the others over. You just sleep well. Chen Dong explained. Oh, Yao Shi replied, and was put back by Chen Dong as he closed the coffin lid. Grabbing Alita's arm, he held in his right hand 2 teleportation scrolls taken from his spatial backpack and used them directly. The teleportation scrolls cost 100 points each, and during the teleportation, one couldn't move, taking 10 seconds. A white light array rose beneath their feet, and as the countdown ended, their figures disappeared. When the white light dissipated, they were already back in the safe house. The safe house retained its original appearance. Chen Dong opened the door and stepped out of the room. In the living room, upon hearing the noise, Annabelle and Sylvia grabbed their weapons and quickly approached. When they realized it was Chen Dong, their expressions first showed surprise. Then they let out a long sigh of relief. Chen Dong looked at the two, his brows furrowing, and his expression gradually turned somewhat grim. What is going on? Chen Dong's voice was low, suppressing his anger, causing even the greatly strengthened Sylvia to feel a chill. Annabelle hurriedly explained. 2 days ago, the Lord of Hope City led an army and suddenly attacked with a man in a black robe. Their goal was to capture you, Master. Sister Sylvia went out to fight, and the big tree in the yard was also in battle. My strength is weak, so I could only guard the villa's main door against some ordinary city guards. Both of them had injuries. Annabelle had a nearly 10-centimeter scar running from just below her left ear down her neck. If it had been 1 centimeter more, it would have hit her artery. Sylvia had now reached level 33. During the time he was away, she had leveled up once. The natives didn't have a system, and leveling up was very slow. So leveling up in a short time was already quite impressive. But even with Sylvia's level 33 epic strength, she had still sustained serious injuries, losing one wing. The black feathers at her waist had become a single wing. The golden level black skirt armor given by Yao Shi was tattered in many places, and the tip of the fine sword she held was broken. The Lord of Hope City shouldn't have been able to hurt you. Who was it? Chen Dong asked Sylvia. Annabelle, standing beside her, looked somewhat dejected, lowering her head. Sylvia, upon seeing Chen Dong, first looked beside him but didn't find Yao Shi. Only a seemingly dull but imposing girl was present. Hearing Chen Dong's question, she replied, it was that man in the black robe, with 7 stars printed on his robe. He is a level 70 stellar envoy sent by the headquarters of the 10,000 City Alliance. I wasn't his match. I barely managed to injure him with all my means, forcing him to retreat temporarily. The 10,000 City Alliance? Chen Dong's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, filled with ferocity. The divine fetus within him sensed the suppressed rage and struggled. Where are they now? I don't know. After they retreated, I didn't dare to leave the investigation. The TV signal was cut off, and the villa was now without water and electricity. Chen Dong nodded and turned to Annabelle. saying, "Go let the ancient tree of life treat you." After saying that, he turned and prepared to leave with Alita. "Wait, take me with you," Sylvia called out anxiously as she saw Chen Dong about to leave. Chen Dong glanced back at her, his eyes cold. "You are too weak. Stay here and wait. I'll take you away when I return." After saying that, he left without hesitation. Alita, following behind him, waved at the two women and quickly caught up. Sylvia clenched her fists. "Too weak? Am I still too weak at level 30 epic?" Seeing her unwilling expression, Annabelle stepped forward, hugged her arm, and comforted her. "It's okay. Look at me, I'm even worse." After Chen Dong exited, he glanced at the two large trees in the yard. Although they looked like they had just been ravaged by a storm, losing many branches and leaves, both trees had leveled up to level 34, absorbing quite a bit of blood in battle. As Chen Dong left the yard, the entrance was covered in blood and some uncleaned bits of flesh, showing the brutality of the fight. Just as Chen Dong stepped out of the villa, someone on the second floor of a nearby villa pulled out a communicator to contact the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, Alita, standing behind Chen Dong, spoke up, "Master, someone is preparing to leak our whereabouts. The communications signal has been intercepted by me." As she spoke, Alita pointed in a direction. The city guards monitoring the two were startled when they saw Alita pointing in their direction and quickly shrank back, hiding against the wall in the room. "This is a monitoring point. The target has appeared. I seem to be exposed, requesting evacuation." His words went unanswered. And in the instant he was still processing what was happening, a 2-meter-long silver blade slashed through. Alita, standing on the balcony, swung her knife, directly splitting the wall connected to the room, along with the city guard leaning against it. Blood spilled everywhere, and colorful intestines flowed out from the split abdomen. Alita's figure flashed. A distance of 1,000 meters was covered in less than 2 seconds as she returned to Chen Dong's side. Chen Dong didn't ask a word and left with Alita. At the villa entrance, Annabelle and Sylvia watched Chen Dong leave, and Sylvia looked at Alita in amazement. She could sense Alita's strength was not inferior to hers. Unlike Alita, a man-made life created as a demigod, Sylvia, although at level 33 in an epic class, was a latecomer. The attribute boost of the epic class started increasing from her original level base. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Dong had arrived at the city lord's mansion with Alita. Upon reaching the gate, the two city guards on duty sensed the murderous aura emanating from Chen Dong and saw Alita, behind him, holding a 2-meter-long knife stained with blood. They immediately realized the situation was dire and quietly pressed the alarm button, while one of them stepped forward to block Chen Dong. "Stop, ahead is," before he could finish. A bloodthirsty blade suddenly appeared in Chen Dong's hand, and with a gentle wave, a glint flashed, and a head fell, blood spraying up. "Help! Someone!" The other city guard shouted in terror and turned to flee, but unfortunately, Alita appeared right in front of his escape route. The massive silver blade fell, cleaving his body in half, which collapsed to the sides. Blood instantly splattered out like a red flower, and Alita did not dodge, letting the blood stain her silver skirt armor. "Who dares to be so bold?" A roar came from within the city lord's mansion, and a figure dropped down from the second floor, the Lord of Hope City himself. "Sal, level 57 quality, starry." Chen Dong looked at Sal, level 57 starry, with considerable strength. Hope City was just a small border city of the 10,000 Cities Alliance. Besides the city lord, there probably weren't any other strong individuals of this level except within the central gold bank. Sal, seeing Chen Dong, showed a hint of surprise on his furious red face, then laughed. "Ha, I was wondering who was so bold. It turns out to be you, the otherworldly person. You came just in time. We couldn't find you a few days ago, and my envoy's people even got hurt by yours. Perfect timing to catch you and offer you to the envoy." Chen Dong's mouth curled up, his expression terrifyingly ferocious, and his hoarse voice echoed, killing intent. "Concentrate." Boom. The air trembled as a terrifying blood aura was released, black hair turning into blood-red strands, dancing without wind. Veins bulged on his forehead, and blood energy gathered behind him, forming a thousand-zhang killing god. Roar! The killing god howled to the sky, like a released abyssal evil spirit, with crimson pupils filled with madness and a mouth full of sharp teeth, as if wanting to tear Sal apart. "What is this?" Sal felt the overwhelming bloodthirsty aura pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. "Kill!" Chen Dong roared, and Alita moved first, swinging the 2-meter-long silver battle knife towards the terrified Sal. "Damn it! Die!" Sal regained his composure, his fear subsiding significantly. Remembering his previous embarrassment and looking at the crowd gathering not far away, he furiously drew a fire-red starry long knife. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as Alita was knocked back over 10 meters. Cao, however, was not pleased that he had repelled Alita. Instead, he stared in shock at the gash on his beloved knife. This starry-level battle knife was considered top quality among starry weapons. Yet it had almost been severed in one blow. Epic level. Cao almost screamed, filled with disbelief and jealousy. There was a substantial gap between starry and epic levels. Completely different concepts. Alita's expression was calm. Her battle knife had no attribute bonuses. It was rated epic purely based on its sharpness. So it was naturally not something a starry-level weapon could withstand. Unfortunately, her power attributes were still somewhat inferior to Cao's. Otherwise, a single slash would have been enough to decapitate him. Seeing this scene, Chen Dong moved his feet, unleashing an explosive agility of 120 points, instantly closing the distance to Cao. Wait. Cao swung his knife to block Chen Dong's strike, but could not withstand the power attributes of the killing god's phantom, which exceeded 200 points. The massive blood-colored bloodthirsty blade, close to 4 meters long, fell. Cao tried to resist Chen Dong's strike, and his whole body erupted in golden light. Bang! The massive bloodthirsty blade, condensed from blood energy, fell and was surprisingly blocked by a layer of golden light emanating from him. Crack! The golden light began to crack, and Cao could hardly believe what was happening. Was he really going to die after just one exchange? Wait, let's talk. I'm a member of the 10,000 Cities Alliance. If you kill me, you will be hunted by the 10,000 Cities Alliance. You, coming from another world, might not know the depths of the Alliance. Don't kill me. I can give you everything. I can be a puppet. I can. Cao spoke quickly, pleading, but when he saw the look in Chen Dong's eyes, he despaired completely. Bloodthirsty and brutal. From those crimson pupils, he saw no trace of the emotions a human should have. Weapon. The golden light barrier cracked, and in that instant, only one thought remained in Cao's mind. I'm dead. Uft. Chapter 48. Friendship? Looking at Cao's body split diagonally in two, he had no means left. The last golden shield skill only lasted a little over 10 seconds before being shattered. Chen Dong did not dispel the killing intent concentration state, allowing his blood energy to drop as he directly controlled the killing god's phantom to slash out. Boom. With a huge crash, a large hole was ripped open in the wall of the second floor of the Lord's mansion, taking down several city guards who were watching the battle from above. They had hesitated to intervene, initially thinking that the Lord himself had taken action, which would ensure absolute safety, but soon after, to everyone's horror, Lord Cao was dead. By the time they thought to escape after their shock, it was too late. They were directly killed by the god of death as phantom summoned by Chen Dong. Only one person reacted quickly enough to escape the calamity. That person was tripped by falling debris and was just trying to get back up when the blood-red hand of the god of death as phantom reached for him. Like grabbing a small figurine, he struggled and begged for mercy as he was brought before Chen Dong. Antoine, 40 quality. Gold. Watching the struggling Antoine, Chen Dong asked hoarsely, "Where's Genos? Let me go. I'll take you there. I'll take you there." Antoine responded loudly, feeling the phantom's grip tightening, his body compressed by immense force. "Where?" Chen Dong asked again. "In the northern district, in the dungeon of the northern district. I'll take you there. I'll take you there." After obtaining the information he wanted, Chen Dong commanded the god of death as phantom to crush him, blood and flesh splattering from his mouth. The phantom released its grip, and like a pile of mud, Antoine fell to the ground, lifeless. Many onlookers had retreated to 100 meters away in the streets, watching this scene with bated breath. A few who were in the know whispered to each other, "He came for Genos, the one who was captured by the Lord's mansion a few days ago." The Silver Pioneering Team. That Silver Pioneering Team? They actually know such a powerful person. How lucky. I know Genos. If I really knew such a powerful person, I would have made it big by now. How could I still just be the leader of a Silver Pioneering Team? I think there is something more to this. Someone voiced their doubts. A frail-looking, somewhat lewd middle-aged man said, "Isn't it because of that suddenly appearing great maze? I know this person. I've seen him once. About a month ago, when he just came to Hope City, Genos accompanied him to buy a villa in the villa area. I was there." The villa area? Now that you mention it, didn't the Lord take the city guards to the villa area a couple of days ago? It seems he came back injured, and half of the city guards didn't return. A group of locals were quietly whispering. while several players who had escaped the novice city were recording everything using the information panel's video function. They were a 5-person team that had just entered the game, deliberately avoiding setting up a safe house to escape from the beast tide, and after breaking level 10, they had teamed up to escape to Hope City. There's big trouble. New players have wiped out the native lord, and did you hear how the lord addressed him? A being from another world. This indicates that these powerful natives clearly know we players come from another world. One of the 5 exclaimed dramatically to his companions. All right, stop screeching, I'm not deaf. And you, keep your voice down. A few natives are looking over. The leader of the 5 said quietly, giving him a light shove on the shoulder. What should we do? A player suddenly asked. Good question. What does it have to do with us? Just ignore everything. Let us just be passive observers. Enough talk. I'm posting something. One of them sent a 10-minute short video to the forum. Shocking. Mysterious high-level player wipes out native city. The 57th level Starlord was actually killed in one hit. After posting, this person encouraged his teammates to promote it in the chat channel. What's there to promote? No matter how impressive it is, you're not the one doing the impressive stuff. His teammate mocked. Hearing this, the player didn't get mad. He grinned and said, no matter what, it cost me 100 points to post it. So I set a fee, 10 points to click in. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Right? Just now, we got so carried away with envy and jealousy. It doesn't matter if we're the ones showing off. Isn't it better to profit from others' achievements? Immediately, all 5 rushed into the chat channel. As their system points were limited, enough for each to send a few messages. So the player who posted the video trimmed it down to 10 seconds, showing the moment the god of death's phantom crushed Antoine, bloody and violent, yet filled with domineering aura. The 10-second video was sent to the chat channel. I am a fish. Video, I am a fish. High-level players slaughtering the native lord. Click my nickname to view my post and watch the full video. Ababab, this video is awesome. I'm clicking your nickname to watch it again. Newbie pecking at each other. I'm just a passerby. I was there at the scene. I can only say it's incredible. Has a player really reached this level? Thunderclap. I'm a passerby. I watched the video. I'm speechless. And there's even an Easter egg in it. It turns out the natives know our identities. Lightning 5 combo. Let me summarize the situation. When the Lord appeared, a female player swung a 40-meter-long silver sword at him. The Lord was careless and didn't dodge. He took the hit directly, and his weapon almost shattered. Another player, seeing the Lord's weapon was ineffective, immediately unleashed a powerful attack without giving him a chance to react. The Lord blocked the attack with his sword and was preparing to counterattack when he didn't expect this player's ultimate move was a technique called Law of the Universe, catching the Lord off guard and attacking him. This player is lacking chivalry. If you have the ability, don't play tricks like this. If you're bold, face him head on. The 5 of them raised the atmosphere in the chat channel, and after a moment, someone immediately replied. 6-eyed flying fish, wow. This is real. A law of the universe about 10 meters high. That's too incredible. What level of skill is that? Working man relying on himself. I want to apprentice under this big shot. Most ruthless king crab. If I had this strength, I would walk through this newbie city like a boss. Don't heaven God. This should be a player from our neon country. I'm familiar with that ultimate move. It's not the law of the universe at all. It's the most orthodox Susanoo. I've seen this move in no less than 300 episodes. I can't be mistaken. The chat channel began to buzz, but it wasn't too lively. It was still early in the morning, and most players had gone out to grind monsters. Even here, it was still the life of a working person, if one wanted to live well. They needed to leave early and return late, still a high-risk profession. However, even so, within just a few minutes, there were still hundreds of replies. Some simply watching the video in silence, their expressions grave after watching. I am a fish, watched as his system points jumped up rapidly. In just a short while, he had earned nearly 10,000 points, feeling elated. I'm rich now. I'm going to lie back and count my points. The 5 of them shouted excitedly, quickly leaving this troublesome place, preparing to divide the points. In fact, I am a fish, hoped to keep it all to himself, but unfortunately, the 5 were also friends in real life, and now he was a treasure trove, being closely watched. If he didn't share, he was afraid he wouldn't see the sun of the original world again. Friendship? Huh. On the other side, Chen Dong arrived in the northern district of Hope City, which was essentially the slums of Hope City. Trash is everywhere, and the houses around are low and old. In some places, there are no buildings at all. Just large pieces of cloth made into tent-like structures. A faint smell of decay hangs in the air. Chen Dong did not stop as he walked from the edge of the North District to the dungeon, about 3 kilometers, encountering at least 100 beggars along the way. Naturally, Chen Dong could not feel pity for these people who had willingly fallen into degradation. Most of them looked frail, but they were all capable-bodied. They simply had limited potential as pioneers due to lack of talent. Or perhaps they were unwilling to work and had ended up here, living from one meal to the next. A person's fate is predetermined. Efforts to change it often lead to the realization, in old age, that the more one invests, the more one loses. This was the most memorable saying he had heard during 300 years in the trial space, spoken by another beggar. That beggar was quite unique. Never begging. He just squatted by the roadside, refusing money but asking for food. He wouldn't accept handouts either. Once fed, he would tell passing people a little story or sing a piece of opera, trying to amuse them with exaggerated expressions. Chen Dong looked at the square structure made of blue stones and walked directly to the heavy iron door, raising his foot to kick it. Boom. The massive iron door shook, startling the soldier inside who had been dozing off, staring at the small bulge on the door that protruded from the outside. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, wide-eyed and dazed, still somewhat unaware of what was happening, until Chen Dong kicked it again with great force. Bang! The immense power made a small hole in the heavy iron door. The walls on either side that secured the door cracked, and the several-ton iron door fell down. Huh! The guard's eyes widened. Bang! The door smashed his head, crushing it, and his body was pinned under the iron door. Chen Dong stepped over the fallen body, the slightly tilted iron door pressing down on a corpse, and entered the dungeon with Alita. Chapter 49. Fury and Humiliation inside the dungeon. There were stone steps leading down to the underground cells, with torches on the walls emitting faint light. Descending the steps, Chen Dong saw a wooden table beside him where 2 drunken guards lay sprawled, snoring loudly, completely unresponsive to the earlier commotion. At their feet lay over 20 empty bottles. But Chen Dong ignored them and walked straight ahead. On either side of the passage, there were about 20 cells, and Chen Dong looked into each one. Inside the cells, some prisoners curled up in corners, while others were suspended in midair by iron chains. Some were already dead, their decaying faces crawling with maggots. As he approached a cell near the end, Chen Dong spotted a familiar figure. Grasping the iron door handle, he twisted it forcefully, and the door opened. Janos was hanging in midair, bound by iron chains. His wrists and ankles were wounded, and his knees had 2 bloody holes. His upper garment was torn, and beside him lay a bronze-quality flail, the whip adorned with fine metallic points resembling files. Chen Dong stepped forward and lifted Janos's chin. His right cheek was torn apart from the whipping, exposing his gums, and one eye had burst, hanging limply, blood-soaked and hollow. The remaining eye was wide open, filled with unwillingness, anger, and self-blame. Even in the eyes of a dead man, such emotions lingered. His pupils contracted like needles, staring at Chen Dong with a ghostly intensity. Chen Dong looked back at him, reached out with his other hand, and helped him close his eyes. With a swift motion, he drew his knife and cut through the chains binding him, storing him in his backpack space. Although the system backpack could not contain living beings, there were no restrictions on inanimate objects. Chen Dong turned around, bypassed Alita, and exited the cell. Just then, the cell door beside him suddenly swung open. A drunken guard, red-faced and reeking of alcohol, stumbled out, his steps unsteady, and upon seeing Chen Dong, pointed at him in a somewhat dazed manner. "Hick, who are you? How did you get in?" The guard stammered, reaching out to grab Chen Dong. Swish! A flash of the knife, and the guard's head fell. Chen Dong kicked him away. The headless corpse flew over 10 meters, crashing against the wall at the end of the passage, leaving a bloody smear. "What's going on?" A voice came from the cell the guard had just exited, inquiring after hearing the commotion. From the sound, it seemed the person was also heavily intoxicated. Chen Dong glanced into the cell, and his pupils began to slowly constrict, teeth clenched, eyes wide and brows raised, revealing a ghastly expression. His breath grew heavy as he stepped into the cell, with Alita closely following behind. She could sense her master's fury, though she did not understand its source. Upon seeing Chen Dong suddenly enter and coincidentally spotting the head of his colleague on the ground, the remaining guard sobered up significantly. He immediately stopped what he was doing, grabbed his pants to cover himself, and pulled out a long knife from the side. Seeing the guard about to act, Alita swiftly moved to Chen Dong's side, wielding a 2-meter-long silver-white blade, aiming it at the guard. Bang! Alita stared in shock as the blade was abruptly stopped. Chen Dong's left hand had caught the blade, the sharp edge cutting into his palm, nearly severing his hand. Chen Dong slowly relaxed his grip, and Alita's previously blank expression began to show signs of panic. Master, it wouldn't do to let him die like this. Two had already received my mercy. The rest, I want to take my time with. Chen Dong's words were cut off as he instantaneously appeared in front of the guard, grabbing his cheek and then delivering a punch to the back of his head, using just enough force to knock him unconscious. After doing this, Chen Dong grabbed the chains hanging on the torture rack and bound the guard's arms. Once this was done, he handed 2 additional chains to Alita. Go tie up the 2 outside. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he turned around and broke the shackles on her hands and feet, taking out a trench coat from his backpack and draping it over her, lifting her up. Chen Dong said nothing, his right hand gripping a chain, the other end tied to the unconscious guard. At this moment, Alita also approached, dragging 2 drunken guards behind her. On the way back, Chen Dong and the others were no longer disturbed by beggars. Not just beggars, but everyone who saw them hid away, only a few bold enough to sneak a peek. Chen Dong returned directly to the villa area, where he found Anna and Hill waiting outside the villa. The 2 looked at Chen Dong carrying someone, with 3 more being dragged behind, feeling somewhat puzzled. Upon entering the villa, Chen Dong tossed aside the chains in his hand, allowing everyone to see them, and then went to the ancient tree of life. He placed Eva on the ground and said to the ancient tree of life, "Heal her." Eva had fallen into a coma, unable to take the recovery potion, or else her recovery would have been faster. After speaking, he approached the others, glancing at the sky. It was already noon, but he had not seen the gray-robed man preparing to leave. Chen Dong instructed them to gather anything useful, ready to depart soon. After 10 minutes, Chen Dong returned to the ancient tree of life. Eva was still in a coma, but her injuries had mostly healed. Chen Dong instructed the ancient tree of life to use branches and leaves to create a large bed, placing Eva on top. Then, he commanded the ancient tree of life to uproot itself from the soil. The massive trunk shook violently, twisting as several branches secured Eva's body to prevent her from falling. The roots were pulled out, entwined to form 2 feet. Though they moved slowly, they were still much faster than an ordinary person. When the 2 women finished packing, Annabelle took some clothes, while Sylvia donned pots and pans, along with oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. Truly dedicated to her master, she was always thinking of him. Once everyone was ready, hand in hand, Chen Dong pulled 3 chains and took out 8 teleportation scrolls. He directly confirmed their use. A massive white light array rose beneath their feet, enveloping everyone. As time slowly passed and the countdown ended, the villa courtyard returned to calm. 100 miles away, 3 men in black robes were heading towards the City of Hope. I say, Star 6, is that woman really as strong as you say? It seems you're just weak in the knees around women. Star 9 teased Star 6. These were their code names. Within the envoy, those below the epic level were referred to by code names, without using real names. Star 6 frowned and didn't respond, which made Star 9 even more reckless. The 2 often bickered, but Star 9 was no match for Star 6, and now that Star 6 was injured, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. I say, you've lived for about 80 years, right? At your age, you still don't know to find a companion. If you had a woman by your side, you wouldn't be so helpless around them, Star 9 continued. Star 6 suddenly turned around and grabbed Star 9's face beneath his black robe, coldly staring at him. You brat. I think you're itching for a beating. Star 4, seeing this, helplessly turned around and patted Star 6 on the shoulder. All right, your injury hasn't healed yet. That woman's skills contain abyssal energy, and the ordinary potions we carry can't heal or dispel it, so you should calm down. Star 9, you shut up too. You've been nagging all the way. If it weren't for you stirring up trouble, we would have reached the City of Hope last night. Star 9 feigned innocence and said, Fourth brother, you can't blame me for this. I've been chatty for more than a day or 2. Is it wrong for me to speak the truth about Star 6's poor tolerance? You brat. Star 6 nearly exploded, but was held back by Star 4. Star 4 quickly spoke to soothe Star 6, and then turned to educate Star 9. Star 9, don't say anything more. Even if what you said is the truth, saying it directly in front of someone is quite embarrassing. Upon hearing Star 4's words and seeing Star 6's face filled with despair, Star 9 immediately responded with a grin. After a few more words from Star 4, the 3 continued on their way. However, when they arrived at the City of Hope, they found something was off. The city guards responsible for guarding the city gate were missing. Entering the City of Hope, they discovered that the streets were sparsely populated. and many people began to hide in shops, or even put down rolling shutters as they entered. Seeing this, Star 9 asked Star 6, "You've only been here a few days. How could you have caused the City of Hope to become like this? You look as if you've seen a ghost." Star 4 remained silent, looking at Star 6. They belonged to the Star Glory Envoy of the 10,000 Cities Alliance, and according to the rules, they were not allowed to interfere too much with the operations within the city. Of course, as long as it didn't have too much impact. A little mischief was still permissible. Even if someone reported it, the higher-ups would likely turn a blind eye. But if Star 6 truly did something that made everyone in the city fear him, the consequences would be severe, and he might be reprimanded by the headquarters. After I arrived, I've basically stayed in the Lord's mansion. Apart from capturing that otherworldly person, I haven't gone out, Star 6 explained. No wonder you haven't met anyone until now. You should go out more. It's beneficial, Star 9 chimed in. Enough, Star 4 suddenly scolded. And the two immediately snapped to attention. Star 4 continued, "Since Star 6 hasn't done anything, it seems there was a problem after you left. Star 6 and I will go to the Lord's mansion. Star 9, you go investigate." Okay. Star 9 knew Star 4 was serious and didn't dare to joke anymore. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. After Star 9 left, Star 4 and Star 6 hurried to the Lord's mansion, but halfway there, Star 9 suddenly appeared and blocked them. "No need to go to the Lord's mansion," Star 9 said. His tone changed, shedding his previous nonchalant attitude. Star 4 and Star 6 frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Star 9 then recounted the incident of Chen Dong killing Sao, and also mentioned that Chen Dong and the others had already left the City of Hope. "How many years has it been? The Lords of the 10,000 Cities Alliance. How many years have they died not at the hands of monsters, but by the hands of humans?" Star 4 said coldly. Star 9 remained silent, looking at the silent Star 6. Star 6 aura surged. This was the city he was responsible for, and now that the Lord was dead, it was akin to a slap in the face. He would also have to face punishment from the Alliance headquarters. Damn otherworldly person. I will find him and kill him myself. The eyes beneath Star 6's black robe were filled with humiliation and rage. Chapter 50. The old monk wants to return to secularity. Chen Dong and the others returned to the courtyard of the Safehouse, first placing 2 large trees at either side of the gate, then carrying the unconscious Eva into the castle. He turned to the 2 women who were admiring the Safehouse and said, "Yao, she is on the 4th floor. You can find her yourselves." With a flash, Chen Dong appeared in a room on the 5th floor, where 3 jailers were tied up with chains on the ground. After placing Eva on the floor, Chen Dong began to treat the jailers, forcibly feeding the 3 of them recovery potions and then quietly waiting. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 jailers gradually woke up, and most of the alcohol intoxication had worn off, though they were still somewhat unclear about the situation. "Where's this? Who are you? Let me go? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It's over. We're done for." The 3 had different reactions. The younger jailer shouted and struggled, glaring with wide eyes while threatening Chen Dong. His father was the leader of a golden pioneering group, but he wasn't very talented and had only gotten a job as a guard in the dungeon through his father's connections, waiting for a good opportunity to be transferred to the city guards. The one pleading for mercy was a frail, middle-aged man who, while the oldest, was cunning enough to see that Chen Dong was standing behind him with the still unconscious Eva. Immediately realizing their predicament, he kept begging for mercy, claiming everything was forced by the Lord and that it had nothing to do with them. The last one was the jailer whom Chen Dong had knocked out. His psyche was somewhat breaking down. After waking up from the alcohol, he recalled everything that had happened earlier, including the head of his colleague, and he knew he was doomed. At that moment, Eva behind Chen Dong slowly woke up, her eyes widening. "Where am I?" she asked dazedly, slowly sitting up, not caring that her coat had fallen off. Chen Dong turned to look at her, his gaze hollow and devoid of spirit. "This is my residence. We have already left the City of Hope." After hearing this, Eva turned her head to look at the 3 jailers, who were gradually losing their composure. She gritted her teeth, her expression gradually turning ferocious. Her fingers slowly tightened, nails digging into the ground. Chen Dong took out a toolbox and 30 bottles of recovery potions from his backpack space and placed them in front of her. "Use these tools. Once you've vented your anger, I have something to ask you," Chen Dong instructed before stepping out the door. He paid no mind to the pleas of the 3 jailers behind him, casually closing the door. "Ah!" A shrill scream erupted from the younger jailer, his voice somewhat deep. Following that, Chen Dong heard the sound of pliers clamping down. First teeth, then nails, skin, features, every bone and nerve. Eva's voice was like a nightmare, whispering gently, like the biting cold of winter. Chen Dong lost interest and with a flash, appeared in the bedroom, where Yaoshi was chatting with Sylvia. Annabelle was nearby, her facial injuries mostly healed. Elita looked somewhat isolated, quietly polishing her silver greatsword. Xiao Dongzi, you went to the City of Hope to bring them back. Why didn't you tell me? Yaoshi flew in, grabbing Chen Dong's arm. Didn't I tell you? Chen Dong was speechless, wondering if this girl had blacked out from sleep. Did I? Yaoshi recalled that she seemed to have dreamed of Chen Dong talking to her, but upon closer thought, it seemed she hadn't. Meanwhile, in the new city lord's office on the 6th floor, Li Xuanjing was busy reviewing documents. He had been working nonstop these past few days, spending 3 hours during the day grinding monsters, and then going to the northern district to inquire about the intelligence gathering on the Ashen Nightmare. Report. A soldier shouted at the door. Come in, Li Xuanjing said, putting down the document and taking off his gold-rimmed glasses. After the soldier entered, he reported to Li Xuanjing. Report, sir, we have brought back the master of emotion from the arm he was holding. The soldier realized his wording was inappropriate halfway through and quickly corrected himself. Li Xuanjing's eyelids twitched upon hearing this, rubbing his temples with a pained expression, and asked, How is the master of emotion now? The soldier held back a laugh and said, The master of emotion is still the same. He was caught by the Huikong saint after returning, and from the sound of it, he seems to be quite injured. Li Xuanjing nodded and said, Go notify the Huikong saint. I want to meet Feng Lang Jushu tomorrow. Please ask him to accompany me. Then we will head to the northern district to prepare for deployment. Yes. The soldier immediately accepted the order and left the office. Li Xuanjing leaned back in his chair. Initially, he didn't pay much attention to Su Zhao's report and thought Chen Dong, this young man, was somewhat arrogant. It wasn't until he received the report, watched the video on the forum, and confirmed with Su Zhao that he was certain the one who killed the Lord of Hope City was Feng Lang Jushu. Not only that, but he also specifically sought out a few people to analyze Chen Dong's strength, concluding it was no weaker than level 30 epic power. Of course, this referred to the attributes that could be released in a single burst. He also recalled the report Su Zhao brought him yesterday. That Chen Dong had brought out a female player from that dungeon they initially planned to temporarily shelve. After Su Zhao's confirmation, it was verified that she was indeed the girl in armor from the video. Sighing, Li Xuanjing remembered Su Zhao's words at the time. Su Zhao, that's her for sure. I won't mistake that figure. She wasn't wearing armor at first. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Li Xuanjing shook his head, dismissing Su Zhao's lecherous expression. He knew he had made a strategic mistake and probably lost a lot, and now he found himself needing to personally negotiate with a player. In fact, when discussing with a few people at the time, most of their first reactions were to use their identities from the original world to apply pressure on Chen Dong. But after watching the video, Li Xuanjing abandoned that idea. The next day at noon, Li Xuanjing and others arrived at the entrance of Chen Dong's safe house. Beside him stood Su Zhao and 2 guards. How is it, sir? I didn't lie to you, did I? This safe house is truly impressive. The Lord's mansion may look good, but it consumes too many resources to upgrade and looks too shabby. Su Zhao said proudly, pointing at the tall courtyard wall. It's not yours. Who are you showing off to? One of the guards clearly couldn't stand Su Zhao's tone towards his superior and retorted. All right. Huikong Saint will be here soon. Everyone behave. Li Xuanjing directly interrupted Su Zhao, who was about to retort, just as 2 figures approached from outside the villa area. An elderly monk with a bald head and white beard, draped in a robe made of hundreds of different fabrics, looked to be around 80 or 90 years old, his face full of wrinkles. He appeared frail but was quite tall, about 1.90 meters. In the old monk's hand was a golden cloth belt, the other end tied to a handsome young monk in gray robes, who stood upright. Huikong Saint and the master of emotion. Li Xuanjing greeted respectfully. Amidst. Thank you for waiting, esteemed patrons. Huikong Saint joined his hands in a gesture of respect. Although Li Xuanjing held a high position in the military, he felt it necessary to lower his posture in front of this high monk. Even Su Zhao beside him wore a serious expression. The abbot of the Great Dream Temple, a legendary monk who remained unworldly. Li Xuanjing recognized him, stemming from an incident 6 months ago. The Great Dream Temple sounded grand, but it was merely a small temple in the Changbai Mountains, home to just the old monk and the handsome young monk behind him. The reason Li Xuanjing valued him so much was that this old monk had informed the official departments near Changbai Mountain 6 months prior that the Earth Star would undergo changes in 6 months. At that time, the government did not take it seriously, dismissing him as a delusional hermit, as it was normal for someone who had lived in the deep mountains for years at such an age to have mental issues. Even when the events of the apocalyptic world were discovered by the officials, they were still unaware of the existence of this old monk. It wasn't until an end-of-game event when the old monk approached the government again and, in their presence, struck a 5-centimeter deep palm print into the wall that they began to believe him. Regarding the prediction from 6 months ago, the old monk simply said it was a mission passed down from generation to generation at the Great Dream Temple. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't be enough for the officials to take him seriously. What truly caught their attention was the old monk's martial arts skills. When he struck the palm print, he was not a player and did not rely on the system. He possessed the kind of strength seen in martial arts novels, which was the real reason the officials took him seriously. "Li patron, are you looking for the person in this courtyard?" Huikong Saint turned to look at the tall city wall, hands together. "Yes, master, but is there something wrong?" Li Xuanjing, seeing Huikong lost in thought, felt somewhat confused. "There resides a killing god within. My Buddha nature is trembling, as if to transform into a wrathful Vajra," Huikong said, tugging at the golden cloth belt in his hand. "Master of emotion?" Understood. The master of emotion looked unwilling, having been tied up and beaten by the old man all night. And now he still had to do his own work. Li Xuanjing and the others were somewhat puzzled, clearly not understanding what Huikong meant. The master of emotion looked towards the castle in the courtyard, and suddenly a golden lotus flower imprint appeared on his forehead, his eyes turning into golden pupils. Buddha's life is boundless. The golden pupils of the master of emotion emitted golden light. "Damn it!" Suddenly, the master of emotion shouted, his face filled with terror as he turned to flee. Seeing this, Huikong Saint yanked on the cloth belt, and the master of emotion stumbled and fell face first to the ground. "Master, let me go? I don't want to die yet." The master of emotion, clearly frightened, lay on the ground without feeling embarrassed, scraping his face against the ground as he crawled away with his chin. Unworthy disciple. Huikong's face turned red with anger, and he directly struck, transforming his palm into a claw, lifting the master of emotion up. "Master, no. That's a monster. We can't fight it. Let's run. I don't want to die. I'm only 20. The master of emotion exclaimed, struggling to escape from his master's grip, crying out, "Old bald donkey, let me go. I want to return to the secular world. I want to return." I'm not sure if any friends have read this book. I'm talking about the title. Chapter 51, Transaction Information Storage Device. Hearing this, Huikong's face showed anger as he struck the back of the master of emotion's head. "Unworthy disciple. Wake up." Smack. The master of emotion cried out in pain, a red palm print appearing on his smooth scalp. This scene made Li Xuanjing and the others frown. The sound of that slap was too loud and crisp. If it were them, their brains would have exploded. But Huikong clearly was not worried about his disciple's head. And even as he heard the master of emotion shout, the inner demons retreat. Smack, smack, smack. This time, Huikong struck 3 consecutive palms. And the master of emotion fell silent, not because he was holding it in, but because he was dazed, his head buzzing. "Unworthy disciple, what did you see?" Huikong shouted directly into the master of emotion's ear, his voice so loud that Li Xuanjing and the others, 2 meters away, couldn't help but cover their ears. The master of emotion, hearing Huikong's question, replied in a daze. "What?" I specially asked master what he saw. Huikong almost went berserk. This disciple was picked up by him at the foot of the mountain, following him since childhood, very talented, with a Buddha nature that was born from his bones. Unfortunately, ever since he went to a big city once, he has developed a heart demon. Once obedient and sensible, with a simple nature, he now thinks about returning to secular life all day. Huikong also feels very regretful about this. Had he known this would happen, he should have waited until winter to take him down the mountain. "All right, master, hurry up, there's a killing god inside. Damn it, 100,000 karma." The blood energy is overwhelming. Coming back to his senses, Shiqing's expression turned terrified again. He recalled the scene he just saw. His Buddha's golden eyes were evaluated as a legendary skill after entering the game. Originally, in the real world, he could only vaguely see some fortune, sometimes working and sometimes not, but after entering the game, the effect was enhanced by more than 100 times. After activating the golden eyes, he could see a being's merits and karma. He just saw Chen Dong, and the karma was surging like fire. Behind him, he could faintly see a bloodthirsty evil spirit. He had seen beings with karma before. He had seen those with the heaviest karma, And if the karma exceeded 3 inches, it would be serious. But what did he just see? The overwhelming karma must be 10 meters high. This is nearly 100,000 lives taken. Moreover, in the apocalyptic world, killing monsters doesn't incur karma. It seems this continent doesn't have such a rule. This means that the people here have killed nearly 100,000 in the original world? Shiqing dared not think further. Seeing Huikong's face also show a look of surprise, he hurriedly advised, Master, 100,000 karma? This is a cold-blooded evil spirit. Won't we be directly crushed if we go in? Is it really 100,000 karma? Huikong found it hard to believe. His Buddha fetus trembled, knowing there was a person with deep karma inside, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. The others, including Li Xuanjin, looked at the series of changes in the master and disciple, completely confused. That Li benefactor, this poor monk forgot to ask, who resides here? Huikong turned to inquire Li Xuanjin. Li Xuanjin was taken aback, then remembered he indeed hadn't mentioned it, and said, the one residing here is our Huagua player, Feng Lang Ju Su. Oh, so it's benefactor Feng. May I ask if this benefactor Feng has committed any offenses in our Huagua? Huikong inquired. Li Xuanjin was even more puzzled. What does the holy monk mean by that? Hearing the question, Huikong hesitated. I mean, is it possible that this benefactor Feng has killed less than 100,000 people? Less than 100,000? Li Xuanjin was stumped by this question, not knowing how to answer. Less than 100,000? Does it refer to one person or two? Ahem, I was overthinking. It's nothing. Benefactor Li doesn't need to take it to heart. After Huikong finished asking, he also felt that he was dumbfounded by this number. How could someone have killed 100,000 people in the original world without being known to the world? This benefactor Feng must have some opportunity. It doesn't necessarily mean he killed that many people. Disobedient disciple, let us go in, Shiqing said, tugging at the cloth strap in his hand. I want tea. I refuse. I'm still young. I want to establish a harem in this world. I want to return to secular life, old bald donkey. You're forcing me to become a monk. Let me go. Shiqing was resolute, but was ultimately gagged by Huikong with a piece of cloth, and finally quieted down. MMM. Shiqing cursed, but the others couldn't understand. Huikong the holy monk, what exactly is going on with you two? Li Xuanjin didn't know how to ask. What madness are you going through? Please don't blame me, benefactor Li. It's just that the one inside, benefactor Feng, has an incredibly terrifying strength, which momentarily scared my foolish disciple into losing his wits. The holy monk said, pulling the cloth strap directly and leading Shiqing into the castle yard. Chen Dong stood on the 4th floor balcony, watching the commotion below until they came in, then swiftly moved to the 1st floor hall. The few who entered Chen Dong's safe house yard were once again shocked, especially upon seeing the 2 vastly different large trees on either side of the entrance. They were even more amazed. A 30-level starry bright high-end combat power was actually used as a gatekeeper. Li Xuanjin felt a bit envious, as the current official players didn't have this condition. As they reached the castle gate, suddenly the door opened, and 2 beautiful elves dressed in maid outfits walked out. Dressed in black and white maid outfits, one elf had fair skin, green hair tied in a ponytail, stood about 1.67 meters tall, with an exquisite appearance and gentle emerald eyes. Wood spirit, level 20 quality, gold. The other elf also had fair skin, but was sickly pale, with long blood-red hair cascading over her shoulders, blood-colored pupils and pitch-black eyeballs, a neck adorned with thorny rose-like patterns, and lips as red as if painted with lipstick. Compared to the gentle wood spirit, her gaze was more aggressive, exuding temptation with every smile. Blood spirit, level 20 quality, gold. Everyone was shocked again. This was simply too extravagant. They marveled even more at Chen Dong's background, with 2 starry bright treants guarding the door and 2 beautiful elven maidens as servants. The living conditions were extraordinary. They recalled their recent lives of fighting monsters, busy work, and fulfilling the tasks assigned at the start of the game. The gap between people. Perhaps this is the benefit of a lone player? All resources gathered in one person. However, the fact that a lone player could gather so many resources already indicated Chen Dong's strength. Please follow us. The master has been waiting for you for a long time. The 2 elven maidens, born from the bloody ancient tree and the life ancient tree, slightly bowed and saluted, then led the group to the tea hall on the 1st floor. Master, they are here. The blood spirit spoke first. They had just been born yesterday, and after a day of training with Annabelle, their movements were barely acceptable. However, the blood spirit was inherently violent, if it weren't for Chen Dong's request. She would have almost acted out while learning those tedious rules with Annabelle. Please have a seat, everyone. Chen Dong brewed a pot of tea. Watching the somewhat restrained expressions of the group, knowing they were intimidated, he poured each person a cup and curiously looked at the two bald heads. Are these two also official people? Chen Dong asked curiously, feeling a hint of sacredness from the two bald monks. Just as the group sat down, hearing Chen Dong's question, Huikong pressed his palms together in greeting and said, I am the poor monk Huikong. This is my disobedient disciple Xiqing. He has been somewhat enchanted recently, so I temporarily restrained him. I will help him remove the heart demon later. Please don't blame benefactor Feng. Chen Dong looked at Xiqing, whose head was flushed. Seeing this, Xiqing hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet Chen Dong's gaze. He felt a bit cowardly. Although he had many means, he felt he was definitely no match for Chen Dong. It's nothing. Help your disciple remove the restraint. Here, he can't escape. Chen Dong smiled, his words carrying a special meaning. After hearing this, Huikong hesitated for a moment, but still loosened the cloth strap. The strap binding Xiqing automatically unraveled, coiling in Huikong's hand, which he then stored in his robe. Xiqing quickly took the cloth out of his mouth, realizing he truly didn't dare to run away, and sat down obediently. Just then, Sylvia walked in from the kitchen with a tray of tea snacks. The image of the one-winged demoness made everyone tense up again. Damn, how long will this go on? Epic quality, and reaching level 33, how strong could this be? They were even more nervous. Watching Sylvia silently leave after placing the items down, swallowing hard, and sitting up straight. Li Xuanjin initially wanted to maintain some composure, but now completely gave up. Epic quality, and above level 30. This strength was enough to slaughter most people in the novice city, though there were exceptions, like the Huikong and Xiqing beside him. Although these two looked very wary of Chen Dong, their strength was undoubtedly impressive, and they were not afraid of Zeruiah. Let us get straight to the point and take a look at this. Chen Dong took out an information storage device from his backpack and placed it in front of Li Xuanjing. What is this? Li Xuanjing asked curiously. As he could not see any attributes on the black box, it seemed like an ordinary item. Chen Dong said lightly, this thing is called an information storage device, and it records the top technologies of a past era. Oh, Li Xuanjing frowned, not very surprised. He was somewhat familiar with the technological information of the indigenous people. Although it surpassed the technology of the original world in certain fields, overall, it was still inferior. Chen Dong seemed to have anticipated this, smiled, and opened the information storage device to showcase one of the technologies. The information storage device did not contain records about the god-making plan, but it had other legendary top-tier technologies, such as the design blueprints for country-destroying cannons, vector aviation battleships, and energy shield light energy conversion launch devices, totaling 16 types. What Chen Dong displayed was the design blueprint for the country-destroying cannon. A huge virtual image unfolded, detailing the manufacturing method of the country-destroying cannon. Li Xuanjing and the others were not talents in the field of technology, so they could not understand the information on these blueprints, but they could understand the power. The information storage device played a video, which was the conceptual experimental footage of the country-destroying cannon. A city with a population of over 1 million was obliterated in a single shot, even with nuclear weapons. It would not be possible to achieve such power without considering radiation hazards. Of course, they did not know that to actually build the country-destroying cannon, they would also need to provide a level 90 legendary crystal core as energy. Chen Dong naturally could not reveal this. He was there to trade, and it was essential to maximize his benefits. This was just one item of legendary technology. There were also 16 types of legendary technologies, including vector aviation battleships, space jump devices, hundreds of epic technologies, and of course, starry technologies, as well as research experiments on restorative potions and various gene potions, Chen Dong said lightly. Li Xuanjing's breathing became heavy, while Su Xiao and the others looked excited. Huikong's eyes twitched as he stared at Xiqing, his palm trembling slightly in front of his chest. Almost unable to hold back, Xiqing lowered her head, glancing sideways, and under Huikong's intense gaze, she fixed her eyes on Xue Ling, particularly on her long legs, which were shapely and wrapped in black knee-high stockings. Chapter 52. Deal reached. Let us talk about the price. How much do you want? Li Xuanjing forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Chen Dong frowned and said, do you think I lack money? He turned off the information storage device and pointed. I said it can be compared to a mythical item. Isn't that excessive? Not excessive. But you should be aware that at this stage, Not many players can produce a mythical item. Li Xuanjing did not refute. Although it was just blueprints and not the actual items, their value was indeed higher than a pile of real legendary equipment. Mythical level equipment or the exclusive skills of the Demon Emperor class. After hearing Chen Dong's words, Li Xuanjing's brow furrowed tightly. Mythical items in the system mall were worth 1 billion points, and currently, no one could afford them. As for the exclusive skills of the Demon Emperor class, they were likely also mythical level. Your request is something we cannot fulfill at this moment. Li Xuanjing's meaning was clear. It couldn't be done now. But it could be done in the future. Chen Dong shook his head. If you can't come up with enough chips, then I'll keep this thing for now. Li Xuanjing frowned. You are a citizen of Huagua. You should know how important this thing is to the country. All right. Chen Dong suddenly interrupted him. I came to trade, not to discuss national righteousness with you. If there's an external invasion, I will be at the forefront. But if you think you can pressure me with the identity of the country, then you are overthinking it. Chen Dong's gaze was somewhat cold, and Huikong slowly shifted his attention away from Xiqing. Li Xuanjing didn't know what to say. After the apocalypse began, their biggest concern was that this group of suddenly empowered players would lead to the loss of the country's control over them, and among them, Chen Dong was clearly the most dangerous one. This request of yours is indeed something we cannot meet for now. How about this, after the monster siege ends? When we return to the original world, I will apply to my superiors. Li Xuanjing softened his tone, knowing that being forceful would only intensify Chen Dong's emotions. I am not without national consciousness, but that is only for external matters. Chen Dong also explained, giving Li Xuanjing a way out. After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong said, you can take the information storage device, but I have 3 conditions. Li Xuanjing was intrigued and nodded. Sure, go ahead. First, I want 10 million points. Don't say you can't come up with that. I need it before the monster siege begins. Li Xuanjing did not hesitate and directly agreed to this condition. Second, I need you to use the war points from the monster siege to buy me something. Of course, something you can afford. Li Xuanjing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. The third thing is that I don't want anyone in the original world to harm my family. And I don't want the authorities to monitor them, Chen Dong continued. No problem, but if we can't send someone to your parents' side, we will have a hard time ensuring their safety. Chen Dong frowned and said, do you think I need the authorities to protect my loved ones? I mentioned this just as a reminder. If I find out someone is monitoring them or has taken action against them, I won't care who it is or what their identity is. They all must die. Such a heavy killing intent. Xiqing was startled and quickly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, swallowing hard. Okay, no problem. I will report back after I return. Li Xuanjing felt a tightness in his chest, as if being stared at by a prehistoric beast, ready to be crushed at any moment. Su Xiao, standing behind Li Xuanjing, was in a slightly better situation. Although he still felt chills, he had experienced this kind of situation before. Once he received a positive response, Chen Dong nodded. In fact, if he wanted to, he could completely exchange the information storage device for greater benefits. But after considering it, he decided to sell it at a low price to the government. After all, as more players emerged, super specifications would soon appear. By that time, if the authorities did not have enough power to respond and suppress them, a great chaos would likely break out in Huagua. That was not what he wanted to see. Nor did he want his parents living in a chaotic country, living in fear. Put it away. Chen Dong noticed Li Xuanjing hadn't moved and reminded him. Hearing this, his bodyguard stepped forward to put the information storage device back in the backpack. The deal was temporarily reached, and Li Xuanjing let out a slight sigh of relief, saying, the 10 million points will be traded to you tomorrow. Besides that, we hope you can participate in the cleaning operation in the North District tomorrow. Chen Dong considered it for a moment, nodded, agreeing to this matter. The group chatted for a few more minutes. Li Xuanjing felt awkward sitting there, and the others remained silent. Feeling uncomfortable, he suggested taking Master Huikong to the North District Gate for a look. I won't go. I'll head straight over tomorrow morning. After Chen Dong said this, everyone left his safe house voluntarily. Xiaodong, I'm so bored. Let us go out and play. Yaoshi flew over, looking bored. Behind her, Zerwia, holding a rabbit toy, looked quite disheartened. Chen Dong reached out to ruffle her hair. All right, let us go now. Chen Dong nodded, took Yaoshi's hand, and this time, Yaoshi did not hide herself, transforming into the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old girl, with purple hair and purple eyes, dressed in a purple long dress. She looked just like a delicate porcelain doll. Zayadongzi, should we call that person on the 5th floor too? Yaoshi suddenly asked. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. Thought for a moment, told Yaoshi to wait in place, and then his figure flickered and appeared in the compartment on the 5th floor. Although it was called a compartment, it had more than 20 square meters of space, and the room was dark without any lights. Chen Dong took a couple of steps forward. Snap! Snap! It seemed like he was stepping on some kind of goo. And he went to the wall to turn on the light. It was blood red all over. The entire room looked like a miniature hell. Everything in sight was blood red. Chen Dong looked at the scattered meat on the floor and the white bones. The 3 people were gone, or perhaps they were everywhere. The reagents he left behind were all empty, and the various tools from the toolbox were scattered on the floor. In the corner, Eva, who had turned into a blood-soaked figure, sat there blankly, looking as if she had lost her soul. "Should we go out for a walk?" Chen Dong asked. Eva did not respond, as if she couldn't see or hear him. Chen Dong squatted down and looked at her. Her fingernails were turned inside out, and her right thumb, which still looked somewhat okay, was filled with minced meat. Several of her teeth had fallen out, and there were strands of bloody flesh stuck in her gums. She emitted a strong smell of blood, and her blood had already dried. Suddenly, Eva, who had been unresponsive, spoke up. "Please kill me." "I don't want to kill you," Chen Dong said. "Death is not a relief. Please kill me." Eva continued to plead, her voice hoarse, sounding like an old woman. Drinking too much blood had caused her throat to become inflamed. Chen Dong stood up and took out the body of Genos from his backpack, placing it in front of her. Eva's body visibly trembled, her pupils gradually focusing as she looked at the dead Genos before her. Chen Dong didn't know what kind of feeling he had at that moment. He turned and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. After coming out, Chen Dong directly went to take a shower on the 4th floor, changed his clothes, and then took Yao Shi and the others out. Alita and Annabelle stayed at the safe house to keep watch. Chen Dong appeared on the streets of the novice city, with 1 man and many women. Such a combination naturally attracted many gazes. The key was that the women around Chen Dong were not only stunning in appearance, but also incredibly powerful. 2 golden quality elf maids, one of whom looked like a one-winged fallen angel, had even reached the epic level. There was also a delicately cute little loli, although it was unclear why. Her attributes were not visible, but her purple hair and purple eyes indicated she was not from Earth. In comparison, although Chen Dong looked very handsome, he suddenly became a mere supporting character, an extremely awkward one at that. Damn it, are we playing the same game? Why am I surrounded by either you guys or decayed-ash zombies? I refuse to accept this. A young player who had just returned from the Northern District, exhausted after a day of work, was about to go back to eat something and rest, but was instantly stimulated by this envious scene. Collapsing to his knees on the street, wailing in pain. His companions looked on with envious faces, but couldn't make the exaggerated move like the young player. There were also female players who fiercely pinched their male companions, almost starting a fight. People were wandering around the market, buying a few skewers of grilled meat from a barbecue stand, and also buying otherworldly versions of bubble tea from a beverage shop. Chen Dong ate the skewers, marveling at the adaptability of the Chinese people. It had only been a short time, and they had not only opened shops, but also created various delicacies using resources from the apocalypse, truly deserving of the title Foodie Nation. Currently, the protective barrier of the novice village had disappeared, but the system would not immediately plunge all players into a crisis of despair. The ash creatures in the Northern District would not leave that area on a large scale, and the monsters outside the city would not easily approach. Yaoshi stopped and looked at a goblin trading shop nearby. "Zidongzi, shall we go inside and take a look?" Chen Dong looked over, thought for a moment, nodded, and led Yao Shi and the others in. Chapter 53. Eva leaves. Jean Lise was sitting bored at the counter, calculating the income from the past few days. Unable to help but sigh. He had spent the price of a level 60 golden crystal core to learn about the otherworlders from a member of the Dawn Church, and immediately saw a business opportunity. He resolutely closed his small shop in Dawn City, stepped onto the teleportation array, and arrived in this abandoned city. However, now he somewhat regretted it. It had been more than 10 days since he came here, and the total profit he had earned was only about 1/3 of what he would have earned in a day in Dawn City, not to mention it was mostly junk. Players had the help of the system, making it nearly impossible for this goblin to swindle or find bargains. Hearing some movement behind him, he picked up his tea and took a sip, slowly saying, "Welcome." He turned around slowly to look at the visitor, and his eyes lit up, his spirit shaken. This was a big spender. Jinli's keen eyes instantly recognized Chen Dong's extraordinary aura, and he hurriedly jumped off his chair to come in front of Chen Dong, rubbing his hands together as he introduced himself. "Welcome, honored guest. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Jean Lise even brought a chair over and placed it in front of Chen Dong. No need. I came to buy some things. Chen Dong waved his hand, stopping Jean Lise from moving to get another chair. He lifted the short-legged Yao Shi onto the chair and asked, I need a piece of defensive equipment and some special items. Chen Dong said, while scanning the shelves in the shop. The shop had no shortage of defensive equipment. Even epic ones would be fine. It's just that I need to confirm what the guest means by special items, Jean Lise said, wanting to clarify Chen Dong's specific strength. Epic? What is the price? Chen Dong asked. The price for epic quality is quite high. It requires 300 billion points, Jean Lise immediately quoted. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong shook his head and asked, what about star quality? Seeing Chen Dong shake his head, Jean Lise felt a bit regretful, hearing Chen Dong ask about star quality again. He thought perhaps he had initially quoted too high, so this time he lowered the profit a bit. The price for star quality is between 220 billion to 400 billion points. Chen Dong nodded, finding it somewhat acceptable. Get me the most expensive one. After hearing this, Jean Lise called out towards the back of the shop. Xiaobai, bring me that top star quality defensive armor I have, the one found in the ancient ruins. Cunning. Chen Dong immediately judged Jean Lise from this. A single sentence had raised the value of the item. Huh. A voice came from inside the room, sounding somewhat confused. After a while, a bare-handed white ape came out, holding a black cube in its hand. Seeing this, Chen Dong asked in confusion, is this it? Jean Lise smiled and explained, that's right. This epic armor, before recognizing its master, is like this. After recognizing its master, the armor automatically covers the body, and to remove it, you just need a thought. After hearing this, Chen Dong nodded and looked at the black cube. Black Emperor Dragon Armor, quality, star, growth type, attributes, after equipping. All attributes increase by 10, durability value 3,000 points. Additional skill, self-reshape, after damage, can devour metal to restore durability. Life armor, forged from the body and crystal core of the Black Emperor Dragon, refining its essence. However, the soul of the Black Emperor Dragon is indestructible, and during forging, the dragon's soul awakens, greatly reducing the quality. Can devour dragon-type crystal cores to enhance attributes. Black Dragon's Wing. Sealed. Devour a level 70 starry quality dragon core to unseal. Black Dragon's Body. Sealed. Devour a level 80 epic quality dragon core to unseal. Black Dragon's Soul. Sealed. Devour a level 90 legendary quality dragon core to unseal. Chen Dong looked at the black box with some confusion, then turned to glance at the side, where Yao Shi was sipping the last of her milk tea and sucking on the pearls. It seems he would have to take Yao Shi out more often in the future. Chen Dong forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and took out all the cores from his backpack. Look at these, Chen Dong said to Jean Lise, whose eyes sparkled as he stared at the cores. Jean Lise immediately took out a monocle and examined them carefully, then said, these cores are worth a total of 3 billion points. Chen Dong handed him the black card again, which still had over 1 billion inside, but it was still far from enough. So he had to turn his gaze towards Yao Shi. Pop. Yao Shi sucked 2 pearls stuck in the straw out, and upon seeing Chen Dong looking at her, she boldly took out 3 level 70 starry cores from the void space. Jean Lise's eyes widened. The level 70 starry cores were worth around 30 billion each, totaling 90 billion points for the 3. Customer, with these, I can give you a total of 100 billion. Do you need anything else? Jean Lise snatched the block from the hand of the red-handed white ape and handed it to Chen Dong, then carefully stored the cores on the table. Chen Dong asked casually, is this equipment bound by blood or fingerprint recognition? Dear customer, you only need to drop the first drop of blood on it to bind it. It will usually lie dormant in the Sea of Souls, and when you need it, you can wear it with just a thought, Jean Lise explained. Chen Dong nodded and bought a few pieces of golden equipment for several people from the store. Sylphia's equipment had been repaired by Yao Shi yesterday and seemed to have recovery capabilities, consuming some metal ores. A piece of golden quality equipment is valued between 2 billion and 8 billion. Blood Spirit obtained a thorn blade, a weapon that can absorb blood to heal its own wounds. At the junction of the hilt and blade, there is a blood-colored crystal rose. In addition, there was a matching thorn armor, golden quality, which, when not equipped, is a red crystal necklace shaped like a rose, but when equipped, it transforms into red armor with rose patterns. Wood Spirit received a wooden attribute bow, which looked like it was made from branches, with a few green leaves still attached. Also of golden quality, it can condense the power of wood elements, and upon hitting, It will grow and explode branches inside the enemy, like wood release. The armor obtained looks like wooden armor woven from wood, adorned with various flowers, named 100 Flowers armor. Each flower contains life force, and when necessary, the flowers can wither to absorb their vitality, restoring oneself. After looking around the store and examining the so-called treasures Jean Lizzie had brought out, all were worthless junk, with not a single one reaching golden quality. 2 pieces were even so broken that their attributes were invisible. Seeing that Chen Dong was no longer purchasing, Jean Lizzie felt a bit regretful, but today's earnings far exceeded what he had made in the past 10 days combined. After deducting your equipment purchases, I still need to pay you 2 billion points. Please keep it safe. Jean Lizzie returned the black card Chen Dong had given him earlier. After all this, the group left the shop and strolled around the city. There were still too few people. The only places that could be considered bustling were just a few streets. After finishing their tour, Chen Dong took everyone back to the safe house. Annabelle and Alita were waiting at the door. After welcoming Chen Dong inside, they informed him of something. Master, that woman on the 5th floor has left, taking a corpse with her, Annabelle told Chen Dong. Chen Dong nodded, showing no reaction. At the main door, he had already seen the footprints left by Alita, while the inside had been cleaned up by Annabelle. Let her go, Chen Dong said lightly, and returned to the 4th floor bedroom. At night, Chen Dong took a short nap and then felt invigorated. After thinking for a moment, his figure directly vanished from the bed. In the night, Chen Dong walked on the silent street. Compared to the bustling daytime, the night streets were very quiet, with hardly any shadows of people. After the apocalypse, even if these people were strong, they instinctively began to fear the darkness. Currently, the number of remaining people in the city had decreased further. During a casual chat yesterday, Chen Dong had asked Li Xuanjing about the situation in the novice city. Li Xuanjing seemed somewhat regretful about this. There were initially over 30,000 people, but now only a little over 20,000 remained, with a third of them having died in battle and 7/10 having fled the novice city. As for the rest, they had no way of knowing their fate. The monster siege was undoubtedly a disaster for the newly arrived players. However, for Chen Dong and the first or second batch of players, it was merely a source of points. Even if they ultimately could not defeat the monsters, they still had ways to escape. Taking advantage of the night, Chen Dong left the city, summoned the Death Knight, and returned to the safe house with it. After 2 days of logging and monster hunting outside the city, the Death Knight's strength had improved significantly. Name: Death Knight, level 3128, quality, Starry, class, Abyssal Remains, Constitution, 49 Strength, 60 Agility, 46 Spirit, 36 Talent, Skills. At this point, Chen Dong's combat power was finally consolidated. Unfortunately, the red-tailed scorpion had perished 2 days ago and had turned into a pile of ordinary bones. Master, since yesterday, the monsters outside have been acting strangely. It seems they are gathering towards here, the Death Knight reported to Chen Dong after returning to the safe house. Hearing this, Chen Dong understood that the monster siege was about to begin, though he did not know how many monsters would actually attack. I understand. Chen Dong responded casually and turned to the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack. After finishing his late-night meal, Chen Dong returned to his room and took out the Black Emperor dragon armor he had bought during the day. He bit his right index finger and dripped blood onto the black block. Instantly, the block glowed brightly, transforming as if unlocking, twisting continuously before suddenly turning into a stream of black light that merged into Chen Dong's chest. A warm current surged from his chest straight to his forehead. In Chen Dong's soul sea, facing the suddenly appearing black block, the baby face of the Black Emperor dragon armor revealed a ferocious evil spirit. Roar! At the same time, the divine fetus transformed into the evil spirit, and the black block was met by a massive black dragon, its rounded horns roaring as it charged towards the divine fetus within Chen Dong. Chapter 54. Conflict. This Black Emperor dragon was incredibly powerful, and a mini-killer condensed behind the divine fetus, instantly countering the black dragon. The blood energy condensed into a blood blade danced, colliding with the black dragon's claws. The black dragon showed no fear and released a killing intent even stronger than that of Chen Dong's divine fetus. In the fierce battle, it seemed that the divine fetus was at a disadvantage, but upon closer inspection, one would find that the divine fetus was continuously absorbing and devouring the killing intent of the Black Emperor dragon. Roar! Gradually, the Black Emperor dragon's soul began to struggle, its size shrinking significantly, while the divine fetus began to swell, transforming from a baby form into that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, though its face still appeared as a terrifying evil spirit. In the end, the Black Emperor Dragon's killing intent was completely absorbed and shrank back into the black block. Roar! The divine fetus silently howled at the sky, seemingly declaring sovereignty. Stepping on the black block and crushing it beneath its foot, the black square struggled for a while, seemingly resigned to its fate, and unexpectedly transformed into a black 8th-grade lotus platform, with each lotus flower's petal tip burning with crimson flames. To think that such a harvest was still possible. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Dong's mouth. The murderous aura emanating from the Black Emperor Dragon was denser than that of his divine embryo. Yet it had now become his wedding dress. Killing aura concentration, quality, mythical attribute. Within the body, it nurtures the killing god divine embryo, automatically absorbing the blood energy of creatures after slaughtering them. When releasing blood energy and entering killing god mode, it enhances all 4 attributes by 200 points, condensing a thousand-zhang killing god of blood energy behind, with the killing god's attributes being double that of the user's. The sustained state consumes 500 points of blood energy per second. Blood energy, 4350601000000. It had increased the killing aura value by over 400,000. And the skill level had also risen to level 2, greatly enhancing its effects. However, it was not without drawbacks. Chen Dong could feel the killing god will within the divine embryo growing stronger. After the monster siege battle ended, he would have to find a way to resolve this issue. Chen Dong felt the frenzied and bloodthirsty will within the divine embryo and frowned, closing his eyes. As dawn broke, Chen Dong heard the system prompt sound, and his figure flickered, appearing in the courtyard. Su Xiao, seeing Chen Dong appear, had gotten used to it this time and said, "Brother Dong, the cleanup operation is about to start. This time, in addition to our military, those guys from the other 2 districts will also join in. Besides that, we have recruited a large number of civilian players to hunt the lower-level ash zombies, while also helping them improve their strength to prepare for the upcoming monster siege battle." Okay, Chen Dong nodded. Then his figure flickered back into the safe house. Gathering his team, Elita, Anna, and Zerwia remained at the safe house while he took the Death Knight and 2 elf maids, leaving with Su Xiao. Su Xiao increasingly felt a sense of awe towards Chen Dong. Although he knew Chen Dong had a star-level skeleton monster, seeing it in person still made him unable to help but marvel. Even if Chen Dong had only these few people under him, each was currently a top-tier combat force. Half an hour later, they arrived at the checkpoint of the North District by vehicle. Chen Dong and the others were sitting in the car, with Su Xiao driving the military green armored vehicle. The Death Knight, due to its large size, could only sit on the roof enjoying the wind. When the car stopped, the Death Knight leaped down, causing the concrete ground to crack upon landing. A group of soldiers guarding the checkpoint stepped forward with weapons, and ordinary players retreated in response. No need to be nervous, everyone stepped back. Some soldiers specifically waited for this, allowing the anxious soldiers to lower their weapons. Chen Dong opened the car door and got out with the 2 elf maids. Upon seeing Chen Dong, especially with the 2 maids following him, the crowd began to buzz with discussion. Who is this? Such a big deal. Damn, are we still in the apocalypse? This guy actually brought an elf maid. And the other one is a vampire maid? He really knows how to enjoy life. I'm so jealous, I want a harem too. What the hell are you saying? Honey, let me explain, I was just joking. Shut up, let's break up, garbage. Look at him, then look at you. Go rub your hands together. A female player kicked her ex-boyfriend in anger and left. The commotion caused by Chen Dong's arrival also startled Li Xuanjing and others in the checkpoint camp. What's going on? Li Yunlong frowned. Looking outside, the noisy sounds displeased her, but she couldn't demand too much from a group of gathered civilians. Yunlong, go see what's happening. Within the camp, some had already guessed what was happening and were deliberately inciting it. Report. Feng Longju arrived. Unfortunately, a soldier came over and interrupted their little thoughts. Hearing this name, a few people in the camp showed expressions of interest or disdain. Kong Xiang of the Spring Water Group had a smile on his face. This guy is a topic wherever he goes. Just the day before yesterday, he killed a native city lord. Who knows what kind of trouble that will bring? And he actually came out instead of hiding. The expression, "on I am invincible," was full of disdain. At the age of 17 or 18, he was already reckless. And after gaining significant opportunities, he united a faction, becoming one of the 3 major powers in the current Nava city, the president of the overarching Sky Society. With over 4,000 followers, he hugged his little girlfriend, disregarding her shy and embarrassed expression, and kissed her hard on the lips. Everyone looked at this reckless youth with disdain in their hearts, and Li Xuanjing's expression was not good. Such a young man without brains and only strength would eventually become a disaster. But you can't say that. After all, he was the first to kill a newbie. So his strength must be considerable. Kong Xiang smiled faintly. He used his real name as a nickname, which was his confidence. Huh. I am invincible, snorted coldly. Not taking this guy who hadn't even broken level 10 seriously at all. On the other side, Chen Dong also spotted Jike and the others in the crowd. After greeting them, he directly passed through the path opened by the soldiers and was led into the tent. Chen Dong stood tall. The faint killing aura emanating from him was enough to make everyone tense. Even the two bald men, Hui Kong and Shi Qing, who had just seen Chen Dong yesterday, were shocked. Master, how come this guy's killing aura is even stronger after just one night? I feel his killing aura is at least twice as thick as yesterday. Shi Qing felt a bit frightened. Although their Buddhist methods had a restraining effect on players like Chen Dong, the gap was too large. It was not something a little suppression could manage. Don't speak recklessly. Perhaps he just happened to encounter some opportunity. Hui Kong said this, but inwardly he was also unsettled. When they met yesterday, the Buddha embryo he had condensed was still vibrating, but this time it had completely calmed down and even automatically retracted its Buddha light. Chen Dong scanned the crowd, recognizing a few familiar faces, but most were quite unfamiliar. I am invincible, leaning against the sofa, fixed his gaze on the pair of elf maids behind Chen Dong as soon as he saw him enter, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. Hey, Feng Longjiu, where did you get these two girls behind you? Are they golden quality? It's not just about their strength. Let's negotiate about their figures. Let's be friends. And you can sell them to me? I am invincible pointed at the blood spirit behind Chen Dong, his gaze lewdly roaming over her body. Chen Dong looked at this 17 or 18-year-old, wearing a black tank top and looking somewhat thin, and frowned. Kill him. Chen Dong spoke in a calm tone. Everyone was originally watching, wanting to see what Chen Dong would say, but who knew he would directly order a kill. Boom. The Death Knight erupted, drawing its black greatsword and charging towards I am invincible, followed closely by the blood spirit and wood spirit. The wood spirit took out a wooden bow, bent it, and shot an arrow of condensed green light, instantly surpassing the blood spirit. Don't be so excited. The price is negotiable. I am invincible smiled, showing no fear of the level 31 Death Knight. Bang, clang, boom. A military expert intervened to block the blood spirit, and the arrow shot by the wood spirit was intercepted by a man in a black trench coat, standing behind I am invincible. As for the Death Knight, it was stopped by Li Yunlong, who even performed a spinning kick, her long legs smashing into the Death Knight's chest, pushing it back. The Death Knight staggered back a few steps, unharmed, looking at the woman in uniform slowly retracting her foot, tilting its head as the soul fire in its eye sockets flickered. Master, can I kill? Chen Dong looked at the suddenly appearing woman. She was quite tall, about 1.8 meters, only half a head shorter than Chen Dong, with somewhat dark and rough skin, but her features were well defined, and she was currently frowning, making eye contact with Chen Dong. This is a military jurisdiction, not your safe house. Li Yunlong spoke with a somewhat neutral tone, clearly displeased upon learning that Chen Dong had killed someone in the safe house. Chen Dong looked at her, slightly raising his head. At this moment, Li Xuanjing stepped forward. He couldn't let his precious daughter take the risk of confronting Chen Dong and advised, the wolf's den is about to start the cleansing operation. Let's sit down and rest for a while. Chen Dong did not respond, continuing to stare at Li Yunlong. I want to kill him. You can't stop me. Well then, I'll just lie here and wait for you to kill me. Yu Wudi, who was also quite tough, had speculated that Chen Dong's strength was greater than his own, and he had gained more than just a career inheritance from that instance. Enough. Li Xuanjing's tone suddenly became stern. He first glared fiercely at Yu Wudi and then looked at Chen Dong, saying, whatever grievances you have, let's discuss them after everything is over. His words were clear. After everything is over meant telling Chen Dong that even if he wanted to kill Yu Wudi, it would have to wait until the monster siege was over. Chen Dong smirked and glanced at Li Xuanjing. Boom. The killing intent erupted. A strong wave of murderous aura swept through the surroundings. Even the ordinary players waiting outside the camp felt an inexplicable fear. The timid ones even fell to the ground, feeling as if a 100-foot-tall demon was pressing its fingertip against their forehead, ready to crush them with the slightest movement. Even the ordinary players who were 100 meters away felt this, let alone the few who were almost within arm's reach. Their faces changed drastically, as if facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 55. Ashen corpse tied Li Yunlong, who had just been very tough, was now sweating coldly. A chill rising from her feet to her heart, as the cold, murderous intent seemed to freeze her. Lying on the sofa, Yu Wudi, who had previously been provocative, now had his pupils constrict and pushed away his girlfriend sitting next to him, standing up from the sofa. The pressure made his heart tremble. He had thought he had estimated Chen Dong's strength conservatively, but it seemed he had underestimated the opponent. Chen Dong slowly raised his fist and punched into the void. Boom. Bang. The fist energy tore through the air. The immense force seemed to want to rip apart space. The roar, accompanied by wind pressure, nearly lifted the entire tent. Fortunately, it had been reinforced in a special way. However, it still tore a large hole in one side of the tent, and the weaker individuals couldn't even stand and fell down. Chen Dong looked at everyone, and, "Can you withstand the 200 points of power in this punch?" After speaking, Chen Dong observed the tense expressions of everyone, smiled slightly, and directly instructed Blood Spirit and Wood Spirit to stop, slowly retracting his fist and withdrawing the killing intent. Chen Dong did not summon the killing god phantom, merely releasing the murderous intent from his divine fetus to enhance his attributes. He looked at everyone and said, "Then let's wait until next time." Chen Dong's concession took everyone by surprise. They all thought he was preparing to summon the law manifestation and directly go to war. Kong Xiang discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, slowly sitting down, showing a smile on his face. "All right, everyone calm down." Li Xuanjing let out a sigh of relief, raised his hand to signal everyone to sit down. He gestured to the guards at the door to bring in a few chairs. Chen Dong sat down, while the elf maid and Death Knight quietly stood behind him. Chen Dong glanced at Yu Wudi, who appeared indifferent but did not dare to provoke Chen Dong again. After everyone settled down, not long after, the leader of the Emperor's ambition arrived, dressed very mysteriously, wearing a gas mask and draped in a large black robe. His body looked plump, hiding who knows what inside. From the sound of his voice, he seemed to be an elder, nicknamed Dr. Octopus. Chen Dong glanced at him. Under the drug mask, his eyes looked very clear, unlike his hoarse and aged voice. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Xuanjing immediately spoke. "The risk of this operation is not high. The strongest confirmed is that Ash Nightmare, with a strength of level 60 star quality. The activity range has also been confirmed. It will be near Rooster Crow's Mountain during the day, which is an hour-and-a-half drive from here. However, I do not plan to drive there, as it is easy to gather the corpse horde." Hearing this, Dr. Octopus inquired, "Is there no other powerful monster besides the Ash Nightmare?" "There are," Li Xuanjing replied. "This is also why I summoned you. If it were just one Ash Nightmare, our military could handle it independently, but in addition to the level 60 Ash Nightmare, there are over 1,000,000 Ash zombies. Among them, there are 12 level 50 star quality Ash Titans, which are quite large, reaching a height of 15 meters. And 3 of them have crystal-like hard shells that ordinary shells cannot damage." Kong Xiang nodded after hearing this. "Level 50 star monsters are a bit challenging for us. Among my subordinates, the strongest have only reached level 20 star quality, and there are only 3. Li Xuanjing nodded. "I want to assign 3 of these 12 Ash Titans to you, Dr. Octopus." "Fine, but besides the crystal cores, I also need the corpses of those 3 Ash Titans and 500 living Ash zombies, as well as 500 kilograms of Ash Nightmare flesh." Dr. Octopus quickly agreed and put forth his demands. Li Xuanjing frowned, but ultimately nodded in agreement with this condition. The Ash Nightmare measured a total of 25 meters in length, a true giant. 500 kilograms of flesh was still affordable. "Additionally, I want to hand over the other 3 to you." Li Xuanjing looked toward Yu Wudi, who was leaning on the sofa. "All right." Yu Wudi also readily agreed, but naturally had conditions of his own. "However, once this is done, I hope the authorities can grant me certain rights in reality." Hearing this, Li Xuanjing subtly shifted his gaze toward Chen Dong. When he saw Chen Dong's indifferent smile, he nodded in agreement. He knew that a battle was inevitable between these two. After all, Chen Dong's performance today indicated that he wanted to establish his authority, while Yu Wudi initially hoped to take Chen Dong down to apply some pressure on the authorities. After all, he wasn't foolish. He had been somewhat reckless in the apocalyptic world and had clashed with the authorities several times. While the apocalyptic world was manageable, if the authorities genuinely wanted to deal with him in reality, even with his current strength, he would still not be able to contend with the national machinery. He just hadn't expected that Chen Dong would be such a tough nut to crack, and a spiky one at that. He began to regret it. But regretting was of no use. After delegating these two, Li Xuanjing turned to the two silent bald heads, Hui Kong and Shi Qing. I would like to assign the remaining 6 to the two masters. Ba, Li Benefactor, don't worry, Hui Kong replied with a single-handed gesture of respect. Finally, Li Xuanjing turned his gaze to Chen Dong. Feng Lang Jiusu, will you follow the military and act together? No, Chen Dong directly refused. Everyone was speechless. Having come this far, why refuse? Was there no sincerity in discussing cooperation? You all go kill. I'll kill my own. Chen Dong implied. Li Xuanjing sighed, but still advised. I hope you can consider the bigger picture. Chen Dong smiled and remained silent. Then, Li Xuanjing explained the plan in detail according to each ash titan and the gathering place of the large-scale ash zombies. A million-level corpse tide is no joke. Even if Chen Dong fell into it, it would be troublesome. After discussing and confirming their respective targets, the operation began. Dr. Octopus and You Are Invincible left with their respective teams, while the gathered ordinary players followed the military's main force, led by Li Yunlong. Chen Dong greeted everyone and then left the camp with a bone and 2 spirits. He leapt up, jumping to the roof of a 2-story house, then to the roof of a 6-story building next door. After a series of jumps, Chen Dong stood on the roof of a 26-story hotel, overlooking the scene below. The streets were packed with zombies, all congregated together, resembling an ant nest. Go ahead, kill as many as possible, and see if there's anything good in the North District, Chen Dong instructed the bone and 2 spirits behind him. Chen Dong wasn't idle either, with a thought. The Black Lotus sitting in his divine fetus disappeared, and the Black Emperor dragon armor equipped itself on him. The dragon-shaped helmet enveloped Chen Dong's head completely, but did not obstruct his vision. Clad in pitch-black metallic armor, with a red dragon orb embedded in his chest, and gauntlets and greaves resembling dragon claws, the Black Emperor dragon armor instantly boosted Chen Dong's combat power again. Unfortunately, it was only of the stellar level. The dragon attribute cores were too rare, and only the cores from dragon bloodline monsters of at least level 70 and stellar quality could be called dragon cores. When he purchased it, he had already inquired with Jean Lise, but unfortunately, he had no stock. Chen Dong planned to exchange for it in the war treasury after the city siege ended. Chen Dong leapt down from a height of over 100 meters. Boom. He crashed directly into the tide of zombies, with hordes of zombies rushing at him. Chen Dong showed no fear, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, cutting through them like a tiger in a flock of sheep, quickly carving out a bloody path. Unfortunately, despite the many monsters, they did not increase his killing intent. After all, these monsters were essentially lifeless, driven by cores, akin to robots. While Chen Dong continued his slaughter, other groups also began their assault on the zombie tide. Li Yunlong and another military expert were at the forefront, followed by a group of soldiers. Behind them were ordinary players, carefully picking up loot. Occasionally, the players with lower levels would level up. Li Yunlong held a long spear radiating coldness. With the point of the spear, a tall mutated ash zombie instantly turned into an ice sculpture, which she then kicked, shattering it into pieces. The members of the Shadow Sky Guild were also ruthlessly killing. Although most of them were young students, they were even more passionate, quickly becoming bloodthirsty. You Are Invincible held his little girlfriend, flanked by his 2 loyal bodyguards, and no ash zombies could approach him. He was too lazy to attack, as one of his skills allowed him to turn players into his subordinates, gaining experience from them. On Dr. Octopus's side, his black robe billowed as 6 mechanical tentacles extended from behind him, swirling in a dense manner like a tornado, leaving behind a ground of shredded flesh. The situation with Shi Qing and Hui Kong was somewhat special. They had no subordinates, only the 2 of them, and neither had exceeded level 10, clearly not having undergone job changes yet. The 9-meter-tall, thin Hui Kong faced the oncoming tens of thousands of ash zombies, and his body gradually began to swell, instantly exceeding 2 meters in height. Not only that, but his muscles bulged, and even the wrinkles on his face disappeared, making his skin smooth. If it weren't for the gray-white beard on his chin, he wouldn't look like an elderly man in his 80s or 90s, but rather someone in their 30s or 40s. Great power of the diamond body. Hui Kong's voice resonated like a bell, deep and melodious. As his skin expanded, a hint of gold began to shimmer. He thrust his palm forward. Buddhist great power of the diamond palm. A massive shockwave swept through, and his palm directly shattered dozens of ash zombies. On the other side, Shi Qing, looking dignified, had shed his previous rogue appearance of wanting to renounce his monkhood. He resembled a Buddha, his eyes filled with compassion, with a golden lotus appearing at his brow. Buzz. Buddha manifestation. A Buddha-like figure appeared behind him, identical to him, radiating golden light, standing a meter tall, holding a demon-slaying pestle in one hand and a golden oil lamp in the other, seated on an 8th-grade golden lotus. Chapter 56. Official Foundation. This was a skill of the same nature as Chen Dong's killing intent, where the Buddha's power and will transformed into a 1-meter-high Buddha phantom, sweeping away surrounding monsters. How exaggerated is a million-level zombie tide? Although not all were present, Chen Dong faced tens of thousands of ash zombies alone, including many mutated ash zombies of silver and gold quality. With over 10,000 people, it was boundless. Chen Dong fought amidst them, and half an hour later, he had only slain a little over 3,000 ash zombies. On the other side, the Blood Spirit Wood and the Death Knight faced an even tougher situation by now. They had hardly any stamina left. The Death Knight did not have stamina problems and felt no fatigue or hunger, but excessive fighting would burden its skeletal body. The battle continued, and the Death Knight had leveled up to level 32, while the 2 Spirit Maids had reached level 23. You two retreat and recover. Chen Dong instructed the Death Knight with a thought. Following that, the Bone and 2 spirits quickly left. Chen Dong continued to charge forward, but gradually began to tire. With the Bloodthirsty Blade's additional effects, he could kill while recovering stamina and injuries, but his spirit still felt a bit numb, finding the killing a bit tedious. Even golden quality monsters at non-peak levels fell to him with a single blow. The surrounding ash zombies seemed endless, and even this perpetual motion machine was getting annoyed. Gathering his killing intent, he instantly entered God of Killing mode, his blood-red hair swirling as a gigantic 30-meter-tall God of Killing phantom appeared, wielding a terrifying 10-meter-long blood-red blade, cutting down swathes of ash zombies. At the same time, a wave of golden flames swept outward, releasing true sunfire. Everything within 100 meters turned to ash, and as Chen Dong charged forward, everything in his path became scorched earth. 1 minute later, having killed over 10,000 zombies, Chen Dong found that the true sunfire within him was running low, so he absorbed it back into his body. Each strike from the God of Killing phantom could take out hundreds of ash zombies. With a single slash, even the tall buildings by the street collapsed. The commotion caused by Chen Dong attracted the attention of people from other areas. Some jumped onto tall buildings, staring blankly as the blood-red God of Killing towered over them, far exceeding the 10-meter height seen in videos. Now it reached 30 meters. What kind of fortuitous encounters had he experienced in just 2 days? Did the Lord's mansion hold treasures that could enhance his power? Li Xuanjing could not see the internal situation. His own strength was weak, and his potential was limited. Only a silver quality at level 18. After receiving reports from the battlefield, his attitude towards the upcoming actions against Chen Dong was once again reshuffled. Perhaps it was because of the huge commotion Chen Dong caused. A massive ash titan was drawn over, one of Hui Kong and Shi Qing's targets, standing 15 meters tall. It barely reached the waist of the God of Killing phantom. After Chen Dong's killing intent and focus skills were enhanced, the God of Killing phantom's all attributes surged to around 500 points, easily capable of defeating peak stellar adversaries. The God of Killing phantom swung its blade down, cleaving the ash titan in half, which then crushed several ash zombies as it fell. 10 minutes later, Chen Dong had slaughtered over 60,000 ash zombies, and a vast area, spanning dozens of blocks, was cleared out, leaving Chen Dong with little motivation left. The other groups had also resolved their battles. Li Yunlong, a remarkable woman, pierced an ash titan with an ice spear, turning it into a massive ice sculpture. Another military expert delivered a seemingly weak punch that caused the entire ash titan to rot and turn into mush. Upon closer inspection, countless metal bugs, the size of mites, could be seen feasting on the titan's bones and sucking its blood. The Buddhist master and disciple displayed overwhelming combat power, especially the old monk Hui Kong, who fought like a furious Vajra, punching the heads of ash zombies while reciting sutras. After another 5 minutes, the 2 military experts joined forces with the Buddhist master, followed closely by Dr. Octopus and You Are Invincible. Chen Dong did not follow them. With so many experts gathered, if they couldn't kill a level 60 starry monster, they might as well give up. Chen Dong exited the battle after killing over 100,000 ash zombies, with a tenth of them eliminated. Once the strongest starry monsters were dealt with, reclaiming the North District was just a matter of time. Chen Dong left. But he left 2 elven maids and a death knight to conduct guerrilla tactics and slowly increase their strength. Although at least 200,000 ash zombies had been killed, there were still 800,000 remaining, making it a prime leveling ground. The higher the level of the death knight, the harder it was to level up. In 2 days, during the monster siege, they were expected to reach level 35, and the 2 elven maids should also reach around level 30. Unfortunately for Chen Dong, after this massacre of 100,000 monsters, if he changed classes now, he could easily rank in the top 10. However, the points he earned were quite impressive. Despite most ash zombies being low level and just ordinary monsters, he still earned over 3 million points. Currently, Chen Dong had over 4 million points, enough to purchase an epic piece of equipment in the system shop. After leaving the North District checkpoint, Chen Dong returned to his safe house, where it was already noon. Yaoshi had also woken up and was digging a hole in the yard with Sylvia. "What are you doing?" Chen Dong asked as he approached. "Digging a fish pond," Yaoshi explained, feeling that although this place was larger than the safe house in Hope City, the yard looked empty and lacked decoration. Chen Dong didn't mind these things. But since Yaoshi liked them, he had no objections. Not far away, Alita leaned on a 2-meter-long sniper rifle and awkwardly bowed to Chen Dong as he approached. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who taught you that?" "Master, I taught her," Anna said as she walked out of the villa, now dressed in a maid outfit. Chen Dong nodded and said, "She's not suited for this. Don't put effort into it anymore. I want to eat noodles. Make me a bowl of beef noodles. And remember to add spice." Anna agreed, and then took Alita to the kitchen. During yesterday's training, she had noticed Alita's lightning-fast knife skills. By evening, Yaoshi had gone to bed early, and while lying in bed, Chen Dong received a transfer of 10 million points from Li Xuanjing. 2 days later, Chen Dong recalled the Death Knight and the 2 elven maids. As expected, the 2 elven maids reached level 30, while the Death Knight reached level 36. Early in the morning, Su Xiao contacted Chen Dong, asking him to join the defensive battle. Since Yaoshi was still sleeping, Chen Dong decided to leave Sylvia and Alita at the safe house, taking only the Death Knight with him. When they arrived at the Lord's mansion, everyone had already gathered in the conference room. Once Chen Dong took his seat, Li Xuanjing began. "Before we start the battle deployment, let me first explain the current military strength." The military currently had 572 soldier players, including 213 silver class players and 223 gold class players. In addition, they had brought 10 main battle tanks, 5 armed helicopters, and 200 heavy machine guns. This time, the military utilized the backpack feature to bring in many weapons and equipment, not expecting to even have main battle tanks among them. If a main battle tank fired a shot, without activating the killing mode, Chen Dong would be invulnerable, but even with his current strength, he wouldn't withstand such massive damage. However, while he couldn't tank it, dodging was still feasible. Upon hearing Li Xuanjing's remarks, everyone did not appear particularly surprised. No one doubted the military's strength. After finishing his statement, Li Xuanjing continued, "Our scouts have confirmed the movements of the monsters. They will attack from the southern direction of the city, with an estimated number of around 400,000. These monsters are not comparable to the ash zombies in our novice city, at the very least. They are of bronze quality, led by at least 10 starry quality monsters. They are almost gathered and are expected to enter our first defensive line by noon." Li Xuanjing pointed to a crude sand table on the conference table. "Our first defensive line is set at the junction of the southern city and the Great Wild Forest. The 10 main battle tanks are positioned at the front, equipped with 100 heavy machine guns and 1,000 soldiers. 5 armed helicopters will be responsible for aerial support to prevent flying monsters from passing through. The first defensive line is 3 kilometers from the Great Wild Forest. And if monsters approach within 200 meters, the first line will retreat to the second line, which is right here." He indicated a position on the main road. Everyone revealed knowing smiles at the position Li Xuanjing pointed out. Kong Xiang asked, "Have you made contact beforehand?" "We have," Li Xuanjing replied, shaking his head. "Unfortunately, they are unwilling to intervene. Even that greedy goblin is reluctant to let his companions die. However, I suspect it's more about him being afraid for his own life." Chen Dong looked at the sand table model. That position was right in between the central gold shop and the shop of Jean Lise. When the monster tide comes, it won't matter whether they want to intervene or not. The second defensive line will support the retreating personnel from the first line while providing fire support. If both sides can engage, it will significantly reduce our pressure. At that point, we will be responsible for the third defensive line, which is right here. Li Xuanjing pointed to the Lord's mansion. I have purchased 5-star quality defensive turrets from that cunning goblin merchant in advance. Theoretically, they can destroy gold quality monsters below level 50 with one shot and can fire 1 round per second. However, the energy consumption of these turrets is immense, and they can only last for a maximum of 3 minutes. After hearing this, Chen Dong was at a loss for words. This plan had no tactical merit and was completely about brute force, relying on various means to wear down the enemy's strength. Unfortunately, they had no choice. They had to hold the line. Beyond the Lord's mansion is the city square, open and with streets leading in all directions. If the monsters break through and spread into the streets, finding an opportunity for a decisive battle would be difficult. The key is still those leaders. We need to clarify their strength. If they are only starry level, it can be managed, but if they are high-level epic quality, we can only run. Li Xuanjing frowned, as this was his greatest concern. It can't be epic quality unless the system deliberately issues a mission that is guaranteed to fail. Chen Dong felt that this possibility was low. Even he would have no way to deal with 10 high-level epic quality monsters and could only use teleportation scrolls to retreat to the safe house in Hope City. So far, Chen Dong had not received any notifications about the destruction of the safe house in Hope City. Chapter 57. The beast tide approaches. Everyone waited silently as the tank array lined up at the front. The dark cannon barrels aimed at the direction of the great wild forest. Along the way, everything that obstructed the view was cleared away. The soldiers stood straight in the glaring sun, gazing into the distance. Gradually, the sun rose to its zenith, and from the distant wilderness and vast forest, roars of beasts and the sound of breaking trees echoed. "Prepare!" a soldier shouted, his voice carrying for hundreds of meters, instantly shocking everyone into alertness. Chen Dong looked at the monitor, annotating the situation at the first line of defense along with everyone else. He saw armed helicopters slowly rising into the air. And besides that, over 40 players soared into the sky, all of whom possessed flying-class skills. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled. Amidst various roars, a group of black shadows, 5 meters long, surged out from the wilderness and forest. It was a pack of black wolves, with horns on their heads, rapidly charging towards the first line of defense under the lead of the alpha wolf. Mortars ready. Over 20 mortars quickly adjusted their angles. Horned Wolf King, 20 quality. Silver. Horned Wolf, 15 quality. Bronze. The Horned Wolf pack consisted of hundreds, if not thousands, of wolves, with more than 10 wolf kings. Clearly a convergence of multiple wolf packs, a sea of black moving swiftly. When this group of horned wolves entered within a kilometer range, familiar figures appeared to Chen Dong, a group of towering earth golems, numbering in the hundreds. If it weren't for Chen Dong having cleared the earth golem cave, there would definitely be more than this. In addition, there were various monsters, as numerous as mountains and seas. Sword Tiger, 30 quality. Silver, Bloodthirsty Worm, 20 quality. Silver, Giant Bone Golem, 20 quality. Silver. Among them, many were monsters that Chen Dong recognized, all learned from the Monster Encyclopedia of Hope City. At a glance, there were already thousands of silver-quality monsters. Fire! Boom! 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 10 tactical tanks fired simultaneously. And after a massive rumble, 2 seconds later, 10 brilliant blood and flesh fireworks erupted among the wolf pack within 800 meters. Load shells, continue. Boom! 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 The roar of cannon fire was incessant, and the wolf pack instantly fell into disarray. The earth golems that caught up from behind trampled over the horned wolves in front, heedless of their lives, advancing forward. Boom! A shell hit one of the earth golems, instantly blowing it apart, and the flying debris caused secondary damage to other nearby monsters. Yet, even so, the tide of monsters still pressed within 100 meters. Over 100 heavy sniper rifles were held by sharpshooters from the military, aimed at the clumsy, slow-moving monsters. Bang! A bullet pierced through a monster's head, even sending it flying back a distance. Even silver-quality monsters, when hit in a vital spot by a heavy sniper, were certain to die. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in the minds of all players. Ding! The Monster Siege event officially begins. Players can check the event details on the activity interface. In the conference room, everyone simultaneously opened their attribute panels. Chen Dong was no exception, clicking on the event interface, which displayed a leaderboard. Currently, the top two on the leaderboard were one unfamiliar name, Prophet Rice, and the second was the familiar, Yemengate. One had 1240 war points, and the other 1085 war points, both growing at a rapid pace. Chen Dong quickly clicked on the treasure chest icon in the top right corner of the event interface. He didn't look at the various high-level items in the war treasury, but searched for the Demon Emperor class exclusive skills in the top right corner, and indeed, two came up. Dominion Pact, Quality, Legend Exchange Requirement, 10 million war points. Demon Emperor class exclusive skill. Taiyu Divine Wasteland, Quality, Legend, Demon Emperor class exclusive skill. Exchange requirement, 60 million war points. Legend grade? Chen Dong was slightly taken aback. He had thought all the skills of the Demon Emperor class were mythic quality, but it seemed not to be the case. However, no matter what, 10 million points. Chen Dong looked at the battle situation displayed on the monitor. The monster army had already reached within 600 meters, and only a little over 10 minutes had passed. On the monster side, the casualties were quite limited, with only about 6,000 killed. Chen Dong stood up from his seat, followed closely by the Death Knight. Feng Wolf Ju Su, where are you going? Li Yunlong stopped him as he left. Everyone turned their gaze toward them, understanding Chen Dong's intent. But given the current situation on the front lines, it would be difficult to look after him if he went. I'm going there, no need to report to you. Chen Dong's eyes were cold as he pushed past her. Wait. Li Xuanjing suddenly spoke, stepping forward to stand beside Chen Dong. If you go like this, you could easily die and also risk being hit by our shells. It would be better to wait until we retreat to the second line of defense before you act. Chen Dong shook his head in response, offering no explanation, and left directly. This time, Li Yunlong wanted to stop him again, but was grabbed by Li Xuanjing and held back. Chen Dong ran wildly, directly leaping over the second line of defense with the Death Knight. 3 minutes later, he and the skeleton arrived at the first line of defense, with the sound of cannon fire booming continuously. Monsters had pushed into the 400-meter range. And this time, mortars and heavy machine guns unleashed their firepower, continuously pouring out ammunition. Chen Dong, with the Death Knight, maneuvered around the side into the battlefield. The tanks had moved back 2 meters due to continuous firing, but still kept firing, using their range to block the advancing monsters. Meanwhile, the monsters that had run within 400 meters were once again stalled by mortars and machine guns, their forward speed suddenly reduced. After entering the battlefield, Chen Dong instantly accelerated, quickly maneuvering away from the firepower discharge point, then charged into the rear of the monsters. 2 minutes later, covered in bruises, Chen Dong reached the center of the battlefield, where the monsters were densely packed, and the most were dead. Evil of the Abyss. Chen Dong issued orders to the Death Knight, following him. As the Death Knight's skeletal mouth opened wide, a strong death aura surged forth from its body, instantly sweeping outwards. Within 100 meters, layers of monster corpses began to convulse, and their wounds appeared to heal momentarily, only to slowly rot again. Within 100 meters, over 2,000 zombies imbued with abyssal aura rose up, then crazily counterattacked against the tide of monsters. In the center of the monster tide, a certain degree of chaos ensued. The onlookers watching the monitors broke into a cold sweat, completely not expecting that the skeletal monster would have such a skill, instantly resurrecting over 2,000 monsters to fight for it. Li Xuanjing reacted quickly. Seeing the chaos erupt in the center of the monster tide, he immediately grabbed the communicator. Let the artillery cover retreat 200 meters, abandoned the follow-up blockade. The frontline battlefield received the communication and immediately began to act, but even so, dozens of zombies summoned by the Death Knight still perished. Chen Dong did not use his killing intent to concentrate, but with a thought. The Black Emperor dragon armor enveloped him, wrapping his entire being. He looked like a dark version of the Emperor hero, wielding the bloodthirsty blade and continuously swinging it. Behind him, the experience bar of the Death Knight visibly increased, directly detaching from Chen Dong and plunging into the monster pile, then releasing the death aura of the abyss. Black mist spewed from its mouth, instantly covering the area around its body. The monsters shrouded in black fog began to rot and fall apart, while the stronger ones fell into chaos, starting to attack the surrounding monsters. Chen Dong's sudden entry caused the monster tide to pause for a moment, but unfortunately, there was no miracle. With 400,000 monsters, fewer than 30,000 had died at this moment, and the endless tide of monsters continued to surge from the wilderness and forest. No matter how powerful, a single person and a skeleton's combat power were still quite limited. 20 minutes had passed, and more than half of the monsters summoned by the Death Knight had already perished. The remaining few were all of gold quality, around level 30, and were battered and bruised. In stark contrast, the Death Knight himself, although his armor was somewhat damaged, had not suffered much in the way of substantial harm, and had even leveled up directly by 2 levels, reaching level 38. Among this, 2,000 abyss zombies had provided him with a massive amount of experience. The monster tide was now closing in on the first defense line, just 300 meters away. Out of 10 tanks, 4 had already been destroyed, and the armed helicopters in the sky had retreated early. Everyone watching the monitors was fixated on what was behind Chen Dong. It was a mountain of corpses, stacked high with over 1,000 bodies, which Chen Dong had casually discarded after killing the monsters. Seeing that the timing was right, Chen Dong gave the Death Knight an order. The previous black mist reappeared, shrouding the mountain of corpses and all the bodies within 100 meters, except for the zombie corpses. All the bodies turned into abyss zombies once again, this time totaling nearly 3,000. Everyone watched in disbelief as this incredible scene unfolded on the monitors, swallowing hard in astonishment. His pet's skill couldn't possibly be on cooldown, could it? Ultimately, it was Kong Xiang who broke the silence first, suggesting that if it were true, it would be an incredible team skill. Impossible, if it were true. This skill would at least be legendary, if not mythical. It couldn't be. There must be some limitation. Perhaps it could only be used 2 or 3 times a day. I am invincible, rebutted, believing that a star-quality monster could not possess such a powerful skill. Li Yunlong clenched her fists. Although she was a woman, she was very combative, having faced punishment in the military back in the original world for fighting. Watching Chen Dong, clad in black armor, charge through the monster tide, she felt a strong desire to join the battlefield and kill. Kong Xiang pulled up the activity interface, took a look, and said casually, "He is now ranked 6th on the leaderboard, and rising quickly. It won't be long before he breaks into the top 3. The points from the monsters he killed should also count towards him." Everyone fell silent. One person was outperforming thousands of troops, and this batch of monsters was predominantly silver quality or higher. Currently, Chen Dong's war points stood at 1,87360. Chapter 58. Support for the second defense line. Chen Dong was still fighting. His eyes, shielded by the black dragon-headed helmet, were bloodshot. There were just too many monsters, and their strength was not comparable to those weaker, ash-like zombies. Suddenly, a small monster charged from the side. Its tremendous force sent Chen Dong flying. In midair, he twisted his body and landed on the back of a wild boar-like monster with sharp tusks, swiftly plunging the bloodthirsty blade into its spine and twisting it, causing blood to spurt. Chen Dong jumped down from the dead wild boar monster, and the small monster, seeing that Chen Dong was unharmed, immediately burrowed into the mass of monsters. Chen Dong caught a glimpse. It was a rat-like monster, and although he couldn't see its rank clearly, it had managed to knock him away when he was unprepared, so it was at least star quality. Chen Dong threw a punch. The immense force sent a massive monster that was charging at him flying, and with a sudden movement of his foot, he unleashed his power, instantly becoming a blur, followed by a scene of carnage. Chen Dong charged forward at high speed, carving a bloody path, but in the next moment, he was again filled by an endless tide of monsters. Just then, the first defense line was breached. The personnel within began to retreat, with only 300 holding the line for those withdrawing behind them. A soldier holding the line couldn't help but scream, tears mixing with blood from the gashes on his face. They were flesh and blood beings, and in this apocalyptic world, none of them treated it as a game. Military orders were like mountains, yet ultimately, over 100 among the 300 still fled, escaping half. No one was truly unafraid of death. After waiting for the front line to withdraw 100 meters, the remaining began to flee in panic, but the monsters had already surged into their positions, crashing against the buildings at the gate like a tidal wave. In the chaos of escape, a soldier was tackled from behind by a horned wolf. She fought back desperately, stabbing her short knife into the wolf's eye and twisting it. But before she could pull the knife out, 2 more horned wolves lunged at her from either side, biting into her thigh and right arm. The wolf's head thrashed wildly, and the soldier felt her body being torn apart, howling in agony as tears streamed from her eyes. In that moment of utter despair, she cried out for her parents, her child, her loved ones. With a sickening sound, he was just flesh and blood. His strength was not enough, and his arm and right leg were torn off. His right shoulder was ripped open, revealing a heart that was gradually stopping its beat through the gap. Suddenly, Two horned wolves, each with their prize, quickly left, and a massive foot came down, crushing half of the soldier's body into the ground. A 10-meter-tall, three-eyed giant walked slowly, as if leisurely strolling, completely unconcerned about what it had just stepped on. It raised its right hand. In its palm was another soldier. Disregarding the desperate screams, it placed him in its mouth and bit down, then tore, ripping the upper body apart. The three-eyed giant chewed on the half a body for a couple of bites before tossing the remaining half into its mouth. It was a hell on earth. Hundreds of soldiers had not yet reached the second defense line when they were caught and slaughtered by the monsters due to the burden of heavy weaponry. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the conference room felt a heavy gloom. Even I Am Invincible fell silent. Li Yunlong trembled, suddenly turning to head for the door. "Stop!" Li Xuanjing slammed the table and shouted loudly. Li Yunlong froze, gritting her teeth, slowly turning around, looking at her daughter's reddened eyes and the killing intent within them. Li Xuanjing too wished to kill all those monsters. But it wasn't tea time yet. The 10 key monsters had not yet appeared, and they needed to maintain enough combat power. They still couldn't act. Listening to the screams and wails coming from the video, Li Xuanjing felt an unprecedented humiliation. When did humanity become so cowardly? Everyone silently watched the bloody scene on the monitor. There were no ordinary players left on the main road. Most had been evacuated, leaving only the stronger players, at least gold class. After the first defense line was breached, Chen Dong also began to slowly retreat with the beast tide. During this time, Chen Dong had the Death Knight activate the Abyssal Evil skill 3 more times on the way, and now over 5,000 zombie troops were gathered around him. Just as he approached about 400 meters from the first defense line, a huge commotion erupted from the wasteland forest behind him. 3 monsters emerged from the forest like kings. One was a silver-white giant wolf nearly 20 meters long, with 3 sharp, spiraled horns. Triangle Thunder Wolf King, level 70 quality. Star 1 was a 20-meter-long creature with the body of a lion and 3 heads, a ram's head, a lion's head, and a snake's head, flames burning around its neck. Chimera, level 70 quality. Star 1 was 60 meters long, topped with a crimson crown-like flesh crest, covered in golden scales. Its eyes blazing like fire, with a massive python. Crimson Fire Sacred Snake, level 70 quality. Star Chen Dong saw the attributes of these 3 monsters. All peak star level at level 70. As long as they weren't epic level, they wouldn't pose much of a problem. Chen Dong took advantage of the moment when the zombies were distracted to directly send the strength level information of the 3 monsters to Li Xuanjing. In the conference room, Li Xuanjing and others were also staring at the 3 monster kings on the monitor. Finally, they had appeared, Li Xuanjing said gravely, and at the same time received a message from Chen Dong. After reading it, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was confirmed that there were 10 monsters, all at level 70 star glory. He informed the others of this information. At this moment, several people in their seats stood up, including the 2 monks, Hui Kong and Shi Qing. Ba, since it has been confirmed, I cannot bear to watch those soldiers continue to be harmed. Let me take my disciple to provide support, the old monk Hui Kong requested. Although the others did not speak, they were all looking at Li Xuanjing. They were not official personnel, but this operation was being commanded by the officials, and in fact, the officials were the ones sacrificing the most, so they naturally could not refuse to show their respect. However, the fact that they stood up already indicated their stance. Li Xuanjing understood this and nodded, agreeing to their decision. Li Yungang did not leave. As a soldier, she had to endure it since Li Xuanjing did not speak. You can go as well, Li Xuanjing said lightly, looking at Li Yungang's pleading gaze. Yes, Li Yungang replied happily as she saluted and then turned to leave directly. Watching the now empty conference room, Li Xuanjing turned to the 2 guards standing behind him and said, "You don't need to stay here. Go down to the lower floor." Yes, the 2 guards were somewhat confused but still obeyed the order and left. After everyone had left, Li Xuanjing took out a remote control device from his pocket, then put it back, looking at the advancing tide of corpses. There may be a great disaster. It's better that they have left, Li Xuanjing thought as he observed the monitor. Since earlier, he had been silently paying attention, and his feelings had changed from surprise to confusion and now to worry. Although there were many monsters, there were no flying monsters among them. Even if there were, they were only monsters with low-altitude flying or gliding abilities. This was very abnormal, and he had 2 hypotheses. The first was that there were no flying monsters among the creatures, as this was a limitation set by the system to protect players. Otherwise, There were too few players with flying abilities. The second was that there were flying monsters in the sky, and they were not ordinary monsters, which made other flying monsters afraid to take off. Kill. Chen Dong charged forward, and the surrounding skeletal monsters grew more numerous. After more than 10 minutes, nearly 10,000 had gathered, while the monster tide had already killed nearly 40,000 monsters. The second line of defense was still holding, and indeed, some natives had come out in the central gold market, including 2 level 70 star glory experts and 5 level 60 gold experts. The goblin merchant was quite cowardly. When the monster tide attacked its shop, it ran away with the bare-handed white ape, throwing down several bottles of powerful explosive potions while running, killing some monsters before retreating to the rear. With the native experts from the central gold market taking action, the pressure on the second line of defense was greatly reduced. At the same time, Huikong, Shiqing, and others also arrived, and a group of experts immediately unleashed various skills. I am invincible. With a single finger pointing to the sky, 5 blue lightning bolts, the thickness of a pinky finger, fell from the air, directly eliminating 5 gold-quality monsters. Holding a bronze-colored halberd, they charged into the monster tide. The Buddhist disciples were not weak either. While chanting the Rebirth Sutra, they delivered powerful punches to the monsters. Dr. Octopus's 6 mechanical claws transformed into 6 different forms, resembling drills, swords, and saws, and he charged into the fray like a meat grinder, instantly turning the monsters into a bloody mess. Li Yunggong arrived, thrusting an ice-blue spear, unleashing a burst of cold air that instantly froze several monsters attempting to break into the defensive position. Kill. Chen Dong continued to fight, unaware of how many monsters he had killed, only feeling his hands ache, and his score had risen to 4th on the leaderboard, with over 300,000 points. The Death Knight beside him had reached level 40, its armor severely damaged, and the black great sword in its hand had some chipped edges and 2 missing pieces. Oh whoa! A massive wolf howl came from behind Chen Dong. Turning around, he saw the giant silver-furred triangle thunder wolf king charging towards him, swiping its claws and sending a dozen zombies flying. Oh whoa! The thunder wolf king howled, its 3 twisted horns crackling with electricity, before lowering its head. The blue thunder arcs spread out like a protective shield, centered on it, expanding to a radius of several dozen meters. Hundreds of zombies and surrounding monsters that charged towards it were turned to char by the power of the thunder. Death Knight, let your zombie horde tear it apart. Chen Dong grinned, feeling a stir within his divine embryo. Ka. The Death Knight, also in a killing frenzy, did not respond with consciousness. Its skeletal jaw clashed with a crisp sound, and the black flames of souls in its eye sockets flickered like candle flames in the wind, but even more fervently. On the shelf notes a hymn. It's on the shelf. It's on the shelf. It's on the shelf. It will be available tomorrow at noon. This book currently has 1.78 million words, with an average of 3,000 words per chapter. Although there are only 58 chapters, it's not much different from other books that have over 2,000 words per chapter and dozens of chapters before going on the shelf. Now let me talk about my journey. I wrote my first book when I graduated from the 3rd year of junior high and signed a contract. The feeling back then, although I can no longer experience it now, is still fresh in my memory. Unfortunately, the holiday ended, and the painful military training kept me from writing for a long time. Later, because of school, work, and other reasons, although I wrote some, I started with Monster Hunter in the Apocalypse on Zonghong, and up to now, I may have signed 7 or 8 books, all of which I wrote a bit, and then gave up before going on the shelf. To be honest, this book was also written casually. Who would have thought the one I seriously wanted to write didn't get signed, but this one did, which led me to start without an outline and write very laboriously. Indeed, in this day and age, one cannot just wing it. I also know my own level. My writing is average, and my abilities are limited. Now that it's on the shelf, I hope to work hard and earn at least a base income. I also hope to improve my level through this book. Although I may not be able to write well, I will certainly do my best to write well, laying a good foundation for the next one. I do not oppose those without stable income or students reading free novels. I would be very grateful if you could occasionally come to read, leave comments, or complain. Here, I want to thank every reader who has collected this book and every reader who has left a comment. Special thanks to Rand for the rewards and support. For the rewards and support. For the rewards and support. A Meter of Sunshine for the rewards and support. Marvel for the rewards and support. The round-faced fat chicken on the tip of the tongue for the rewards and support. Thanks to Chelan Thorne, Admiral O, and several friends who have followed from my previous books. Chapter 59. The Gathering of the 10 Beast Kings of Wu. The Triangle Thunder Wolf King roared, tearing at the monsters and zombies that pounced on it, showing no fear. Its 3 lightning horns flickered with arcs of electricity as it bit down on a massive, 3-eyed giant zombie. Crackle! Lightning flashed, instantly carbonizing it, and with a swipe, it stomped several smaller zombies underfoot. Another earth-shattering roar came from above Chen Dong's head. Looking up, he saw the chimera. Its enormous 3 heads protruded from the top of a nearby high-rise, opening their mouths wide. Whoosh! Fiery flames surged forth, sweeping toward the horde of zombies. Seeing this, Chen Dong leaped up to block the oncoming flames, extending his right hand, and the dragon claw gauntlet on his right hand disappeared, allowing him to absorb the wave of fire directly. After absorbing the flames, Chen Dong saw that the chimera's attack had no effect, and the lion head roared in anger. Bah! The goat head opened its mouth, emitting a piercing bleat accompanied by a bone-chilling ice storm. The Death Knight went after the injured Triangle Thunderwolf King. Although there was a significant level difference between the two, the presence of a horde of zombies provided sufficient support to avoid an easy defeat. Boom! The ground collapsed, and Chen Dong's body shot upward like a cannonball, reaching nearly 20 meters in the air in an instant, swinging his sword. Hiss! The enormous snake head lunged at Chen Dong like a streak of crimson lightning. Uft! The bloodthirsty blade sliced through, landing a blow directly on its massive mouth. Blood gushed forth, and Chen Dong continued to move, rolling aside to avoid the snapping jaws, standing atop the snake head. Uft! The bloodthirsty blade pierced in, and the snake head thrashed wildly as Chen Dong held onto the hilt tightly. Whoosh! A raging inferno erupted as the lion head seemed unconcerned about whether the snake head would be harmed, opening its mouth to spew fire at the distorted snake head in front of it. However, the temperature of those flames was only around 1,000 degrees Celsius. With a thought, Chen Dong's inner sun true fire acted like a powerful magnet, drawing the surrounding flames into his body like metal. Kill! Chen Dong stood up, the bloodthirsty blade embedded in his hand, running madly as blood sprayed, cleaving the entire snake head in half. You like to play with fire, huh? Chen Dong grinned, beckoning with his right hand as the heated sun true fire gathered into a small flame at his fingertips, pointing it forward, like a laser beam. It instantly pierced through the lion head's forehead, the intense heat causing its body to emit a burst of white mist as the moisture inside was instantly vaporized. Boom! The massive chimera's corpse fell from the edge of the building, crashing onto the street and instantly blocking half of the road. On the other side, the second defense line held firm, with monster corpses piling up to 10 meters high, stretching for hundreds of meters. A golden snake twisted its body among the tide of monsters, moving quickly. A star-level expert from the Central Gold Bank noticed it and immediately attacked, launching a red longsword made of fire elements. Roar! The scarlet fire sacred snake raised its head in an instant to evade, its body half upright, standing 20 meters high, exposed to everyone. Concentrate fire. The commander issued the order, and 200 heavy machine guns had already wasted half their ammo, with the remaining half focusing their fire, unleashing hundreds of tongues of flame. Hiss! The scales of the scarlet fire sacred snake were extremely hard, and heavy machine gun bullets could not penetrate them. Even so, it still felt like being bitten by mosquitoes, and in anger, it opened its mouth to unleash a gale. Some smaller monster corpses were blown away by the fierce wind. The sandstorm was too strong for the soldiers to aim effectively, and people like Dr. Octopus actively dodged. And in the next moment, flames came crashing in. The flames swept across 100 meters, and many soldiers on the second defense line were ignited after coming into contact with the fire. Help put out the fire. They rolled on the ground. But where could they find water at this moment? Moreover, the temperature of the flames was terrifying. Just a little contact turned them into firemen, rolling on the ground in pain for a couple of times before going still. The entire process lasted only a little over 10 seconds, and the flames extinguished with the soldiers' lives. On the ground lay more than a dozen charred corpses, twisted in agony, and as the monsters moved, the charred bodies cracked apart. Damn it! Li Yunlong gritted her teeth and charged into the dust storm. Stop! Another military expert shouted, but unfortunately, Li Yunlong paid no heed and gritted her teeth, rushing forward. Boom! 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 On both sides of the street, high-rise buildings suddenly sprouted 3 enormous monsters, standing on the rooftops and surrounding the second defense line. Damn! Xiaobai! Let's retreat quickly. Jean Lisi felt something was off upon seeing the emergence of three peak, star-level monsters. With a bulging backpack, he sat on the shoulder of the crimson white ape, urging it to move. The crimson white ape clan was also quite warlike, and it took several prompts from Jean Lisi before it was willing to leave the second defense line, made entirely of red dry wood. The creature was 15 meters long and resembled a cheetah. Crimson Wood Demon 70 quality, star level. Humanoid, standing 10 meters tall, looking as if it had no moisture. Dry and weak, with no facial features, and a large mouth in the chest, hands like pincers. Fear Demon 70 quality, star level. A creature with a bat-like head. 17 meters long, with a pair of bat wings under its arms, crimson eyes, and covered in black scales. Swift Dragon 70 quality, star level. Meanwhile, after Chen Dong single-handedly slayed the chimera, he quickly jumped down from the high-rise. At this time, the Death Knight was commanding a newly summoned horde of hundreds of zombies to attack the injured Triangle Thunderwolf King. Chen Dong gripped the bloodthirsty blade and approached rapidly. The Triangle Thunderwolf King's intelligence was not low. Upon seeing the chimera dead, it had the urge to flee, but it was entangled by a swarm of zombie monsters. Not only that, but a black sword of the Death Knight was also lodged in its neck, with blood flowing down through the wound. As Chen Dong got closer, the Triangle Thunderwolf King sensed the threat, and arcs of electricity flickered between its three spiral horns. Chen Dong did not dare to be careless. The lightning released by the Triangle Thunderwolf King had temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees in an instant. Killing intent surged, his crimson hair danced, and Chen Dong's blood-red pupils locked onto the Triangle Thunderwolf King. Just then, there was a commotion not far away at the southern gate of the city. Moo, a gigantic blue bull, 20 meters long, slowly walked over, and atop its head stood a white, three-tailed weasel, the very creature that had previously given Chen Dong a headbutt. Double-horned blue bull, 70 quality, star level. Three-tailed weasel, 70 quality, star level. At the same time, the Scarlet Fire Sacred Snake on the second defense line was finally slain with the combined efforts of Li Yunlong and another military expert. Dr. Octopus was dealing with the ultra-fast Swift Dragon, whose eyes glowed like crimson streams as it moved. I Am Invincible was entangled with the Fear Demon, wielding a large halberd with great ferocity. The two top star-level experts from the Central Gold Bank were engaged with the Crimson Wood Demon, but were ambushed by a 3-meter-tall monster, with one of them losing an arm and suffering a torn wound. This 3-meter-long monster seemed insignificant among the tide of monsters, but was a top star-level creature. Although small in size, its head was large, almost 2/3 the size of its body, resembling a bulldog with strong limbs, no tail, and a massive mouth chewing on the arm of that expert. Giant Bone Evil Dog, 70 quality, star level. The second defense line had already crumbled, with only these top-tier fighters struggling to hold on, while the rest had retreated to the Lord's mansion. Those who couldn't escape were either torn apart by monsters or fell to the ground, unable to seek survival or death, crying out in pain. In this short distance, nearly 60,000 monsters were held back, while Chen Dong had personally killed close to 20,000. The Death Knight leveled up like a rocket, now having reached level 43, significantly increasing its combat power. However, its left arm bone was somewhat shattered, injured by a claw strike from the Triangle Thunderwolf King during their battle. It directly grabbed a piece of picked-up bone and chewed on it, the taste crunchy. Roar! The Killing God Phantom roared, violently swinging its blade at the monsters converging around, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The double-horned blue bull stomped its right hoof on the ground and then charged towards Chen Dong at high speed. Chen Dong directly controlled the Killing God Phantom, slowly extending his left hand. The three-tailed weasel atop the double-horned blue bull's head saw this and vanished in a flash. Bang! The forward motion of the dual-horned blue ox was abruptly halted, as the shadow of the Killing God pressed against its head with one hand while the other swung a knife down, directly severing one of its legs. Moo! The dual-horned blue ox cried out in anguish, having lost a leg, and was pinned to the ground by the shadow of the Killing God. Chen Dong, within the shadow of the Killing God, suddenly caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure. It moved quickly, but at this moment, Chen Dong had entered the Killing God mode, and such speed was crystal clear to him. Upon seeing the dual-horned blue ox pinned down, the three-eyed marten felt fear, but ultimately decided to lend a hand. Confident in its speed, it darted through the tide of monsters, circled behind Chen Dong, and then its body emitted a white light, further enhancing its speed, while its fur took on a bronze sheen. Just as the sound of breaking air was heard, the three-tailed marten was about to crash into Chen Dong. The killing knife technique was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, a dense network of blade light appeared, leaving the three-tailed marten with no chance to react as it crashed into the blade net. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of consecutive slashes landed, each strike sounding as if it hit a metal block, yet they still left the three-tailed marten with several bloody gashes. Seeing its movement slow, Chen Dong lowered his body and swung his fist with all his might. Bang! With a sound of breaking air, Chen Dong's punch struck the three-tailed marten's head, the immense force caving in its long mouth and sending its body flying like a rag doll for dozens of meters. Chen Dong slowly retracted his fist and looked back at the struggling dual-horned blue ox. Controlling the shadow of the killing god, a massive blood blade pierced its neck, severing the carotid artery. Blood shot up like a pillar into the sky, then fell like rain, as if a rain of blood had begun. Nearly 150,000 monsters had been slaughtered in the tide of monsters, but there were still around 200,000 left. Chen Dong manipulated the enormous shadow of the killing god, significantly increasing the rate of slaughter, while the Death Knight continuously summoned more monster zombies in waves. After being mostly killed by the triangular Thunderwolf King, there were still 6,000 monster zombies gathered, blocking the monsters that were rushing from behind on this open main road. Behind Chen Dong, about 120,000 monsters had breached the second defense line. Ahead, another huge monster appeared in Chen Dong's line of sight, the last of the 10-liter monsters. It had jet black fur, measured a full 25 meters in length, sported a pair of enormous bull horns, had a triceratops-like head, black mane at its neck, and walked on powerful hind legs with a pair of massive membranous wings. Thus, all 10-liter monsters had appeared, 4 of which had already been killed. Blackhorn Dragon, Quality, Starry Dawn Chapter 60. Clouds hanging low, the remaining 4 mechanical tentacles grabbed their spoils and quickly retreated, as he no longer intended to fight. The personnel inside the central gold bank were also evacuating. 2 peak Starry Dawn individuals were severely injured, one having lost an arm, and the other not lightly wounded. The military experts and Li Yunlong were still engaged in a fierce battle, with one military expert's shoulder nearly severed by a scythe-armed monster, only saved by Li Yunlong's timely intervention. Li Yunlong was also in a poor state, her hands reddened from overusing ice spears, gradually suffering backlash, with her palms frostbitten. She supported the military expert's body, fighting while retreating. Meanwhile, the military expert was using his metal insects to continuously repair his shoulder injury, downing 2 bottles of silver-quality recovery potions, restoring some of his injuries. With my formidable strength, along with several powerful lightning attribute skills, I still had energy left after fighting to this point, having killed the fear demon before retreating, sustaining only minor injuries that were nearly fully healed with a bottle of potion. Everyone began to withdraw, leaving only Chen Dong, who stood against over 100,000 monsters. 10 minutes later, nearly 20,000 monster zombies had amassed on Chen Dong's side, while the Death Knight continuously used the same skill to resurrect corpses on the battlefield. However, Chen Dong could clearly feel that the Death Knight's condition was somewhat dire. The repeated use of this skill was not without drawbacks, and he sensed that the abyssal power within it was nearing depletion, prompting him to hastily command it to stop. Close to 20,000 monster zombies collided with the still surging tide of monsters, blocking their advance. Chen Dong's killing intent and blood energy were continuously depleting, although each strike could restore some. It was barely enough to sustain him for another 20 minutes at most. Meanwhile, the monster horde still numbered around 100,000, stretching endlessly, creating a sense of despair. The Lord's Mansion, serving as the 3rd defense line, had 5 turrets set up on the 3rd floor, along with over 100 gold-class players and dozens of Starry Dawn players. Additionally, there were 4 top-tier combatants, soldiers eliminated from the Star God project, each over level 25 in epic classes. Furthermore, there were 2 players recruited by the military, Yi Chun Yen Yu and Absolute Order, both among the top 100 on the level leaderboard. Yi Chun Yen Yu wore tight blue jeans and a white t-shirt that hugged her curvy, tall figure, paired with mid-heeled sandals. In the real world, she was a professional woman who also collected rent, holding a fiery red crystal bow. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and she appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old. The other, Absolute Order, had a calm expression as he gazed at the approaching beast tide. Wearing black-framed glasses, he stood about 182 meters tall, had a center-parted hairstyle, an oval face, and looked quite delicate, yet his eyes were deep, exuding an air of weariness, despite being in his early 20s. No one knew what class they were, as the military had never disclosed any information. Only Li Xuanjing knew and had promised not to tell anyone. Ying Cheng, if I win this time, I'll waive your rent for a month, Yi Chunyin said to absolute order beside her. Forget it, with so many players this time, if they return, it will create a massive financial fluctuation when they convert points into cash. The housing prices might even drop, absolute order replied, speechless. Isn't it supposed to be that most people will have money and prices will rise? Yi Chunyin asked, puzzled. What do you think? Absolute order did not explain, and his attitude triggered Yi Chunyin's dissatisfaction as she slapped the back of his head. I'm your landlord. What kind of attitude is that? Here they come, absolute order said, ignoring her light slap as he looked at the beast tied, now about 500 meters away, with a calm tone. Yi Chunyin's expression grew serious, placing her fingers on the bowstring. Tap, 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 boom, boom, boom. Various firepower erupted frantically. This was their last line of defense. If it fell, they could only watch as this swarm of monsters surged into the city. Powerful players were fine, but for ordinary players with weak abilities, it would spell disaster. Absolute order raised his right hand, a chaotic colored sphere gathering in his hand, as black as ink. He pushed his right hand forward, and the sphere shot toward the beast tied like a cannonball. Black hole, absolute order murmured. As his words fell, a humming sound echoed, and everyone felt a brief loss of hearing as the sphere instantly expanded to cover a 100-meter radius, then began to shrink until it vanished. Within the 100-meter area covered by the black hole, all monsters disappeared without a trace, even leaving behind half-cut monster corpses, as if they had been sliced cleanly. Even the cracked concrete ground vanished, turning into a circular pit dozens of meters deep. Several monsters from behind fell into the pit, and before they could rise, they were trampled to death by the monsters following them. Now take a look at my skills. A cloud of mist and rain smiled and said, bending the bow and knocking an arrow, then released it. The red arrow transformed into a blazing stream of light, instantly shooting into the horde of monsters, hitting one of the 8-armed creatures. Then a loud rumble echoed. A massive explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke into the air, shattering more than a dozen monsters and throwing nearby creatures into the air. At that moment, Dr. Octopus had already left the main road, moving onto the rooftops, while Li Yunlong and the others took a detour through an alley to the Lord's mansion. Li Xuanjing, who had been anxiously waiting and trying to maintain his composure, felt a bit overwhelmed when he saw Li Yunlong and hurriedly approached. What is the situation? He asked. The 20 or so drones in the sky suddenly lost their feed. Since the second line of defense was breached, he hadn't seen the battle ahead. Not good. The people from the central bank have already moved the valuables inside, and they've lost quite a few experts. They probably won't act again. Li Yunlong briefly summarized the situation. She caught a glimpse of the red-handed white ape and the goblin Jean Lise beside her, glaring fiercely at each other. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is my important partner. It's absolutely impossible for you to send it to its death. Jean Lise roared, grabbing the white fur of the red-handed white ape. He was also holding a scroll in his hand, which was his trump card. If it really came down to the last moment, he would use this scroll to return to the City of Dawn, and naturally, he wouldn't fear Li Yunlong. The other leader monster should have appeared at Fenglang Jushu. Li Xuanjing suddenly said, pulling Li Yunlong's attention back from preparing to say something harsh. By himself? Li Yunlong exclaimed in disbelief. And that death knight, Li Xuanjing corrected. Impossible. Facing one peak starry level monster is already tough enough, let alone 5. Li Yunlong couldn't continue because she felt Chen Dong might not survive. Just then, Yu Wudi passed by, and upon hearing this, he felt a surge of joy. But the next moment, Li Xuanjing's words dashed that joy away. No. He is not only facing 5 leader monsters by himself, but he also used his extraordinary skeleton pet to summon over 10,000 zombie monsters, blocking the following wave of over 100,000 monsters, and he has already killed 2 of those 5 starry monsters easily, Li Xuanjing said. And even he found it hard to believe. Even after seeing the footage on the monitor, he still felt incredulous. Li Yunlong was left slightly agape. Not knowing what to say, she and Xie Junfeng, the 2 military experts, had only managed to kill 1 together, and he had killed 2 by himself. Looking so effortless, What was going on? She knew she was an epic class, and if he could do that, he must be a legendary class. But he wasn't T on the level leaderboard, indicating he hadn't T class changed yet. However, he definitely possessed legendary or even mythic level abilities, like that blood red. Yu Wuti, who heard Li Xuanjing's words, initially reacted with disbelief, but the next moment, he began to panic. Because he knew Li Xuanjing couldn't be lying at this moment and in this situation. If it were true, he definitely wasn't a match for Fenglang Jushu. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he ultimately suppressed his thoughts. Li Xuanjing naturally noticed Yu Wuti, but didn't pay much attention. His earlier words were also meant to dampen this young man's arrogance. Why haven't the two masters returned? Li Xuanjing suddenly asked. Li Yunlong then recalled the two bald men and said, they went to chase the giant bone hound. That hound is small and escaped through an alley, and they're worried it might flee to other districts. On the other side, Chen Dong, controlling the shadow of the god of death, grabbed one of the blackhorn dragon's horns, swung his blade, and directly killed it, retrieving the crystal core from within. An epic quality dragon crystal core. He didn't expect to obtain it so quickly. Chen Dong felt a bit excited. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a cloud had obscured the sunlight. Chen Dong's smile froze as he slowly looked up at the sky. Above the city, less than a kilometer high, a massive figure loomed. As if to blot out the entire sky, with a wingspan nearing a kilometer, stirring up a whirlwind. The feathers of its body were azure, like the sky, and the feathers on its wings were as white as clouds. As its wings flapped, it resembled a descending cloud. Cloud-shrouded eagle, level 60 quality. Epic Everyone Chapter 61, the terrifying epic monster. Gulp. Chen Dong swallowed hard. A level 60 monster? Was the system trying to ensure players didn't survive? He watched the massive shadow flying overhead. Even with his god of death shadow having double attribute bonuses, he couldn't possibly win. He frowned, swung his blade, and killed the monster lunging at him. Currently, he was ranked second on the leaderboard, surpassing Prophet Rice, but still had a long way to go to reach 10 million points. The Lord's mansion also noticed this suddenly appearing behemoth. Armed helicopters wouldn't work. Sending them would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Li Xuanjing shook his head. This was true despair. Was there really no way out? He had originally planned to use the rockets carried by the armed helicopters to intercept it. But the power of the rockets wouldn't inflict much damage even on a level 70 starry monster, let alone a level 60 epic monster with an average of over 600 in all attributes. He watched the cloud-shrouded eagle approaching in the sky, his gaze gradually firming. Yunlong, take this. Li Xuanjing suddenly pulled out a necklace from his pocket, with a silver ring hanging from it. Seeing the ring, Li Yunlong's pupils contracted, and she didn't reach out to take it, looking at her father with a questioning gaze. What are you doing? This ring was the engagement ring her father had given to her mother when proposing. Her mother had entrusted it to her father, hoping he would always remember the promise made during the proposal. This ring had always been her father's most treasured possession, never leaving his side. Even when he couldn't wear it in the army, it was carefully kept in a small pocket sewn into his uniform. Li Xuanjing was silent for a moment, then smiled faintly, saying, I'm a soldier. Behind me are the common people, and ahead are the warriors fighting bravely. I cannot let the warriors sacrifice needlessly, nor can I watch monsters slaughter the common people. No. Li Yunlong seemed to realize something, and the words almost slipped out. Half a month earlier, Li Xuanjing had secretly arranged for something, and he also knew that aside from various equipment, there were also 100 tons of explosives when entering the game. Your daughter is not in vain. Raising you feels like we've got both a son and a daughter, he said, his serious face rarely showing a warm smile as he ruffled Li Yunlong's hair, just like when she was a child. He then ordered, Xie Junfeng, I command you to immediately take Li Yunlong and evacuate with the main force to the northern district. The northern district had already been cleared of most monsters, with only some weak ash zombies remaining, which had become targets for ordinary players. Nearly all the regular players in the city were in the northern district. I don't want to. Xie Junfeng, let go of me. Li Yunlong's eyes turned red as she glared at her father, struggling relentlessly. Xie Junfeng, whose shoulder injury had just healed, was almost torn open again by the wild Li Yunlong. Ugh! Li Yunlong elbowed Xie Junfeng in the ribs, causing him to lose his breath and release his grip. If you leave, what about Mom? Li Yunlong's voice carried a hint of tears, her tone heavy with pleading. Listen, I'm leaving. If you want to follow me, think about how your mother would cry. Li Xuanjing replied without looking at Li Yunlong. I'm leaving. The absolute order stood in front of Li Xuanjing, with a cloud of smoke and rain behind him. Li Xuanjing nodded, watching as some soldiers began to flee the battlefield. Do me a favor, take my daughter with you, Li Xuanjing said. Okay. The absolute order could wait no longer and directly picked up Li Yunlong. Let go of me. Dad. Dad. Li Yunlong struggled fiercely, but her punches landed on the absolute order without causing any damage, as if she were punching air. Boom. The Zhiyun eagle, having circled in the sky, descended, its massive claws grabbing several soldiers, then flinging them into the air, where its beak caught them instantly. Everyone retreat. Draw it to the square. Li Xuanjing roared. As the 5 turrets on the 3rd floor of the Lord's mansion turned from ground targets to the Zhiyun eagle in the sky, the invincible Wei Wang had already disappeared. And Jean Lizi, upon seeing the Zhiyun eagle, drove away with the red-handed white ape. 4 epic-class military professionals protected Li Xuanjing, preparing to defend the Lord's mansion. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 turrets continuously fired but failed to harm the Zhiyun eagle in the slightest. The turrets, capable of killing a level 30 golden monster, couldn't even knock a feather off the Zhiyun eagle. Screech. The Zhiyun eagle suddenly cried out, watching the fleeing crowd below. With a powerful flap of its wings, a hurricane swept through. On the ground, 2 tornadoes formed, instantly engulfing an area of hundreds of meters. Some soldiers who hadn't escaped far were swept into the sky, sucked into the tornado. Screaming, their bodies spun uncontrollably, surrounded by gunfire and monsters being caught up. One soldier collided with a cannon barrel, breaking 2 ribs, blood gushing out, breath becoming rapid. Each breath he took was mixed with dust. He fought against the urge to cough, as each cough sent searing pain through his lungs. After rampaging for a while, the 2 tornadoes slowly converged, then collided, instantly tearing apart anything inside, even steel. Screech. The Zhiyun eagle flapped its wings and chased after the fleeing crowd, followed by a swarm of monsters. Boom. Bang. As the Zhiyun eagle flew past, its massive claws struck the Lord's mansion, directly collapsing the 2nd and 3rd floors, debris raining down, and burying the 5 turrets on the 3rd floor. Not far away, Chen Dong, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. He was already having thoughts of retreat. But he still lacked half of the points he had hoped to gain. In the riverside safe house, Yaoshi woke up, rubbed her eyes, and, seeing Chen Dong was gone, pouted, then stretched lazily and walked out of the bedroom. At the door, Sylvia stood there in a daze, not even noticing when Yaoshi came out and stood beside her. What's wrong? Sylvia was startled by the sudden voice. And when she saw it was Yaoshi, she hurriedly knelt on one knee and apologized. Master, it's nothing. Just then, Annabelle suddenly ran over. Panting as she said, Not good. The Lord's mansion has been attacked by monsters. Master, we don't know how he is. Hearing Annabelle's words, Yaoshi frowned, her tone chilling as she asked, What happened? Her voice was so cold, contrasting sharply with her usual tone, that both of them were momentarily stunned. Finally, it was Annabelle who spoke first. This morning, the master said monsters would attack the city, told us to guard the home, and then left with the skeletons. Now the monsters have reached the Lord's mansion, not far from us, and the master hasn't returned. Little master, should we go find the master? Alida also arrived, followed by 2 elven maids. She seemed unconcerned, perhaps because her brain didn't process emotions like worry, or perhaps it was due to her complete trust in Chen Dong. Clearly, the former was the answer. You all stay here. I'll go. Yaoshi said, her body rising into the air. Wait, master. I also. Sylvia's words were cut off as Yaoshi's figure was already out of sight. She reached out, wanting to grasp Yaoshi's hand, but it fell helplessly. Are you all right? Are you out of energy? I can give you 100 points. Elida looked at the weak Sylvia, curiously inquiring. She turned her head to look at the beautiful, expressionless female robot in front of her, recalling what Chen Dong had said in the City of Hope. You're too weak. Am I really weak? She gritted her teeth. She was already at epic level potential, far stronger than her golden quality self. Why did she still feel weak? She had once boldly declared she would become Yaoshi's sword, but now? She was nothing, not even worthy of a little reliance from Yaoshi. Not far from the battlefield, having dealt with the giant bone hound, the 2 Buddhist disciples arrived at the Lord's mansion, looking at the nearly completely collapsed structure. Their faces pale. Master, should we still sacrifice ourselves? We are disciples of the Buddhist school. We must save ourselves before saving others. If we lack the will to sacrifice ourselves for enlightenment, how can we talk about saving all beings? Follow me. After Huikong finished speaking, he swiftly chased after. Though Shiqing wailed, there was no hesitation in her pursuit. The massive Zhiyun eagle lightly flapped its wings, catching up to the fleeing troops, but did not rush to kill them, instead circling above their heads, occasionally swooping down to grab a few bloody meals. Damn it! A soldier saw his comrade grabbed and thrown into the giant beak. His eyes turned red, tears streaming down as he roared in rage, wildly firing his machine gun at the Zhiyun eagle in the sky. But just a few seconds later, a 5-meter-long, cheetah-like monster pounced on him, biting down on his shoulder. The monster tore at him, ripping off a large chunk of flesh, even pulling out his throat. It extended its crimson tongue, licking the blood-stained corner of its mouth. Looking into the distance, ready to find its next target. Beast. Great dragon fist. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as a fist the size of a cooking pot smashed down, directly blowing the monster's head apart. The golden dragon's phantom dissipating with it. Shiqing defended against the attacking monsters behind Huikong, who pressed his palms together, gazing at the fallen soldiers. The soldier was a young man with dark skin, not very old. In the ripped soldier's uniform, there was a family photo stained with blood. Huikong stepped forward to pick it up. In the photo, there were 6 family members. Sitting in front were an elderly couple in their 80s or 90s. Standing behind them was a middle-aged man. Next to him, a slightly plump middle-aged woman holding a 6 or 7-year-old boy. On the other side of the middle-aged man stood the young soldier, also in uniform, all the family members wearing smiles, with the middle-aged man affectionately placing his hand on the young soldier's head. Huikong gently wiped away the bloodstains with his hand, placed it in his robe, and pressed his palms together. Amidst. Chapter 62. Li Xuanjing's determination ahead. The remaining soldiers numbered less than 300. While the 4 epic-level military experts nervously protected Li Xuanjing as they ran toward the square. It's too late, someone beside them said in despair. The Zhiyun eagle in the sky seemed to grow weary of the game, diving toward the fleeing crowd. Chief, you go first. The 4 epic experts exchanged determined glances and simultaneously stopped. You guys. Li Xuanjing looked at them in shock. The 4 had resolute expressions, each taking out their weapons. All of star quality. Chief, go quickly. Boom. The massive body of the cloud cover eagle descended, not even needing to unleash any skills. Its enormous size was enough to crush these low-level players. Facing the towering monster that stood over 100 meters tall, the 4 of them knew they were no match. However, at this point, they had no room for retreat. They all launched their strongest skills simultaneously. One person was engulfed in black flames, the intense heat causing the space around him to warp. Following him was another, wielding a black battle knife, who sprouted wings from his back and leaped into the air, his speed dramatically increasing. The remaining soldiers were still fleeing. They saw the 4 take action, but held no hope for them. The cloud cover eagle itself looked down disdainfully at the tiny human beings before it. It opened its massive mouth and let out a screech. From its mouth, a dense barrage of gigantic wind blades was unleashed. There was no way to evade it, as if a great net was cast across the sky, instantly sweeping toward them. One of the 4 grasped a small bronze shield, and upon witnessing this scene, he shook the shield in his right hand. A 30-meter-tall bronze phantom wall materialized, blocking the incoming wind blades. At the same time, another epic soldier burrowed underground, and around the cloud cover eagle, dozens of 3-meter-wide earth dragons emerged from the ground. Charging at the cloud cover eagle, the eagle's golden pupils filled with contempt. It spread its wings and gave a slight shake, scattering all the charging earth dragons. Meanwhile, the epic warrior wielding the black knife had a blade aura extending over 10 meters long, slashing toward the cloud cover eagle. The eagle slightly tilted its head, and its golden beak collided with the blade aura, producing a metallic resonance. The cloud cover eagle then spread its wings, and a hurricane gradually formed beneath them. The eagle's talent was to manipulate the wind direction, and this hurricane was its skill, the hurricane barrier. 8 tornadoes formed and immediately spread around it, lifting the surrounding monsters, including the 4 epic warriors, high into the air. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes. After a few exchanges, the gap in combat power was too great, leaving no room for retaliation. Great Dragon Fist. A booming shout echoed like a bell as all the muscles of the bald monk Huikong bulged. He arrived on the battlefield, undeterred by the disparity in combat power. with an epic-level great dragon fist, his fist covered with the phantom of a golden dragon. He instantly appeared behind the cloud cover eagle and struck. Boom. The immense force sent Hui Kong flying back, as if an ordinary person had punched a steel plate, breaking his knuckles. Master? Shi Qing, arriving late, saw this scene, and a golden lotus mark appeared on her forehead. Her own Buddha statue emerged behind her, leaping into the air to catch the flying Hui Kong. At the same time, the massive cloud cover eagle noticed the master and disciple, its golden pupils constricting as it flapped its wings and took off. Master, we can't win against such a huge monster. Our attributes are too different. Shi Qing shouted in the wind, leaning close to Hui Kong's ear. The airborne cloud cover eagle circled above them for a moment before diving down at high speed, clearly locking onto its target. Master? Shi Qing shouted anxiously. Immovable king. Hui Kong ignored Shi Qing's calls. His eyes turned crimson, exuding a fierce determination that was hard to imagine from a monk who had meditated for decades. Behind him, a 3-meter-tall king of light avatar appeared. But this skill was not a celestial avatar. It was merely a defensive skill. Boom. Dust and smoke erupted as the massive cloud cover eagle dove from the sky. Its golden claws, incredibly hard, shattered the immovable king avatar in just a few seconds. In the end, it was Shi Qing who summoned her own 1-meter-tall Buddha statue to withstand the blow, though she was also heavily injured. In the cloud of dust, another figure suddenly appeared from underground, a military expert who had fallen out when the Earth Dragons were defeated and was swept away by the tornado. He quickly grabbed the 2 injured bald monks and retreated underground. Once below, sensing they had escaped the battlefield, Hui Kong's face filled with sorrow. I am powerless. I could not save those people. Hearing this, Shi Qing grabbed Hui Kong's arm, fearing he would rush back to fight to the death. The military expert, having overheard their conversation, turned pale. Their brief skirmish had not only failed to harm the cloud cover eagle, but had also left him with internal injuries. His insides felt like they were shifting, forcing him to use the earth escape technique while taking the 2 monks away. Don't worry, a monster is coming. Wherever we are, we will only hinder it, the military expert said with a pale face, recalling the scene he had witnessed when blown high into the air. A monster? Hui Kong couldn't grasp the meaning behind those words and struggled in surprise. But his disciple, Shi Qing, caught on and couldn't help but ask, who is it? Who else could it be? The military expert countered. Upon hearing this, Shi Qing thought of a figure, the killing god she had first met, who had nearly scared her to death. On the ground, the cloud cover eagle lost its target and screeched in anger, even flapping its wings to sweep away the surrounding monsters. However, it did not expect that among the monsters it swept away, Chen Dong, who had retracted his killing god mode and was preparing to sneak attack, was among them. Chen Dong felt a bit dazed as he saw the Death Knight flying beside him in midair, completely bewildered as to why he had been discovered. He thought he had been sufficiently concealed. In a fit of impotent rage, the unnamed fire within him boiled, even if it was a high-level epic. He was ready to fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough points, still needing over 4 million more. The remaining monsters had dwindled to around 120,000 as they charged into the square, down from 400,000, now reduced to a quarter. But once they entered this area, with its open streets, it could easily accommodate tens of thousands of monsters, and it was destined that most of these monsters would scatter into every corner of the city. Chen Dong found it increasingly difficult to kill enough clustered monsters, and naturally set his sights on the valuable-looking cloud cover eagle. In midair, the killing god phantom was unleashed. The 30-meter-high killing god phantom appeared quite small before the towering 300-meter cloud cover eagle, but it was still large compared to the other monsters, and the cloud cover eagle immediately took notice of it. Screech! The cloud cover eagle looked at the suddenly appearing crimson evil spirit phantom, momentarily taken aback. The next moment, the blood-colored long knife slashed out. PFF. Screech. The blood-colored blade easily sliced into the cloud cover eagle's neck, blood gushing forth and staining the blue feathers at its neck. Suddenly, while still in free fall, Chen Dong felt a powerful wind blowing, sweeping him back up into the sky. Kill. In high altitude, Chen Dong watched as the cloud cover eagle flapped its wings and approached, the golden flames in his eyes flickering momentarily as the massive killing god phantom seemed to be enhanced. The blood-colored blade in his hand ignited with scorching golden flames. In the square, Li Xuanjing frowned as he watched the distant battle. Just then, noises came from the ground. and the military expert capable of earth escape emerged with the two bald monks. Masters? Li Xuanjing hurriedly stepped forward to assist them. But Hui Kong, surprisingly, did not pay attention to Li Xuanjing. Instead, he focused on the battle in the distance. They were currently on a high platform in the center of the square, with a half-collapsed statue of a figure behind them, which had probably stood around 20 meters tall when intact. Surrounding them were remaining soldiers, fighting against the approaching monsters. In the distance, Chen Dong and the cloud-cover eagle fought their way from the air, with golden flames illuminating the sky. Occasionally, the screeches of the cloud-cover eagle could be heard. Can we win? Xiqing was also stunned by this scene. Can a single person really be this strong? The two were mesmerized, and suddenly, Li Xuanjing shook them, saying, Hui Kong, holy monk? Holy monk. Amidst, the poor monk is overwhelmed with emotions at this moment. Please do not blame me, Master Li. After a while, Hui Kong came back to his senses and bowed with one hand. It's no trouble. In fact, I wanted to ask the holy monk to help them leave and at the same time assist the people of the North District in resisting the beast tide. Li Xuanjing said, What does the master mean? Hui Kong saw the determination in Li Xuanjing's eyes. I asked the holy monk for help. Li Xuanjing bowed to Hui Kong. Seeing this, the holy monk guessed a little of what was happening. He had many opportunities to interact with the military in the apocalyptic world and knew more than the average person. The poor monk will do my best. Hui Kong solemnly bowed to Li Xuanjing. Hui Kong left, taking Xiqing, for epic-level military experts, and more than 200 remaining soldiers with him. At this moment, only Li Xuanjing and about 20 soldiers, who were unwilling to leave, remained on the high platform. He looked up at the enormous figure that was gradually closing in on Chen Dong, who was being pursued, and his mind recalled his wife and his younger sister, Li Yunlong, who had been particularly clingy to him as a child. Slowly, he took out the remote control from his pocket, looking at the red button that lit up, and complained, These experts are unreliable. They need to be this close to react, and what do they mean by magnetic field interference? He had already contacted Chen Dong in advance, asking him to lure the Zhiyun eagle here for a decisive strike. Chapter 63. The god of killing goes berserk. Chen Dong was flying rapidly in the air, with a pair of 7-meter wings of the Black Emperor Dragon suit spread behind him, granting him the ability to fly. Black Emperor Dragon suit, quality, starry, growth type, attribute. After equipping, all attributes increase by 10, with a sturdiness value of 5,000 points. Additional skills, self-restructuring, after damage, can devour metal to restore sturdiness value. Life equipment, forged from the body and crystal core of the Black Emperor Dragon, refining its essence. Unfortunately, the Black Emperor Dragon's soul is indestructible. During forging, the dragon's soul revives, greatly reducing quality. Can devour dragon-type crystal cores to enhance attributes. Black Dragon Wings. The Black Dragon Wings unfold, allowing for rapid flight in the air, enhancing agility by 200. Black Dragon Body. On the way here, Chen Dong received a message from Li Xuanjing. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have taken the risk. He also allowed the Black Emperor Dragon suit to absorb the Black Horned Dragon's crystal core, activating the Black Dragon Wings, which gave him the courage to come here and fight. At this moment, in the state of the god of killing, Chen Dong's agility reached 400 points, yet still fell short of the Zhiyun eagle behind him. While controlling the shadow of the god of killing to resist attacks, he quickly fled. Facing the level 60 epic Zhiyun eagle, with an average of over 600 points in all attributes, Chen Dong exhausted the true sun fire within him, and his blood chi, filled with killing intent, was nearly at its critical point. The damage he inflicted on the Zhiyun eagle only burned some feathers on its body and created a blood hole in its neck. At this moment, the divine fetus within Chen Dong was shaking, and the killing intent within seemed to be on the verge of a riot. The Zhiyun eagle was in a rage, and, facing the obstruction of the god of killing's shadow, it directly unleashed its strongest skill, a cyan beam of light that melted everything in its path. The chest of the god of killing's shadow was pierced through, and cracks appeared on the chest of Chen Dong's divine fetus. Puff! Chen Dong spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his vision blur, and the enormous shadow of the god of killing became somewhat illusory. At this moment, Chen Dong had already reached the center of the square, and his body fell straight down. Screech! The Zhiyun eagle screeched, its speed suddenly increasing, and its beak opened wide, aiming to devour the falling Chen Dong. Just then, a graceful figure appeared, dressed in a purple long dress with bare feet, her toes touching the void to catch Chen Dong. Yao Shi paid no mind to the gaping mouth behind her that was about to swallow her and looked at Chen Dong with a pained expression. The Black Emperor Dragon's suit was tattered, covered in blood, with a large gash on her shoulder from a wind blade, her expression dazed. Damn it! Yao Shi bit her silver teeth, her eyes filled with anger as she gently pushed Chen Dong, sending him directly to Li Xuanjing. Li Xuanjing stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Yao Shi, not understanding what had happened or who this suddenly appeared little girl was. Seeing Chen Dong fall, he hurriedly flew up to catch him. You deserve to die? In that brief moment, Yao Shi's body transformed from that of a 6 or 7-year-old little girl to that of a 16-year-old girl. Facing the incoming Zhiyun eagle, she pulled out her weapon from the void. A purple short knife was gripped in Yao Shi's hand. As she waved it at the attacking Zhiyun eagle, in that instant, purple flames soared from the short knife, transforming it into a purple flame soared hundreds of meters long. The terrifying temperature exploded with light, causing Li Xuanjing to instinctively cover his eyes. Puff! When he regained his senses, the Zhiyun eagle's left wing was severed, blood dyeing the sky. At the same time, Yao Shi's condition was also very poor. A black crack appeared on her forehead, and swinging that sword caused her to endure immense pain. Feeling as if her soul was about to be torn apart, blood tears flowed from her eyes as she watched the Zhiyun eagle lose its left wing and fall from the sky. She could no longer hold on. Her body began to shrink back to the form of a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Seeing this, Li Xuanjing was about to rush forward to catch her when suddenly a shadow flashed in his arms. The awakened Chen Dong caught the falling Yao Shi. Looking at her pained expression and the black cracks covering her body, like chains binding her, using her power forcefully, even if only a little, had inflicted great backlash on her. Puff! Chen Dong's condition was also dire, staring blankly at Yao Shi. But he was suddenly struck away by a level 32 golden quality monster from behind. Chen Dong tightly embraced her, protecting her in his arms. Li Xuanjing wanted to help, but saw that the Zhiyun eagle was not dead. It had lost its wing, blood pooling beneath it, yet it was still alive, struggling to rise. In the shadows, the ever-watchful You Are Invincible saw Chen Dong being struck away by a golden quality monster and was convinced that he was at his wit's end. His figure rushed towards this side at high speed. Chen Dong had no extra strength left. The divine fetus had been initiated, and his blood qi was exhausted. Now, even a level 30 starry would easily take him down. Monsters surrounded him, densely attacking Chen Dong. He turned his back, shielding Yao Shi beneath him, allowing the surrounding monsters to shatter his armor and tear at his flesh. The only desire left in his mind was for Yao Shi to survive. Meanwhile, Li Xuanjing's hand gripping the remote control trembled. He didn't know how to make a choice. The Zhiyun eagle had lost one wing, its combat power greatly reduced. But it was still not something an average player could contend with. However, if he detonated it now, Chen Dong and the others would die. Just as he made up his mind to detonate it, a commotion suddenly arose among the monster tide, and the few remaining starry soldiers on his side were also nearing their breaking point. Boom, boom, boom. 5 bolts of lightning struck down, instantly killing a swarm of monsters. Upon seeing this skill, Li Xuanjing was pleasantly surprised. It was indeed You Are Invincible. But the next moment, when he saw the direction of You Are Invincible's actions, he shouted, "Damn it, what are you doing?" This damned student, proud and arrogant, was actually trying to take the opportunity to attack Chen Dong. You Are Invincible heard this roar, but did not care at all. He only needed to kill Chen Dong, and then slay the heavily injured Zhiyun eagle, and his strength would rise to another level. Ha ha, I am the chosen one. Desire filled You Are Invincible's eyes. His family was not wealthy. He was weak and often bullied as a child. Later, when he attended junior high, he became clever and slowly began to associate with the delinquents at school and those from society. Gradually, he transformed from a victim to a perpetrator, and he found this feeling to be delightful. Even if the people around him were nothing but fair-weather friends, even if everyone secretly looked down on him, so what? As long as he was strong enough, in front of him, they could only lie prostrate. But this was ultimately an illusion. In reality, the glory he believed he possessed lasted only a few years. People do not soften towards others, they only bow to life. He did not understand this. And suddenly gaining power, combined with a lack of proper guidance in his values since childhood, led him to gradually evolve into a distorted mindset. Chen Dong had already passed out, his back covered in countless wounds, when a great halberd suddenly pierced through his abdomen, simultaneously piercing through Yao Shi's abdomen beneath him. Cough cough. Xiao Dong. The intense pain made Yao Shi instinctively call out to Chen Dong. Her voice was like a spring of clear water, nourishing Chen Dong and bringing him back to some awareness. He looked at Yao Shi beneath him, her abdomen pierced, as the halberd was slowly pulled out from their bodies. Blood gushing out. Chen Dong's eyes gradually widened, his pupils beginning to constrict. He wanted to speak, but couldn't utter a word. The one who pulled out the halberd, Umo Wudi, felt that he was surely dead and disdainfully glanced at him, seeing that he was still protecting that defiant little girl. He glanced not far away at Ji Yuning, who was seriously injured but slowly getting up and adjusting his state. That knife. He remembered the short knife Yao Shi had grabbed earlier, which could slice off Ji Yuning's wings. It should at least be of epic quality, if not legendary. Thinking of this, he reached for Yao Shi beneath Chen Dong. Slap. Umo Wudi looked at the wrist that Chen Dong had grabbed, surprised that the other party was still alive despite such heavy injuries. Chen Dong looked at Yao Shi with madness in his eyes. Clearly, his blood energy was nearly depleted, yet blood energy began to emanate from him. Hee. Chen Dong suddenly laughed, his laughter sharp like a whistle, extremely piercing. Umo Wudi sensed something was wrong and tried to pull his hand away, but Chen Dong's fingers gripped his wrist like iron pincers. Damn it! Why aren't you dead yet? Umo Wudi looked at the increasingly rich blood energy surrounding Chen Dong, swinging the halberd with one hand. Uft! Chen Dong's forearm was severed, just as Ji Yuning charged toward this side. Umo Wudi tossed Chen Dong's severed arm aside and quickly left the area. Finally out. Hee. Chapter 64. Kill. Umo Wudi. Chen Dong's expression gradually began to change. Within his divine embryo, the will of the god of killing started to invade his consciousness. A thick killing intent surged from within him, healing the wound on his abdomen. He slowly stood up, and not far away. Umo Wudi looked on in terror at this series of changes. Chen Dong's mouth split to the root of his ears, his eyes blood red, golden pupils, with sharp fangs. Roar. The god of killing Chen Dong roared, the black emperor dragon armor shrinking back into his body, transforming into an 8th-grade black lotus. Chen Dong's body began to swell, gradually growing from 1.8 meters to 2 meters, then 3 meters. His skin cracked, blood staining his entire body, but he seemed to feel no pain. His skin seemed to absorb the blood, turning a deep red, gradually rising to 10-zhang high, the phantom of the god of killing now materializing. Roar. The god of killing roared, the sound waves vibrating, waving his hand to create a hurricane that directly sent dozens of monsters flying. His scarlet eyes locking onto Umo Wudi. How could this happen? Umo Wudi ran away, but his speed couldn't compare to Chen Dong's. At this moment, Chen Dong had inherited all the strength of the god of killing, fully transformed into the god of killing, striding forward, his scarlet hand reaching for him. Damn it! Umo Wudi roared in anger, turning to counterattack, grabbing the tail end of the halberd and swinging it out. Bang! The halberd bent to its limit. And then Umo Wudi's grip tore apart. The starry quality halberd became scrap metal, and his body was seized by the god of killing. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Umo Wudi, who was struggling in his grasp. The moment he opened his palm, he slammed it down toward the ground. Just like the great sage being pressed down by Buddha's 5 fingers, he slammed into the ground. Boom! Dust flew, and besides Umo Wudi, several monsters also perished. At this moment, Yao Shi's body gradually sank into the ground, and the god of killing turned his head and punched in a direction. Bang! The earth cracked, and the military personnel underground who were taking Yao Shi away felt a violent tremor, as if their stomachs were turning over. The god of killing was about to continue attacking, but the wingless Ji Yuning had charged close, incredibly furious, having lost its wings, which deprived it of its ability to fly. It charged at the 10-zhang tall Chen Dong, its golden beak biting toward him. At this moment, the god of killing's average attributes reached around 500 points. If Ji Yuning were in its prime, the god of killing would not be its opponent, but now, with Ji Yuning severely weakened, how could it contend with the god of killing? Bang! The god of killing threw a punch, the massive fist hitting Ji Yuning's beak, directly knocking its head to the side. The god of killing leapt up, landing on its back, like a bloodthirsty worm, directly burrowing into the wound where its wings had been severed. Its black, sharp claws tore through the flesh, and its sharp teeth bit into its blood and flesh. Ji Yuning's eyes were frantic, filled with terror, and it screeched, flapping its wings, but it only stirred up a hurricane. Watching the frenzied Ji Yuning, Li Xuanjing felt depressed. He did not know what had happened but recognized that god of killing. Wasn't that a skill of phone wolf jutsu? Why did it suddenly? His muttering was not finished when a military expert skilled in earth escape techniques emerged from the ground, spitting blood, and placed Yao Shi on the ground. Is she still alive? Li Xuanjing looked at Yao Shi, her purple dress stained with blood. The wound that should have been pierced through had healed, and even the purple dress was restored. Still alive, but in a strange state, looks unharmed. After hearing this, Li Xuanjing nodded and said, "Take the remaining people and leave. I'm preparing to detonate." Upon hearing this, the military expert fell silent for a moment. "Chief, there may still be a chance. We can't take any more risks while most of the monsters are still concentrated on the battlefield. We must take this opportunity to finish the fight." After Li Xuanjing finished speaking, he looked at him. "I will only give you 3 minutes." He took out a long sword, a golden quality weapon. Only 3 starry experts remained around, still struggling. The military expert had no choice but to take Yao Shi and escape again. Looking at the struggling Zhi Yunying in the distance, moments later, Zhi Yunying stopped moving. A large bulge appeared on its massive body, and then a pair of sharp claws tore through Zhi Yunying's body, emerging from within. The god of killing's scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings. Roar! After a furious roar, he jumped down from Zhi Yunying's corpse and charged into the tide of monsters, initiating a massacre. Li Xuanjing pierced a monster's body with his sword, counting down the last 3 minutes in his heart. Watching the increasingly frenzied god of killing slaughtering, he pressed the button. After a moment of silence, boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose, flames shooting into the sky. Li Xuanjing's consciousness faded in an instant, and over 60,000 monsters in the square died. The high temperature generated by the explosion instantly charred the god of killing's flesh, but he did not die immediately. Seconds later, as the temperature dropped, the massive flames that had risen surged toward the god of killing's body like a river. The extinguished sun-like true fire within him reignited. But the god of killing's body had already been torn apart by the shockwave of the explosion. On the roof of a building in the northern district, Li Yunlong wept uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground, burying his head, afraid to look in the direction of the square. The entire square had been blasted into a massive pit. Just after escaping to the outskirts of the northern district, the military expert who had emerged from underground looked at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, his eyes reddening. In Chen Dong's safe house, Annabelle and others were nervously watching that direction. When they saw the moment of the explosion, everyone's hearts sank. Amidst the flames, Chen Dong was reborn, but the will of the killing god was once again severely damaged, returning to the divine embryo. And the cracks on the chest of the divine embryo expanded significantly, almost about to break apart. Chen Dong instantly stood up, with flames continuously surging towards him. He looked around, but did not see Yao Shi's figure. Boom! Chen Dong stomped the ground, and his figure soared into the sky. The tattered black emperor dragon armor covered him once again, and a pair of black dragon wings spread open, his speed instantly increasing, breaking through the cover of the mushroom cloud. "Yao Shi!" he shouted with all his might, his voice so loud that it resonated in all directions, instantly attracting the attention of all players. This scene was also captured by some stunned players. Li Yunlong heard this voice, surprised to see Chen Dong in the sky. And at the same time, she saw a petite purple figure suddenly appear and leap into Chen Dong's arms. The military experts also witnessed this scene, turning around to find that Yao Shi, who should have been lying on the ground, had mysteriously disappeared. "No way is she that weak. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now." Yao Shi, weakly embraced by Chen Dong, smiled and said. Chen Dong looked at her pale face, with black lines resembling cracks on it, and nervously asked, tell me what I should do? Tell me." Yao Shi shook her head in Chen Dong's arms and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a bit weak. I just need to rest for a while." After saying this, Yao Shi fell into a deep sleep. Hearing this, Chen Dong felt sad, but seeing that Yao Shi seemed to be truly out of danger, he could only hold her and head towards the safe house. No matter what, I need to change my class quickly, improve my strength, and the issue of the killing goddess must also be resolved as soon as possible. Chen Dong thought to himself. Although surviving this time was thanks to the help of the killing goddess will, he did not want to experience again the feeling of being occupied by other wills while being aware of it, but unable to do anything. 20 kilometers outside the novice city, I Am Invincible leaned against a big tree, throwing aside the tattered straw doll in his hand, continuously cursing Chen Dong in his heart. Substitute doll, quality, legendary attributes, When placed in the backpack space, it can block fatal damage and teleport the holder 20 kilometers in a random direction when attacked. Usable times, 0-3. This substitute doll was something he found in a dungeon, which wasn't particularly difficult. It was actually a place of inheritance. He obtained the inheritance inside, gained a legendary level profession, and also got quite a few good items, among which the best 3 trump cards included this substitute doll, which was his greatest reliance. When he acquired the substitute doll, it already had only one last chance of use left, and that opportunity was now exhausted. Damn it. Chow and I ma es fong lang ju su. I will kill you sooner or later. I am invincible, shouted with red eyes. Although the legendary level profession was powerful, the experience points required for each level up are not something those low-level players can compare to. So far, he was only level 14. Chapter 65. The tragic situation everywhere. Chen Dong returned to the villa with Yao Shi, and the few people waiting at the door rushed forward when they saw Chen Dong carrying Yao Shi. Master. Sophia rushed up, reaching out to check on Yao Shi's condition. Get away. Chen Dong released a cold, killing intent, directly kicking her away, crashing her against the high wall behind her. The others fell silent. Only Alida wore a confused expression. Chen Dong's gaze was icy, not even looking at the struggling Sophia. And in the instant he stepped into the safe house, he instantly teleported to the 4th floor, placing Yao Shi in the purple crystal coffin in the master bedroom. He carefully laid her in it. Watching her expression seemed to relax a bit. After closing the coffin lid, Chen Dong sat by the coffin in a daze. After a while, Alida came to the 4th floor. Seeing Chen Dong sitting on the ground without speaking, she obediently sat down beside him, joining him in his daze. Although Sophia was kicked away by Chen Dong, she was not seriously injured and, along with Annabelle and the 2 elven maids, entered the room, where everyone sat together. On the other side, in the northern district, Li Yunlong received the news of Li Xuanjing's death, only retrieving a golden medal. Li Yunlong locked herself in her room, and after a long time, she emerged with red and swollen eyes filled with anger, beginning to arrange for the remaining personnel, including other ordinary players, to hunt down monsters. Unlike Li Xuanjing's philosophy, which held that a soldier's duty is to protect the people, Li Yunlong believed that soldiers should protect the country, prioritizing national interests. She had previously been very displeased with Li Xuanjing's excessive care for ordinary players during the cleanup of the northern district. However, when she saw the crowd silently stepping forward, standing by the window of the room, crying for their father and mourning, she seemed to understand her father's thoughts a bit. The crowd began to gather. There were less than 30,000 monsters remaining, and the strongest monsters had all been killed. The remaining ones, of starry quality, were being decapitated by the military's epic experts and several others. I Am Invincible from the Shroud Sky Society was thrown into chaos after being killed by the killing god, and Li Yunlong seized the opportunity to recruit them. At this time, most neutral players were also moved by the self-sacrifice of the military and Li Xuanjing, completely turning towards the official side. Taking advantage of this momentum, Li Yunlong found Dr. Octopus, and the 2 sides held a negotiation. Dr. Octopus, whose real identity was Zhang Yuba, was a professor of biology who had also obtained powerful biotechnology underground at a gene company and had changed classes to an epic profession of slave master, capable of controlling genetically modified creatures he created. Li Yunlong invited Dr. Octopus to join the military and become an internal staff member to work for the official side. Dr. Octopus initially refused, but Li Yunlong offered him irresistible benefits. First, she promised to provide him with the best resources and guarantee that he could have 300 kilograms of the remaining meat from the Shroud Cloud Eagle explosion for experiments, etc. When Dr. Octopus was somewhat tempted, Li Yunlong brought out her trump card, the information storage device obtained from Chen Dong. Upon seeing the clips and concepts about mechanical life within the information storage device, Dr. Octopus was completely captivated. He had never liked fighting, and with such excellent conditions laid out, he simply couldn't refuse, especially since he was eager for the information storage device. 3 days later, over 20,000 monsters in the Novice City had been killed again, with the rest either fleeing the Novice City or hiding in some corner. Ding. Remaining one of siege monsters, Judgment. The monster siege battle is over. Players will exit the game in 24 hours. Ding. Congratulations to the player. Ranked 3rd in the monster siege battle, receiving rewards, special item box, war points 1 million. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Dong remained unmoved, still quietly sitting, hoping that Yao Shi would wake up, but 3 days passed, and Yaoshi still remained in deep sleep. However, during this time, Chen Dong had opened the coffin lid twice and found that the black crack-like lines on Yaoshi's body had decreased somewhat, likely due to the effect of the purple crystal coffin, ensuring that her life was not in danger. "Master, I cooked some food. Do you want to eat something?" Annabelle came to Chen Dong's side and asked carefully. "Okay." Chen Dong stood up. He hadn't eaten for 3 days, and no matter how strong his physique, he still needed to eat. Enduring hunger does not mean he wouldn't feel hungry. As he stood up, he lifted Sylphia, who looked even more haggard than him, and took both of them directly to the dining room. "Eating. I will leave tomorrow and estimate it will take about 10 days. While I'm gone, you all need to take care of this place." After Chen Dong finished speaking, he grabbed the bowl and chopsticks in front of him and started eating heartily. Sylphia seemed distracted, not sure if she heard him, as she ate her meal. Alita was in the yard, watering the bloody ancient tree. Chen Dong happened to see this through the window and said, "During the time I'm away, you all should take good care of the yard. Didn't Yaoshi want to dig a pond? If anything is missing, just go find the goblin to buy it. Once it's done, Yaoshi should be very happy when she wakes up to see it." Sure enough, after hearing this, Sylphia's eyes regained some sparkle. Chen Dong placed a black card worth 10 billion points on the table and simultaneously heard the system notification sound, then put down his bowl and chopsticks. Annabelle handed him a wet tissue, which he took and wiped his hands with. In a flash, he appeared in front of Li Yunlong. "What brings you here?" Chen Dong's tone was flat. They were all familiar faces, including Li Yunlong, Su Xiao, and 2 bald men. Su Xiao looked unwell, his eyes filled with sadness, while the 2 bald men bowed to Chen Dong, thanking him for saving everyone. "I have 3 matters to discuss." Li Yunlong's gaze was resolute, carrying a more mature aura. "First, when we traded the information processor, I promised to exchange an item for you. Currently, 50 of the military's total points, which amounts to 6 million points, is with me. Due to some soldiers' deaths, we couldn't obtain their points, so it's not much. Second, on behalf of the military, I thank you for your contributions to the people. Thank you." Saying this, Li Yunlong saluted Chen Dong, with Su Xiao doing the same behind him. "Third, I would like to formally invite you to join the military." Chen Dong looked at the few of them and didn't invite them in. He spoke directly. "First, I need 3 million war points. You can just transfer them to me. Second, you don't need to thank me. What I do has never been for the so-called people. Everything is based on my own interests. Third, I will not join any forces, but if you need me to do something, I will help, provided there are sufficient benefits." Li Yunlong was decisive in her actions. After hearing Chen Dong's words, she didn't say anything unnecessary and directly operated the activity interface, transferring 4 million points to Chen Dong, 1 million more than required. "No matter your intentions, you saved us. That's a fact. Consider the extra million as a token of gratitude." After saying this, Li Yunlong took the others and left. Chen Dong looked at his points. With the addition of these 4 million points, he currently ranked second. First place, Yemengade War Points. Second place, Fengling Jusu War Points. Third place, Zhongzue War Points. Chen Dong didn't rush to log in. After browsing the activity page, he entered the forum and chat channel to check on the situation worldwide. After 3 days of statistics, the apocalyptic world currently has a total of 172 novice cities, varying in size and scale. Most novice cities, besides the newbies, do not have ash nightmares or the million ash zombies from the northern district. The scale of the beast tide faced by each novice city also varies. The novice city where Chen Dong was located seemed to be one of the most severely affected cities. This should be related to the overall strength of each city. After the beast tide, only 96 of the 172 novice cities remained. The rest were all destroyed. Of course, it doesn't mean that all players in these destroyed cities died. Many players left the novice cities before the monsters attacked. The reason these cities are considered destroyed is that they have been occupied by a large number of monsters, becoming extremely dangerous, even more terrifying than the wilderness. Some players even requested to join novice cities in other countries on the forum. Chapter 66, Strength Enhancement. The next morning, Chen Dong spent all his war points. He purchased 2 skills, acquiring Dominion Contract, and with the remaining 8 million points, he bought some equipment to update the defensive forces at home. The Bone Knight was at the edge during the explosion and, fortunately, survived but was heavily injured. Due to Yaoshi's condition, Chen Dong directly set it aside. The poor Death Knight, struggling with only its remaining right hand, crawled for 3 days, finally returning to the safe house last evening after gnawing on bones. Chen Dong also specifically contacted Su Xiao, asking him to deliver several trucks of high-quality monster blood and flesh, including 500 kilograms of cloud cover eagle's blood and flesh. He handed all of this to 2 large trees for digestion. He also fed the cloud cover eagle's crystal core and several peak starlight crystal cores he had killed to the Death Knight, and purchased a set of frozen battle armor and the Black Knight King's sword, a complete set of epic quality equipment. The 2 large trees did not increase in quality. If he could get a complete cloud cover eagle carcass, along with enough high-level crystal cores, perhaps they could be upgraded to epic. Nonetheless, even so, their levels both increased to level 55. As for Annabelle, as the cook, Chen Dong did not give her too strong equipment. He simply replaced her with a new set of golden quality weapons and armor. Sylphia did not take anything from Chen Dong and continued to wear the black dress armor given by Yao Shi, not intending to change it. Additionally, Chen Dong bought 20 sets of golden quality, standardized made equipment, and various golden weapons for the subsequent born elf maids. After the Death Knight devoured the cloud cover eagle's crystal core and a large number of high-level crystal cores, Chen Dong exchanged for an abyss crystal, which contained a rich abyss aura, directly putting the Death Knight into an evolution state. Death Knight, 50, evolving, quality, epic. Besides this, Chen Dong also gathered enough materials to purchase 10 Starlight Fire Dragon Stones and epic Fire Element Crystals to upgrade the safe house to Fire Dragon Castle. A huge change occurred. What originally looked like an ordinary manor castle now had its outer wall bricks turned crimson. In addition, a giant red dragon statue covered the top of the castle, stretching over 200 meters long. The red dragon had its eyes closed, with red flames burning along its spine. Fire Dragon Castle Core, 6 attributes. Current safe house defense, shield, solidity value. Additional skill. Territory teleportation. Allows free instant movement within the territory. If the spatial crystals at the 4 corners of the castle are destroyed, teleportation will not be possible. Crimson Flame Red Dragon. Awakens the giant Crimson Flame Red Dragon to defend the castle during defensive battles. Can be awakened once a month. The Crimson Flame Red Dragon is a 70-level Starlight quality combat power. Attribute enhancement. Within the territory, all player attributes 50 upgrade requirements. 80 million units of wood. 50 million units of stone. 20 million units of iron ore. Special upgrade Route 1. 200 epic fire element crystals can upgrade the safe house to Fire Dragon City. The outer wall of Fire Dragon Castle did not expand, but tall walls rose around it. The area can be chosen by Chen Dong himself, with a maximum expansion up to 1/10 of the northern district, accommodating around 50,000 people. However, in the end, Chen Dong only covered the villa area, which was enough to comfortably house 3,000 people. From then on, the entire villa area became Chen Dong's territory. Moreover, Chen Dong also had one opportunity to relocate the safe house. He directly moved the safe house to the center of the villa area. At the entrance of Fire Dragon Castle, 2 Abyss Steel Dragons had just been born, both at the initial level of 25 with Starlight quality. However, Chen Dong was quite puzzled. Although these 2 monsters were in the form of Western dragons, they did not possess dragon lineage, with bright silver scales and robust limbs. Chen Dong specially exchanged a large amount of rare metals for these 2 guys. However, by the time they were born, Chen Dong had very few remaining war points, ultimately only raising their level to 40. Name: Steel Dragon, Wine Soaring Dragon. Level: 40-72. Quality: Starry Profession, Abyss Steel Dragon. Constitution: 150 Strength, 130 Agility, 120 Spirit, 90 Talent. Metal Body. Elemental damage reduced by 20 skills. Raging Wine Breath. A small whirlwind is expelled from its mouth, which forms a small moving wind column upon hitting the ground to attack opponents, with an attack interval of 30 seconds. Triple Wind Blast. Continuously fires 3 wind blasts forward, forming residual wind vortices. Each wind blast enlarges the vortex, posing a significant threat to enemies, with an attack interval of 30 seconds. Abyssal Whirlwind. Releases abyssal breath, flapping its wings to create a whirlwind that contains wind blades. The abyssal breath corrodes the body and confuses the mind, with an attack interval of 60 seconds. Abyssal Barrier. Releases abyssal breath, creating 8 surrounding whirlwinds that prevent enemies from approaching and can also reflect ranged attacks. The Steel Dragon and Wind Soaring Dragon are both 20 meters long, shining silver all over, with blue pupils, looking very imposing. Their sturdy limbs leave deep footprints in the ground. Therefore, Chen Dong drove them to the castle's outer wall to guard the gate. Thus, Chen Dong's combat power received a huge boost again, not only updating all his equipment, but also obtaining the exclusive skills required for job change. Chen Dong went to the 4th floor, opened the coffin lid, and looked at Yao Shi lying inside. The cracks on her face had decreased somewhat, although not many. It at least proved that her condition was gradually improving. Next to her, Zeruiah looked at Yao Shi in the purple crystal coffin, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "I want to leave." Buzz. The moment Chen Dong closed the coffin lid, a murderous aura burst forth from him, and his cold gaze fixed on her. Normally, she would have been panicked and lowered her head, but not this time. She looked at Chen Dong with determination. "Why?" Chen Dong asked. "I am too weak. I want to leave and improve my strength," Zeruiah replied. She felt anger and despair over her own weakness and powerlessness. She had been considering this issue for the past 2 days and wanted to visit her ancestral land. Chen Dong reigned in his murderous aura. "It seems that staying with us for too long has made you forget that your impression among the natives is not good." "No, my weakness is only relative. Most people only fear me," Zeruiah replied firmly. "Among the natives, very few possess epic quality. Most are powerful races or factions. Where do you want to go after leaving?" Chen Dong asked again. Zeruiah had already thought it through and showed no hesitation. "I want to return to the ancestral land of the Feather People first. Then go to the Elven Forest to search for the Fountain of Life." Hearing this, Chen Dong shook his head. "The Fountain of Life is only epic quality, and it only works for injuries. It won't help Yao Shi. If recovery items could restore Yao Shi, I would have exchanged for them long ago. But Yao Shi's problem is not physical. But forget it. Since you've made up your mind, then go. But you don't need to rush. Wait a few days before leaving," Chen Dong said, looking at the countdown task interface before leaving the room. Chapter 67, Official Response Ding. This mission is over. Number of surviving players. This mission is over, and adjustments and updates to the game content will be made, requiring a wait of 1 month. This time, it will take a full month to wait in the original world, indicating that significant changes will occur when entering the apocalyptic world next time. The official response was confirmed immediately, and plans were drafted to prepare for the next entry. In a secret research base in Huagua, Zhao Lao was holding on with a weary spirit, waiting. Less than 10 minutes after the game ended, Zhao Lao received the news. "Zhao Lao, our instruments have detected 3 new wormholes. Currently, 300-man squads have already rushed to the target locations. What changes have there been in the original wormholes?" Zhao Lao was not surprised at all. He was more concerned about the other 6. The situation is not good. Fortunately, those 6 wormholes are all located deep in the mountains, and nearby villages have been evacuated. Currently, it seems there is a trend of expansion, but the energy fluctuations are not severe. However, the wormhole in the city is very strange. The monsters inside are bizarre, and bullets cause almost no damage. If it weren't for Lin Miaodao guarding it and setting up a formation, the monsters would have probably escaped long ago. Hearing this, Zhao Lao furrowed his brows. He felt his vision was somewhat blurry. "Can we capture live specimens?" Zhao Lao confirmed again. "It's very difficult. There are currently no effective means of capture. The higher-ups have already approved 3 military player soldiers with restrictive skills, preparing to depart in 3 days to attempt capture." "What is the success rate?" "Very low. Only less than 15. The skills of the 2 military player soldiers can only affect physical beings. It is uncertain whether they will work on non-physical monsters." "That's not low. Tell the higher-ups that I will go too." "No way." The person on the other end of the phone was startled and directly refused without thinking. "There's no such thing as no way. Tell the higher-ups that I feel my time is running out. If we can't find a way to solve these problems soon, I fear I won't be able to hold on." The person on the other end fell silent for a moment and said, "Zhao Lao, you don't need to be so pessimistic. The military has already obtained a potion that can restore cell vitality. Forget it. The military only brought back 2 bottles. It's better to leave them for that old Lin guy to study." "Enough said. I've made up my mind to go, even if it means dying." After saying this, Zhao Lao hung up the phone directly. In the rental house, Chen Dong took off his clothes, took a hot shower, and stood in front of the mirror. He had grown another centimeter, and his body proportions were more balanced. His muscular physique looked explosive, a stark contrast to the slightly chubby state he had before. After leaving the bathroom and putting on clothes, he went out, had a simple meal at a nearby restaurant, and returned early to the rental house. Taking his beloved fishing rod, Chen Dong went to his usual spot to fish, passing the time in the apocalyptic world. In the evening, Chen Dong received a phone call from an unfamiliar number from the capital, and he had already guessed what it was about. Upon answering, a familiar voice came through. "Brother Dong, it's me, Su Xiao. I know. What's up?" "Nothing much, just that the higher-ups want to meet you." "Not going. Tell them not to bother me if there's nothing." After saying that, Chen Dong hung up the phone directly. Chen Dong was not surprised that the officials had quickly figured out his background. A slight murderous aura emanated from him, scaring away the fish that were about to bite. Whether Su Xiao contacted him with the genuine intent to meet was uncertain, but it carried a hint of threat that he did not like. On the other end, Su Xiao looked at the phone that had been hung up, feeling a bit awkward as he turned to the middle-aged man behind him, who was dressed in camouflage military uniform, and forced a smile. As expected, very arrogant. Su Longbin snorted. He held a prejudice against these players with extraordinary powers, believing that they would eventually become a threat. Unfortunately, the number of players was already significant. Moreover, they still had no progress regarding the old man selling phones at the source, so they dared not easily provoke a conflict. "Dad, you must not have any crooked thoughts. With 100 tons, Brother Dong is fine. He can still shout so loudly. He can definitely rank among the top 10 players." Su Xiao gave his father a warning, urging him not to underestimate the situation. "You don't need to remind me of this, but it's better if you don't get too close to that person. People who are only after profit might sell you out one day." Su Longbin warned Su Xiao and then turned to leave, leaving Su Xiao with a bitter smile. Su Longbin and the already fallen Li Xuanjing were old comrades, sharing a bond forged in the heat of battle. Upon learning that Li Xuanjing had died in the apocalyptic world, he shifted from the neutral faction to the hardliners. In the context of the apocalyptic world, there are a total of 16 top military leaders, with currently 4 being hardliners who support violent suppression and unified management of the players. Another 5 are moderates, believing that such actions would only make the situation more uncontrollable. The remaining few are neutral parties who are responsible for mediating. The next day, chaos erupted. Various countries experienced riots, and even a small nation saw a player showcasing their miraculous powers, directly leading a dozen players and a large number of citizens to overthrow the original royal family. This seemed like a fantastical story, but upon closer examination of the information, it didn't seem so strange. That was just a small country with a population of a few million, and the player's strength was considerable, at least level 20 and above with star quality. Furthermore, that country was a closed religious state, so the citizens were completely unaware of the apocalyptic world, and the sudden appearance of such a seemingly invulnerable figure easily attracted a large number of followers. The domestic unrest was mostly caused by players who had gained power, either seeking revenge on enemies, retaliating against society, or even attempting to force their long-admired goddesses. However, their actions were primarily due to their lack of awareness that they had already been clearly arranged by the authorities. For these individuals, the higher-ups all reached a unanimous decision to execute them on the spot, with only a few deserving of sympathy managing to escape punishment, and even the state intervening to quell their anger. If it were just ordinary citizens, no matter their grievances, as long as they didn't cause too much of a disturbance, the state generally wouldn't pay attention. But now things were different. Even the hardliners, given the emergence of powerful players in various countries, only wanted to make effective use of them rather than eliminate them. The next day, Chen Dong's parents called. For these ordinary people, it had only been a little over 10 days. However, the overwhelming news about the apocalyptic world instantly made them feel anxious. In the countries experiencing the most severe riots, such as the beautiful country, flights were banned and borders were sealed. Chen Dong's parents worked at an import-export craft processing factory, which had also halted operations, leaving them at home. "When are you coming back?" Chen Dong's mother asked uneasily. Chen Dong, sensing her anxiety, replied that he would return home the next day. After a few more exchanges, he hung up the phone. The internet was flooded with news about the apocalyptic world and its players. Although the citizens of Huagua loved to watch the excitement, most remained relatively rational and were just waiting for an official response. By noon, the authorities finally responded to the comments, acknowledging the situation regarding the apocalyptic world and releasing some information about it. The main reason for this was to combat various false information circulating online, to prevent the public from being misled, and to suppress those fake religious organizations trying to profit from the situation. With the official confirmation, various miraculous stories about the apocalyptic world were quickly revealed online, sparking countless young people's aspirations each believing they were meant to be saviors, especially for the elementary school students, who, after school, didn't return home on time, but instead searched everywhere for that mysterious old man selling phones. In the office, looking at the latest report, Su Longbin frowned, constantly pondering as he ultimately placed the document in the bottom drawer of his desk. The document contained information about I Am Invincible and his current situation. Chapter 68. Breach of the wormhole. The next morning, Chen Dong packed his belongings and prepared to return home. After leaving the house, he went for breakfast, then took a taxi to the train station. On the way, the radio broadcasted news about the recent riots in various countries. After getting off the train and passing through security, he took the bullet train for about 20 minutes and returned home, using his fingerprint to unlock the door. He entered his familiar home, which wasn't large but felt comfortable. Hearing the noise, Chen Dong's parents peeked out from the kitchen and living room. "You're back?" Chen Dong's mother said with a smile. "I'm back," he replied, showing a gentle smile. "Just leave your bag on the sofa," Chen Dong's father said before returning to the balcony to do laundry. There were no warm greetings for the returning child. In the eyes of the elderly couple, Chen Dong had only been gone for less than a month. During lunch, Chen Dong listened to them discuss the trivialities of life, mostly worries about the factory being shut down. Most people were already aware of the players and the apocalyptic world. However, while these issues might cause disbelief and some unease among the citizens, they didn't significantly affect their daily lives. The ones most deeply affected were the young people dissatisfied with the status quo. "What time will my sister be back?" Chen Dong asked. His mother replied, "Not so soon. Probably in half an hour. Their tutoring class goes until 5:30. If you're back, we'll eat first. No need to wait for her. Oh, and one more thing. I was lying when I said I found a job before. I'm also a player now." After saying that, Chen Dong picked up a piece of spicy dried chili stir-fried with cured meat. Its smoky flavor, truly irresistible. The elderly couple was stunned, looking at Chen Dong in surprise. "It's nothing. I didn't want to. Why didn't you say it earlier?" His mother raised her voice, revealing her anxiety. His father also looked at him, chewing his food with a frown. "I was just afraid you'd worry. Now that you've said it, we're even more worried." Chen Dong's mother suddenly sighed, her whole demeanor slumping as she picked up a dish and then let it go, looking like she wanted to say something but held back. "Is it dangerous?" Chen Dong's father, a craftsman with a low level of education, asked clumsily after a long pause. Chen Dong's mother couldn't hold back anymore, a hint of anger in her voice. "Don't you usually read the news on your phone? I heard many people died this time. It seems like thousands have died." The authorities had not disclosed the death toll and prohibited the media from reporting it. Although some small channels were circulating the real death data, it hadn't spread widely. The officials hoped to minimize the impact and gradually help the public adapt. "Don't worry, I'm really strong, like 1 against 100. And I'm cooperating with the authorities, so there shouldn't be any danger. No need to worry." Even with Chen Dong's assurances, the meal was destined to lack flavor, and after a short while, Chen Dong's younger sister, Chen Yusin, returned home. Seeing her older brother back, she called out "older brother," but looked a bit down. "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Chen Dong asked. "One of my classmates in the tutoring class has gone missing. They might have died in the apocalyptic world." Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's body stiffened on the sofa. Indeed, looking at Chen Dong's father, who was watching a video on his phone, and his mother washing dishes, they were immediately drawn in. "Maybe we shouldn't go. It's better to find a stable job." "Older brother, what's that apocalyptic world like?" After 2 hours of persuasion, Chen Dong's parents couldn't say much more. Over the next 2 days, Chen Dong could clearly feel his parents' melancholy. His father, rarely, didn't urge him to find a girlfriend while he was home, but kept asking about his experiences in the apocalyptic world. The father and son exchanged questions and answers. Chen Dong exaggerated his own strength as much as possible while depicting the apocalyptic world in a favorable light. However, his parents' worries for their children would not be dispelled by his words. The next day, Chen Dong gave each of his parents and his sister a pendant. His sister's was a jade-like enlightenment pendant, a star-quality defensive item that could absorb a certain amount of damage when the wearer was harmed and also had a calming effect. His mother's was a sapphire necklace with a certain amount of durability, which could also reflect damage. His father's was a jade dragon pendant, intricately carved in the shape of a dragon, entirely sky blue, also with a certain amount of durability. When attacked, it could summon a level 20 golden quality dragon spirit that could fight for 30 minutes. This was Chen Dong's assurance for the 3 of them, and he warned them that if they encountered an old man selling phones, they should just punch him. Thus, Chen Dong stayed at home for 3 days. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed through the valley as a group of soldiers fought and retreated, protecting an injured Taoist priestess while quickly evacuating their position. How could this happen? Why did the wormhole suddenly expand threefold? How the hell should I know? It's over this time. Old Zhao and several professors are still trapped inside. And I don't know if those dozen or so player soldiers can hold on. Stop chanting. Taoist priestess Lin Miao is too severely injured. We must leave here quickly. In the dim forest, a chilling wind blew, and several shadows flickered. The team was escorting Lin Miao and was about to leave the valley when they were stopped by several fierce ghostly figures. Just as they were preparing to fight to the death, a golden light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the valley. When they saw 2 monks in robes, one old and one young, the team nearly cried out, "Master, save me." The old monk threw an object into the air, which transformed into a golden light shield, instantly blocking the green-faced ghosts outside and protecting everyone. Xiqing took out a bronze lamp from her backpack, and after lighting it, the area illuminated by the oil lamp saw the ghosts dissolve like snow. One monk held the bronze lamp while the other chanted scriptures, step by step forcing the ghosts back, but the valley was too large, and many ghosts still took the opportunity to escape. Xiqing, activate the Dharma body. Huikong shouted loudly, 3 rings of Buddhist light appearing behind his head, and the scriptures he chanted echoed for 10 miles. At the same time, Xiqing, holding the bronze oil lamp, had a golden self-Buddha statue shining behind her, and the lamp in her hand burned with flames like a pillar. The two pressed forward, driving the ghosts back to the wormhole. Looking at the ground covered with drained corpses, both felt a tremor in their hearts as a terrifying aura emanated from the wormhole, which had expanded to about 6 meters. Master, it's epic level. Xiqing felt an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Huikong seemed not to hear it at all. He took out an old dark red wooden fish and began to strike it while chanting scriptures, causing the ghosts inside the wormhole to actually start retreating. Master, this won't hold for long. Xiqing put down the oil lamp and took out a string of prayer beads, encircling the lamp. The flames that had been somewhat unstable after landing became steady. This still wasn't enough. Xiqing took out an incense burner, placed it in front of her, sat cross-legged, and began chanting scriptures. After a moment, 2 members of the departing team returned. Master, do you need our help? Seeing that the situation had stabilized somewhat, Xiqing had already put away her self-Buddha statue. The situation is dire. The 2 of us, just maintaining this to prevent the ghosts from leaving, is already our best effort. Old Zhao and the others are not here. They must be inside. Hearing this, the 2 soldiers immediately felt despair. Once they reach the wormhole, even if they don't die now, they won't live much longer. You go find Master Li and have him go to Wutai Mountain to seek Lin Miao's senior brother, Master Lin Qing. After finishing, the old monk took out a dozen strands of hair, twisted them into a thin black thread, and placed it in the oil lamp. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan. Otherwise, it would have been unimaginable. This green lamp has been offered before the Buddha for over 300 years and possesses magical power. It can protect the 3 of you for 3 days, but after 3 days, if you cannot leave. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances and quickly bid farewell, leaving the area. Meanwhile, Huikong frowned, feeling a headache coming on. Old Zhao and the others had entered the wormhole. For now, they might not die, but hundreds of ghosts that had escaped before them would wreak havoc on countless people.